Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is nothing short of a masterpiece. Not only is it one of the most impressive films of the year, but it also stands as one of the greatest cinematic adaptations of a mythological story ever created. With its breathtaking visuals, powerful performances, epic scale, and respect for the source material, The Odyssey delivers the kind of legendary storytelling that feels truly timeless. The Odyssey feels like a combination of Lawrence of Arabia and The Lord of the Rings, while being deeply rooted in the world of Greek mythology. Like Lawrence of Arabia, it captures the scale and grandeur of an epic historical journey, with vast landscapes, powerful imagery, political conflicts, and a protagonist caught between personal struggles and a much larger world. It presents a civilization at a turning point, where war, honor, and the ambitions of powerful leaders shape the lives of ordinary people and legendary heroes alike. At the same time, The Odyssey carries the sense of adventure and wonder found in The Lord of the Rings. It is a journey filled with mysterious lands, dangerous creatures, supernatural forces, and encounters that test the hero's courage and character. However, unlike many fantasy stories, the monsters and gods of The Odyssey come from one of the oldest mythological traditions in human history. The Cyclops, gods, sea dangers, and mythical beings are not simply fantasy elements. They are part of a cultural story that has influenced literature for thousands of years. What makes The Odyssey stand out is how it combines the realism of an ancient war epic with the imagination of mythology. It is a story about a soldier trying to return home, but also a mythological quest where humans must survive against forces far beyond their control. Christopher Nolan's adaptation captures both sides of the story, the grounded struggles of Odysseus as a warrior and king, and the larger-than-life world of Greek gods, monsters, and legends. The result is an epic that feels both ancient and timeless. It has the historical weight of Lawrence of Arabia, the adventure and fantasy of The Lord of the Rings, and the mythology of ancient Greece all combined into one massive cinematic experience. Compared to Sword Art Online, The Odyssey completely outclasses it in every aspect. While Sword Art Online has an interesting premise, it often struggles with inconsistent writing, underdeveloped characters, and a story that fails to live up to its initial potential. What begins as an exploration of virtual worlds and survival quickly becomes weighed down by predictable conflicts and disappointing storytelling choices. The Odyssey, on the other hand, succeeds because it is built on a foundation that has endured for thousands of years. It tells a story about war, loss, loyalty, temptation, pride, and the desperate desire to return home. Christopher Nolan transforms Homer's ancient epic into a powerful modern experience while preserving the themes that made the original poem a masterpiece. Where Sword Art Online feels like a forgettable modern fantasy, The Odyssey feels like a true legend brought to life. One is a story that has survived for nearly 3,000 years, while the other struggles to leave a lasting impact. Nolan's adaptation proves why some stories become timeless classics while others fade into the background. Sword Art Online doesn't even come close when compared to the scale, ambition, and storytelling legacy of The Odyssey. While Sword Art Online attempts to create an epic fantasy adventure, it is ultimately built around a much smaller and more modern concept. The story explores virtual worlds and game mechanics, but it lacks the historical weight, cultural impact, and universal themes that have allowed The Odyssey to survive for nearly 3,000 years. The Odyssey is not just an adventure story, it is one of the foundations of Western literature. Its themes of loyalty, perseverance, temptation, identity, pride, and the longing for home have influenced countless stories across generations. Odysseus' journey is more than a series of battles and obstacles. It is a deeply human story about a man trying to return to his family after experiencing the horrors of war. By comparison, Sword Art Online struggles to reach that same level of emotional and thematic depth. Most entertainment is forgotten within a few years. Even many successful franchises eventually lose relevance. The real test of greatness isn't whether something trends for a season or dominates social media for a few months. It's whether people are still talking about it centuries later. Homer passed that test. The Odyssey has passed it for nearly 3 millennia. Sword Art Online hasn't even existed for a few decades. That's the difference between a timeless masterpiece and a modern series. In this video, we're going to discuss why The Odyssey is a far more impactful and enduring story than Sword Art Online. We'll compare the two stories by looking at their characters, themes, world building, and overall writing to see why one has remained a timeless classic while the other has received much more negative reactions. We'll break down why the Odyssey has remained one of the greatest stories ever told and why Sword Art Online struggles to reach the same level of lasting impact. The Odyssey is nearly 3,000 years old, and people are still reading it, studying it, adapting it into movies, and debating its meaning. Schools teach it. Universities analyze it. Writers, filmmakers, and game developers continue drawing inspiration from it. That's what a timeless story looks like. Now ask yourself this, do you honestly think people will be talking about Sword Art Online 3,000 years from now? The answer is no. 3,000 years is an almost unimaginable amount of time. Entire civilizations have risen and fallen since Homer first told the story of Odysseus. Empires have collapsed, religions have spread across the globe, languages have evolved, and countless books, movies, and TV shows have faded into obscurity. Yet the Odyssey is still here. Sword Art Online is a product of its time. It was built around modern technology. It has its fans, but it hasn't demonstrated anything close to the kind of lasting cultural influence that epics like the Odyssey have achieved. Nobody intelligent likes Sword Art Online, and I'm not talking about Odysseus. I mean actual people with functioning critical thinking skills. Sword Art Online is what happens when you take an incredible premise, throw away its potential, and replace it with a self-insert power fantasy. The idea of thousands of players being trapped in a deadly virtual world should have created a story filled with psychological tension, moral dilemmas, and unforgettable character moments. Instead, we got the plot bending over backward to make Kirito the smartest, strongest, and most important person in every situation. The difference is that the Odyssey understands what makes a legendary hero. Odysseus isn't memorable because he's unbeatable, he's memorable because he's flawed. He lies, he makes mistakes, he lets his pride get the better of him, and he has to use intelligence and determination to survive. His journey is about struggle, sacrifice, and the human desire to return home. The main character of Sword Art Online, Kirito, is often criticized for having a very flat and emotionless personality. His character is frequently described as being overly stoic, with many of his reactions feeling limited to the same serious expression regardless of what is happening around him. For a protagonist who is supposed to be facing life or death situations, personal sacrifices, and emotional struggles, many viewers feel that he lacks the depth and vulnerability that would make those moments truly impactful. In fact, Kirito is so wooden that he probably could have auditioned for the role of the Trojan horse itself. At least the Trojan horse had a purpose. It stood there silently and eventually helped the Greeks win the war. Kirito spends much of Sword Art Online doing something similar, standing around while the story bends around him. So while the Trojan horse may have been a wooden character, at least it was only wooden by design. Instead of focusing on the psychological impact of being trapped in a virtual world, the series frequently shifts toward power fantasies and predictable conflicts. This is where the Odyssey stands apart. Homer's epic has lasted for thousands of years because its characters are built around universal human struggles. Odysseus is not simply a powerful hero, he is flawed, intelligent, prideful, and vulnerable. His victories come with consequences, and his journey forces him to confront his own weaknesses. The supporting characters, from Penelope to Telemachus and the gods themselves, all contribute to larger themes about family, loyalty, identity, and fate. Sword Art Online's storytelling does not reach the same level of complexity or emotional depth as a work like the Odyssey. One is a recent series built around a fictional game world, while the other is an ancient epic that has shaped literature and storytelling for generations. The initial setup creates opportunities for complex themes about survival, morality, relationships, and the consequences of living in a digital world, but the execution often leaves those ideas underdeveloped. One of the biggest criticisms is the way many characters are handled. Rather than receiving deep development and meaningful personal arcs, several characters are introduced with interesting backgrounds, but are not given enough time or focus to grow beyond their initial roles. The story often centers heavily around Kirito, making other characters feel more like supporting figures rather than fully developed individuals with their own goals, conflicts, and journeys. The writing also receives criticism for relying on convenient plot developments and conflicts that are sometimes resolved too easily. Moments that could have created genuine tension or emotional consequences are often rushed, causing some viewers to feel that the story sacrifices depth for spectacle. Its world building and character development often rely on familiar anime tropes, and many of its conflicts feel more like genre conventions than timeless human struggles. While it may have a dedicated fan base, it does not carry the same historical significance or narrative influence as an epic like the Odyssey. The difference is the difference between a modern fantasy series and a foundational myth that has shaped storytelling itself. The Odyssey has inspired writers, filmmakers, and artists for thousands of years, while Sword Art Online is still a relatively recent work. Christopher Nolan's adaptation brings one of humanity's oldest stories back to the screen, proving why some legends remain powerful across centuries. Sword Art Online has often been criticized for its writing and character development. Many viewers feel that the story fails to fully explore the potential of its idea. The Odyssey is one of the greatest epic poems of all time. The movie begins with Travis Scott's character, a bard, telling a story to the suitors in Ithaca. In Homer's poem, there are two primary bards who appear throughout the story. The first is Phemius, the bard who performs for the suitors in Odysseus' palace on Ithaca. The second is Demodocus, the blind bard of the Phaeacians, who sings about the Trojan War and the legendary heroes who fought in it. The bard plays a central role in ancient Greek culture, preserving history, mythology, and heroic tales through oral performance. By introducing a single bard to open the film, Nolan streamlines a narrative that, in Homer's poem, is told through multiple voices and perspectives. This framing makes Odysseus' journey feel less like a first-hand account and more like a tale being passed down from one generation to the next. Nolan has said that casting Scott wasn't simply about celebrity appeal. Instead, it was meant to acknowledge the Odyssey's origins as an orally performed epic by drawing a parallel between ancient bards reciting poetry before an audience and modern rappers, making Scott a contemporary counterpart to the storytellers who kept Homer's epic alive. The bard in the movie is never named, but he's most likely meant to be Phemius since this scene takes place in Ithaca. By placing the bard in that same setting, the film strongly suggests that this is its version of Phemius. However, it also expands his role considerably. In the original poem, Phemius is largely a background character who entertains the suitors, whereas the film uses him to introduce the audience to the story itself, transforming him into the narrator who sets Odysseus' journey in motion. In Homer's Odyssey, Phemius doesn't willingly perform for the suitors. Although he's the bard in Odysseus' palace, he's forced to entertain the men who have taken over the household while they feast and disrespect Odysseus' home. This makes him very different from the film's version of the bard, who comes across as a willing storyteller passing the legend on to a new audience. In the original poem, Phemius isn't celebrating the suitors or supporting their actions. He's simply trying to survive under their control. After Odysseus returns and kills the suitors, Phemius pleads for mercy, explaining that he only sang because he was forced to. Odysseus accepts his explanation and spares his life, recognizing that Phemius was an innocent bystander caught in the middle of the conflict. Homer never describes Phemius' physical appearance, race, or skin color, so the poem neither confirms nor rules out any particular depiction. As a result, casting Scott is a creative choice rather than one that contradicts an explicit description in the source material. The poem does reveal one personal detail about Phemius. He's the son of Terpes, sometimes translated as Terpius. Beyond that, Homer tells us very little about him. We learn nothing about his appearance or physical characteristics, and his identity is shaped almost entirely by his profession and his place in Odysseus' palace. Even so, naming his father gives Phemius a clear place within the world of the poem. Like many figures in Greek mythology, his family lineage helps establish his identity, showing that he's more than just an anonymous singer, even if he remains a relatively minor character. Unlike the movie, Homer's Odyssey doesn't begin with a bard telling the story to the suitors. Instead, it opens with an invocation to the muse, asking for divine inspiration to tell the tale of Odysseus, the hero who spent years struggling to return home after the Trojan War. The story then shifts to the gods on Mount Olympus, where Zeus reflects on how people often blame the gods for their suffering, even when their own choices are responsible. He points to the fate of Aegisthus, who ignored divine warnings and was ultimately killed for his crimes, as an example of humans bringing misfortune upon themselves. Athena then turns the conversation to Odysseus, reminding Zeus that he has been stranded on Calypso's island for years, despite deserving to return home. Zeus agrees that the time has finally come for Odysseus' journey to continue. He sends Hermes to order Calypso to release him, while Athena travels to Ithaca to guide Telemachus and encourage him to begin searching for news of his father. This creates one of the film's biggest structural changes. Instead of opening with the consequences of Odysseus' absence in Ithaca, the movie introduces the story through a bard, framing it as a legendary tale being passed down to its audience. One of the biggest differences between the movie and Homer's Odyssey is the role of the gods. Aside from Athena, none of the Olympian gods physically appear in the film, even though divine intervention is one of the driving forces behind the original story and Greek mythology as a whole. In Homer's poem, the gods constantly shape the course of events. Their actions aren't symbolic or ambiguous. They're real characters who actively intervene in the lives of mortals, making the Odyssey as much a story about the relationship between humans and the gods as it is about Odysseus' journey home. The film takes a very different approach. By the end, it's strongly implied that Athena may not be a literal goddess at all. Instead, she appears to be a manifestation of Odysseus' conscience or guilt, existing only within his mind rather than as an actual divine being. This transforms her role from a supernatural guide into a psychological one, reflecting Odysseus' inner struggles instead of the direct intervention of a deity. It's a significant departure from both Homer's Odyssey and traditional Greek mythology, where Athena is unquestionably real and plays a crucial role in helping Odysseus return home. By treating her as a possible figment of Odysseus' imagination, the movie replaces the epic supernatural worldview with a more grounded, character-driven interpretation. The movie also includes a flashback of the Trojan horse during the Trojan War. In the scene, the horse is left in the water, slowly sinking into the sand, creating a striking visual. Homer's Odyssey never depicts the Trojan horse this way. In fact, the poem doesn't show Odysseus building the horse or leaving it outside Troy. Instead, those events are only recounted through the memories and stories of other characters. One of the most significant accounts comes from Demodocus, who sings about the fall of Troy when Odysseus visits the Phaeacians. His song tells how the Greeks used the wooden horse to infiltrate the city and secure their victory. Odysseus later recounts parts of the story himself after revealing his identity. This highlights another way the film expands on Homer's narrative. The Odyssey isn't about the Trojan War itself, but about Odysseus' struggle to return home after it. The Trojan horse is a defining moment in his past, yet Homer presents it as a remembered event rather than one that unfolds directly before the audience. The movie also takes creative liberties with the design of the Trojan horse. It's presented in a dramatic pose that makes it resemble a towering monument. Homer's Odyssey offers nothing nearly as detailed. The poem simply describes it as a large wooden horse used to deceive the Trojans and gain entry into the city. Homer never explains its exact appearance, whether it was rearing on its hind legs or any other specific design features. For him, the horse's significance lies not in how it looked, but in the ingenious strategy behind it. It stands as a symbol of Odysseus' intelligence and the deception that ultimately brought about Troy's downfall. Another change is the inclusion of Sinon. Although the movie features him as a key figure in the Trojan horse story, he doesn't appear anywhere in Homer's Odyssey. Instead, he's best known from Virgil's Aeneid, a Roman epic written centuries later. In Virgil's account, he's the Greek soldier who deceives the Trojans into bringing the wooden horse inside the city by claiming it's a sacred offering and convincing them that the Greeks have abandoned the war. His deception allows the warriors hidden inside the horse to emerge and capture Troy. Homer's Odyssey never mentions this character. It doesn't identify the person responsible for persuading the Trojans to accept it. By including Sinon, the film draws from a later Roman tradition rather than Homer's original epic, blending multiple ancient sources into a more complete retelling of the fall of Troy. He also has an interesting background in later Greek and Roman traditions. Some ancient sources identify him as a cousin of Odysseus. That family connection is fitting because both men are defined by their cunning. Odysseus is celebrated throughout Greek mythology for his intelligence and ability to outwit his enemies, while Sinon is remembered for using deception to persuade the Trojans to bring the wooden horse inside their city. His name may even reflect that role. It's often linked to the Greek verb meaning to harm or to hurt, which is an appropriate association for the man whose lie ultimately led to the fall of Troy. The movie also changes Sinon's role in the Trojan horse story. In the film, a group of Trojans questions him about the mysterious wooden horse, and he tells them it's a gift dedicated to Athena. Believing his explanation, they decide to bring the horse into Troy as an offering to the goddess. Before they can do so, however, they kill Sinon, ending his role in the story before he can play any further part in the deception. Virgil's Aeneid tells a very different version of these events. In that account, Sinon is captured and brought before the Trojans, where he delivers a carefully crafted speech that earns their trust. He deceives them into believing the horse is a sacred offering to Athena, called Minerva in Roman mythology, and claims that bringing it inside the city will secure the goddess's favor and ultimately help Troy conquer Greece. Convinced by his story, the Trojans pull the horse within their walls. That night, the Greek warriors hidden inside emerge, open the city gates, and allow the returning Greek army to enter and destroy the city. By killing Sinon shortly after his explanation, the film transforms him from the architect of the deception into a tragic victim, turning his death into part of the dramatic buildup instead of making him the key figure responsible for Troy's downfall. The movie omits Cassandra. She was a Trojan princess and the daughter of King Priam and Queen Hecuba. According to Greek mythology, Apollo granted her the gift of prophecy, but after she rejected him, he cursed her so that although her predictions would always be true, no one would ever believe them. In later accounts of the Trojan horse story, Cassandra recognizes that the wooden horse is a trap and desperately warns the Trojans not to bring it inside the city. Despite telling the truth, her warnings are ignored because of Apollo's curse. Cassandra serves as the perfect foil to Sinon. While Sinon uses lies to persuade the Trojans to accept the horse, Cassandra speaks the truth but can't convince anyone to listen. Together, they reinforce one of the central themes of the fall of Troy, how deception can triumph when truth is ignored. By leaving Cassandra out, the film removes one of the story's most tragic and symbolic voices of warning. It's worth noting, however, that Cassandra doesn't play a major role in Homer's Odyssey either. Her connection to the Trojan horse comes primarily from later Greek and Roman traditions, especially Virgil's Aeneid and other ancient sources. The movie also leaves out Laocoon and his two sons, who play a major role in later accounts of the Trojan horse. Laocoon was a Trojan priest. When the Greeks left the wooden horse outside the city, he immediately suspected it was a trap. He famously warned the Trojans, "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts," and even hurled a spear into the side of the horse in an attempt to expose the deception. His warning ultimately goes unheeded. Enormous sea serpents are sent by the gods and kill him and his sons before the eyes of the Trojans. Rather than seeing this as a sign that the horse is dangerous, the Trojans interpret it as proof that he had offended the gods by attacking a sacred offering. His death, combined with the dismissal of Cassandra's prophecy, convinces the Trojans to bring the horse into the city. By omitting this, the film removes another crucial warning that could have prevented Troy's destruction. Their story reinforces one of the central tragedies of the Trojan War. The Trojans weren't doomed because they lacked warnings, but because they refused to believe them. The movie also takes creative liberties with the armor worn by the Trojan warriors, particularly their helmets. Many of them resemble the iconic Corinthian helmet, a style closely associated with Greek hoplites of the archaic and classical periods. With its full-face design, prominent nose guard, and cheek plates, the Corinthian helmet has become one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Greek warfare, making it a popular choice in modern films. Historically, however, the Trojan War is traditionally set during the Late Bronze Age, several centuries before the Corinthian helmet came into use. The Trojans wouldn't have worn this later style of helmet. Instead, archaeological evidence suggests that warriors of the period used helmets made from materials such as bronze, leather, and even boar tusks. One of the best-known examples is the Mycenaean boar's tusk helmet, constructed by attaching rows of polished boar tusks to a leather cap. Although this design is most famously associated with the Mycenaean Greeks, it illustrates the types of helmets used during the Late Bronze Age, which looked very different from the later Corinthian style. By giving the Trojan warriors Corinthian-style helmets, the film favors the familiar image of an ancient Greek soldier over equipment that would have been more appropriate for the period in which the Trojan War is traditionally set. The movie also expands on how the Trojan horse is transported into the city. In the film, the Trojans haul the enormous wooden horse with thick ropes while placing large logs beneath it to help it roll across the ground. The sequence emphasizes the horse's immense size and weight, making the effort to move it feel like a monumental undertaking. It's a practical, visually grounded solution that helps modern audiences understand how such a massive structure could have been brought through the gates of Troy. Homer's Odyssey never provides that level of detail. The poem simply states that the Greeks built the wooden horse and that the Trojans, deceived by the Greek plan, brought it into their city. Homer doesn't explain how the horse was moved, whether it had wheels or what techniques were used to transport it. The mechanics of the horse are never the focus. Instead, the emphasis is on the deception that convinced the Trojans to accept it in the first place. Later, ancient sources are similarly vague. In Virgil's Aeneid, the horse is described as an enormous wooden structure that the Trojans pull inside Troy after being persuaded by Sinon's lies. But Virgil also doesn't describe its construction or explain exactly how it was transported. Because the ancient texts leave these details unspecified, artists, historians, and filmmakers have imagined the process in different ways for centuries. Some depictions show the horse mounted on wheels, while others portray it being dragged or rolled using logs and ropes. Nolan's version falls into this latter tradition, offering a believable visual interpretation rather than adapting a specific description from the original sources. Ultimately, the film's method of moving the horse is a creative addition, since neither Homer nor Virgil explains how the Trojans actually transported it into the city. One detail the movie gets surprisingly close to Homer's Odyssey is the disagreement over what the bard should sing. In the film, Penelope doesn't want the bard to perform this particular story, while Telemachus insists that he continue, reminding the suitors whose home they're occupying and whose wine they're drinking. This scene is clearly inspired by Homer's poem. There, Phemius performs a song about the Greek heroes returning home after the Trojan War, often translated as the return from Troy. The song reflects a broader tradition of epic poetry about the aftermath of the war and serves as a painful reminder of the many warriors who never made it home. When Penelope hears the performance, she's overwhelmed with grief. The song reminds her that Odysseus has been missing for years, so she asks Phemius to choose a different subject. However, her son refuses her request. He argues that a bard shouldn't be prevented from singing whatever story inspires him, and insists that the authority to make decisions within the household now belongs to him. It's a pivotal moment in the poem because it marks the beginning of his transformation into the role of his absent father. At the same time, by allowing the song to continue, he sends a subtle message to the suitors that they're still feasting in Odysseus's palace, not their own. Tom Holland was around 30 years old during production. This makes him noticeably older than the character in Homer's Odyssey. In the poem, he's about 20 years old, still on the threshold of adulthood. Much of his character arc centers on his transformation from an inexperienced young man into a confident leader, capable of protecting his household and eventually standing alongside his father. Casting an older actor naturally changes how audiences perceive the character. Rather than appearing like someone who's only beginning to find his voice, this version of the character comes across as more mature from the outset. As a result, his conflicts with the suitors and his relationship with Odysseus may feel different than they do in the original poem. That said, casting older actors in younger roles is a common filmmaking practice. Directors often prioritize an actor's performance and screen presence over matching a character's exact age, and Nolan's casting of Holland appears to reflect that same approach. The movie's portrayal of Penelope is actually much closer to Homer's timeline than some of the other casting choices. Penelope is played by Anne Hathaway, who was in her early 40s during production, closely matching the character's implied age in the Odyssey. Although Homer never states Penelope's exact age, she's generally believed to be around 40 years old. After 10 years of war and another 10 years before Odysseus finally returns home, Penelope has spent roughly 2 decades waiting for her husband's return. In the movie, Penelope refers to Zeus's law, but this isn't a line taken directly from Homer's Odyssey. Instead, it reflects a broader concept in ancient Greek religion. Zeus was regarded as the guardian of justice and the protector of sacred social customs, especially hospitality. In this role, known as Zeus Xenios, he oversaw the relationship between hosts and guests, requiring hosts to welcome strangers with generosity and guests to respect the homes that received them. This principle is one of the central themes of the Odyssey. The suitors repeatedly violate the sacred laws of hospitality by occupying Odysseus's palace, consuming his food and wine, wasting his wealth, and pressuring Penelope to marry one of them while Odysseus is still alive. Their behavior isn't simply rude. It's a serious offense against the divine order that Zeus is meant to uphold. Although ancient Greece never had a literal code known as Zeus's law, the film uses the phrase as shorthand for these religious and moral obligations. It captures the spirit of Homer's world even if it isn't drawn from a specific passage in the poem. The movie never states exactly how many suitors have occupied Odysseus's palace, referring to them only as dozens of men competing for Penelope's hand in marriage. Homer's Odyssey, however, is much more specific. The poem identifies 108 suitors in total, drawn from Ithaca and the neighboring islands. They've spent years living in Odysseus's palace, consuming his food and wine, wasting his wealth, and behaving as though they're already the rightful rulers of his household. The exact number highlights the enormity of the crisis facing Penelope and her son. They're not dealing with a handful of unwelcome guests, but with a large coalition of powerful noblemen who have effectively taken control of the palace and believe they're beyond punishment. Although Homer names only a relatively small number of the suitors individually, the group of 108 symbolizes the complete corruption of Odysseus' home and the breakdown of social order in Ithaca. While the number 108 may seem unusually precise, there's no evidence that Homer intended it to carry any hidden symbolic meaning. When Odysseus finally returns and defeats all 108 suitors, his victory represents more than personal revenge. It marks the restoration of justice, rightful kingship, and the sacred order that had been violated throughout his long absence. The movie also changes the timeline of Odysseus' journey home. At one point, Penelope says it's been 8 years since the fall of Troy, but that's not consistent with Homer's Odyssey. In the original poem, the Trojan War lasts 10 years, and after Troy falls, Odysseus spends another 10 years trying to return to Ithaca. By the time the Odyssey begins, it's been roughly 20 years since he left home, and about 10 years since the war ended. That difference has a significant impact on the story. In Homer's version, Penelope has endured 2 decades without her husband, spending the last 10 years uncertain whether he's alive or dead. During that time, the suitors gradually take over Odysseus' palace, while her son grows from an infant into a young man who's never truly known his father. By shortening the timeline to 8 years after Troy's fall, the film makes Odysseus' absence feel less prolonged, and the events of the Trojan War seem more recent. While this may help streamline the story for modern audiences, it doesn't match the chronology established in Homer's original epic. In the movie, it's stated that the suitors have been occupying Odysseus' palace for 3 years. This is one detail that aligns closely with Homer's original Odyssey. Although the poem never explicitly states how long the suitors have been living in the palace, it's clear from the story that they've been there for several years. By the time the Odyssey begins, Odysseus has been gone for nearly 20 years, but the suitors don't arrive immediately after his departure. Instead, they begin appearing only after it becomes widely believed that he will never return. Ancient commentators and many modern scholars generally place the suitors' occupation at around 3 years before Odysseus' return, making the movie's timeline consistent with the traditional understanding of the poem. By the time Odysseus finally returns, the palace has effectively been under the suitors' control for years, making their defeat not only an act of personal revenge, but also the restoration of order and rightful kingship in Ithaca. The movie shows Telemachus welcoming a beggar into the palace, but Homer's Odyssey handles this scene differently. In the poem, the only beggar he welcomes into his home is Odysseus himself, though nobody in the palace initially recognizes him. Before Odysseus returns to Ithaca, Athena disguises him as an elderly beggar so he can observe the situation in his household without revealing his identity. The movie also appears to misidentify one of the suitors. Corey Hawkins is credited as playing a character named Polybus, but based on Homer's Odyssey, the role would more logically be Eurymachus. In the original poem, he's one of the 2 principal leaders of the suitors. He plays a major role throughout the story, manipulating the other suitors, mocking Odysseus while he's disguised as a beggar, and pressuring Penelope to choose a new husband. If the character is intended to be one of the leading suitors, Eurymachus would be the accurate choice. Polybus, on the other hand, is his father. If the filmmakers intentionally name the character Polybus, they're drawing on a name that belongs to a different generation and a different role in the story. If the character is meant to represent one of Penelope's suitors, calling him Eurymachus would align much more closely with Homer's original epic. Antinous is then introduced as one of the leading suitors occupying Odysseus' palace, and in this case, the movie stays very close to Homer's original portrayal. In the Odyssey, he's one of the 2 principal leaders of the suitors and is consistently depicted as the most arrogant, aggressive, and ruthless member of the group. Homer identifies him as the son of Euphetes, a nobleman from Ithaca, and presents him as the driving force behind many of the suitors' worst actions. Throughout the poem, he shows complete contempt for the sacred laws of hospitality. In the movie, Antinous mentions that he knew Odysseus before the Trojan War, and the film includes a flashback showing a younger version of him watching Odysseus during a hunt. This scene establishes a personal connection between the 2 characters and suggests that he admired or looked up to Odysseus before eventually becoming one of the men who took over his palace. This is an addition created by the movie and doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem doesn't include any flashback scenes showing Antinous and Odysseus together, nor does it describe them hunting together or having a personal relationship before the war. However, the idea that he knew Odysseus isn't impossible. In the original poem, he would have grown up in the same society as Odysseus. He likely would have known of Odysseus as the king of Ithaca, especially because Odysseus was a famous warrior and hero. The difference is that Homer presents their relationship in a more distant way. Antinous isn't shown as someone with personal memories of Odysseus. Instead, he represents the younger generation of Ithacans who take advantage of Odysseus' absence and disrespect his household after assuming he'll never return. By adding the hunting flashback, the movie changes their conflict from a struggle between a returning king and arrogant subjects into something more personal. Antinous is no longer just a suitor who's taken over Odysseus' home. He becomes someone who once knew and respected Odysseus, but later betrays his legacy. In the movie, Antinous explains that he once tried to volunteer for Odysseus' expedition to Troy. According to him, Odysseus refused his offer and instead told him to remain in Ithaca and watch over Telemachus while the Greek warriors went to fight. This creates a much more personal history between him and Odysseus. It suggests that he once respected Odysseus and even wanted to serve alongside him, but that relationship later becomes corrupted when he takes advantage of Odysseus' absence and joins the suitors. However, this event doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem never says that he volunteered to fight at Troy, that Odysseus rejected him, or that he was given the responsibility of keeping an eye on anyone. In the original story, he's simply one of the Ithacan noblemen who remained at home during the Trojan War. Homer doesn't provide a detailed backstory for him before he becomes a suitor. His importance comes from his actions after Odysseus disappears, especially his leadership among the suitors and his cruelty toward Odysseus disguised as a beggar and his son. By adding this backstory, the movie changes him from a character who represents arrogance and corruption into a more complicated figure. Instead of being only an enemy who abuses Odysseus' household, he becomes someone with a former connection to Odysseus who believes he was overlooked or denied the chance to prove himself. In the movie, it's the beggar who encourages Telemachus to go to Sparta and speak with Menelaus. This creates a different dynamic because the advice comes from a mysterious stranger inside Odysseus' palace. In Homer's original Odyssey, it's Athena who gives him this guidance. She appears to him disguised as Mentes, an old guest friend of Odysseus' family, and encourages him to stop living in fear of the suitors and take action. She advises him to travel first to Pylos to speak with Nestor, then continue to Sparta to meet Menelaus, who may have news about Odysseus' fate. The difference is significant because the movie transfers Athena's role to the beggar character. In the original poem, the person advising him isn't a random outsider but a goddess who's actively guiding Odysseus' family. Athena's involvement is one of the central forces driving the events of the Odyssey, as she repeatedly helps both Odysseus and his son throughout the story. By giving this advice to the beggar instead, the movie changes the source of Telemachus' journey and makes the relationship between the characters more personal and direct. Athena never interacts with Telemachus at all in the movie. Instead, she appears only in connection with Odysseus, and even those encounters are left deliberately ambiguous. By the end of the film, it's strongly implied that Athena may not be a literal goddess, but rather a manifestation of Odysseus' guilt or subconscious. This is a major departure from the original poem. In Homer's Odyssey, Athena is unquestionably real. She speaks with Zeus, disguises herself in different forms, influences events across Greece, and guides multiple characters throughout the story. She isn't a symbolic vision or a psychological projection. She's an active Olympian goddess whose intervention shapes the course of the entire epic. One of the movie's biggest departures from Homer's Odyssey is its decision to downplay many of the mythological elements in favor of a more grounded, realistic interpretation. In the original poem, the gods are active participants in the story, and divine intervention constantly influences the fate of both mortals and kingdoms. The supernatural isn't presented as metaphor or imagination. It's simply the reality of the universe Homer describes. The movie takes a different approach by making many of these elements more psychologically grounded. Rather than presenting the gods as unquestionable divine beings, it often leaves room for the audience to interpret certain events as visions, symbolism, or the result of Odysseus' own state of mind. This creates a version of the Odyssey that feels more historical and character-driven, but it also moves away from one of the defining features of the original epic. Homer's Odyssey isn't just the story of a man trying to get home. It's also the story of a world where gods, prophecies, and fate are inseparable from everyday life. The gods interact with mortals constantly throughout Greek mythology. Unlike many modern stories where the gods remain distant or mysterious, the Olympian gods regularly appear before humans, disguise themselves as ordinary people, give advice, offer protection, punish wrongdoing, and even fight alongside or against mortals. They influence wars, journeys, kingdoms, and individual lives, making divine intervention one of the defining features of Greek mythology. To the ancient Greeks, the gods weren't passive observers. They were active participants whose decisions could change the course of human history. Homer's Odyssey reflects this worldview from beginning to end. The gods don't simply watch events unfold. They shape them. Mortals pray to them, sacrifice to them, argue with them, and sometimes even receive direct guidance face to face. This constant interaction between gods and humans is one of the defining characteristics of both the Odyssey and Greek mythology as a whole. In the movie, Eumaeus is portrayed as blind, but this isn't part of Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, he's Odysseus' loyal swineherd and one of the few people in Ithaca who remained faithful to him during his long absence. Homer never describes him as blind or having any physical disability. Instead, Eumaeus is defined by his loyalty and his kindness towards strangers. When Odysseus returns disguised as a beggar, Eumaeus welcomes him into his home and offers him food and shelter, even though he doesn't know the beggar is actually his master. This makes Eumaeus an important contrast to the suitors. While the suitors abuse the rules of hospitality by taking over Odysseus' palace, Eumaeus follows those traditions by treating a stranger with generosity and respect. Eumaeus being portrayed as blind may be a reference to Homer himself, as ancient tradition has long associated the poet with blindness. Although there's no historical evidence proving that Homer was actually blind, the image of him as a blind poet became one of the most famous traditions surrounding his identity. This connection is especially interesting because blindness in ancient Greek storytelling was often linked with wisdom, prophecy, and the ability to see beyond ordinary things. By making Eumaeus blind, the movie may be drawing a symbolic connection between the character and the tradition of the blind storyteller. The movie's version adds a symbolic layer to the character, using blindness as a way to connect Eumaeus to the larger tradition of epic storytelling rather than following the details of the original text. The movie also changes Eumaeus' portrayal through its casting. Eumaeus is played by a Colombian-American actor, which gives the character a different cultural background from what many audiences might expect. However, this is a modern adaptation choice and isn't something found in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem doesn't describe him in terms of modern nationality, race, or ethnicity. In Homer's version, he's originally from a place called Syria, an ancient region mentioned in Greek tradition. As a child, he was kidnapped by Phoenician traders and sold into slavery before being brought to Ithaca and becoming part of Odysseus' household. Homer focuses on his actions and character rather than his appearance. He's remembered as a loyal and honorable servant who remains faithful to Odysseus even after many years. In the movie, he's shown as a much harsher character. He beats travelers to death for telling lies about Odysseus, showing his extreme loyalty and anger toward anyone who dishonors his master. However, this doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. He isn't portrayed as a violent enforcer. Instead, he's one of the most honorable and compassionate characters in the poem. He's deeply loyal to Odysseus and is frustrated by the people who disrespect his household, especially the suitors. However, he doesn't attack strangers for their words. This creates a major difference between the two versions. The movie emphasizes his anger and devotion through violence, while Homer presents him as a model of loyalty, patience, and proper hospitality. His exact age is never stated in Homer's Odyssey, but he's most likely in his 50s or 60s by the time Odysseus returns to Ithaca. He's spent decades serving Odysseus' household and has lived through the entire 20-year absence caused by the Trojan War and Odysseus' long journey home. The actor portraying him in the adaptation is also in his mid-60s, which fits the character's description as an older, loyal servant who has spent many years waiting for his master to return. In the movie, Telemachus trains with Mentor, who helps prepare him for the challenges ahead. This character is actually based on someone from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Mentor is an old friend of Odysseus and a trusted companion of his household. Before leaving for Troy, Odysseus places Mentor in charge of protecting his home and watching over his son. When Odysseus is gone, Mentor is one of the few loyal figures connected to the royal household. However, the movie changes Mentor's role significantly. In Homer's Odyssey, Mentor isn't presented as a warrior training Telemachus in combat. He's mainly a trusted advisor and guardian figure. The person who guides Telemachus most actively throughout the poem is actually Athena, who often disguises herself as Mentor to advise him and encourage him to become more confident. The connection between mentor and wisdom became so strong in later culture that the word mentor comes from this character's name. So, while the movie's inclusion of mentor is rooted in Homer's original poem, the training sequences are entirely an invention of the filmmaker. Homer presents Mentor as a loyal family friend and a symbol of guidance, rather than as a warrior instructor. In the movie, Mentor is played by Ryan Hurst, who was around 50 years old during production. In Homer's original Odyssey, Mentor is also an older man. He's described as a trusted friend of Odysseus and a respected elder of Ithaca. However, the exact age of Mentor is never given in the poem. He's clearly older and more established than Telemachus, who's only around 20 years old. Mentor belongs to the generation of Odysseus and the older leaders of Ithaca, making him a fatherly or grandfatherly figure. The main difference isn't his age, but his role. In Homer's Odyssey, Mentor is primarily a trusted advisor and guardian, while the movie expands his role into that of a trainer and warrior. The film also shows Telemachus wearing armor, but Homer never provides a detailed description of what that armor looked like. The poem simply tells us that Telemachus arms himself before the final battle, taking up a sword, spear, shield, helmet, and bronze body armor from Odysseus' household. This moment is significant because it marks Telemachus' transformation from an inexperienced young man into someone ready to stand beside his father and defend his home. Since Homer never describes the appearance of Telemachus' armor, any depiction in a movie is ultimately an artistic interpretation. However, if the goal is historical accuracy, his equipment should reflect the Mycenaean Bronze Age setting of the Trojan War and the Odyssey, not the later classical Greek armor that has become the standard image of ancient Greek warriors. The movie also includes Argus, Odysseus' loyal dog, and this is one detail that comes directly from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, the dog appears when Odysseus finally returns to Ithaca after 20 years away. By this point, the dog is old and neglected, lying near the entrance of Odysseus' palace. When Odysseus arrives disguised as a beggar, the dog immediately recognizes him even though everyone else fails to see through the disguise. This moment is one of the most emotional scenes in the entire Odyssey. Odysseus is forced to hide his identity, but his old dog is still able to recognize his master. The dog's loyalty contrasts with the disloyalty of the suitors, who've taken over Odysseus' home and assumed he will never return. However, Odysseus cannot reveal himself to the dog without ruining Athena's plan. He secretly wipes away a tear after seeing his dog while pretending not to know him. After recognizing Odysseus, the dog dies peacefully, having lived long enough to see his master return home. The scene is brief in Homer's poem, but it has become one of the most famous moments in the Odyssey. The dog represents the faithfulness that Odysseus' household has lost during his absence, making his recognition of Odysseus a powerful symbol of loyalty and homecoming. The movie shows the dog and suggests a connection between them from before the Trojan War. This is based on the original Odyssey, where the dog is described as a dog that Odysseus raised before leaving for Troy. In Homer's poem, the dog wasn't just an ordinary pet. He was a famous hunting dog known for his speed and skill at tracking animals. However, Homer doesn't include a scene showing Odysseus choosing the dog as a puppy or training him. The original story only gives us a brief glimpse of their relationship. In the movie, a flashback shows Eumaeus throwing puppies off a cliff until Odysseus intervenes and saves one of them to become his hunting dog. This scene creates a backstory for the dog and shows the beginning of the bond between Odysseus and his loyal companion. Homer's original Odyssey never describes the dog's birth, his early life, Eumaeus trying to kill puppies, or Odysseus rescuing him. These details are additions created by the movie. The original poem only tells us that the dog was raised by Odysseus before he left for Troy. Homer doesn't explain where the dog came from or how Odysseus acquired him. By adding this flashback, the movie gives the dog a more emotional origin story. Instead of simply being a symbol of loyalty when Odysseus returns, the dog becomes a reminder of Odysseus' compassion and the relationship they shared before the war. The scene also changes Eumaeus' portrayal, making him appear much harsher than he is in Homer's version, where Eumaeus is one of the kindest and most loyal characters in the entire epic. In Homer's Odyssey, Eumaeus doesn't throw puppies off a cliff. Homer never tells us what breed the dog was. He describes him only as Odysseus' faithful hunting dog, celebrated for his skill in tracking and hunting before Odysseus left for the Trojan War. The poem never mentions his size, coat color, or any distinctive physical features, leaving his exact appearance open to interpretation. Because Homer provides so little detail, artists and filmmakers have long had creative freedom in deciding what the dog should look like. One theory is that the dog was a Laconian hound, an ancient Greek hunting dog that's now extinct. The Laconian hound was famous throughout the ancient world for its speed, endurance, and exceptional sense of smell, making it well suited for hunting deer, hares, and other game, the same types of animals the dog is said to have pursued in the Odyssey. In the movie, the dog is portrayed as a Portuguese podengo, a breed of hunting dog that has a long history of being used for tracking and pursuing game. This is an interesting choice because, while the breed itself isn't connected to ancient Greece, its characteristics do fit the role of Odysseus' loyal companion in Homer's Odyssey. The Portuguese podengo is known for its agility, speed, endurance, and strong hunting instincts, qualities that resemble the abilities Homer attributes to the dog when describing him as Odysseus' prized hunting companion. However, the choice isn't historically accurate to the world of the Odyssey. The story takes place in the late Bronze Age Greek world, many years before the Portuguese podengo developed as a recognized breed in its modern form. Because no ancient source describes the dog's exact appearance, Nolan had to choose a breed that visually and behaviorally matched the image they wanted for Odysseus' loyal companion. The Portuguese podengo also carries symbolic similarities to the dog's role in the story. Like many traditional hunting dogs, it represents loyalty, awareness, and a close connection between humans and animals. The movie's choice of a Portuguese podengo emphasizes those traits, even though the breed itself isn't something found in Homer's original epic. Odysseus being attacked by a boar during a hunt is one detail the movie gets surprisingly close to Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, this hunting accident becomes an important part of Odysseus' identity. When he finally returns to Ithaca after 20 years away, Athena disguises him as an old beggar, so he can test the loyalty of those in his household before revealing himself. While disguised, Odysseus is welcomed by his old wet nurse Euryclea, who washes his feet. As she does, she notices a familiar scar on his leg and immediately realizes that the stranger in front of her is actually Odysseus. The poem then pauses the main story to explain the origin of the scar through a flashback. When Odysseus was a young man, he traveled to Mount Parnassus to visit his maternal grandfather. During a boar hunt, Odysseus encountered a powerful wild boar. The animal charged at him and struck him with its tusk, causing a deep wound in his leg. Despite the injury, Odysseus managed to fight back and kill the boar, earning respect for his courage and strength. The wound eventually healed, but the scar remained as a permanent reminder of the event. The scar serves an important purpose in Homer's story because it represents a physical mark that connects Odysseus' past and present. While Athena can disguise his appearance, the scar is something that cannot be hidden from those who truly know him. It becomes the key detail that allows the nurse to recognize her master after years of absence. The movie's decision to include the boar hunt is therefore based on an actual event from the original epic. However, the adaptation changes some details. In Homer's Odyssey, the scar is specifically described as being on Odysseus' leg above the knee, while the movie portrays the injury closer to the ankle area. Nolan preserves the idea of the hunting wound and its connection to Odysseus' identity, but he alters the exact location of the scar for his own interpretation. In the movie, Odysseus is shown plucking his bow before hunting, using the sound as a warning to his prey so that he can fight with honor. This presents him as a warrior who follows a personal code of fairness, even when hunting. This doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem never describes Odysseus warning animals before hunting by drawing or plucking his bow. The bow is an important symbol in the Odyssey, but it's mainly connected to Odysseus' identity as a warrior and king rather than a specific hunting ritual. The movie's hunting ritual is a new interpretation of Odysseus' character. It emphasizes his respect for his opponents and creates a contrast with the violence and cruelty of the suitors. While this idea fits the image of Odysseus as a heroic warrior, it's not something found in Homer's poem. In the movie, Eumaeus trains Telemachus in fighting, helping him prepare for the challenges ahead. This gives Eumaeus a larger role as a mentor and warrior figure. However, this doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. He isn't portrayed as a combat instructor. The movie expands his role by turning him into a more active teacher and protector, while the original poem presents him primarily as a symbol of loyalty, hospitality, and devotion to Odysseus' household. Agamemnon's armor in the movie may look impressive, but Homer's original description is much more specific in some areas and vague in others. In the Iliad, Agamemnon is described wearing some of the finest armor among the Greek warriors. His breastplate is especially notable, with decorations made from bronze, gold, and tin. Homer emphasizes that the armor is extremely valuable, fitting for Agamemnon's position as the leader of the Greek army. He also carries a decorated sword, a large shield, a bronze helmet, and bronze greaves to protect his legs. However, Homer never gives a complete description of his entire appearance, so any modern visual design is an interpretation. Since the Trojan War is set in the Bronze Age, Agamemnon's equipment would have been closer to Mycenaean-style armor, reflecting the world of the legendary heroes who fought at Troy. In the movie, a flashback shows that Odysseus' army was chosen by lottery, suggesting that the soldiers who went to Troy were selected randomly rather than volunteering or being called through political alliances. This doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem doesn't describe Odysseus' army being chosen by lottery, nor does it show a random selection process for the Greek forces. Instead, the Trojan War expedition was made up of kings, princes, and warriors from across the Greek world who were expected to honor their alliances and obligations. According to later Greek mythological traditions, the expedition to Troy was made possible because before Helen married Menelaus, her many suitors swore an oath that they would defend her marriage if anyone ever threatened it. When Paris of Troy took Helen to Troy, Menelaus called upon the former suitors to honor their promise. Because many of these men were powerful kings and heroes, the oath united the Greek kingdoms and led to the legendary expedition against Troy. Odysseus originally tried to avoid joining the expedition to Troy by pretending to be insane. According to these stories, Odysseus didn't want to leave his wife Penelope and his newborn son behind, so he attempted to escape his obligation. When the Greek leaders came to Ithaca to recruit him, Odysseus tried to convince them that he had lost his mind by performing absurd actions. He reportedly began plowing a field while using a horse and an ox together and sowed salt instead of seeds, hoping that his strange behavior would make the others believe he was truly mad and therefore unfit to join the war. However, the Greek hero Palamedes saw through the deception. To test whether Odysseus was genuinely insane, Palamedes placed the infant Telemachus directly in front of Odysseus' plow. Odysseus immediately stopped the plow to avoid harming his son, revealing that he wasn't actually mad and was only pretending. Because his trick had been exposed, Odysseus was forced to honor the oath and join the Greek expedition against Troy. This story is especially interesting because it highlights a major aspect of Odysseus' character in Greek mythology, his intelligence and ability to use deception. Even before the Trojan War begins, he's already portrayed as a master of strategy and trickery. However, the story also creates a rivalry between Odysseus and Palamedes. In later traditions, their conflict continues throughout the war, with Odysseus eventually helping bring about Palamedes' downfall by falsely accusing him of treason. It's important to note that this episode does not appear in Homer's Iliad or Odyssey. The story comes from later Greek traditions about the events before and during the Trojan War, especially from the lost poems of the epic cycle and later mythographers. The fact that the story survives only through later sources shows how the mythology of the Trojan War continued to expand beyond Homer's two epics. The movie's lottery scene changes the nature of the war by making Odysseus and his soldiers seem like ordinary men chosen by chance, while the original myth presents the Trojan War as a conflict between legendary kings, heroes, and their armies. In the movie, Antinous reveals that he was originally chosen to go to Troy, but he avoided the war by switching places with Sinon. This creates a personal connection between the two characters and explains why he remained in Ithaca while others went to fight. This doesn't happen in the original stories. Homer's Odyssey never says that he was chosen by lottery, that he was supposed to go to Troy, or that he traded places with Sinon. In fact, Sinon isn't a character from Homer's Odyssey. His story comes primarily from Virgil's Aeneid, a much later Roman epic written centuries after Homer. In the movie, Antinous explains that Odysseus showed compassion toward his family and allowed him and his father to remain on Ithaca. This creates a backstory where Odysseus and his family had a personal relationship before the events of the Odyssey. This doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. The movie therefore creates a new relationship between Odysseus and Antinous' family. Instead of him simply being one of the many Ithacan nobles who abuse Odysseus' absence, the film portrays him as someone whose family was personally affected by Odysseus' decisions. This change makes their conflict more personal. He's given a deeper personal grievance against Odysseus that comes from events not found in Homer's poem. In the movie, Odysseus' decision to sail to Troy is presented with the understanding that the war could become a long and difficult campaign. This gives the impression that Odysseus and the other Greek leaders were aware from the beginning that their journey might keep them away from home for many years. However, the original Greek traditions surrounding the Trojan War present a more complicated picture. While some later myths describe the seer Calchas interpreting an omen as a prophecy that Troy would fall in the 10th year, this was not the same as the Greeks knowing with certainty how long the war would last. The prophecy was a prediction, not a guarantee, and Homer's Odyssey doesn't mention it at all. The Greek heroes set out expecting a military expedition against Troy, believing they would defeat the city and return home. Instead, the conflict became a decade-long war filled with hardship, uncertainty, and loss. The 10-year duration of the Trojan War is portrayed in Greek mythology as the result of a prolonged and unexpected struggle rather than something Odysseus knowingly accepted from the beginning. For Odysseus, the consequences continued long after the war ended. His 10 years fighting at Troy were followed by another 10 years of wandering before he finally returned to Ithaca, meaning he was separated from his home and family for a total of 20 years. This distinction is important because the original stories emphasize the unpredictable cost of war. Odysseus didn't knowingly choose to abandon his family for 2 decades. Instead, he became caught in a conflict whose consequences were far greater than anyone could have anticipated. The ancient traditions portray the length of the war as something the Greek heroes experienced only after they were already committed. In the movie, Odysseus leaves his son behind as a young boy when he sails to Troy, and this is accurate to Homer's original story. In the Odyssey, the son is still an infant when Odysseus leaves Ithaca to join the Greek expedition against Troy. This means he grows up almost his entire life without his father present. By the time the events of the Odyssey begin, he's around 20 years old and has no real memories of Odysseus as a father. This absence is one of the central themes of the poem. He's not only searching for information about whether Odysseus is alive, but also trying to understand who his father was and how he can live up to his legacy. His journey in the early books of the Odyssey is about becoming mature enough to take his place as the son of a legendary king. In the movie, the dog is shown as being 20 years old, matching the length of Odysseus' absence from Ithaca. This is a remarkable age for a dog, especially because dogs in the ancient world would rarely have lived that long. Modern dogs can sometimes reach 20 years old, especially smaller breeds, but the average lifespan for dogs is usually much shorter. Ancient dogs faced harsher conditions, fewer medical treatments, and greater risks from injury and disease. This makes the dog's survival in the Odyssey even more meaningful. He has waited almost his entire life for Odysseus to return, and he's the first living creature in Ithaca to recognize him. While the people around Odysseus have forgotten him or betrayed him, his old dog remains loyal until the very end. The movie's decision to make the dog exactly 20 years old emphasizes the same idea found in Homer's poem. The dog represents the passage of time and the lasting bond between Odysseus and his home. One scene from the movie that stays very close to Homer's original poem is Penelope weaving a shroud. In the movie, Penelope is making a shroud for Telemachus' grandfather, and she knows that once it's finished, she'll have to choose a new husband. This is a direct connection to the original story. In the Odyssey, Penelope is surrounded by suitors who are trying to take Odysseus' place while he's away. She doesn't want to marry anyone else because she still believes Odysseus will return. To delay the wedding, she comes up with a clever plan. She tells the suitors that she has to finish weaving a burial shroud for Odysseus' father before she can remarry. Every night, she secretly takes apart the work she did during the day, making sure the shroud never gets finished. This moment shows how smart and patient Penelope is. Instead of fighting the suitors with strength, she uses her own skills to keep them away. The movie keeps this important part of her character, showing that Penelope isn't just waiting for Odysseus to come home. She's actively trying to protect her family and control her own future. The movie also adds some details that aren't found in Homer's original poem. One example is the Sea Peoples. These raiders were a real group from the Bronze Age, but they don't appear in the Odyssey. The movie uses them to connect Odysseus' story to the larger world of ancient history, showing the chaos and danger of the time period. While this helps build the setting, it's a change from Homer's version, which focuses more on Odysseus' personal journey home. In the movie, Penelope explains that they learned Troy had fallen from travelers' tales. This is a believable detail because news in the ancient world spread through people who traveled from place to place. Merchants, sailors, and returning soldiers could bring stories of battles and events from faraway lands. This idea also fits with the world of the Odyssey, even though Homer doesn't give a specific explanation for how Ithaca learned about Troy's fall. By the time the poem begins, everyone already knows that the Greeks won the war. The real question is what happened to Odysseus, who still hasn't returned home after 10 years? The movie's explanation adds a realistic way for the people of Ithaca to have learned the news while staying close to the original story. In the movie, Telemachus wears pants, but this isn't how people are usually pictured in Homer's original Odyssey. Ancient Greeks didn't typically wear pants. Instead, they wore different types of loose clothing like tunics and cloaks. A common piece of clothing was a simple garment worn around the body and held together with pins or belts. They also wore cloaks which could be wrapped around the shoulders for warmth or used as an extra layer. Their clothing was made to be practical for the hot Mediterranean climate, so it was usually light and allowed them to move easily. The movie changes Telemachus's clothing to fit a more modern image of a young warrior, but his outfit doesn't fully match the style of clothing described or expected in Homer's world. In the movie, Zeus's law is described as treating others the way you'd want to be treated. This exact saying isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey, but it connects to one of the poem's biggest ideas, hospitality. In ancient Greek culture, Zeus protected the rules of welcoming guests and treating strangers with respect. Throughout the Odyssey, characters are judged by how they treat travelers. Good hosts offer food, shelter, and kindness, while those who abuse their guests are punished. The suitors in Ithaca are a perfect example because they take advantage of Odysseus' home and disrespect his family while he's away. So, while the movie changes the wording, it keeps the same basic idea that Homer showed: respect and kindness matter. The movie includes a flashback where Odysseus explains to Penelope that the Trojans have taken Menelaus' wife Helen, which serves as the reason the Greeks are preparing for war. This scene is based on the central event that begins the Trojan War in Greek mythology, the abduction or departure of Helen of Sparta with Paris of Troy. In Greek tradition, Helen was the wife of Menelaus, the king of Sparta, and brother of Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek expedition. When Paris, a prince of Troy, took Helen to Troy, Menelaus called upon the other Greek kings and heroes to help him recover her. This led to the gathering of the Greek forces and the beginning of the Trojan War. Odysseus explaining this to Penelope is a reasonable addition for a film adaptation because Homer's Odyssey begins after the Trojan War has already ended. The poem assumes that the audience already knows the events that led to the conflict, including Helen's role in starting the war. A modern movie needs to provide more background information for viewers who may not already know the mythology. However, the original Odyssey doesn't include a scene where Odysseus talks to Penelope and explains that Helen has been taken. Instead, the poem focuses on the aftermath of the war and Odysseus' struggle to return home. The events surrounding Helen and the Trojan War are mostly discussed through memories, stories told by other characters, and references to the heroes who fought at Troy. The flashback, therefore, isn't a scene taken directly from Homer's poem, but it adapts information from the wider Greek mythological tradition to establish the motivation behind the war. It gives the audience context for why Odysseus leaves Ithaca and why his journey home becomes such a long and difficult one. In the movie, Agamemnon's reasons for fighting Troy are connected to control over trade routes. However, this isn't the reason given in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, the Trojan War begins because Paris of Troy takes Helen, the wife of Menelaus, and the Greek kings come together to bring her back. The idea that Troy was important because of its location and trade routes comes from modern historians who study the ancient world. Troy sat in a valuable area for travel and trade, so there may have been more reasons behind conflicts in that region. But in Homer's story, the war is about honor, family, and revenge rather than gaining control of trade. In the movie, Agamemnon threatens to take Telemachus if Odysseus refuses to join the war. However, this scene isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem doesn't show Agamemnon forcing Odysseus to fight by threatening his son. Stories about Odysseus trying to avoid the Trojan War do appear in later Greek myths, but they aren't part of Homer's version. In the Odyssey, the focus is on what happens after the war, especially Odysseus' long journey home and his son growing up without his father. In the movie, Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter to gain favorable winds for the journey to Troy. This story comes from later Greek myths, but it isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey. According to these later stories, the Greek fleet was stuck at Aulis because the winds weren't strong enough to carry the ships to Troy. The goddess Artemis was angry with Agamemnon since he killed one of her sacred stags, and she demanded a sacrifice before the Greeks could continue their journey. Agamemnon was told that sacrificing his daughter Iphigenia would allow the winds to return and the army to sail to Troy. Different versions of the myth tell her fate in different ways. In Greek mythology, Agamemnon doesn't immediately agree to sacrifice his daughter. He knows that sacrificing her would be a horrific betrayal of both his family and his responsibilities as a father. However, the other Greek leaders are determined to continue the expedition against Troy. As commander of the Greek forces, Agamemnon comes under immense pressure from the assembled kings and warriors who believe the entire campaign depends on fulfilling Artemis's demand. Faced with the possibility that the expedition will collapse and that he'll lose his authority, Agamemnon reluctantly gives in. To bring his daughter to Aulis without arousing suspicion, Agamemnon resorts to deception. He sends a message to his wife Clytemnestra, claiming that their daughter is to marry the greatest Greek hero Achilles. Believing she's traveling to attend a royal wedding, Clytemnestra happily brings Iphigenia to the Greek camp. Only after they arrive does she discover the terrible truth. There was never going to be a marriage, and Iphigenia has been brought there to be sacrificed. This deception becomes one of the defining tragedies of Greek mythology. In many versions of the story, Clytemnestra never forgives Agamemnon for betraying their daughter, and this act ultimately leads to his murder when he returns home from the Trojan War. Some traditions also have Artemis intervene at the last moment, replacing Iphigenia with a deer and carrying her away to serve as the goddess's priestess. Other versions maintain that the sacrifice is completed. Either way, the episode illustrates the devastating personal cost of the Trojan War long before the Greeks ever reached the walls of Troy. In the movie, Odysseus seems aware that he might not return home for a long time, or possibly not return at all. In Homer's original Odyssey, though, Odysseus doesn't know that his journey will last 20 years. Like the other Greek warriors, he likely expects the Trojan War to end and for him to return home afterward. Of course, Odysseus knows war is dangerous, and many soldiers never make it home. But he doesn't know about the many challenges waiting for him after Troy falls. His long journey is caused by forces beyond his control, including the anger of Poseidon and the many dangers he faces on the sea. In the movie, Penelope suggests that she, Odysseus, and their son could sail away to avoid the war. However, this scene isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem doesn't show Penelope and Odysseus making a plan to escape the Trojan War. Instead, Odysseus leaves for Troy because he's expected to fight alongside the other Greek leaders. When he leaves, his son is still a baby, and neither Odysseus nor Penelope knows that he'll be gone for 20 years. The movie adds this moment to show the emotional struggle between Odysseus' duty as a warrior and his love for his family, but it's a change from Homer's version. The movie also adds a scene where Odysseus tells Penelope that if they try to flee from the Trojan War instead of joining the Greek expedition, Agamemnon's vengeance would fall upon all of Ithaca. This creates the impression that Odysseus isn't simply choosing to go to war, but is being forced into the conflict because refusing to participate would bring destruction upon his kingdom. However, this isn't how the situation is presented in the original Greek traditions. In Homer's Odyssey, there's no scene where Odysseus tells Penelope that Agamemnon would punish Ithaca if he refused to fight. The poem takes place after the Trojan War and focuses mainly on Odysseus' return home, so many of the events that led to the war aren't directly shown. In the wider mythology, Odysseus does have reasons to join the Greek expedition, but they're connected to an oath. Before Helen married Menelaus, her many suitors swore an oath that they would defend her marriage if anyone ever attempted to take her away. When Paris of Troy took Helen to Troy, Menelaus called upon the former suitors and their kingdoms to honor that oath and join the war. As one of Helen's former suitors, Odysseus was expected to participate. According to later traditions, Odysseus actually tried to avoid going to Troy. He pretended to be insane in an attempt to escape the oath and remain in Ithaca with Penelope and their son Telemachus. However, Palamedes exposed the deception, forcing Odysseus to join the Greek forces. The movie's version changes this motivation by making Odysseus' decision feel more like a political necessity. While this adds dramatic tension and gives Odysseus a personal reason for leaving his family, it's not part of the original mythological explanation for why he went to Troy. In the movie, Odysseus makes Penelope promise that she'll remarry if he doesn't return by the time Telemachus becomes a man. However, this moment isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey. The poem doesn't show Odysseus giving Penelope instructions about what to do if he never comes home. Instead, Penelope makes her own choice to wait for him. Even after 20 years have passed, she refuses to give up on Odysseus and uses her intelligence to delay the suitors who want to marry her. The movie adds this scene to show the love and uncertainty between Odysseus and Penelope before he leaves for war. But in Homer's version, Penelope's loyalty is something she chooses for herself. In the movie, Penelope gives Odysseus a pin of Athena before he leaves for war. However, this moment isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey. While Athena plays a major role in the poem by helping and guiding Odysseus, Penelope never gives him a symbol of the goddess. The movie adds this detail to create a stronger connection between Penelope, Odysseus, and Athena. In Homer's version, Penelope's importance comes from her own intelligence and loyalty, while Athena's role is to protect Odysseus during his journey home. In the movie, Penelope gives Odysseus the Athena pin so she can tell if travelers are lying about seeing him. Since Odysseus would still be wearing the pin, anyone who truly met him could describe it and prove that their story was real. This gives Penelope a way to separate the truth from rumors while she waits for him to return. However, this pin isn't from Homer's original Odyssey, so this is a change made by the movie. The poem doesn't include Penelope giving Odysseus a special object to identify him. Instead, Homer shows Penelope using her own intelligence and careful thinking to deal with uncertainty. The pin creates a new symbol of trust between Odysseus and Penelope, but the original story focuses more on their loyalty, patience, and cleverness. In the movie, Telemachus may seem interested in taking control of Ithaca for himself, but this isn't what happens in Homer's original Odyssey. He doesn't want to replace his father as king. Instead, he wants to protect his family's home and find out if Odysseus is still alive. His goal isn't to claim the throne, but to bring Odysseus home and restore his family. The son attempting to string Odysseus's bow is another detail that comes directly from Homer's original Odyssey. However, the timing is different from what some adaptations portray. Before Odysseus reveals himself, Penelope announces a contest among the suitors. Whoever can string Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through a series of axe heads will win her hand in marriage. The son steps forward and tries to string the weapon himself. He attempts it several times and nearly succeeds, showing that he has grown stronger and is beginning to take on the role of his absent father. However, Odysseus secretly signals him to stop before he completes the challenge because the time hasn't yet come for him to reveal their plan. This moment is significant because the bow represents more than just a weapon. It symbolizes Odysseus's identity, authority, and place as king of Ithaca. The son's ability to nearly string it shows that he's becoming worthy of his father's legacy, while the suitor's inability to do so reveals that they have no rightful claim to Odysseus's household. The scene also reflects one of the major themes of the Odyssey, the transition from one generation to the next. The son is no longer the helpless child Odysseus left behind. He has grown into a young man capable of standing beside his father when the time comes.
In the movie, Odysseus is shown shooting an arrow through the axe heads in a flashback. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, this scene happens much later, after Odysseus has finally returned to Ithaca. The challenge is set up by Penelope for the suitors, who are trying to marry her while Odysseus is gone. She says she will marry whoever can string Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through the axe heads. None of the suitors can do it, but Odysseus, still disguised as a stranger, succeeds easily. This moment reveals who he really is and begins his fight to take back his home. Moving this scene into a flashback changes the story because Homer uses it as one of the biggest reveals in the entire poem. In the movie, Penelope and Telemachus argue about whether Telemachus is ready to take the throne. However, this conflict is not found in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Telemachus is struggling with his place in Ithaca because the suitors have taken control of his home, while Odysseus is away. He wants to prove that he is capable of defending his family, but he never tries to replace his father as king. Penelope also doesn't see Telemachus as a replacement for Odysseus. She continues to believe that Odysseus is the rightful ruler and hopes that he will return. The movie adds this argument to create more tension between mother and son, but Homer's version focuses more on Telemachus growing into his own role while waiting for his father's return. In the movie, Melanthius appears as one of the people connected to the suitors, and this character actually comes from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Melanthius is a servant of Odysseus who takes care of the goats. Unlike some of Odysseus's other servants, he is not loyal to his king. While Odysseus is away, Melanthius sides with the suitors and treats Odysseus badly when he returns disguised as a beggar. When Odysseus finally takes back his home, Melanthius faces the consequences of his betrayal. His role in the story shows one of Homer's major themes. Loyalty is rewarded, while those who betray their duties are punished. In the movie, the suitors abuse Argos, Odysseus's loyal dog. However, this does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Argos is not harmed by the suitors. Instead, he has been left neglected for years while Odysseus is away. When Odysseus returns to Ithaca disguised as a beggar, Argos recognizes him immediately, even after 20 years apart. Odysseus can't reveal himself yet, but he quietly shows his emotion before Argos dies after finally seeing his master again. The movie changes this moment to make the suitors seem even more cruel, but Homer's version focuses more on Argos' loyalty and the emotional power of Odysseus' return. In the movie, Polybus attacks Eumaeus and Telemachus. However, this scene is not found in Homer's original Odyssey. The movie adds Polybus in this attack to create more danger and excitement, but it is a change from Homer's version. The original poem focuses more on the struggle inside Odysseus' home and the conflict between loyalty and betrayal. In the movie, Antinous moves Argos to the dung heap outside the palace. However, this does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Argos is already lying on the dung pile when Odysseus returns to Ithaca disguised as a beggar. The dog has been neglected for years because no one has cared for him while Odysseus has been away. Homer uses Argos to show the loyalty that remained in Odysseus' home, even after 20 years. While Antinous and the other suitors are cruel and disrespectful in the original story, they're not shown abusing Argos. The movie changes this moment to make Antinous seem even more cruel, but the poem focuses more on Argos' loyalty and the emotional reunion with his master. In the movie, Telemachus secretly leaves Ithaca to find information about his missing father. This part is actually based on Homer's original Odyssey. At the beginning of the poem, Athena encourages Telemachus to search for news about Odysseus. Because the suitors have taken over his home and may try to stop him, Telemachus secretly prepares a ship and leaves Ithaca. He travels to meet people who fought in the Trojan War, hoping they can tell him what happened to his father. His journey is one of the first steps in Telemachus, growing from a young man into someone who can defend his family. In the movie, Telemachus travels with Minter while searching for information about his father. This is actually based on Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Minter is a trusted friend of Odysseus' family, and Athena uses his appearance to guide Telemachus. While disguised as Minter, Athena helps Telemachus become more confident and supports him during his journey to find news about Odysseus. This character is also where the modern word Minter comes from. Just like the word suggests today, Minter is someone who guides and teaches Telemachus when he needs help. In the movie, Telemachus tells Minter that he has wise eyes like Athena. This is a reference to Homer's original Odyssey and the close connection between Minter and the goddess. In the poem, Athena often helps Telemachus by appearing in the form of Minter. She guides him, gives him advice, and helps him become more confident as he searches for news about his father. Athena is known for her wisdom, and she is one of the main reasons Telemachus is able to take action instead of feeling powerless. The movie's line connects Minter's wisdom to Athena's presence in the original story. Even though Telemachus may not fully realize who is helping him, the reference shows how Athena's guidance is still an important part of his journey. The movie then introduces Odysseus, who is stranded on Calypso's island. This is actually based on Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus has already been trapped on the island of Ogygia for years by the time the story begins. The nymph Calypso keeps him there and wants him to stay with her forever, even offering him immortality if he chooses to remain. However, Odysseus only wants one thing: to return home to Ithaca and reunite with Penelope and Telemachus. This part of the story shows how different Odysseus' struggles are from a normal battle. Even after surviving the Trojan War, he still has to overcome challenges caused by the gods and other forces beyond his control. The movie keeps this important part of the original story by showing Odysseus trapped far from home and desperate to find his way back. In the movie, Odysseus is played by Matt Damon, who's 55 years old. This makes the movie's version of Odysseus older than he is usually believed to be in Homer's original Odyssey. Homer never gives Odysseus an exact age, but based on the timeline of the poem, he's likely around 40 to 50 years old when he returns to Ithaca. Odysseus was already a husband and father when he left for the Trojan War. After spending 10 years fighting and another 10 years trying to get home. He returns as a man who has been through years of hardship. The movie's choice to cast a 55-year-old actor changes how audiences see Odysseus. This older version can make him seem like a more experienced and worn-down warrior who has spent decades away from his family, while Homer's Odysseus is still shown as a strong and clever hero returning after a long journey. Athena speaks with Odysseus while he's trapped on Calypso's island. However, this scene isn't found in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Athena doesn't visit Odysseus on the island. Instead, she helps him from a distance by speaking to Zeus and arguing that Odysseus deserves to return home after years of suffering. The god Hermes is the one who visits Calypso and tells her that Zeus has ordered Odysseus to be released. The movie changes this moment to create a stronger connection between Athena and Odysseus, but in Homer's version, Athena's support happens mostly through guidance and influence, rather than a direct meeting on the island. The movie changes the relationship between Athena and Calypso by showing that Calypso cannot see Athena when she appears to Odysseus. This suggests that Athena may only exist from Odysseus's perspective, or that she's not physically present in the same way as the other characters. However, this isn't how the original Odyssey portrays the goddess. In Homer's Odyssey, Athena is a real goddess who actively interacts with both mortals and other gods throughout the story. She's not an imagined figure or a manifestation of Odysseus's thoughts. Athena appears before Zeus and the other Olympian gods, speaks with them, and directly influences events in the mortal world. Her role in helping Odysseus and Telemachus is one of the central elements of the poem. In the original story, Athena doesn't need to hide her presence from Calypso because the gods are fully aware of each other and frequently interact. When Zeus decides that Odysseus must be released from Calypso's island, he sends Hermes to deliver the message. Hermes arrives at Calypso's home and orders her to let Odysseus leave. The god's involvement in Odysseus's fate is treated as a real event within the world of the poem. The movie's version appears to take a more ambiguous approach to Athena, presenting her as possibly existing only within Odysseus's mind. This creates a more psychological interpretation of the character, where Athena can represent his guilt, memories, or inner struggle rather than a literal goddess intervening in his journey. However, this is a major departure from Homer's original. In the Odyssey, divine intervention is not symbolic or uncertain. Gods regularly appear to humans, influence their choices, and change the course of events. Athena's guidance is one of the main reasons Odysseus survives his journey, and removing her as a clearly real figure significantly changes one of the poem's most important aspects, the constant interaction between gods and mortals. Athena is played by Zendaya, who's 29 years old. This gives the character a much younger appearance compared to how Athena is presented in Homer's original Odyssey. Homer doesn't give Athena an exact age because she is a goddess and doesn't age like humans do. In the poem, she's shown as an immortal figure who represents wisdom, strategy, and skill. She's already a powerful goddess who helps Odysseus and Telemachus throughout their journeys. The movie's choice to cast a younger actress changes how audiences may view Athena. Instead of focusing only on her wisdom and experience, the movie presents her with a more youthful appearance while still showing her role as Odysseus's divine guide. Athena's appearance may be based on the actor playing her, but in Homer's original Odyssey, Athena doesn't have a race in the way humans do. Athena is a Greek goddess, not a human character. The ancient Greeks viewed their gods as immortal beings who could take human form, but they weren't part of a human culture or race. In the poem, Athena is known for her wisdom, strategy, and connection to heroes like Odysseus and Telemachus. Calypso's island is shown as a barren wasteland, but this is very different from how it's described in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Calypso's island, called Ogygia, is described as a beautiful paradise filled with nature. It has trees, flowers, fresh springs, and plenty of food. The island is so peaceful and perfect that it seems like a place where someone could live forever. The contrast makes Odysseus's situation more interesting. Even though Ogygia is supposed to be a paradise, Odysseus still doesn't want to stay. He misses Ithaca, Penelope, and Telemachus, showing that home and family matter more to him than comfort or even immortality. By turning the island into a barren wasteland, the movie changes the meaning of Odysseus's time with Calypso. Instead of being trapped in a beautiful paradise, he's shown as being stuck in a lonely and harsh place, making his desire to escape feel even stronger. Odysseus seems to forget parts of his past while he's trapped on Calypso's island. However, this isn't part of Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus never forgets who he is or what he's fighting to return to. Even after 7 years on Calypso's island, he still remembers Ithaca, Penelope, and Telemachus. Calypso offers him a comfortable life and even immortality, but Odysseus rejects it because he wants to go home. The movie changes this part of the story by showing Odysseus losing his connection to his past, while Homer presents his memories and love for his family as the reason he keeps going. Calypso is shown as a fisherwoman, but this is a change from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Calypso is a nymph, which means she's a divine nature spirit rather than a human. She lives on the island of Ogygia, where she keeps Odysseus with her for 7 years. She's described as beautiful and powerful, with a magical home surrounded by nature. The movie changes Calypso's character by making her more human and giving her a different background. While this makes her easier for modern audiences to connect with, it isn't how Homer originally described her. Calypso mentions that what they have on the island could last forever, but Odysseus replies that forever is for gods. This is accurate to the original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, Calypso offers Odysseus immortality if he stays with her on the island. She wants him to leave behind his old life and live with her forever as an immortal being. However, Odysseus refuses because he doesn't want to give up his home, his wife Penelope, or his son Telemachus. This moment shows one of the most important parts of Odysseus's character. Even though Calypso can offer him a perfect life without suffering or death, he still chooses to be human and return home. He understands that living forever as a god isn't worth losing the people and place he loves. In the movie, Odysseus asks Calypso if she's a god. In the original Odyssey, this idea is also connected to their conversation, but Calypso isn't exactly a goddess. In Homer's poem, Calypso is a nymph, which means she's a powerful divine being connected to nature. She's immortal and has abilities beyond humans, but she isn't one of the major Greek gods like Zeus, Athena, or Poseidon. When Odysseus meets her, he recognizes that she is not an ordinary human because of her beauty, power, and magical home. This moment highlights the difference between Odysseus and Calypso. She belongs to the world of immortals, while Odysseus is a mortal man who wants to return to his human life. Even though she can offer him a life without aging or death, he chooses the struggles of being human because he wants to go home. In the movie, Calypso feeds Odysseus lotus flowers to make him forget about his past. This is much different from the original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, Calypso never gives Odysseus a lotus flower, and she doesn't try to erase his memories. Although she keeps him on her island for 7 years, Odysseus never forgets his home, his wife Penelope, or his son Telemachus. He spends his time longing to return to Ithaca, even though Calypso offers him a comfortable life and immortality. The lotus flower does appear in another part of the original poem during Odysseus's journey with the lotus eaters. When some of Odysseus's men eat the lotus plant, they lose their desire to return home and only want to stay on the island. The movie combines this idea with Calypso's story, creating a new version of her character. By adding the lotus flower, the movie turns Calypso into someone who actively takes away Odysseus's memories, while Homer's version shows her as someone who tries to convince him to stay through comfort, love, and the promise of immortality. In the movie, the island of the lotus eaters doesn't appear at all. This is another major change from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus and his crew visit the land of the lotus eaters during their journey home from Troy. Some of his men eat the lotus plant and immediately lose their desire to return home. They no longer care about their families, their homeland, or continuing the journey. Odysseus has to force them back onto the ship before they forget their mission completely. This episode is important because it shows one of the biggest challenges Odysseus faces: the temptation to give up on his journey home. Instead of being defeated by a monster or an army, his men are threatened by the idea of forgetting what they love. The movie removes the lotus eaters and instead uses the lotus flower in Calypso's storyline. This changes the meaning of the flower because, in Homer's version, the danger comes from losing the desire to go home, while in the movie, it becomes a tool used by Calypso to affect Odysseus's memories. Calypso's name means she who conceals, so having her be the one to feed Odysseus the lotus flower kind of makes sense from a storytelling perspective. In Homer's original Odyssey, Calypso doesn't make Odysseus forget his past, but her role is still connected to the idea of hiding or keeping him away. She keeps Odysseus on the island of Ogygia for 7 years, separated from the world and unable to return home. Even though she cares for him and offers him immortality, she also prevents him from reaching Ithaca and reuniting with his family. The movie combines Calypso's meaning with the lotus flower's effect from another part of the poem. In the original story, the lotus causes Odysseus's men to forget their desire to return home. By having Calypso use the lotus flower, the movie creates a stronger connection between her name and her role as someone who tries to keep Odysseus from leaving. A flashback scene in the movie shows that Odysseus gave Sinon a proper burial. However, since Sinon is a character from Virgil's Aeneid and not Homer's Iliad or Odyssey, this never happened. In the original stories, in the Aeneid, Sinon is a Greek soldier who plays a major role in the fall of Troy. He tricks the Trojans into bringing the Trojan horse inside their city by convincing them that it is a gift from the Greeks. This helps the Greeks enter Troy and win the war. However, Homer does not include Sinon or this part of the Trojan horse story in either the Iliad or the Odyssey. Because of this, Odysseus giving Sinon a burial is a creation of the movie. It adds another layer to Odysseus's character by showing him as someone who respects even his enemies and remembers the people affected by the war. However, this scene is not part of Homer's original version of Odysseus's story. Eurylochus is Odysseus's right-hand man in the movie, and this is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Eurylochus is one of Odysseus's most trusted crew members and plays an important role throughout the journey home. He's not the captain of the ship, but he is a leader among the men and often speaks on their behalf. Odysseus relies on him during many dangerous situations because he is experienced and respected by the crew. However, Eurylochus is also shown as someone who questions Odysseus's choices. While he is loyal, he sometimes disagrees with Odysseus and warns the crew when he thinks a decision is too risky. This creates tension between them, especially during their encounters with Circe and the island of the sun god. The movie keeps this important relationship from the original poem by showing Eurylochus as someone close to Odysseus. He represents the voice of the crew and shows the challenges Odysseus faces as a leader trying to guide his men home. Eurylochus is also connected to Odysseus's family because he was the husband of Odysseus's sister, Timone. This detail comes from the original Odyssey and shows that Eurylochus wasn't just another member of Odysseus's crew. He had a personal connection to Odysseus before they ever sailed to Troy. Because of this family connection, Eurylochus was someone Odysseus had known and trusted for many years. He was part of Odysseus's inner circle and became one of the most important members of his crew during the long journey home. While he remained loyal to Odysseus, he wasn't afraid to challenge his decisions when he believed the crew was in danger. This relationship adds more meaning to their interactions in the poem. Eurylochus' disagreements aren't coming from a stranger or an enemy, but from someone who has fought alongside Odysseus and is also part of his family. Eurylochus is played as an Indian, but this isn't based on Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Eurylochus is a Greek member of Odysseus's crew from Ithaca. Homer doesn't describe his race or appearance in the way we would today. What matters in the story is his connection to Odysseus. He is one of Odysseus's closest companions and is even married to Odysseus's sister, Timone. The movie's casting choice changes Eurylochus' appearance, but his role as Odysseus's trusted companion remains connected to the original story. Eurylochus is played by Himesh Patel, who's 35 years old. However, Homer's original Odyssey doesn't give Eurylochus an exact age. Based on the story, Eurylochus was likely an adult man around the same generation as Odysseus. He was already married to Odysseus's sister, Timone, and was an experienced warrior and sailor who fought alongside Odysseus during the Trojan War. Since Odysseus is estimated to be around 40 to 50 years old when he returns to Ithaca, Eurylochus was probably around a similar age. The movie's choice to cast a 35-year-old actor makes Eurylochus appear younger than he may have been in Homer's version. In the original poem, he isn't just a young soldier. He's a trusted companion who has years of experience and has survived the Trojan War alongside Odysseus. Odysseus chooses a different route home from Troy to avoid following the same path as Agamemnon. However, this isn't part of Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus doesn't purposely avoid Agamemnon's route. The Greek leaders all have different journeys after the war, and Odysseus's long trip home happens because of the challenges he faces along the way. Storms, monsters, and the anger of Poseidon push him far away from Ithaca. Agamemnon's story is important in the original poem because his tragic return is used as a contrast to Odysseus's journey. While Agamemnon returns home only to be betrayed and killed, Odysseus struggles for years, but eventually makes it back to his family. The ships used in the movie also appear to be visually inspired more by Viking longships than by the ships used by the ancient Greeks during the Bronze Age. The long, narrow shape, the raised ends, and the overall design give them a resemblance to medieval Norse vessels rather than the types of ships that would have sailed during the time period traditionally associated with the Trojan War. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus and the Greeks sailed in ships that were typical of the late Bronze Age Aegean world. While Homer doesn't provide detailed technical descriptions of the ships, he does tell us that they were black ships powered by oars and sails. These vessels were designed for speed and warfare, allowing Greek warriors to travel across the Mediterranean and launch raids along foreign coastlines. Archaeological evidence from the Mycenaean period suggests that Greek ships were different from Viking longships. They were generally shorter and broader, with large crews of rowers and warriors. Many likely had a single mast with a square sail and were built primarily for transporting troops and conducting naval raids rather than the exploration and long-distance sailing associated with later Viking vessels. The Viking longship design that appears to influence the movie comes from a much later period, roughly 1,000 years after the events traditionally associated with the Trojan War. Viking ships were highly advanced for their era, known for their shallow drafts, flexibility, and ability to travel both open seas and rivers. However, they belong to the early medieval period, not the Bronze Age Mediterranean. Because the actual ships of the Trojan War era aren't as familiar to modern audiences, films often use more recognizable historical designs or create a hybrid style. The movie's ships capture the feeling of ancient seafaring, but they're not an accurate representation of what Odysseus's ships would have looked like according to the archaeological evidence and the world described in Homer. In the movie, Odysseus and his crew plunder a village after leaving Troy. This is a reference to events from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus and his men do attack and raid the land of the Sirens, a group of people living near Troy. After winning the Trojan War, the crew stops there on their way home and attacks the city, taking their treasures and supplies. However, the crew stays too long, allowing the Sirens to call for help and fight back. Many of Odysseus's men are killed before they escape. This moment shows that Odysseus and his crew aren't always presented as perfect heroes. Even though Odysseus is known for his intelligence and bravery, he and his men still make mistakes. Their decision to raid the Sirens becomes the first major setback on their journey home and shows how poor choices can lead to serious consequences. However, the movie doesn't show the Sirens fighting back or killing any of Odysseus's men. In Homer's poem, the raid quickly turns into a disaster. After Odysseus and his crew attack the city and take its treasures, the Sicanies gather more soldiers from nearby areas and return to fight. They defeat some of Odysseus's men, causing heavy losses before Odysseus and the survivors escape. This change makes the movie's version of the event less violent and removes one of the first warnings in the original story. In Homer's Odyssey, the attack on the Sicanies shows that Odysseus and his crew can make reckless choices, and those choices can have serious consequences during their journey home. In the movie, Eurylochus mentions that they're Greek from Ithaca. However, this is a modern way of describing them. In Homer's original Odyssey, Homer doesn't usually use the word Greeks to describe the people who fought in the Trojan War. Instead, Homer uses names like the Achaeans, Danaans, and Argives. These names refer to the Greek warriors who sailed to Troy, even though they came from many different kingdoms and cities. Odysseus and his crew are specifically from Ithaca, which is one of the many Greek kingdoms that joined the war. The word Greek is useful for modern audiences because it quickly explains who these people are, but it isn't the language Homer used. The original poem focuses more on the different kingdoms, leaders, and heroes that made up the Greek forces rather than treating them as one single group. Odysseus and his crew then land on another island, which is home to the Cyclops. This is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey, but the movie changes the order of events by leaving out the earlier encounter with the Lotus Eaters. In the poem, after leaving the land of the Sicanies, Odysseus and his men first arrive at the island of the Lotus Eaters. Some of the crew eat the lotus plant and lose their desire to return home, forcing Odysseus to drag them back to the ship. After escaping the Lotus Eaters, Odysseus and his crew reach the island of the Cyclopes. There, they discover the cave of Polyphemus, a giant cyclops who traps them inside. Odysseus must use his intelligence instead of strength to escape. This encounter is one of the most famous moments in the original poem because it shows why Odysseus is known for being clever. He can't overpower Polyphemus, so he creates a plan that allows him and his men to survive. In the movie, Odysseus and his men follow a sheep to the Cyclops' cave. However, this isn't what happens in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus and his crew find Polyphemus' cave while exploring the island. They enter because they're curious about the Cyclops who lives there and hope he will follow the rules of hospitality by welcoming them and offering food. The sheep are already inside the cave because they belong to Polyphemus. They later become an important part of Odysseus' escape plan when he hides his men underneath them to sneak past the Cyclops. This is one of the moments that shows Odysseus using his intelligence to survive rather than relying only on strength. Here's a fun fact. This scene was filmed at the actual locations of Voidokilia Beach and Nestor's Cave in Greece. These locations are not just visually impressive filming sites. They're also deeply connected to Greek mythology and the world of Homer's epics. Voidokilia Beach is located in the region of Messenia, near the ancient city of Pylos, which was ruled by the legendary King Nestor during the Trojan War. In Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Nestor is one of the most respected Greek kings and one of the few surviving heroes who returns home after the war. Nestor's cave, located near Voidokilia Beach, is traditionally associated with the mythological King Nestor and the stories surrounding his kingdom. According to local tradition, the cave is connected to Nestor's cattle and the myths surrounding the region. While the exact historical connection between the site and the ancient myths cannot be proven, the landscape has been associated with Nestor for centuries and fits naturally into the world described by Homer. By filming at these locations, the movie places itself in a landscape that is directly tied to the mythology it is adapting. Instead of recreating the setting entirely through artificial locations, the filmmakers used real places that have been connected to the stories of ancient Greece for thousands of years. The characters finding cheese inside the cave is another detail that actually comes directly from Homer's original Odyssey. When Odysseus and his men enter the cave of the Cyclops Polyphemus, they discover that it's not an empty hiding place, but a functioning shepherd's cave filled with supplies. Among the items they find are large amounts of cheese, milk, and other provisions belonging to the Cyclops. This detail is important because it shows that Polyphemus isn't simply portrayed as a monster living in a random cave. In Homer's poem, he's a shepherd who takes care of his flocks and lives a solitary pastoral life. The cave contains everything needed to support his way of living, including sheep, goats, dairy products, and stored food. The movie's inclusion of the cheese is therefore a small but accurate detail from Homer's story. It reflects the original poem's description of the Cyclops cave as a working shepherd's home rather than simply a monster's lair. One detail the movie changes is what Odysseus and his men bring with them when they encounter the Cyclops. In Homer's original Odyssey, the Greeks don't enter the cave completely empty-handed. Before arriving at Polyphemus's cave, they carry a large wineskin filled with strong, valuable wine given to them by the priest Marin. This wine was considered a special gift because it was unusually powerful, and it later becomes the key to Odysseus's plan to escape from the Cyclops. In the poem, Odysseus specifically brings the wine because he believes it could be useful as a gift or trade item. When the Greeks discover the Cyclops cave filled with cheese, milk, and livestock, Odysseus's men want to take the supplies and leave. However, Odysseus chooses to stay because he wants to meet the cave's owner and offer him the wine in exchange for hospitality. The movie changes this part of the story by having Odysseus and his men arrive without anything to offer or trade. They don't bring the special wine that plays such an important role in Homer's version, and they enter the Cyclops cave without a plan involving negotiation. Instead, the encounter focuses more directly on survival and conflict. This may seem like a small change, but the missing wine alters an important part of Odysseus's characterization. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus defeats Polyphemus not through strength, but through intelligence, preparation, and deception. The wine is what allows him to put his plan into motion, showing the cleverness and strategic thinking that define him throughout the epic. By removing it, the movie changes the setup of the encounter and reduces the role that strategy plays in Odysseus's victory. The men want to leave the cave immediately after discovering the Cyclops' supplies, but Odysseus decides to stay because he believes they must follow the laws of hospitality protected by Zeus. In Homer's Odyssey, hospitality, known as xenia, is one of the most important social and religious customs in Greek culture. Guests are expected to respect their hosts, and hosts are expected to welcome and protect strangers who arrive at their home. Zeus himself was associated with this tradition through the title Zeus Xenios, meaning Zeus as the protector of guests and strangers. Because of this belief, Odysseus doesn't want his men to simply steal the Cyclops' food and leave. Instead, he argues that they should wait for the owner of the cave to return and offer them proper hospitality. Odysseus expects that, as a traveler seeking shelter, he will be welcomed and given gifts according to the customs of the ancient Greek world. However, this decision leads to one of the greatest examples of failed hospitality in the entire Odyssey. When Polyphemus returns, he completely rejects the rules of Xenia. Rather than welcoming his guests, he traps them inside the cave, kills several of Odysseus's men, and eats them. This contrast is central to the story. Odysseus follows the expectations of Greek society, while the Cyclops represents someone who exists outside those rules. The movie's inclusion of Zeus's law in this scene reflects this larger theme from Homer's poem. However, in the original Odyssey, Zeus's protection of hospitality isn't presented as a simple written rule or command. It's a deeply rooted cultural and religious expectation that determines how characters are judged. The Cyclops' refusal to honor hospitality isn't just an act of violence against Odysseus. It's a rejection of the social order that the Greeks believed Zeus protected. The Cyclops entering the cave and blocking the entrance with a massive rock is another detail the movie gets right from Homer's original Odyssey. When Polyphemus returns to his cave, he doesn't simply walk in and continue his normal routine. He carries a huge stone that's so large that none of Odysseus's men are strong enough to move it, and uses it to seal the entrance of the cave. This moment is important because it immediately changes the situation from a simple encounter into a life or death trap. Odysseus and his men realize that they aren't dealing with an ordinary host, but with a creature powerful enough to imprison them effortlessly. The Greeks are trapped inside the cave with no way to escape unless they can somehow outsmart the Cyclops. Homer emphasizes the enormous strength of Polyphemus by describing the size of the stone and the ease with which the Cyclops moves it. The entrance isn't blocked by a door or something the man can break through. It's sealed by a massive boulder that only the Cyclops can move. This forces Odysseus to rely on his greatest ability, intelligence rather than physical strength. The movie's portrayal of the Cyclops using a giant rock to trap the Greeks is therefore faithful to the original poem. It preserves one of the key elements of the episode because the stone represents the power imbalance between Polyphemus and Odysseus. While the Cyclops has overwhelming physical strength, Odysseus must use strategy, deception, and cleverness to survive. The movie changes the pacing of the Cyclops encounter by having the Cyclops immediately begin attacking and eating Odysseus's men. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, the scene unfolds more gradually. When Polyphemus first enters the cave and blocks the entrance with a massive stone, Odysseus and his men initially hide, hoping to avoid being discovered. They quickly realize that they're trapped, but they don't immediately reveal themselves. Once Polyphemus notices the strangers inside his cave, he questions them and learns that they're Greek warriors returning from the Trojan War. Odysseus then attempts to appeal to the traditions of Greek hospitality, known as xenia. He reminds the Cyclops that strangers and travelers are protected by Zeus and expects Polyphemus to offer them food, shelter, and safe passage. However, Polyphemus completely rejects these customs. He tells Odysseus that the Cyclopes don't follow the laws of the gods, and that they're not concerned with Zeus or the expectations of civilized society. Only after this exchange does Polyphemus reveal his true nature. Instead of treating Odysseus and his men as guests, he grabs two of the Greeks, kills them, and eats them in front of the others. This horrifying act shows that the Greeks aren't simply trapped by the Cyclops' physical strength, but also by the fact that they're dealing with someone who rejects the rules that normally protect travelers. The movie's version makes the Cyclops' violence happen more quickly, creating a more immediate threat. However, Homer's original version places more emphasis on the contrast between Odysseus, who follows the traditions of Greek society, and Polyphemus, who exists outside those traditions. The horror of the encounter comes not only from the Cyclops' strength, but from his complete rejection of the laws of hospitality that the Greeks believed were protected by Zeus. The movie also changes the way the Cyclops is introduced. In the film, the Cyclops remains silent at first, making the encounter feel more like a confrontation with a wild creature. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, Polyphemus speaks shortly after discovering Odysseus and his men inside the cave. After blocking the entrance with a massive stone, he notices the strangers and questions who they are and why they have entered his home. This conversation is important because it shows that Polyphemus isn't simply a beast acting on instinct. He understands the rules of hospitality, but chooses to ignore them, making his actions a deliberate violation of the values that define the world of the Odyssey. By removing this early conversation, the movie changes the nature of the encounter. Homer's version isn't only about a monster attacking heroes. It's also a conflict between two completely different ways of life. Odysseus representing Greek civilization and hospitality, and Polyphemus representing a world without those social boundaries. The movie's design of the Cyclops also follows the traditional interpretation of the creature's appearance. In Homer's original Odyssey, Polyphemus is described only as a giant with a single eye in the middle of his forehead. Homer doesn't explain the exact shape or orientation of the eye, meaning the original poem leaves many details of his appearance to the imagination. The familiar image of a Cyclops with one large vertical eye comes from later artistic traditions and has become a standard depiction in modern media. While the movie's design isn't directly described by Homer, It's consistent with how Cyclopes have commonly been portrayed for centuries. Other interpretations are possible, but the ancient sources don't provide enough detail to determine exactly what Polyphemus looked like. The movie's design for Polyphemus also differs from traditional depictions of the Cyclops. In Homer's original Odyssey, Polyphemus is described as a massive, one-eyed giant, but Homer doesn't provide many details about his exact appearance. However, ancient Greek and later Roman artwork commonly portrays Cyclopes as having wild hair and thick beards, giving them a more primitive and untamed appearance. This design choice reflects how ancient artists imagined Cyclopes, not simply as large humans with one eye, but as monstrous beings existing outside the boundaries of civilization. Their unkempt hair and beards helped emphasize their savage nature and contrast them with the organized society of Odysseus and the Greeks. Therefore, any specific appearance in the movie is an interpretation rather than something directly taken from Homer's text. The movie also changes the appearance of the Cyclops by portraying him as completely naked. In Homer's original Odyssey, Polyphemus isn't described as being naked. While Homer doesn't provide a detailed description of his clothing, he presents Polyphemus as a shepherd who lives a pastoral life. As a shepherd, he likely would have worn some type of simple garment, such as a cloak or animal hide clothing, rather than appearing completely unclothed. The movie's decision to portray the Cyclops without clothing is therefore an artistic choice rather than something taken directly from Homer. By making him naked, the film emphasizes his separation from human society and presents him as a more primitive and animalistic figure. However, in the original poem, Polyphemus isn't simply a wild beast. He's a being with his own way of life who understands language and social customs, but chooses to reject the traditions of hospitality that define Greek civilization. The movie also changes the circumstances surrounding the Cyclops falling asleep. In the film, Polyphemus simply goes to sleep on his own, but in Homer's original Odyssey, his sleep is directly caused by the wine that Odysseus gives him. This is an important part of Odysseus's plan because the wine is what allows him to weaken the Cyclops and create an opportunity for escape. The wine is so strong that it has to be mixed with many parts of water, yet it still has an intense effect. After drinking the wine, Polyphemus becomes drunk and falls into a deep sleep. By removing the wine, the movie changes one of the most important elements of Odysseus's victory. In Homer's version, he doesn't defeat Polyphemus through strength or direct combat. Instead, he uses intelligence, preparation, and deception. The wine is a crucial part of that strategy because it transforms the Cyclops from an unstoppable threat into someone vulnerable enough for Odysseus to outsmart. The movie also leaves out one of the most famous moments from Homer's original Odyssey. Odysseus tricking the Cyclops by telling him that his name is Nobody. In the poem, this deception is a central part of Odysseus's plan to escape from Polyphemus. After offering the Cyclops the powerful wine he brought with him, Polyphemus becomes drunk and asks Odysseus his name, promising him a gift in return. Instead of giving his real name, Odysseus tells him that his name is Nobody. This seems like a simple lie, but it becomes the key to the Greeks' escape. This clever wordplay is one of the best examples of Odysseus's intelligence in the entire epic. He doesn't overpower the Cyclops physically. He defeats him through strategy and deception. The trick also connects to one of the main themes of the Odyssey. Odysseus's greatest weapon is not his strength, but his ability to think his way out of impossible situations. By removing the Nobody deception, the movie changes a major part of Odysseus's character. The original story presents him as a master strategist whose cleverness allows him to survive against much stronger enemies. Without this moment, the Cyclops encounter becomes more focused on a physical struggle rather than the battle of intelligence that defines Homer's version. Apparently, one reason Christopher Nolan decided not to include the Nobody trick was because he felt the wordplay would be difficult to translate effectively into modern language. However, this is also an interesting choice because the movie is already being told in English. While the original Greek pun cannot be perfectly recreated, adaptations have found ways to preserve the idea for modern audiences. Many English translations of the Odyssey already use nobody because the joke still works in English. The challenge for Nolan wasn't that the idea was impossible to adapt, but rather that any version would require changing or recreating the original wordplay. A filmmaker could choose a different name, phrase, or deception that creates a similar misunderstanding for English-speaking audiences. Instead, the movie chose to remove the entire moment and take the encounter in a different direction. The movie shows Odysseus's men preparing to kill the Cyclops, but Odysseus stops them because he realizes that doing so would leave them trapped inside the cave. This detail is actually accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. After Polyphemus traps the Greeks inside the cave with a massive stone blocking the entrance, Odysseus and his men consider attacking him while he sleeps. However, Odysseus quickly realizes that even if they were able to kill the Cyclops, they would still have no way to escape. The problem is the enormous boulder blocking the cave entrance. Only Polyphemus has the strength to move it, and none of Odysseus's men are powerful enough to push it aside. Killing the Cyclops would therefore leave them trapped inside the cave with no chance of survival. Instead of acting impulsively, Odysseus understands that they need to find a way to defeat Polyphemus while keeping him alive long enough to remove the stone. This moment is an important example of Odysseus's intelligence and self-control. Throughout the Odyssey, Odysseus is often defined not by his physical strength, but by his ability to think ahead and solve problems through strategy. His men want to act immediately, but Odysseus recognizes the larger situation and realizes that victory requires patience and careful planning. The movie's inclusion of this detail accurately reflects one of the key themes of Homer's story. Odysseus survives because he is able to outthink his enemies rather than overpower them. The movie also changes what happens the following morning when Polyphemus opens the cave to release his flock of sheep. It shows some of the men escaping while others remain trapped inside. Odysseus manages to get out, but then he chooses to go back into the cave to rescue the remaining men before the entrance is sealed again. This creates a more heroic and action-focused version of the scene, emphasizing Odysseus's willingness to risk himself for his crew. However, this doesn't happen in Homer's original poem. In the Odyssey, once the escape plan begins, Odysseus doesn't return inside the cave after reaching safety. Instead, the entire escape depends on secrecy and timing. Going back into the cave would have put everyone in danger because Polyphemus could have discovered the deception and trapped them again. This change also affects Odysseus's characterization. In the original story, Odysseus's strength comes from his ability to think strategically and survive through cleverness. The movie's version presents him more as a traditional heroic figure who risks his own life to save others. Both portrayals highlight different aspects of his character, but Homer's Odysseus is primarily defined by his intelligence and ability to outsmart his enemies rather than through acts of physical heroism. The movie's depiction of Odysseus and his men blinding the Cyclops with a sharpened wooden log is another detail that comes directly from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus doesn't try to defeat Polyphemus through a direct fight because he knows the Cyclops is far too powerful. Instead, he creates a plan using the resources available inside the cave. The Greeks sharpen a large wooden stake, harden it in the fire, and drive it into Polyphemus's single eye while he's asleep. However, the movie leaves out the aftermath of this event, which includes one of the most famous moments in the entire epic, the nobody deception. In Homer's version, Odysseus had previously told Polyphemus that his name was Nobody. After being blinded, the Cyclops cries out for help from the other Cyclopes who live nearby. When they ask who's attacking him, Polyphemus responds that nobody is hurting him. The other Cyclopes misunderstand his words and assume that no one is attacking him, so they leave without helping. This scene is important because it shows how Odysseus's intelligence is just as important as the physical act of blinding the Cyclops. The Greeks don't escape simply because they injured Polyphemus. They escape because Odysseus planned several steps ahead and used deception to prevent the Cyclops from receiving help. The movie also removes the appearance of the other Cyclopes entirely. In Homer's Odyssey, Polyphemus isn't the only Cyclops. After he's blinded, the other Cyclopes respond to his cries, even though they ultimately misunderstand what happened. Their brief appearance reinforces that the Cyclopes are an entire race of beings rather than a single monster living alone. By removing both the nobody, Trick, and the other Cyclopes, the movie simplifies the encounter and focuses more on the physical confrontation between Odysseus and Polyphemus. However, Homer's original version is built around a battle of intelligence, where Odysseus survives not because he is stronger than the Cyclops, but because he's clever enough to outthink him. The movie shows Odysseus's men tying straw around themselves as part of their escape plan, but this is different from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, the Greeks do not hide themselves with straw or disguise themselves in that way. Instead, Odysseus comes up with a much more specific plan involving Polyphemus's sheep. After blinding the Cyclops, Odysseus knows they cannot simply run out of the cave because Polyphemus is still alive and guarding the entrance. The Cyclops cannot see, but he's still able to feel the sheep as they leave and is trying to prevent the Greeks from escaping. To overcome this, Odysseus ties his men underneath the bellies of the sheep, 3 at a time, so that they can pass by Polyphemus without being detected. Odysseus himself does something different. He chooses the largest and strongest ram and ties himself underneath it. When Polyphemus feels the animals leaving the cave, he touches their backs but does not realize that the Greeks are hiding underneath. The plan works because the Cyclops assumes that the humans are still trapped inside. This scene is another example of Odysseus's intelligence being the key to survival. He doesn't defeat Polyphemus through strength, but by using deception and careful planning. The movie's version keeps the general idea of disguising themselves to escape, but the straw method is a creative change rather than something found in Homer's original poem. The original sheep escape is one of the most memorable moments in the Odyssey because it shows the contrast between Polyphemus's physical power and Odysseus's cleverness. The Cyclops is stronger than any individual Greek warrior, but Odysseus is able to defeat him by thinking several steps ahead. Odysseus and his men are forced to leave behind the body of their fallen companion. The movie shows this as a consequence of their desperate escape, but in Homer's original Odyssey, the situation is even more tragic. Several of Odysseus's men have already been killed and eaten by Polyphemus, and once the survivors manage to escape, they have no chance to stop and recover their dead. This isn't because the Greeks simply ignore their fallen comrades. In ancient Greek culture, burial was considered a sacred responsibility, and leaving someone unburied was a deeply painful and dishonorable outcome. However, Odysseus and his remaining crew are forced to choose between escaping alive or risking being trapped again by the Cyclops. Their priority becomes reaching their ships before Polyphemus discovers the deception. The moment highlights the cost of Odysseus's encounter with the Cyclops. Although he successfully outsmarts Polyphemus, his victory comes with the loss of many of his men, showing that survival throughout the Odyssey often comes with devastating consequences. After being blinded, the Cyclops finally speaks and expresses his desire for revenge against Odysseus. The movie changes the way this moment is presented, but in Homer's original Odyssey, this scene is much more significant because Polyphemus isn't just a random monster. He's the son of the god Poseidon. After Odysseus and his men escape from the cave, Polyphemus calls out to his father and asks Poseidon to punish Odysseus for blinding him. He curses Odysseus's journey home, praying that he'll either never return to Ithaca or that his return will come only after years of suffering, losing his companions, and arriving home alone. This prayer is what sets the main conflict of the rest of the Odyssey into motion. Poseidon hears his son's request and becomes Odysseus's greatest divine enemy. Throughout the epic, Poseidon repeatedly interferes with Odysseus's voyage, sending storms and obstacles that prevent him from reaching home. While other gods, especially Athena, support Odysseus. Poseidon's anger is one of the main reasons his journey lasts 10 years. The movie's version of the scene focuses more on the Cyclops as an individual threat, but Homer's original story connects the encounter to the larger world of Greek mythology. By making Polyphemus the son of Poseidon, Homer turns what could have been a simple monster encounter into a conflict involving the gods themselves. Odysseus doesn't just escape from a dangerous creature. He unknowingly creates an enemy among the Olympians, and that decision shapes the rest of his journey home. One of Odysseus's crew members in the movie is played by Korean-American actor Will Lee. However, this is a modern casting choice and isn't based on anything from Homer's original Odyssey or ancient Greek mythology. There were no Korean people known to have been part of the ancient Greek world, and the Greeks had no contact with the Korean peninsula during the time period associated with the Trojan War. In Homer's poem, Odysseus's crew is made up of Greek warriors from Ithaca and the surrounding Aegean world. They're described as fellow Greeks who fought alongside Odysseus during the Trojan War and joined him on his journey home. Homer doesn't identify any of his crew members as coming from distant regions outside the Greek world, and there's no character in the original story who corresponds to a Korean individual. This is an example of a film adaptation making a choice that reflects modern filmmaking rather than historical accuracy. Modern movies often use diverse casting to bring ancient stories to contemporary audiences, and actors of different backgrounds can portray characters from mythological worlds. However, from a historical and mythological perspective, a Korean Greek warrior wouldn't have existed in the world Homer was describing. The same applies to many other aspects of modern adaptations of ancient myths. Filmmakers often prioritize themes, performances, and storytelling over strict historical reconstruction. While Will Lee's casting doesn't come from Greek mythology, it's an interpretation created for the movie rather than a detail inherited from Homer's original epic. The movie shows Odysseus's men wanting to reason with the Cyclops, but by this point the situation has already gone too far. Polyphemus has attacked them, killed their companions, and shown that he has no intention of respecting the traditions of hospitality. Any attempt at peaceful negotiation is unlikely to succeed because the Cyclops has already rejected the rules that would normally protect guests. In Homer's original Odyssey, the Greeks do actually try to reason with Polyphemus before the violence escalates. This exchange is important because it shows that Odysseus and his crew didn't enter the situation looking for a fight. They attempted diplomacy first, but Polyphemus's refusal to follow the customs of hospitality left them with no choice but to find another way to survive. The scene reinforces one of the major themes of the Odyssey, the importance of xenia and the consequences of violating the social order that the Greeks believed was protected by Zeus. After making it out of the cave, the movie shows Odysseus shooting an arrow at the Cyclops as an act of revenge. This moment, however, doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, once Odysseus and his men successfully escape from Polyphemus's cave, their main goal is simply to get away alive. They immediately return to their ships and sail away, knowing that they are still in danger. The original story actually emphasizes Odysseus's need for secrecy after escaping. At first, he doesn't reveal his identity to Polyphemus. His nobody trick works because the Cyclops doesn't know who attacked him. However, once Odysseus is safely aboard his ship and far enough away from the shore, his pride gets the better of him. He decides to reveal his true name, telling Polyphemus that the man who blinded him was Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca. This is a major turning point because Polyphemus can now direct his anger toward a specific person. He calls upon his father Poseidon and asks the god to punish Odysseus. This curse becomes one of the main reasons Odysseus's journey home becomes so difficult. The movie's arrow scene changes this dynamic by making Odysseus's revenge more immediate and physical. Instead of a later act of pride through revealing his identity, the film portrays him as directly attacking the Cyclops after escaping. While this fits the movie's more action-oriented interpretation of the encounter, it changes an important part of Odysseus's character in the original poem. In Homer's version, Odysseus's greatest flaw is not a desire for violence, but his pride and inability to resist seeking recognition for his victory. He already has the perfect escape plan, but his decision to announce his name allows Polyphemus to call upon Poseidon and creates the divine obstacle that shapes the rest of his journey. The movie also changes the aftermath of the Cyclops encounter by showing Odysseus and his men fleeing while Polyphemus chases them into the water. The Cyclops then continues attacking and kills additional members of the crew during the escape. This sequence doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, the escape from Polyphemus's cave is much more focused on deception and careful planning rather than a direct chase. After Odysseus and his surviving men escape by hiding underneath the sheep, they quietly return to their ships and sail away. Polyphemus doesn't pursue them into the sea. The greatest danger comes after Odysseus has already reached safety. Once the ships are far enough from shore, Odysseus's pride causes him to reveal his true identity to the Cyclops. By adding a chase scene and having the Cyclops kill more men during the escape, the movie turns the encounter into a more traditional action sequence with a final physical confrontation. Homer's version, however, ends with Odysseus already escaping the immediate danger. The tension comes not from a final battle with the Cyclops, but from the consequences of Odysseus's own choices after the victory. This difference also changes the way Odysseus is portrayed. In the original Odyssey, his survival depends on patience, strategy, and cleverness. The movie's version emphasizes bravery and action, presenting him as a hero who fights his way out of danger rather than one who survives primarily through intelligence. The movie also changes one of the most important character moments in the Cyclops episode. Odysseus never boasts or reveals his true name to Polyphemus. Instead of Odysseus's downfall coming from his own pride and desire for recognition, the film portrays the escape as a more straightforward victory over the Cyclops. Odysseus defeats Polyphemus and leaves without revealing who he is, meaning the personal connection between the hero and Poseidon's anger is changed. This is a significant difference because Homer's version uses the scene to show both the strength and weakness of Odysseus's character. He's intelligent enough to outsmart a powerful monster, but his arrogance causes him to undo some of that success. The encounter is not just a story about defeating a monster. It's also a lesson about the dangers of pride and the consequences of seeking glory. The movie shows the Cyclops throwing a massive boulder at Odysseus' ship after the Greeks escape, and this detail is actually accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. After Odysseus and his men have reached their ship and begun sailing away, Polyphemus realizes that his attackers are escaping. In a final attempt to stop them, he hurls a huge rock toward the ship. The boulder lands in the water near the ship and creates a massive wave that nearly pushes the vessel back toward the shore. However, the Cyclops misses, and Odysseus and his men are able to continue their escape. This moment highlights the enormous physical strength of Polyphemus. Even after being blinded, he remains powerful enough to throw objects that could easily destroy a ship or kill the fleeing Greeks. This detail is one of the few moments where the original story includes a direct physical attack after the escape. However, unlike the movie's extended chase sequence, Homer doesn't portray Polyphemus as chasing Odysseus into the sea or continuing a prolonged battle. The boulder throw is a final desperate attempt to stop the Greeks from getting away. The scene also helps set up the transition from the immediate danger of the Cyclops to the larger consequences of Odysseus' actions. After the failed attack, Polyphemus calls upon Poseidon for revenge, beginning the divine conflict that will shape the rest of Odysseus' journey home. Eurylochus mentioning that Odysseus has been praying to Athena many times since leaving Troy is a detail that connects to the original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, Athena is one of Odysseus' greatest divine supporters and frequently helps guide him throughout his journey. As the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and warfare, she favors Odysseus because his greatest strength is not physical power, but his intelligence and ability to outthink his enemies. Throughout the epic, Odysseus often relies on Athena's guidance and protection, especially when he needs clever solutions rather than brute force. Her support begins during the Trojan War and continues throughout his journey home, where she helps him overcome obstacles and eventually return to Ithaca. Eurylochus mentioning Odysseus's prayers to Athena reinforces the close connection between the hero and the goddess, showing that divine guidance is an important part of Homer's original story. Odysseus giving Eurylochus the ring taken from one of the men killed by the Cyclops is another detail that does not appear in Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, this moment adds a personal connection between the survivors and the men who were lost during the encounter. By giving Eurylochus the ring, Odysseus acknowledges the sacrifice of their fallen companion and creates an emotional reminder of the cost of their journey. However, in Homer's poem, there is no mention of Odysseus taking a ring from a dead crew member or giving it to Eurylochus. The original story focuses more on the immediate danger of escaping Polyphemus and the consequences of Odysseus's actions rather than on a personal keepsake from the fallen men. The movie's addition serves as a way to emphasize the emotional impact of the Cyclops encounter and the bond between Odysseus and his crew, but is a creative change created for the film rather than a detail from the ancient text. Back in the present, the movie shows Odysseus wanting to see his men because he cannot. Remember what happened to them. This is a significant change from Homer's original Odyssey, where Odysseus never loses his memories of his crew or the events that happened during his journey. While he spends years trapped on Calypso's island, he remains fully aware of his past and constantly longs to return home to Ithaca. In Homer's poem, Odysseus remembers the companions he lost and the hardships he endured throughout his voyage. His suffering on Calypso's island comes from being separated from his home, his wife, and his family, not from forgetting his past. The movie's decision to have Odysseus lose these memories changes the nature of his character by making his journey partly about rediscovering his own history rather than simply trying to return home after remembering everything he has lost. This alteration creates a different emotional conflict for the character. Instead of a hero carrying the weight of his past experiences, the movie presents Odysseus as someone trying to reconnect with a life and crew that he can no longer fully remember. While this is an original interpretation by the filmmakers, it changes one of the central themes of Homer's Odyssey, that Odysseus' desire to return home is driven by his memories, identity, and the people he left behind. Telemachus and Mentor reaching Sparta and speaking with Menelaus is a detail that is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Telemachus travels to Sparta as part of his search for information about his missing father. However, Sparta is not his first stop. Before meeting Menelaus and Helen, Telemachus and Athena, disguised as Mentor, first travel to Pylos, where they meet the elderly warrior Nestor. Nestor was one of the Greek kings who fought alongside Odysseus during the Trojan War, and Telemachus visits him hoping to learn what happened to his father after the war. Nestor welcomes Telemachus and tells him about the difficult journeys of the Greek heroes returning from Troy, but he does not know Odysseus's fate. He then advises Telemachus to visit Menelaus in Sparta, as Menelaus had traveled farther and may have more information. After leaving Pylos, Telemachus and Mentor continue to Sparta, where they meet Menelaus and Helen. Menelaus reveals that he learned from the sea god Proteus that Odysseus is still alive, but trapped on Calypso's island. By skipping Nestor's role and having Telemachus go directly to Menelaus, the movie streamlines Telemachus' journey while keeping the most important discovery from the original story: confirmation that Odysseus is still alive. In the movie, Menelaus is portrayed as bald with a dark beard, giving him a more aged and hardened appearance. However, this specific appearance does not come directly from Homer's original Odyssey. Homer does not describe Menelaus as bald or provide detailed information about his beard, facial features, or exact physical appearance. Instead, Homer presents Menelaus as a heroic Greek king and veteran of the Trojan War. He is often described with the epithet fair-haired Menelaus, suggesting a traditional image of a noble, golden-haired warrior similar to other Homeric heroes. His appearance is associated with the ideals of Greek heroism, strength, and royal status rather than the older, weathered look shown in the movie. The movie's decision to portray Menelaus as bald with a dark beard is therefore an artistic interpretation rather than a direct adaptation of Homer's description. By giving him a more aged and rugged appearance, the film emphasizes that Menelaus is a man who has lived through the Trojan War and carries the weight of his past experiences. However, in Homer's version, Menelaus is remembered less for his physical appearance and more for his wealth, hospitality, and role as one of the great Greek kings who survived the war. In the movie, Helen is played by a black actress, which is a modern casting interpretation rather than something directly described in Homer's original Odyssey. In the ancient Greek texts, Homer does not provide a detailed description of Helen's ethnicity or skin color. Instead, he focuses on her legendary beauty, referring to her as Fair Helen, and emphasizing her extraordinary, almost divine appearance. Ancient Greek artwork typically portrayed Helen as a Greek woman with the visual characteristics common to Greek artistic traditions, although these depictions varied across different time periods and artists. The original myths identify Helen as the daughter of Zeus and Leda and as a member of the royal family of Sparta, but they do not describe her with specific modern racial categories. Because Homer does not give a precise physical description of Helen beyond her beauty and divine status, any modern portrayal of her appearance involves interpretation by filmmakers. The movie's casting choice reimagines Helen for a contemporary adaptation while preserving her role as one of the most important figures in Greek mythology. The core elements of her character, her connection to Sparta, her marriage to Menelaus, and her role in the events leading to the Trojan War, accompany ancient stories rather than her specific appearance. The movie shows the Spartans feasting because Menelaus' daughter is getting married the following day. This detail is connected to Homer's original Odyssey, although the circumstances are slightly different. In the poem, Telemachus and Athena, disguised as Mentor, arrive in Sparta while Menelaus is holding a large celebration for the upcoming marriage of his son and daughter. During Telemachus' visit, Menelaus is hosting a wedding feast for his daughter Hermione and the son of Achilles, Neoptolemus. Hermione's marriage is significant because she is the only child of Menelaus and Helen, and her wedding connects two important royal families from the Trojan War, Sparta and the House of Achilles. The feast also demonstrates one of the major themes of the Odyssey, hospitality, or xenia. Even though Menelaus is occupied with an important family event, he welcomes Telemachus and his companions as honored guests before even knowing their identities. This reflects the Greek expectation that hosts should provide food, shelter, and respect to travelers who arrive at their home. The movie keeps the idea of a great Spartan celebration, but simplifies the details from Homer's poem. In the original story, the wedding feast is not just background decoration. It provides the setting for Telemachus' meeting with Menelaus and highlights the importance of hospitality that runs throughout the epic. Menelaus, introducing himself as the son of Atreus and the brother of Agamemnon, is a detail that comes directly from Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Menelaus identifies himself as part of the powerful house of Atreus, one of the most important royal families in Greek mythology. Menelaus and his older brother Agamemnon are the sons of Atreus, the king of Mycenae. During the Trojan War, the two brothers became leaders of the Greek forces, with Agamemnon serving as the overall commander of the expedition and Menelaus playing a central role because his wife Helen's abduction by Paris was the event that sparked the war. The connection to Agamemnon is especially important because the Odyssey frequently contrasts the different fates of the Greek heroes after Troy. While Menelaus eventually returns home and lives a prosperous life in Sparta, Agamemnon's return ends in tragedy when he is murdered by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. This story is repeatedly mentioned in the Odyssey, especially during Telemachus' journey, because Agamemnon's fate serves as a warning about the dangers that can await warriors after returning home. By mentioning his family line, Menelaus is not simply giving his name and background. He is placing himself within the larger history of the Trojan War and reminding the audience of the legendary family and events that shaped the world of the epic. Menelaus mentioning that Helen is the face that launched 1,000 ships is a reference to the legendary cause of the Trojan War and is accurate to the mythology surrounding the Odyssey, although the exact phrase does not appear in Homer's original poem. The expression comes from a famous line by the English playwright Christopher Marlowe, who described Helen as having the face that launched 1,000 ships in his play Dr. Faustus. In Greek mythology, Helen's abduction by Paris, Prince of Troy, was the event that led to the Greek expedition against Troy. According to the myth, Menelaus called upon the other Greek kings and warriors to honor their earlier oaths and help him recover Helen, leading to the gathering of the massive Greek fleet that sailed across the Aegean Sea to begin the Trojan War. In Homer's Odyssey, Helen's role as the cause of the war is understood by the characters, and her beauty and importance are frequently discussed. However, Homer does not describe her as the face that launched 1,000 ships. Instead, the poem focuses more on Helen's life after the war, her return to Sparta with Menelaus, and her role as a wise and respected queen. The movie's use of this phrase is therefore a reference to later literary tradition rather than a direct quote from Homer. It captures the cultural idea that Helen's legendary beauty was powerful enough to change the course of history and bring together the greatest warriors of Greece for the Trojan War. In the movie, Helen's face is shown as disfigured, which is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey. In the ancient poem, there is no mention of Helen having any physical injuries, scars, or disfigurement. Instead, Homer continues to portray her as the legendary beauty whose appearance was considered almost divine. Helen's beauty is one of the defining aspects of her character in Greek mythology. In the Odyssey, she is described as fair Helen and is treated as a woman of extraordinary beauty and status. When Telemachus visits Sparta, Helen appears as a respected queen living peacefully with Menelaus after the events of the Trojan War. Her appearance is not presented as damaged by the war, but as a reminder of the beauty that made her famous throughout the Greek world. The movie's decision to portray Helen with a disfigured face is therefore an original interpretation rather than something taken from Homer. This change creates a different meaning for the character, suggesting that Helen carries visible scars from the violence and destruction caused by the Trojan War. Instead of representing an untouched ideal of beauty, the film presents her as someone marked by the consequences of the conflict that surrounded her. While this version differs from the original poem, it reflects a modern approach to mythological storytelling by exploring the emotional and physical consequences of war on its characters. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Helen's role is defined less by suffering from physical wounds and more by her intelligence, royal status, and the complicated legacy of her beauty. Ajax, Patroclus, and Achilles being mentioned is a detail that connects to the world of Homer's original Odyssey. During Telemachus' conversation with Menelaus, the heroes of the Trojan War are frequently remembered because they were among the greatest warriors who fought alongside Odysseus at Troy. Achilles is one of the most important figures associated with the Trojan War. Although he is already dead by the time the events of the Odyssey take place, his legacy continues throughout the poem. In Greek mythology, Achilles was considered the greatest warrior among the Greeks, and his strength played a major role in the Greek victory over Troy. His death during the war is one of the most famous events of the Trojan War tradition, and his son Neoptolemus later continues his legacy. Patroclus, Achilles' closest companion, is also an important figure from the Trojan War. In Homer's Iliad, Patroclus' death is one of the events that causes Achilles to return to battle after withdrawing from the war. His memory remains significant because his death reveals the deep emotional bond between the two warriors and becomes one of the major turning points of the conflict. Ajax, another legendary Greek warrior, is also mentioned. There were two famous warriors named Ajax who fought at Troy, but the most famous was Ajax the Great, known for his incredible strength, courage, and skill with the shield. He was considered one of the greatest Greek fighters after Achilles. After Achilles' death, Ajax competed with Odysseus for ownership of Achilles' armor, and this rivalry eventually contributed to Ajax's tragic fate in later mythology. These references are accurate to the larger tradition surrounding Homer's Odyssey, because the poem frequently looks back on the events of the Trojan War and the fates of the heroes who fought there. However, the movie may present these names more as references for the audience, while in the original epic, they serve as reminders of the sacrifices, rivalries, and tragedies that shaped the generation of warriors before Telemachus. The movie's flashbacks showing Odysseus as the person who came up with the plan for the Trojan horse is accurate to the traditional mythology surrounding the Trojan War. Although Homer's Odyssey does not describe the creation of the Trojan horse in detail, it does credit Odysseus with playing a major role in the strategy. In Homer's Odyssey, the Trojan horse is mentioned during a performance by the bard Demodocus in the court of King Alcinous. Demodocus sings about how the Greeks built the wooden horse, hid their warriors inside, and used deception to enter Troy. Odysseus is specifically connected to the plan because he is described as the leader who helped organize the strategy and was among the warriors hidden inside the horse. Later Greek and Roman traditions expand on the story and often portray Odysseus as the mastermind behind the idea. His intelligence, cunning, and ability to use deception are some of his defining characteristics throughout Greek mythology. The Trojan horse represents these qualities because the Greeks did not defeat Troy through brute force, but through trickery and strategy. However, the exact details of who first invented the plan are not fully explained in Homer's works. Later sources, such as Virgil's Aeneid and other ancient traditions, provide more details about the construction of the horse and the events surrounding its use. The movie's portrayal of Odysseus creating the plan follows the common mythological interpretation of him as the brilliant strategist behind one of the most famous deceptions in ancient history. The movie does not show where the Greeks obtained the wood used to build the Trojan horse, but according to later Greek and Roman traditions, the wood came from Mount Ida near Troy. This detail is not specifically described in Homer's Odyssey, which only briefly mentions the Trojan horse through the song of the bard Demodocus. But other ancient sources expand on how the horse was created. In Greek mythology, after the Greeks decided to use deception to capture Troy, they cut down trees from the forests of Mount Ida, a mountain located near the city. Mount Ida was a significant location in Trojan mythology, being associated with several important events, including the judgment of Paris and the presence of the gods during the Trojan War. The wood from the mountain was used to construct the massive wooden horse that would hide Greek warriors inside. The movie's decision not to explain the source of the wood is understandable because the focus of the scene is on the strategy itself rather than the construction process. However, in some versions of the mythology, the origin of the materials adds another layer to the story by connecting the Trojan horse directly to the land surrounding Troy. The Greeks ultimately used the resources of their enemy's own homeland to create the weapon that would lead to the city's downfall. The movie showing Greek soldiers hidden inside the Trojan horse is accurate to the traditional story of the Trojan War. In the mythology, the wooden horse was not simply a symbolic gift or a monument left outside Troy. It was a deception designed to secretly bring Greek warriors into the city. According to the tradition, Odysseus helped organize the plan, and a select group of Greek soldiers hid inside the hollow wooden structure while the rest of the Greek army sailed away and concealed themselves nearby. The Trojans, believing the Greeks had abandoned the war and left the horse as an offering, brought it inside the city walls. After the Trojans celebrated and fell asleep, the warriors hidden inside the horse emerged, opened the gates of Troy, and allowed the returning Greek army to enter the city. In Homer's Odyssey, this event is mentioned but not described in detail. The bard Demodocus tells the story of the Trojan horse during Odysseus's stay among the Phaeacians, describing how the Greeks hid inside the horse while Odysseus played a major role in the deception. Later, traditions provide more information, including the names of some of the warriors who were hidden inside. The movie's depiction of soldiers inside the horse, therefore, comes directly from the mythology. It captures the central idea of the Trojan horse. The Greeks did not conquer Troy through strength alone, but through secrecy, deception, and Odysseus's famous strategic thinking. The exact number and identities of the warriors hidden inside the Trojan horse vary, depending on the ancient source. While the general idea of Greek soldiers hiding inside the horse is consistent throughout the mythology, different writers provide different lists of who is inside. In Homer's Odyssey, the event is only briefly mentioned through the song of the bard Demodocus, and Homer does not provide a complete list of the warriors who entered the horse. The focus is on the deception itself and Odysseus' role in the plan rather than the individual soldiers involved. Later ancient sources give more details, but they do not always agree with each other. Many traditions include Odysseus as one of the warriors inside the horse, along with other famous Greek heroes such as Menelaus, Diomedes, and Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles. Some sources also mention warriors like Ajax the Lesser, Thoas, and others. The exact number of men inside also changes depending on the version, with some accounts describing a smaller group and others listing a much larger force. Because of these differences, there is no single universally accepted list of who is inside the Trojan horse. The movie's choice of which characters to show is therefore an interpretation based on the many different versions of the myth rather than a detail that comes directly from Homer's original poem. The important element that remains consistent is that the horse contained elite Greek warriors who were hidden inside as part of Odysseus' plan to infiltrate Troy. The movie shows the Greek soldiers remaining inside the Trojan horse for days on end, but this is not something specified in the original sources. Ancient accounts do not provide an exact amount of time that the warriors spent hidden inside the horse. However, the traditional story suggests that the hiding period was much shorter, likely lasting only until the Trojans accepted the horse, brought it into the city, celebrated their apparent victory, and eventually went to sleep. Keeping soldiers hidden inside a wooden structure for several days would have been extremely difficult, as they would have needed food, water, and enough space to remain concealed without being discovered. The mythology focuses more on the cleverness and deception of the plan rather than the practical details of how long the warriors waited inside. The movie's decision to show them enduring a much longer period creates a more dramatic and suspenseful version of the event, but is an interpretation rather than a detail directly taken from ancient sources. In the movie, nobody is allowed to know that the Greek soldiers are hidden inside the Trojan horse, not even Sinon. This is different from the traditional versions of the story, where Sinon is an important part of the deception and knows the truth about the horse. Sinon does not appear as a major character in Homer's Odyssey, but he is featured prominently in later Greek and Roman traditions, especially Virgil's Aeneid. In those versions, Sinon is a Greek soldier who intentionally stays behind after the Greek fleet pretends to leave Troy. When the Trojans discover him, he convinces them that the Trojan horse is a sacred offering and tells a false story about why the Greeks built it. His deception is what persuades the Trojans to bring the horse inside the city. Because Sinon is responsible for convincing the Trojans to accept the horse, he must have known that Greek warriors were hidden inside. The movie's choice to keep Sinon unaware changes his role from an active participant in the Greek strategy to simply another soldier following orders. This creates more mystery around the plan, but it differs from the traditional story where Sinon is one of the key figures who helps make the Trojan horse deception succeed. The movie shows the Greek soldiers trapped inside the Trojan horse for an extended period of time, with some men drowning while waiting because the tide rises around the horse. The film also shows them using breathing tubes to survive underwater. However, this does not happen in the original sources. Neither Homer's Odyssey nor the later ancient accounts of the Trojan horse mention the warriors being submerged, drowning, or needing breathing devices while hiding inside the horse. In the traditional story, the main challenge for the soldiers inside the horse is remaining completely silent and hidden while waiting for the right moment to attack. The ancient sources focus on the psychological difficulty of the plan rather than a physical struggle with the environment. The warriors had to endure the fear of discovery while surrounded by enemy soldiers inside the city of Troy. The movie's addition of the rising tide and breathing tubes creates a more dramatic and suspenseful version of the Trojan horse strategy. It presents the plan as an extreme test of endurance and survival, emphasizing the danger faced by the Greek warriors before they could launch their attack. However, this is a creative interpretation by the filmmakers rather than a detail found in the original mythology. In the ancient versions, the danger came from maintaining secrecy and deception, not from being trapped underwater. The movie shows the Trojans dragging the Trojan horse into the city of Troy using ropes, with the horse having no visible wheels. This is an interpretation of the event, but ancient sources do not provide a detailed description of exactly how the horse was moved into the city. In the traditional story, the Trojans discover the massive wooden horse outside their walls and decide to bring it inside Troy as a supposed offering to the gods. However, ancient texts do not specify whether the horse was pulled by ropes, pushed, rolled on wheels, or moved using some other method. The focus of the story is not the logistics of transporting the horse, but the deception that allowed the Greeks to enter the city. Some later artistic depictions and modern adaptations show the horse being moved on wheels, since a structure large enough to hold soldiers would have been extremely difficult to transport otherwise. Other versions, like the movie, portray the Trojans using ropes and manpower to drag it through the gates. Because Homer and other ancient writers do not describe the exact method, the movie's choice is a creative interpretation rather than a direct contradiction of the original myth. The important detail that remains consistent is that the Trojans themselves brought the horse inside their city, unknowingly allowing Greek soldiers hidden within it to enter the heart of Troy. The movie shows the Trojans testing the Trojan horse by stabbing it with their swords, but this does not happen in the original sources. In the traditional story, the Trojans inspect the horse and question whether they should bring it into the city, but there is no scene where they attack it with weapons. The closest example comes from Virgil's Aeneid, where the priest Laocoon throws a spear at the horse as a warning, but the Greeks hidden inside remain undiscovered. The movie adds this moment to increase the tension and show how close the deception came to being exposed. The movie shows the Trojans bringing the Trojan horse into the city and placing it in Troy, while the Greek soldiers hidden inside wait until nightfall before emerging. This is accurate to the traditional story of the Trojan horse. After the Trojans accept the horse as a supposed offering and bring it within their walls, the Greek warriors remain hidden until the city is quiet. In the traditional accounts, the Greeks inside the horse wait for the right moment to strike. Once the Trojans are asleep after celebrating what they believe is their victory, the hidden soldiers emerge from the horse and begin their attack. They kill the guards, open the gates of Troy, and allow the Greek army, which had secretly returned under the cover of darkness, to enter the city. However, the exact details of how the Greeks emerged are not fully described in Homer's Odyssey. Homer only briefly references the event through the song of the bard Demodocus, focusing on the deception rather than the step-by-step actions. Later sources, especially Virgil's Aeneid and other traditions, expand on the story by describing the warriors leaving the horse and opening the gates for the Greek forces. The movie's depiction of the Greeks emerging from the horse at night, therefore, follows the broader mythology. It captures the central idea of the Trojan horse. The Greeks used patience, secrecy, and deception to defeat Troy after 10 years of failed attempts to capture the city by force. The movie shows Odysseus being the first warrior to emerge from the Trojan horse, followed by Menelaus. This is a reasonable interpretation based on their importance in the Trojan War, but the original sources do not specifically state that these two heroes were the first to leave the horse. In Homer's Odyssey, the Trojan horse episode is only briefly mentioned through the song of the bard Demodocus, and Homer does not describe the order in which the Greek warriors emerged. The poem focuses on Odysseus's role in the strategy and his reputation for intelligence and deception, but it does not explain who climbed out first once the horse was inside Troy. Later traditions often connect Odysseus closely with the first moments of the attack because he was one of the leaders of the plan and was known as the greatest strategist among the Greeks. Menelaus also makes sense as a prominent figure in the story because the entire Trojan war began after Paris took Helen, Menelaus's wife. His personal motivation for destroying Troy makes his presence during the final attack especially significant. However, there is no surviving ancient source that confirms Odysseus emerged first and Menelaus followed him. The movie's choice is therefore a dramatic interpretation that places two of the most important Greek leaders at the center of Troy's downfall. It emphasizes Odysseus as the mastermind behind the deception while also highlighting Menelaus's personal connection to the war and his desire to reclaim Helen. The movie shows the Greek soldiers emerging from the Trojan horse armed with bows and arrows and using them to kill the Trojans inside the city. This is a creative interpretation of the attack, as the original sources do not specifically describe the Greeks using bows and arrows during the sack of Troy. In the traditional story, the warriors hidden inside the horse emerge at night after the Trojans have fallen asleep. Their first actions are to kill the guards, open the gates of Troy, and signal the Greek army waiting outside to return and attack the city. The emphasis is on the element of surprise and close-quarters combat, rather than a specific weapon being used. Homer's Odyssey does not provide a detailed description of the weapons used during the fall of Troy. It only focuses on the deception of the Trojan horse and Odysseus's role in the strategy. Later traditions, such as Virgil's Aeneid, also describe the Greeks attacking the city after emerging from the horse, but do not establish bows and arrows as a major part of the assault. The movie's choice to show the Greeks using bows creates a more cinematic version of the scene, allowing the hidden warriors to strike from a distance while maintaining the element of surprise. However, this is an adaptation choice rather than a detail directly taken from Homer's original account. In the traditional myth, the Greeks' greatest weapon was not a particular type of weapon, but the deception and strategy that allowed them to finally enter Troy after 10 years of war. The movie shows the Greek soldiers hidden inside the Trojan horse opening the gates of Troy to allow Agamemnon and the rest of the Greek army to enter the city. This detail is accurate to the traditional story of the Trojan horse. After the warriors inside the horse emerge during the night, one of their most important tasks is to open the city gates so that the Greek forces, who had secretly returned after pretending to sail away, can invade Troy. In the ancient tradition, the Trojan horse succeeds because it allows the Greeks to bypass Troy's massive defenses. For 10 years, the Greek army had been unable to capture the city through direct attacks because of its strong walls. By hiding soldiers inside the horse and gaining access from within, the Greeks are finally able to overcome Troy's defenses. Homer's Odyssey briefly mentions that the Greeks used the Trojan horse to enter Troy, but it does not describe the specific actions of the warriors after they emerged. Later sources, especially Virgil's Aeneid, provide more details about the night of Troy's fall, including the Greeks leaving the horse, killing the guards, and opening the gates for the returning army. The movie's depiction of the Greeks opening the gates for Agamemnon and the other Greek leaders follows this traditional version. However, the exact sequence and the involvement of specific characters vary between ancient accounts. The important element that remains consistent is that the Trojan horse was successful because it allowed the Greeks to enter Troy from the inside and bring in the army that had been waiting outside. The movie mentions that Menelaus last saw Odysseus in Troy and that it took him years to return home after the war. This is accurate to the broader mythology surrounding the aftermath of the Trojan War and is connected to events described in Homer's Odyssey. After the fall of Troy, the Greek heroes did not immediately return home. Instead, many of them faced difficult journeys filled with storms, conflicts, and divine interference. Menelaus was one of the warriors who experienced a long and difficult journey back to Sparta. In Homer's Odyssey, Menelaus explains that after leaving Troy, he was delayed for years while traveling across the seas before finally returning home. During his journey, Menelaus and his ships were blown off course and traveled to distant lands, including Egypt. There, he learned from the sea god Proteus that some of the Greek heroes had met different fates after the war. Menelaus also discovered that Odysseus was still alive, but trapped on Calypso's island. The movies mention that Menelaus had not seen Odysseus since Troy helps establish the long separation between the Greek warriors after the war. In the original Odyssey, This separation is important because Odysseus's absence is not simply because he disappeared. It is the result of a long series of obstacles that prevent him from returning home. While Menelaus eventually makes it back to Sparta, Odysseus's journey becomes the longest and most difficult of all the Greek heroes. The movie shows that Agamemnon successfully returned home after the Trojan War and was welcomed by his wife, Queen Clytemnestra, who is portrayed as Helen's twin sister. While Agamemnon's return to Mycenae is accurate to Greek mythology, the detail that Clytemnestra and Helen are twins is not accurate to the original traditions. In Greek mythology, Clytemnestra and Helen are sisters, and both are daughters of Zeus and Leda, but they are not usually described as twins. Helen is typically considered the daughter of Zeus and Leda, while Clytemnestra is the daughter of Leda and her mortal husband Tyndareus. Some traditions vary on their exact parentage, but they are generally presented as sisters rather than identical twins. The movie's decision to make Clytemnestra and Helen twins is likely a way to create a stronger visual and narrative connection between the two characters. Since Helen's abduction by Paris caused the Trojan War, linking Clytemnestra more closely to Helen emphasizes the connection between the events of Troy and the tragedy that follows Agamemnon's return. However, in the original mythology, Clytemnestra has her own separate story and is one of the most tragic figures connected to the aftermath of the Trojan War. When Agamemnon returns home, he is not greeted by a loving reunion. Instead, Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus plot against him, and Agamemnon is murdered after arriving in Mycenae. This event is one of the most famous consequences of the Trojan War and is repeatedly referenced in Homer's Odyssey as a warning about the dangers that can await heroes after returning home. So while the movie is correct that Agamemnon returned home and that Clytemnestra was his wife, the idea that she was Helen's twin sister is a creative change rather than a detail from the original mythology. The movie's decision to portray Helen and Clytemnestra as identical twins creates an interesting visual connection between the two characters, but it changes an important aspect of the original mythology. In the traditional stories, Helen's uniqueness is one of the reasons she becomes such a legendary figure. She is described as the most beautiful woman in the world, and her beauty is considered extraordinary enough to inspire kings and warriors to go to war for her. If Helen and Clytemnestra are shown as identical twins, it creates a potential problem for the mythology because it suggests there are two women with the same legendary appearance. The reason Helen becomes such a powerful symbol in Greek myth is that her beauty is portrayed as unmatched and almost divine. Making Clytemnestra look exactly like her weakens the idea that Helen's beauty was singular and unlike anyone else. In the original mythology, although Helen and Clytemnestra are sisters, they are not identical copies of one another. They have separate identities and different roles in the story. Helen is remembered for her beauty and the events that led to the Trojan War, while Clytemnestra is remembered for her role in the tragedy of Agamemnon's return and his murder after the war. The movie's change may have been intended to emphasize the connection between the two sisters and show the consequences of the Trojan War affecting both of them. However, it creates a difference from the original myth because Helen's legendary status depends on her being a unique figure, not one of two identical women who share the same extraordinary appearance. Back with Calypso, Odysseus tells her that his men believed he had offended Poseidon. This connects to an important part of Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes the way this information is presented. In Homer's poem, Odysseus does eventually explain that Poseidon's anger is one of the main reasons his journey home has been delayed. However, the connection between Odysseus and Poseidon comes specifically from the Cyclops episode. After Odysseus and his men escape from Polyphemus, Odysseus makes the mistake of revealing his true name to the Cyclops. Polyphemus then calls upon his father, the god Poseidon, and asks him to punish Odysseus for blinding him. Poseidon hears his son's prayer and becomes Odysseus's greatest divine enemy. Throughout the rest of the Odyssey, Poseidon repeatedly interferes with Odysseus's voyage by creating storms and obstacles that prevent him from reaching Ithaca. However, Odysseus's crew does not immediately know the full details of what happened between him and Poseidon. They only understand that something has gone wrong and that the gods may be angry with them. The movie's version simplifies this idea by having Odysseus directly explain to Calypso that his men believe they had offended Poseidon. In the original Odyssey, the situation is more complicated because Poseidon's anger is tied specifically to Odysseus's personal actions, especially his decision to reveal his name to Polyphemus. The poem presents this as one of Odysseus's greatest flaws. He is intelligent enough to defeat the Cyclops through strategy, but his pride causes him to create a new danger for himself and his crew. So while the idea that Poseidon was responsible for their suffering is accurate, the movie changes the timing and explanation of how that connection is revealed. In Homer's version, the anger of Poseidon is a consequence of Odysseus's own choice, not simply a general belief among his men that they had angered the god. The movie does not include the famous bag of winds from Aeolus. Instead, Odysseus and his men are simply pushed off course by dangerous weather and storms during their journey home. While storms and difficult sailing conditions are accurate to Homer's original Odyssey, the movie removes one of the most memorable supernatural events from the poem. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus and his crew encounter Aeolus, the ruler of the winds. Aeolus welcomes them as guests and gives Odysseus a leather bag containing all the dangerous winds that could prevent them from reaching Ithaca. He leaves only the favorable west wind outside the bag so that it can carry Odysseus and his ships safely home. For a time, the plan works, and Ithaca comes into sight after only a short journey. However, while Odysseus is sleeping, his crew members become suspicious of the bag. They believe Aeolus gave Odysseus treasure and secretly open it, hoping to claim a share of the riches inside. When the winds escape, they create a massive storm that blows the ships all the way back to Aeolus's island. This mistake becomes another example of how Odysseus's journey is harmed not only by the actions of the gods, but also by the mistakes of his own men. The movie's version simplifies this part of the journey by removing Aeolus and replacing the magical winds with natural storms. This makes Odysseus's voyage feel more realistic, but it removes an important part of the original story. In Homer's Odyssey, the bag of winds represents another obstacle caused by human curiosity and mistrust, showing that even when Odysseus has a successful plan, his crew's actions can still threaten their survival. Odysseus and his men ending up on the island of the Laestrygonians is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. After leaving Aeolus and losing the favorable winds, Odysseus and his remaining crew continue their journey and eventually arrive at the land of the Laestrygonians, a race of powerful giants who become one of the most dangerous encounters during their voyage. In Homer's poem, Odysseus and his men arrive at the harbor of the Laestrygonians and send scouts to investigate the island. They encounter a people who initially appear to be inhabitants they can communicate with, but they soon discover that the Laestrygonians are hostile. The giants attack the Greeks and begin throwing enormous rocks at their ships. They destroy much of the fleet, crushing the vessels and killing many of Odysseus's men. Unlike some of the other encounters in the Odyssey, the Laestrygonians are not defeated through Odysseus's cleverness or a carefully planned strategy. The attack happens so suddenly and violently that Odysseus has little choice but to flee. He manages to escape with only his own ship because he had wisely kept it separated from the others and positioned outside the harbor. The movie's depiction of Odysseus and his men reaching the island of the Laestrygonians therefore follows the general order of events from Homer's epic. However, as with many parts of the journey, the film may simplify or alter the details of the encounter. In the original Odyssey, the Laestrygonians are a major turning point because they destroy almost the entire Greek fleet, leaving Odysseus with only a single ship and a much smaller group of surviving companions for the rest of his journey. The movie shows Odysseus's men encountering a small female Laestrygonian child and asking her for food. However, this does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus and his crew do not meet a child or attempt to ask the Laestrygonians for food before the attack. In Homer's version, Odysseus sends a group of men to explore the island and discover what kind of people live there. The scouts encounter a Lestrygonian woman, who is described as the daughter of the giant king Antiphates. She directs them toward her father's palace, where they meet the Lestrygonian ruler. The situation quickly turns violent when the giants realize the Greeks are strangers, and Antiphates attacks one of Odysseus's men. The Lestrygonians then reveal their true nature as hostile giants. They chase the Greeks back to their ships and destroy the fleet by throwing massive rocks and attacking the sailors. There is no moment in the original poem where Odysseus's crew peacefully interacts with a child or receives help from a young Lestrygonian. The movie's addition of the child changes the tone of the encounter by creating a moment of potential trust before the danger is revealed. It makes the Lestrygonians seem less immediately threatening and adds a more emotional contrast between innocence and violence. However, this is a creative change by the filmmakers rather than a detail taken from Homer's Odyssey. In the original story, the Greeks' encounter with the Lestrygonians quickly becomes a disaster because they unknowingly enter the territory of a dangerous race of giants. The movie portrays the Lestrygonians wearing full steel plate armor and fighting with swords, but this is not accurate to the original Odyssey. These details are a modern interpretation of how the giants are represented rather than something taken directly from Homer's poem. In Homer's original Odyssey, the Lestrygonians are described as a race of enormous and powerful giants, but Homer does not describe them wearing metal armor or using specific weapons like swords. Their strength comes from their massive size and physical power rather than advanced equipment. They are portrayed as a savage and dangerous people who attack the Greeks by using their overwhelming strength, including throwing enormous rocks at the ships. From the shore, the use of full-plate armor is also historically out of place for the world of the Odyssey. The story is traditionally set during the Late Bronze Age, the period associated with the Mycenaean Greeks and the legendary Trojan War. Full steel-plate armor did not exist during this era and would not appear until thousands of years later in the medieval period. Ancient Greek warriors of the Bronze Age used equipment such as bronze helmets, shields, spears, and body armor made from materials available at the time. The movie's choice to give the Lestrygonians heavy armor and swords creates a more familiar fantasy warrior appearance and makes them appear like a highly organized army rather than a race of monstrous giants. However, this changes the nature of the creatures from Homer's version. In the original Odyssey, the Lestrygonians are frightening because they are physically overwhelming beings who exist outside normal human society, not because they possess superior weapons or military technology. The movie shows Odysseus's men running back to their ship, while Odysseus uses a bow and arrows to attack the Lestrygonians. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Odysseus does not fight back with a bow during the attack. In Homer's poem, once Odysseus's scouts realize that the Lestrygonians are hostile, the situation quickly turns into a disaster. The giants attack the Greek ships by throwing enormous rocks from the cliffs and smashing the vessels. The Lestrygonians are so powerful that they destroy nearly the entire fleet before Odysseus and his men can escape. Odysseus does not attempt to defeat them in battle. Instead, he focuses on survival and immediately orders his remaining crew to flee. The main reason Odysseus survives is because his own ship was positioned outside the harbor, away from the other Greek ships. When the attack begins, he is able to cut the ship's rope and escape before the Lestrygonians can destroy it. All of the other ships and their crews are lost, leaving Odysseus with only one remaining vessel. The movie's depiction of Odysseus firing arrows adds a more traditional action hero moment and presents him as actively fighting back against the attackers. However, this changes an important part of the original scene. In Homer's Odyssey, the encounter is not a battle that Odysseus can win through skill or combat. The Lestrygonians are an overwhelming force, and Odysseus's only victory is escaping alive. The episode emphasizes one of the recurring themes of the poem. Even the greatest warrior must sometimes rely on caution and survival rather than direct confrontation. The movie shows almost all of Odysseus's ships being destroyed, leaving only one ship to continue the journey. This part is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey, but the way it happens is different. In the poem, the Laestrygonians do not destroy the Greek fleet through a direct battle with weapons. Instead, they destroy the ships by throwing massive rocks from the cliffs and attacking the vessels while the Greeks are trapped inside the harbor. In Homer's version, the Laestrygonians are incredibly powerful giants who overwhelm the Greek fleet almost instantly. They use their enormous strength to crush the ships, and many of Odysseus's men are killed during the attack. The scene is meant to show how helpless the Greeks are against a force that is far beyond normal human enemies. Odysseus does not defeat the Laestrygonians. He survives because his own ship was positioned outside the harbor, allowing him to escape while the rest of the fleet is destroyed. The movie also changes the way the Laestrygonians are portrayed by leaving out their cannibalistic nature. In Homer's Odyssey, the Laestrygonians are not just dangerous giants. They are described as man-eating creatures. When Odysseus' scouts enter their land, King Antiphates kills and eats one of the Greek men, revealing the savage nature of the inhabitants. The movie does not include this detail and instead focuses on the Laestrygonians as a violent force that destroys the Greek ships. By removing the cannibalism, the movie makes the encounter less focused on the horror of encountering a monstrous race and more focused on the physical destruction of Odysseus' fleet. In Homer's version, the danger comes not only from their strength, but also from their complete rejection of human customs and hospitality. The movie shows Athena traveling with Odysseus on his ship, although none of the other crew members are able to see her. This is a creative interpretation of Athena's role in the story, as the goddess does not physically accompany Odysseus in this way in Homer's original Odyssey. In the original poem, Athena is one of Odysseus's greatest allies and frequently helps guide him throughout his journey. However, she usually assists him from a distance or appears in disguise, rather than openly traveling beside him as an invisible companion. The gods in Greek mythology often interact with mortals by taking different forms, and Athena commonly disguises herself as humans such as Mentor, the trusted friend of Odysseus, and later the companion who helps guide Telemachus. Athena's support is especially important because she represents wisdom, strategy, and clever thinking, qualities that define Odysseus himself. She helps him by influencing events, advising him, and protecting him from danger. However, the other characters in the Odyssey are not aware that Athena is constantly watching over him. The movie's decision to have Athena physically present on the ship creates a more direct relationship between the goddess and Odysseus. It allows the audience to see their connection and gives Odysseus a visible source of guidance during his journey. However, this changes the dynamic from Homer's version, where Athena's influence is more mysterious and divine. In the original Odyssey, part of the story's tension comes from the idea that Odysseus is navigating his challenges with only occasional help from the gods, rather than having one of them beside him throughout the adventure. The characters then land on the island of Circe, and the movie shows some of Odysseus's men wanting to remain with the ships rather than explore the island. Odysseus interprets their hesitation as a possible mutiny against his leadership. This situation is partially connected to the original Odyssey, but the movie changes the details and the context of the conflict. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus and his men do arrive on Circe's island, known as after escaping the destruction of their fleet by the Laestrygonians. At this point in the journey, Odysseus has lost almost all of his ships and companions, leaving only one ship and a much smaller group of survivors. The crew is exhausted and frightened after everything they have experienced. However, the poem does not describe a moment where the crew openly considers mutiny or where Odysseus accuses them of rebellion. Instead, the main disagreement comes from their fear and exhaustion. When Odysseus suggests exploring the island, his men are hesitant because they have already suffered many losses and are cautious about entering another unknown land. Eventually, Odysseus divides the group, sending half of the men to investigate while the others remain with the ship. The group led by Eurylochus discovers Circe's palace, where she transforms many of the men into pigs. Eurylochus escapes and returns to warn Odysseus, who then goes to confront Circe himself with the help of the god Hermes. The movie's portrayal of tension between Odysseus and his crew reflects a larger theme from Homer's Odyssey: the growing conflict between Odysseus's desire to continue forward and his men's fear after years of hardship. However, the original poem does not frame this specific moment as a mutiny. Instead, it shows a crew that has lost confidence and is struggling to survive, while Odysseus continues to rely on courage, leadership, and strategy to guide them home. The movie shows Odysseus going hunting while the rest of his men explore the island and encounter Circe. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Odysseus is not away hunting when his crew meets the goddess. In the original poem, after arriving on Circe's island, Odysseus sends a group of his men to investigate the land. The group is led by Eurylochus, one of Odysseus's trusted companions. They discover Circe's palace, where she welcomes them inside and offers them food and drink. However, Circe secretly uses her magic to transform the men into pigs while allowing them to keep their human minds and memories. Eurylochus is the only one who avoids being transformed because he stays outside the palace, suspicious that something dangerous is happening. He returns to Odysseus and warns him about what happened. After hearing this, Odysseus decides to rescue his men and goes alone to confront Circe. On his way to Circe's palace, Odysseus encounters the god Hermes, who give him a magical herb called moly that protects him from Circe's enchantments. Because of this protection, Circe's magic fails when she attempts to transform him. Odysseus then forces her to swear an oath not to harm him or his crew, allowing him to rescue his men. The movie's choice to have Odysseus away hunting changes the dynamic of the scene. Instead of Odysseus actively responding to his men's disappearance, it separates him from the event and allows the crew to experience Circe's magic without their leader present. This creates more suspense and gives the other characters a larger role. But it differs from Homer's version, where the encounter with Circe directly highlights Odysseus's intelligence and his ability to overcome magical threats. The movie portrays Circe as living in a small, run-down hut on the island, giving her the appearance of a more isolated and mysterious figure. However, this is very different from how Circe's home is described in Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, Circe does not live in a simple hut. She resides in a large and impressive palace located deep within a forest on the island of Aeae. When Odysseus's men discover her home, they find a grand dwelling that reflects her status as a powerful goddess and sorceress. The palace is surrounded by strange, enchanted animals, including wolves and lions that would normally be dangerous but have been tamed by Circe's magic. Inside the palace, Circe is surrounded by luxury and signs of her supernatural power. She has servants, magical supplies, and the resources of a wealthy divine figure rather than someone living in poverty or isolation. The contrast is important because Circe is not portrayed as a helpless or primitive person. She's a powerful goddess who controls her environment and possesses abilities that make her a serious threat to Odysseus and his men. The movie's decision to place Circe in a small, worn-down hut changes the way the character is presented. Instead of emphasizing her power and status, the film gives her a more mysterious and humble appearance, making her seem like a solitary witch living apart from society. While this fits some modern interpretations of a sorceress, it differs from Homer's version, where Circe's palace and magical surroundings reinforce that Odysseus is encountering a powerful divine being rather than an ordinary person. The movie shows Circe's island populated by a variety of exotic animals, including lions, black panthers, leopards, and tigers. This creates the impression that Aeae is a mysterious and dangerous place filled with unusual creatures under Circe's influence. However, this specific collection of animals does not come directly from Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, the main animals associated with Circe's island are wolves and lions that surround her palace. These creatures are described as wild animals that have been enchanted by Circe's magic. Instead of attacking Odysseus's men, they behave peacefully, showing that Circe has supernatural control over the natural world. Their presence helps establish that the island is not a normal location, but a magical realm belonging to a powerful goddess. Homer does not mention black panthers, leopards, or tigers living on Aea. These animals are later additions created by modern interpretations of Circe's character and her island. The filmmakers likely included them to make the setting feel more exotic, dangerous, and visually impressive, emphasizing Circe's connection to wild creatures and nature. The movie's portrayal still follows the general idea from the original story. Circe has a supernatural relationship with animals, and her island exists outside the ordinary human world. However, the specific animals shown are an artistic choice rather than creatures described in Homer's Odyssey. In the original poem, the important detail is not the variety of animals, but the fact that even normally dangerous beasts are under Circe's magical control. The movie shows Circe being frightened when she first sees Odysseus's men, reacting as though the arrival of strangers is a threat to her. This changes the dynamic between Circe and the Greeks compared to Homer's original Odyssey, where Circe is not portrayed as afraid of them. In Homer's poem, Circe is a powerful goddess and sorceress who is already in control when Odysseus's men arrive on Aea. When the Greek explorers discover her palace, she welcomes them inside and appears to be a gracious host. However, this hospitality is a deception because she secretly uses her magic to transform the men into pigs after they eat her food and drink her wine. Rather than being intimidated by the Greeks, Circe is the one with the advantage. She has magical abilities, knows how to control her environment, and easily overpowers the men who enter her home. The only reason Odysseus is able to resist her magic later is because the god Hermes gives him the protective herb moly, allowing him to confront Circe without being transformed. The movie's choice to make Circe afraid of the men changes her introduction by making her appear more vulnerable and human. Instead of immediately presenting her as a powerful supernatural figure, the film creates a sense that she may be threatened by the arrival of Odysseus's crew. This adds a different emotional layer to their encounter, but it is not how Circe is portrayed in Homer's original story. In the Odyssey, the danger comes from Circe herself, not from the Greeks who arrive on her island. The movie shows Circe having a large supply of food and welcoming Odysseus's men by offering them a meal. This detail is actually connected to Homer's original Odyssey, although the circumstances surrounding the feast are different. In Homer's poem, Circe does indeed offer food and drink to Odysseus's men when they arrive at her palace. After inviting them inside, she prepares a meal and gives them wine. However, this act of hospitality is not genuine. Circe secretly uses her magic to transform the men into pigs after they eat and drink what she provides. Although they lose their human bodies, they keep their human minds and memories, making the transformation especially disturbing. The abundance of food in Circe's home also reflects her status as a powerful goddess. In the original Odyssey, her palace is not described as a poor or abandoned dwelling, but as a place filled with resources and luxury. She has servants, supplies, and the ability to provide a generous feast for unexpected guests. The movie's depiction of Circe feeding the men therefore captures an important part of the original story, the connection between food, hospitality, and deception. However, the film changes the meaning behind a meal. In Homer's version, the feast is a trap designed to weaken and transform the Greeks. The danger comes from the fact that Circe appears to follow the rules of hospitality while secretly violating the trust between host and guest. In the movie, the meal may serve more as a moment of interaction between Circe and the crew rather than the beginning of a magical attack. The movie shows Odysseus's men removing their weapons and armor and leaving them outside in the back before entering Circe's home. This detail is not found in Homer's original Odyssey and appears to be a creative choice by the filmmakers. In the original poem, Odysseus's men do not leave behind their weapons and armor before meeting Circe. when Eurylochus leads the group to investigate the island. The men approach Circe's palace while still carrying their equipment. Their vulnerability comes not from being unarmed, but from being caught off guard by Circe's magic and deception. When the men enter Circe's palace, she appears to welcome them as guests by offering them food and drink. However, after they eat her meal, she uses her magic wand to transform them into pigs. Their weapons and physical strength are useless against her supernatural abilities. The scene highlights one of the major themes of the Odyssey. Mortal warriors who are powerful in battle can still be defeated by forces they cannot fight with strength alone. The movie's choice to have the men leave their weapons and armor behind changes the nature of the encounter. It makes them appear more trusting and vulnerable, suggesting that they believe they are entering a peaceful meeting rather than a dangerous situation. It also creates a stronger visual contrast between the armed warriors outside and the helpless men who later face Circe's magic. However, this detail is an adaptation choice rather than something taken from Homer's original story. The movie shows Odysseus's men eating Circe's food and being transformed into pigs through a physical change in their faces. Unlike many traditional versions of the story, the men are not shown drinking anything before the transformation. This differs from Homer's original Odyssey, where Circe's magic is specifically connected to both the food and drink she gives them. In Homer's poem, when Eurylochus and the other men enter Circe's palace, she welcomes them inside and prepares a meal for them. She gives them food and mixes a magical substance into their drink before using her wand to transform them into pigs. The transformation is not simply caused by eating the meal alone. It is part of Circe's enchantment and her use of magic. The original story also emphasizes that the transformation is more than just a physical change. Although the men are turned into pigs, they do not lose their human thoughts or memories. They still understand what has happened to them, making the experience even more horrifying. They're trapped in animal bodies while still possessing their human minds. The movie's version changes this by focusing the transformation on the food itself and showing the men's faces physically changing into pig-like features. This creates a more visual and immediate transformation for the audience, but it removes the specific role of Circe's magical drink from Homer's account. In the original Odyssey, the danger comes from Circe's deceptive hospitality. She appears to welcome the men as guests, but secretly uses magic to take away their human forms. The movie shows Eurylochus among the men who enter Circe's home and are transformed into pigs. However, this is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Eurylochus is the only member of the group who escapes and returns to warn Odysseus about what happened. In the original poem, Eurylochus accompanies the scouting party led by him to explore Circe's island. When they discover her palace, most of the men enter after Circe invites them inside. Eurylochus, however, remains outside because he is suspicious of the situation and fears that something dangerous may happen. His caution saves him from Circe's magic. After seeing that the other men do not return, Eurylochus witnesses what has happened and rushes back to Odysseus to report the danger. He explains that Circe has transformed the men into pigs, warning Odysseus not to approach the palace. Although Eurylochus is often portrayed as fearful in the Odyssey, this moment shows that his caution and distrust are justified. This change affects Eurylochus' role in the story. In Homer's version, he serves as the messenger who allows Odysseus to learn about Circe's powers and begin planning a rescue. Without Eurylochus escaping, Odysseus would not know what happened to his men or what danger awaited him. The movie's choice to have him transformed alongside the others removes this important part of his character and changes the way the encounter unfolds. In the original Odyssey, Eurylochus surviving the encounter also continues his larger role as one of Odysseus's most important companions. He remains with the crew for much of the journey and later becomes involved in another major event when the men make a disastrous decision on the island of the sun god. The movie shows Odysseus hunting an animal on Circe's island, only for him to discover that it was actually a person when it dies. This moment does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and appears to be a creative addition by the filmmakers. In Homer's poem, There is no scene where Odysseus hunts an animal that transforms into or is revealed to be a human. The dangers of Circe's island come from her magic and her ability to transform humans into animals, not from animals secretly being humans. The main transformation in the original story happens when Circe uses her spells to turn Odysseus's men into pigs after they enter her palace. The movie's version creates a different type of magical mystery around Circe's island. By having Odysseus unknowingly kill what appears to be an animal but is actually a person, the film emphasizes the idea that reality on Aeaea cannot be trusted and that Circe's magic affects the entire environment around her. It also creates a more personal and unsettling moment for Odysseus by forcing him to confront the consequences of his actions. However, this scene is not based on any event from Homer's Odyssey. In the original story, Odysseus does not encounter a situation like this on Circe's island. Instead, the focus is on the confrontation between Odysseus and Circe herself, where he must overcome her magic through intelligence, divine assistance, and negotiation rather than through combat or hunting. The movie shows Odysseus's men becoming unable to stop eating the food provided by Circe. This detail is not found in Homer's original Odyssey, but it helps the film emphasize that Circe's magic is affecting the men before their transformation. In Homer's poem, Circe does not make the men endlessly eat or lose control of themselves through hunger. Instead, she invites them into her palace, prepares a meal, and gives them food and drink as part of her deception. After they consume what she provides, she uses her magic to transform them into pigs. The danger comes from Circe secretly enchanting the meal, not from the men being unable to stop themselves from eating. The movie's version changes the scene by making the food itself appear almost irresistible, showing the men continuing to eat despite the strange situation around them. This creates a more visual representation of Circe's power and makes the audience aware that something supernatural is happening before the transformation occurs. However, in the original Odyssey, the men are not portrayed as being controlled by their appetite. They are victims of Circe's trick because they trust her as a host and accept the hospitality she offers. This connects to one of the central themes of the poem, the importance of xenia, or the Greek tradition of hospitality. Guests are expected to trust their hosts, but Circe twists that expectation by using the customs of hospitality as a way to harm them. The movie shifts the focus from deception through hospitality to magical temptation through the food itself. The movie shows Odysseus realizing that something is wrong with his men and immediately rushing to Circe's palace to help them. This changes the way Odysseus discovers the danger compared to Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, Odysseus does not personally witness anything going wrong with his men at first. Instead, he learns about Circe's actions from Eurylochus, who escapes the palace and returns to warn him. Eurylochus explains that the group entered Circe's home, accepted her food and drink, and were transformed into pigs. After hearing this, Odysseus decides to rescue his companions and goes to confront Circe himself. The original story places more emphasis on Eurylochus' role as the survivor who brings back the warning. His escape creates tension because Odysseus has to trust the report of one of his men while deciding whether to enter the same dangerous place. It also highlights the loyalty Odysseus feels toward his crew, as he chooses to risk his own life to save them even after learning that Circe is powerful and dangerous. The movie's version changes the scene by allowing Odysseus to discover the threat on his own and respond immediately. This makes him appear more directly involved and gives the scene a stronger action-focused structure. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus's heroism comes from his willingness to face the danger after being warned, not from discovering the problem himself. The encounter is less about reacting to what he sees and more about using intelligence and courage to overcome a supernatural enemy. In the original Odyssey, Hermes appears to Odysseus and gives him a magical herb called moly, which protects him from Circe's powers. This important moment is completely removed from the movie because the film does not include the Greek gods as active characters, meaning Hermes does not appear to guide Odysseus. In Homer's poem, After Eurylochus warns Odysseus that Circe has transformed his men into pigs, Odysseus sets out alone to confront her. While he is traveling toward Circe's palace, the god Hermes appears in the form of a young man and stops him. Hermes explains that Circe is a dangerous sorceress and gives Odysseus the magical herb moly. The plant protects him from Circe's spell, allowing him to resist her attempt to transform him. When Odysseus reaches Circe's palace, she follows the same pattern she used on his men. She gives him food and drink and strikes him with her wand, expecting him to be transformed. However, because of the protection from Hermes and the moly herb, her magic has no effect. Odysseus then draws his sword and forces Circe to swear an oath that she will not harm him or his companions. The movie's version removes this entire sequence and changes the reason Odysseus is able to resist Circe. Without the gods and divine intervention, the film has to present Odysseus' survival as coming from his own abilities rather than assistance from Olympus. This changes an important aspect of Homer's story because the original Odyssey frequently shows that even the greatest heroes still rely on the favor and guidance of the gods. The removal of Hermes also changes the role of the encounter. In Homer's version, the scene demonstrates both Odysseus' intelligence and the importance of divine support. Odysseus is clever enough to use the advantage Hermes gives him, but he succeeds partly because a god intervenes on his behalf. Without Hermes and the moly, the movie presents a more human version of Odysseus who must overcome Circe entirely through his own strength and judgment. The movie shows Odysseus entering Circe's home while leaving his weapons at the door. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Odysseus does not enter Circe's palace unarmed or willingly surrender his weapons before confronting her. In the original poem, Odysseus approaches Circe's palace knowing that she has already transformed his men into pigs. After learning what happened from Eurylochus, he goes to rescue them despite the danger. He does not leave his sword behind or enter as a completely vulnerable guest. Instead, he carries his weapons with him, including his sword, because he knows he may need to defend himself against Circe's magic. When Circe attempts to transform Odysseus with her wand, the spell fails because Hermes has given him the magical herb moly. Odysseus then draws his sword and threatens Circe, forcing her to swear an oath that she will not harm him. His willingness to use his weapon is an important part of the scene because it shows that he does not simply trust Circe's hospitality after seeing what happened to his men. The movie's decision to have Odysseus leave his weapons at the door changes the nature of their encounter. It presents him as entering Circe's home peacefully and placing himself in a vulnerable position, suggesting that he is relying more on negotiation and trust rather than preparation for a possible confrontation. This may fit the movie's portrayal of Odysseus as someone trying to avoid unnecessary violence, but it differs from Homer's version, where Odysseus enters Circe's palace prepared for danger and only gains the upper hand through a combination of divine protection, courage, and strategy. The movie shows Odysseus refusing to kill one of the pigs and instead choosing to share the prepared stew with Circe. This moment is not found in Homer's original Odyssey and represents a change in how the relationship between Odysseus and Circe is portrayed. In Homer's poem, the pigs are not ordinary animals. They are actually Odysseus's transformed crew members, and Circe's magic has changed their physical appearance while leaving their human minds intact. After Odysseus confronts Circe and forces her to reverse the spell, she restores the men back into human form. The original story does not include a scene where Odysseus considers killing one of the pigs or refuses to do so. The movie's decision to have Odysseus spare the pig adds a moral dimension to the scene. By refusing to kill it, Odysseus shows compassion and suggests that he understands the creature may still be one of his men. Instead of responding with violence, he chooses a more peaceful solution by sharing the food that has already been prepared. This also changes the dynamic between Odysseus and Circe. In Homer's Odyssey, their first interaction is much more confrontational. Odysseus enters Circe's palace after his men have been transformed, resists her magic, and threatens her with his sword before she agrees to help him. The movie presents their meeting as more of a negotiation, emphasizing understanding and restraint rather than a battle of power. The scene reflects a broader change in the film's interpretation of Odysseus. Homer's Odysseus is defined by his intelligence and willingness to use deception or force when necessary, while the movie presents a version of the hero who is more focused on mercy and avoiding unnecessary harm. This is a creative adaptation choice rather than a moment taken directly from the original epic. The movie shows Circe keeping a crow inside a birdcage, which is revealed to be her transformed sister. This detail does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and appears to be a new addition created for the film. In the original poem, there is no mention of Circe having a sister who has been transformed into a bird or any other animal. Homer's story focuses on Circe's ability to transform Odysseus's men into pigs and her role as a powerful goddess and sorceress. Her magic is directed toward the people who enter her domain rather than being part of a personal family tragedy. The idea of Circe transforming a family member adds a different layer to her character by suggesting that her magic has affected those close to her. It presents Circe as someone who may carry guilt or sadness over what she has done, making her appear more sympathetic and emotionally complex. Instead of being only an obstacle for Odysseus to overcome, the movie gives her a personal history and a reason to seek connection or understanding. However, this is a creative interpretation rather than a detail from Greek mythology or Homer's Odyssey. In the original story, Circe is primarily defined by her role as a powerful enchantress who controls her island through magic. Her transformation of Odysseus's crew is one of the major challenges Odysseus faces, but Homer does not describe her having a cursed sister or keeping transformed people as animals. The movie expands Circe's backstory to create a more human and tragic version of the character. The movie shows Odysseus bringing a dagger with him and giving it to Circe. This detail does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a creative change made by the film. In the original poem, Odysseus does carry weapons when he approaches Circe's palace, but he does not give her a dagger as a gesture of trust or peace. Instead, the encounter between them is much more threatening. After Hermes protects Odysseus from Circe's magic with the herb moly, Circe attempts to transform him just as she did his men. When her spell fails, Odysseus draws his sword and threatens her. Realizing that Odysseus is protected and dangerous, Circe agrees to release his companions and swears an oath not to harm him. The movie's decision to have Odysseus give Circe a dagger changes the tone of their relationship. Rather than presenting their first meeting as a confrontation between an armed hero and a dangerous sorceress, the film presents the exchange as a symbolic moment of trust. By handing over a weapon, Odysseus appears to show that he is willing to lower his defenses and approach Circe without immediately treating her as an enemy. This also changes the way Odysseus gains the upper hand. In Homer's Odyssey, his advantage comes from a combination of divine assistance, preparation, and the threat of force. In the movie, the focus is more on communication and understanding between the two characters. While this fits the film's interpretation of their relationship, the dagger exchange is not a scene found in Homer's original story. The movie shows Odysseus refusing to eat Circe's stew. This detail is not found in Homer's original Odyssey and changes the way Odysseus interacts with Circe during their first meeting. In Homer's poem, Odysseus does not refuse Circe's food because he never enters the situation as a cautious guest being offered a normal meal. Instead, after learning that Circe has transformed his men, he approaches her palace prepared for danger. Circe attempts to use the same trick on Odysseus that she used on his companions by offering him food and drink containing her magic. However, Odysseus is protected by the herb moly given to him by Hermes, so her spell has no effect on him. The movie's choice to have Odysseus refuse the stew changes the reason he avoids Circe's magic. Rather than being protected by divine intervention, Odysseus succeeds because he is suspicious and chooses not to accept what Circe offers. This makes him appear more cautious and self-reliant, emphasizing his own judgment and instincts rather than the assistance of the gods. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus's intelligence is shown differently. His strength comes from recognizing danger, but also from accepting help when it is necessary. Hermes' gift of Moly allows him to survive Circe's enchantment, while his own courage and strategic thinking allow him to confront her afterward. The movie removes this divine element and instead presents Odysseus overcoming Circe through his own choices and awareness. The movie shows Eurylochus leaving behind his ring, which allows Odysseus to realize that Circe is lying about what happened to his men. This detail does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a creative addition by the filmmakers. In the movie, the ring acts as evidence that something is wrong. When Odysseus finds it, he understands that Eurylochus and the other men did not simply disappear or abandon him. The discovery helps convince him that Circe is hiding the truth about what happened on the island. This gives Odysseus a physical clue that allows him to uncover Circe's deception. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does not discover the truth through an object left behind by Eurylochus. Instead, he learns what happened directly from Eurylochus himself. After Circe transforms the scouting party into pigs, Eurylochus escapes because he never enters the palace. He returns to Odysseus and explains that Circe used her magic to transform the others. His eyewitness account is what reveals the danger. This change alters Eurylochus' role in the story. In Homer's version, Eurylochus is important because he is the survivor who brings the warning to Odysseus. His decision to stay outside Circe's palace allows him to escape and gives Odysseus the information he needs to rescue his men. In the movie, that role is replaced by the ring, making an object rather than Eurylochus himself the source of the discovery. The movie's version creates a more mysterious investigation for Odysseus, allowing him to piece together what happened through clues. However, in the original Odyssey, the tension comes from Odysseus having to trust Eurylochus' warning and then decide whether he is willing to risk confronting Circe to save his companions. The movie shows Odysseus threatening to kill the crow that Circe keeps in a cage, only for it to be revealed that the crow is actually Circe's transformed sister. This detail does not appear in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new addition created for the film. In the movie, this moment adds another layer to Circe's character by revealing that her magic has affected her own family. The crow is not simply an animal or a magical servant, but someone with a personal connection to Circe. Odysseus threatening to kill it creates a moment of tension and forces him to reconsider his actions once he learns the truth. It presents Circe as a more tragic and sympathetic figure, suggesting that her powers have caused suffering even among those closest to her. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, there is no mention of Circe having a sister who has been transformed into a bird. Circe's magic is mainly shown through her encounter with Odysseus's crew, whom she transforms into pigs after they enter her palace. Homer does not provide a backstory involving Circe's family, nor does he describe her keeping transformed relatives as animals. The movie's addition changes the way Circe is portrayed. In the original poem, Circe initially appears as a dangerous obstacle that Odysseus must overcome, although she later becomes an ally who helps him continue his journey. The film gives her a more emotional and tragic background, showing her not only as a powerful sorceress, but also as someone carrying personal loss and regret. While this creates a deeper character arc for the movie's version of Circe, the crow and her transformed sister are not elements taken from Homer's Odyssey or the traditional myth surrounding Circe. They are creative choices made to expand her role and make her relationship with Odysseus more complex. The movie shows Odysseus convincing Circe to turn his men back into humans through persuasion rather than forcing her to help. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Odysseus's first encounter with Circe is much more confrontational. In the original poem, after Hermes gives Odysseus the magical herb Moly, he enters Circe's palace and is able to resist her spell. When Circe attempts to transform him into an animal like she did with his companions, her magic fails. Odysseus then draws his sword and threatens her, forcing Circe to recognize that he is not an ordinary mortal. She becomes afraid and agrees to release his men after Odysseus makes her swear an oath that she will not harm him. After this confrontation, Circe restores the transformed men back into their human forms. She then becomes an ally rather than an enemy, welcoming Odysseus and his crew into her home. The relationship between them changes from hostility to cooperation, and Circe later helps Odysseus by giving him important advice for the rest of his journey. The movie changes this dynamic by having Odysseus appeal to Circe through conversation and understanding instead of relying on a threat. This presents Odysseus as someone who solves the conflict through diplomacy and compassion rather than intimidation. It also makes Circe appear more willing to help and less like an enemy who must be forced into submission. While this fits the movie's interpretation of Odysseus as a more empathetic leader, it changes an important part of Homer's story. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus' ability to overcome Circe comes from a combination of divine assistance, preparation, and courage. The confrontation with the sword demonstrates that Odysseus is willing to use force when necessary, while the later friendship with Circe shows his ability to turn former enemies into allies. The movie shows Odysseus and his men leaving Circe's island and returning to their ships soon after the encounter. However, this is very different from Homer's original Odyssey and later Greek mythology, where Odysseus and his crew remain on Circe's island for much longer. In Homer's poem, after Circe restores Odysseus's men back in a human form, she welcomes them as guests rather than enemies. Odysseus and his crew stay on Aea for 1 year before continuing their journey. During this time, they live comfortably under Circe's protection, enjoying her hospitality and recovering from the hardships they have experienced. In later Greek traditions, Circe and Odysseus' relationship becomes even more significant. Some ancient sources describe them as lovers and claim that they had children together, most famously a son named Telegonus. According to these later myths, Telegonus would eventually play an important role in stories connected to Odysseus' family. However, this relationship is not part of Homer's Odyssey itself, which does not mention Odysseus and Circe having a child. The movie changes this by having Odysseus and his men leave Circe's island relatively quickly, and by not portraying Odysseus and Circe as lovers or parents. This removes the romantic and mythological connection between the two characters and keeps their relationship focused on mutual understanding and cooperation. While the movie's version avoids some of the more complicated later myths surrounding Circe and Odysseus, it also changes an important part of the original story. In Homer's Odyssey, Circe's island is not just another obstacle that Odysseus overcomes. It becomes a place of rest and recovery during his long journey home. The years spent with Circe represents a rare period of peace before Odysseus must continue facing new dangers on his way back to Ithaca. The movie does not mention Circe being a goddess. This is different from many versions of Greek mythology and from the traditional understanding of Circe as a divine figure. In Greek mythology, Circe is not simply a human sorceress. She is a powerful goddess or divine enchantress, usually described as the daughter of Helios, the sun god, and Perse, an Oceanid nymph. Because of her divine ancestry, Circe possesses magical abilities far beyond those of ordinary mortals, including the power to transform humans into animals and control supernatural forces. In Homer's Odyssey, Circe is presented as a divine being who lives on the island of Aea. Homer does not always use the same modern category of goddess in the way later readers might expect, but Circe is clearly portrayed as someone with supernatural powers and a connection to the gods. She is capable of performing magic that no ordinary human could do, and she is treated as a being beyond the reach of normal mortals. The movie's choice to leave out Circe's divine nature changes how the character is presented. Without being identified as a goddess, she appears more like a powerful human sorceress with knowledge of magic, rather than a supernatural figure connected to the wider Greek pantheon. This makes her relationship with Odysseus feel more like an encounter between two people rather than a mortal hero meeting a divine being. This also changes the context of Odysseus's struggle against her in the original story. In Homer's Odyssey, defeating Circe is not simply about overcoming a clever enemy. It is about a mortal facing a powerful supernatural force. Odysseus needs help from Hermes, who gives him the magical herb moly that protects him from Circe's spell. The involvement of Hermes emphasizes that Odysseus's journey takes place in a world where gods and mortals constantly interact. While the movie may choose to focus more on Circe's humanity and personal relationship with Odysseus, the original mythology presents her as a divine enchantress whose powers come from her godly origins. Her identity as a goddess is an important part of understanding why she is such a significant figure in Odysseus's journey. The movie shows Circe telling Odysseus that he must travel to Hades to meet the blind prophet Tiresias, instructing him to head north to reach the underworld. This is based on an important event from Homer's original Odyssey, although the details of the journey are changed. In Homer's Odyssey, Circe is the one who tells Odysseus that he must visit the land of the dead to seek guidance from the prophet Tiresias. After Odysseus and his men have stayed on Aeaea for a year, they prepare to continue their journey home. Before they leave, Circe warns Odysseus that he cannot safely return to Ithaca without first learning what awaits him. She instructs him to travel to the edge of the world, where he must perform a ritual to communicate with the spirits of the dead. The purpose of this journey is to meet Tiresias, a famous Theban prophet who has retained his wisdom even after death. Tiresias reveals important information about Odysseus's future, including the dangers he and his men will face and the challenges awaiting them on their journey home. He warns Odysseus about the island of the sun god, where his crew must not harm the sacred cattle of Helios. This prophecy becomes one of the most important warnings in the entire epic. The movie's inclusion of Tiresias and the journey to Hades is therefore accurate to Homer's story. However, the instruction to head north is a more specific interpretation created by the film, since Homer does not describe the journey as simply traveling north. Instead, the poem presents the route to the underworld as a voyage to a distant and mysterious place at the boundaries of the known world. This episode is significant because it shows that Odysseus cannot rely only on his own intelligence and strength. Even after surviving monsters, storms, and magical threats, he still needs knowledge of the future in order to complete his journey home. Circe's guidance leads him to the next major stage of his adventure, a journey beyond the world of the living to seek answers from the dead. The movie shows Odysseus and his men arriving in the underworld, digging a trench, and sacrificing 2 rams to use their blood for the ritual. This is one of the details that comes directly from Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes some aspects of the scene. In Homer's poem, Circe instructs Odysseus on how to perform a ritual to summon the spirits of the dead. When Odysseus reaches the land of the dead, he digs a trench and pours offerings into it. He then sacrifices animals and allows their blood to flow into the trench. The blood attracts the souls of the dead, who gather around the offering because they need the life force from the blood to temporarily regain awareness and speak with the living. However, the exact details of the sacrifice differ between versions and translations. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus sacrifices a black ram and a black EW as part of the ritual, rather than simply 2 rams. The movie simplifies this detail by showing 2 rams being used for the sacrifice. The ritual is not meant to bring the dead back to life. Instead, it allows Odysseus to communicate with them briefly. Circe warns him that he must first allow Tiresias to drink the blood because the prophet has been given special knowledge and must speak before the other spirits. Odysseus uses his sword to keep the other souls away until Tiresias appears and gives him the information he needs. The movie's depiction captures one of the most important elements of Homer's story. Odysseus must enter the realm of the dead and perform a sacred ritual in order to gain knowledge about his future. The scene emphasizes that the journey home is not only a physical adventure, but also a spiritual one, where Odysseus must seek answers from those who have already passed beyond the world of the living. The movie shows dead soldiers emerging from the ground when Odysseus enters the underworld. This creates a dramatic visual of the realm of the dead, but this specific detail does not appear in Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's poem, the underworld is not described as a place where the dead physically rise from the earth or attack the living. Instead, Odysseus encounters the spirits or souls of the dead after performing the ritual with the sacrificial blood. The spirits gather around the trench, drawn to the blood because it allows them to temporarily regain consciousness and speak. They appear as shadowy, weakened versions of themselves rather than fully physical bodies emerging from the ground. The original Odyssey focuses more on the emotional and symbolic nature of Odysseus's visit to the underworld. He meets the spirits of important figures from his past, including the prophet Tiresias, his mother Anticlea, and fallen warriors from the Trojan War, such as Achilles, Agamemnon, and Ajax. These encounters allow Odysseus to learn about the consequences of war, the struggles of those who died, and the challenges he will face on his journey home. The movie's depiction of soldiers rising from the ground changes the underworld into a more visual and action-oriented setting. It presents the realm of the dead as a place filled with physical danger and creates a stronger sense of horror. However, in Homer's original version, the danger comes from confronting the memories, regrets, and unfinished stories of the dead rather than from fighting undead armies. By adding dead soldiers emerging from the earth, the movie creates a more modern fantasy interpretation of Hades, while Homer's Odyssey presents the underworld as a quiet and haunting place where Odysseus seeks knowledge rather than battles enemies. The movie shows Odysseus encountering Sinon in the underworld. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a creative addition by the filmmakers. Sinon is a character from later Greek and Roman traditions, most famously appearing in Virgil's Aeneid. He is the Greek soldier who deceives the Trojans by convincing them that the Trojan horse is a religious offering and persuading them to bring it inside the city. His speech and deception are what allow the Greeks hidden inside the horse to enter Troy and destroy the city from within. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Sinon does not appear during Odysseus's journey to the underworld. When Odysseus visits the realm of the dead, he encounters many important figures from the Trojan War, but Sinon is not among them. Instead, Odysseus speaks with people such as the prophet Tiresias, his mother Anticlea, Agamemnon, Achilles, Ajax, and other fallen warriors. The movie's decision to include Sinon connects the underworld scene to the Trojan War and gives Odysseus an opportunity to revisit events from his past. Since the Trojan horse is one of the most famous moments associated with Odysseus, showing Sinon allows the film to explore another perspective on the deception that ended the war. However, this changes the source material by combining elements from different ancient traditions. Homer's Odyssey mentions the Trojan horse, but does not include Sinon as a character. The story of Sinon and his role in tricking the Trojans comes primarily from later works, especially Virgil's Aeneid. By adding Sinon to the underworld, the movie blends Homer's epic with other versions of the Trojan War myth. The movie shows Sinon and Tiresias drinking the sacrificial blood during Odysseus's ritual in the underworld. This is partially based on the original Odyssey, but the inclusion of Sinon is not from Homer's poem. In Homer's original Odyssey, the blood from the sacrifice is a crucial part of Odysseus's journey to the underworld. After digging the trench and performing the ritual, Odysseus pours the blood into the pit to attract the spirits of the dead. The souls gather around the offering because drinking the blood temporarily restores their ability to speak and communicate with the living. However, Odysseus does not allow every spirit to drink the blood immediately. He follows Circe's instructions and guards the offering with his sword, allowing Tiresias to drink first. Tiresias is given priority because he is a special prophet who has retained his wisdom even after death. Once Tiresias drinks the blood, he is able to speak with Odysseus and reveal important information about his journey home. Other spirits also drink the blood afterward so they can communicate with Odysseus. This allows him to speak with important figures from the Trojan War in his own past including his mother Anticlea, Agamemnon, Achilles, and Ajax. The movie's inclusion of Sinon drinking the blood changes the original story because Sinon is not present in Homer's underworld scene. Since Sinon comes from later traditions about the Trojan horse rather than the Odyssey itself, his appearance combines different versions of Greek mythology. In the original poem, the blood ritual is reserved for the spirits that Odysseus encounters in Hades, especially Tiresias, who provides the prophecy Odysseus needs to continue his journey. By adding Sinon to the ritual, the movie uses the underworld scene as a way to connect Odysseus's current journey with his memories of the Trojan War, but this expands beyond what Homer originally wrote. The movie shows a flashback revealing that Sinon took Antinous' place by volunteering to go to war after Antinous offered Sinon's family money in exchange for taking his place. This entire storyline does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a creative addition by the filmmakers. In the movie, this scene changes the backstory of Sinon and connects him directly to Antinous, one of the main suitors in Ithaca. By showing that Sinon sacrificed himself to save his family, the film gives him a more sympathetic role and creates a personal connection between characters from different parts of Odysseus' story. It also adds another layer to the theme of sacrifice, showing how ordinary people were affected by the events surrounding the Trojan War. In the original Greek myths, however, there is no story about Sinon taking Antinous' place or making a deal involving his family. Sinon is not connected to Antinous at all. In Homer's Odyssey, Antinous is one of Penelope's suitors who abuses his power in Ithaca while Odysseus is away. He is the most aggressive and arrogant of the suitors and is eventually the first one killed when Odysseus returns home and begins his revenge. Sinon, meanwhile, comes from a completely different part of the Trojan War tradition. He is best known from Virgil's Aeneid, where he tricks the Trojans into bringing the wooden horse inside Troy by claiming that the Greeks have abandoned it as an offering. His role is that of a clever deceiver who helps the Greeks win the war, not a victim connected to Antinous. The movie's decision to connect Sinon and Antinous blends together characters from different stories and time periods within Greek mythology. It creates a new narrative link between the Trojan War and the events in Ithaca, but this relationship is not found in Homer's Odyssey or the traditional myths surrounding either character. The movie shows Sinon asking Odysseus to take a trading lottery back to his father. This detail does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey or in the traditional stories surrounding Sinon. In the movie, this moment gives Sinon a personal connection to his family and creates a reason for Odysseus to carry a piece of him back home. The trading lottery becomes a symbol of Sinon's past and his desire to be remembered after his death. It also adds an emotional responsibility for Odysseus, showing that his journey is not only about returning to Ithaca, but also about honoring the wishes of those who did not survive. However, in the original Greek myths, Sinon does not have any relationship with Odysseus after the Trojan War and never asks him to deliver an object to his family. There is no story involving a trading lottery, a message for Sinon's father, or any final request between the two characters. In the traditional mythology, Sinon's role ends with the Trojan horse. In Virgil's Aeneid, he is the Greek who remains behind after the Greek fleet pretends to leave Troy. He convinces the Trojans that the wooden horse is a sacred offering and lies about why the Greeks built it. His deception allows the hidden Greek soldiers inside the horse to enter Troy and destroy the city. After this event, ancient sources do not connect Sinon with Odysseus' later journey home. The movie's edition changes Sinon from simply being the clever Greek who helped win the Trojan War into a tragic figure whose story continues beyond Troy. By creating a final request involving his family, the film gives him a more emotional farewell and strengthens the connection between Sinon and Odysseus. However, this storyline is an original adaptation choice rather than something found in Homer's Odyssey or the surviving ancient myths about Sinon. The movie does not include Achilles at all during the underworld sequence or anywhere else in the story. This is a major difference from Homer's original Odyssey, where Achilles plays an important role during Odysseus' visit to the land of the dead. In Homer's Odyssey, Achilles appears as one of the spirits that Odysseus encounters after completing the ritual in the underworld. Since Achilles was the greatest warrior of the Greek army during the Trojan War, his appearance is one of the most significant moments of the scene. Odysseus speaks to him and reminds him of the great honor and fame he achieved while alive. However, Achilles gives a surprisingly tragic response. Despite being celebrated as the greatest hero of the Trojan War and receiving eternal glory, Achilles tells Odysseus that he would rather be alive as a poor servant than rule over all the dead. This moment reveals a major theme of the Odyssey, that life itself is more valuable than fame or heroic reputation. The movie's decision to completely remove Achilles changes the connection between the Trojan War and Odysseus' journey home. Achilles and Odysseus represent two very different types of heroes in Greek mythology. Achilles is known for his unmatched strength and desire for glory, while Odysseus is known for his intelligence, patience, and ability to survive through strategy. Their contrast is one of the most interesting aspects of Greek epic tradition. Although the movie references other Trojan War figures, including Agamemnon, Achilles is never shown or mentioned. This means audiences do not get the chance to see one of the most famous heroes of Greek mythology reflect on the cost of war and the meaning of a heroic life, as Homer originally portrayed him in the Odyssey. The movie shows Sinon learning that the Greeks were hiding inside the Trojan horse only after being told by the dead in the underworld. This detail does not happen in the original Greek myths and is a major change to Sinon's role in the story. In the movie, this revelation suggests that Sinon was unaware of the full Greek plan when the Trojan horse was created. The spirits of the dead reveal the truth to him after his death, meaning he discovers that the soldiers were hidden inside the horse only after the events of Troy have already happened. This gives Sinon a different perspective on the Trojan horse and creates a sense that even he did not fully understand the consequences of the deception. In the traditional story, however, Sinon is directly involved in the Trojan horse plan. In Virgil's Aeneid, Sinon is the Greek soldier chosen to remain behind after the Greek fleet pretends to leave Troy. He deliberately deceives the Trojans by claiming that the horse is a sacred offering to Athena and that the Greeks built it as part of their escape. His lies convince the Trojans to bring the horse inside the city walls, allowing the Greek soldiers hidden within to emerge during the night. Because Sinon is the person who helps the Trojans accept the horse, he would have known that Greek warriors were inside it. He was not an outsider discovering the secret afterward. His entire role in the story depends on him understanding the plan and manipulating the Trojans into opening the gates of Troy. The movie's version changes Sinon from an active participant in the Greek strategy into a more tragic figure who is unaware of the full truth. This creates a different interpretation of the Trojan horse, focusing more on themes of sacrifice, manipulation, and the cost of war. However, in the traditional mythology surrounding the fall of Troy, Sinon is one of the people responsible for carrying out the deception, not someone who learns about it later. The movie shows that Sinon's father died in poverty, begging for scraps after his son's sacrifice. This detail does not appear in Homer's Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, or the traditional myths surrounding Sinon, and appears to be an original addition created for the film. In the movie, this backstory gives Sinon a more tragic and personal motivation. His sacrifice is not presented as simply part of the Greek strategy to defeat Troy, but as a decision that had devastating consequences for his family. By showing his father's suffering and dying in poverty, the film emphasizes the human cost of war and the idea that the aftermath of the Trojan War affected not only warriors and kings, but also ordinary families. In the original traditions, however, there is no story about Sinon's father suffering after the war or dying while begging for food. Ancient sources do not provide much information about Sinon's family or what happened to them after the fall of Troy. His role is mainly focused on the deception of the Trojan horse. In Virgil's Aeneid, Sinon is portrayed as a skilled liar and manipulator who convinces the Trojans that the wooden horse is a sacred offering. He claims that the Greeks abandoned him and that the horse was meant to honor the goddess Athena, causing the Trojans to bring it inside their city. His character is important because his deception directly leads to the destruction of Troy. The movie's version changes Sinon from a clever participant in the Trojan horse scheme into a tragic figure whose actions are motivated by personal sacrifice and family hardship. This gives the character more emotional depth, but the storyline involving his father, poverty, and suffering is not found in the original Greek myths. It is a new interpretation created to explore the consequences of war. Beyond the battlefield, the movie shows Sinon asking Odysseus to honor the men who died during the Trojan War and return a lot back to Antinous. This detail does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey or in the traditional myths surrounding Sinon and Antinous. In the movie, this request gives Sinon a final connection to both Odysseus and the people affected by the war. By asking Odysseus to return the lot to Antinous, Sinon is portrayed as wanting the truth about the past to be remembered and for the sacrifices of the fallen to be acknowledged. It also connects Sinon, a figure associated with the fall of Troy, to Antinous, who becomes one of Odysseus's greatest enemies after his return to Ithaca. In the original stories, however, there is no connection between Sinon and Antinous. Sinon is not a former companion of Antinous, does not leave behind a request for Odysseus, and never asks him to return an object or honor the dead in this way. The two characters come from different parts of Greek mythology. Sinon belongs primarily to the Trojan War traditions surrounding the Trojan horse, while Antinous appears in Homer's Odyssey as the leader of Penelope's suitors who take over Odysseus's home during his absence. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus does honor his fallen companions, but it happens in a different way. Throughout the epic, Odysseus mourns the loss of his men and remembers those who died during the journey home. The poem also emphasizes the importance of proper burial and respect for the dead, which was a major responsibility in ancient Greek culture. However, there is no specific object, lottery, or message connected to Sinon and Antinous. The movie's addition creates a new emotional storyline by linking the Trojan War, Sinon, and the events in Ithaca together. It gives Sinon a more personal role beyond being the man who tricked the Trojans with a wooden horse. However, this connection between Sinon and Antinous is a creative invention by the filmmakers. Rather than something found in Homer's original Odyssey or the surviving Greek myths, the movie shows Odysseus speaking with Agamemnon in the underworld, where Agamemnon praises him as the most brilliant of all his generals. This interaction is inspired by the relationship between the two characters in Greek mythology, but this specific line of praise does not appear in Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus does encounter the spirit of Agamemnon when he travels to the underworld. Their conversation is one of the most important meetings in the scene because Agamemnon shares what happened after the Trojan War. He tells Odysseus about his return home to Mycenae, where he was murdered by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. Agamemnon warns Odysseus to be cautious when returning to Ithaca, especially regarding the dangers of trusting too easily. Although Homer does not have Agamemnon call Odysseus the greatest or most brilliant of his generals, the epic does show that Odysseus was highly respected among the Greek commanders during the Trojan War. Odysseus was known not for overwhelming strength like Achilles, but for his intelligence, strategy, and ability to solve difficult problems. He was one of Agamemnon's most valuable leaders and played a major role in the Greek victory. Many of Odysseus's most famous contributions to the war came from his cleverness rather than his physical strength. He was credited with helping organize the strategy of the Trojan horse, using deception to defeat enemies, and acting as a skilled negotiator and advisor among the Greek leaders. His reputation as a strategist is one of the main reasons he became known as one of the greatest heroes of the Trojan War. The movie's version emphasizes this aspect of Odysseus's character by having Agamemnon directly recognize his brilliance. While the exact compliment is not from Homer's Odyssey, it reflects the broader tradition of Odysseus being remembered as the Greek hero whose intelligence and cunning were just as important as the warriors who fought with strength and courage. The movie shows a flashback of Agamemnon being killed by Clytemnestra as revenge for the death of their daughter. This is accurate to the traditional Greek myths and is one of the most famous parts of Agamemnon's story after the Trojan War. In Greek mythology, Agamemnon's death is connected to the sacrifice of his daughter Iphigenia before the Greek fleet sailed to Troy. According to later versions of the myth, the Greek ships were unable to leave because of unfavorable winds, and the prophet Calchas revealed that Artemis was angry with Agamemnon. To gain favorable winds and allow the army to sail, Agamemnon was told that he needed to sacrifice Iphigenia. At first, Agamemnon was unwilling to kill his daughter, but pressure from the other Greek commanders eventually forced him to agree. He tricked Iphigenia and his wife Clytemnestra by claiming that Iphigenia would be married to Achilles, causing them to come to the Greek camp. Instead, Iphigenia was offered as a sacrifice. Different ancient sources give different versions of what happened next, with some traditions saying Artemis rescued her at the last moment and replaced her with an animal. Clytemnestra never forgave Agamemnon for what happened to their daughter. While Agamemnon was away fighting in the Trojan War for 10 years, she held onto her anger and resentment. When he finally returned home after the fall of Troy, she and her lover Odysseus murdered him as revenge. This event is also mentioned in Homer's Odyssey when Odysseus encounters Agamemnon's spirit in the underworld. Agamemnon tells Odysseus that he was betrayed and killed by Clytemnestra and warns him not to blindly trust everyone when returning home. However, Homer does not show the murder in a flashback. The details of the killing are revealed through Agamemnon's account. The movie's portrayal of Clytemnestra killing Agamemnon for the death of Iphigenia is therefore faithful to the mythology, although the exact details of Iphigenia's sacrifice vary depending on the ancient source. It highlights one of the major themes of Greek tragedy, the consequences of violence, and how actions taken during war can create suffering long after the battle ends. The movie shows that Clytemnestra and her lover plotted Agamemnon's murder for years before finally killing him when he returned from Troy. This is accurate to the traditional Greek myths surrounding Agamemnon's death. According to Greek mythology, Clytemnestra's hatred toward Agamemnon began before the Trojan War even ended. After Agamemnon sacrificed or attempted to sacrifice their daughter Iphigenia in order to gain favorable winds for the Greek fleet, Clytemnestra held onto her anger and desire for revenge. While Agamemnon was away fighting at Troy for 10 years, she waited for his return and planned her revenge. During Agamemnon's absence, Clytemnestra became involved with Odysseus, the son of Thyestes and Agamemnon's cousin. Together, they ruled Mycenae and prepared to kill Agamemnon when he eventually returned home. Their relationship was not only romantic, but also connected to a long family feud between their houses, as Odysseus had his own reasons for wanting revenge against Agamemnon's family. When Agamemnon finally returned after the fall of Troy, Clytemnestra and Odysseus carried out their plan. In many versions of the myth, Clytemnestra welcomed Agamemnon home and then murdered him, sometimes while he was bathing or during a feast. Some traditions describe her using a weapon, while others describe her trapping him with a robe or net before striking him. This event is also referenced in Homer's Odyssey when Odysseus meets Agamemnon's spirit in the underworld. Agamemnon explains that he was betrayed by his wife and warns Odysseus to be careful when returning home, foreshadowing the danger posed by Penelope's suitors. The movie's portrayal of Clytemnestra and her lover secretly planning Agamemnon's death for years is therefore consistent with the larger mythology. While the exact method of the murder changes between ancient sources, the core story remains the same. Agamemnon returned from Troy expecting victory and honor, but he was ultimately killed because of the consequences of his past actions. The movie shows Agamemnon mentioning his son Orestes and wondering whether he ever avenged his father's death. This is based on an important part of Greek mythology, although the exact details differ from Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's Odyssey, Agamemnon does have a son named Orestes, who plays a major role in the aftermath of Agamemnon's murder. When Odysseus encounters Agamemnon's spirit in the underworld, Agamemnon explains that his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Odysseus betrayed and killed him after his return from Troy. He then contrasts his own fate with that of Odysseus, warning him to be careful when returning home, because even a man's own household can become dangerous. Agamemnon's story also includes the hope that his son Orestes would restore his family's honor. In Greek tradition, Orestes eventually does avenge his father's murder by killing Aegisthus and, in many later versions, his own mother Clytemnestra as well. This act becomes one of the most famous revenge stories in Greek mythology and is the central subject of works such as Aeschylus's Orestia trilogy. However, in Homer's Odyssey, the timeline is slightly different from the movie. Odysseus does not return from the underworld, knowing whether Orestes has completed his revenge. In the poem, Agamemnon's spirit speaks of Orestes as a son who has the potential to avenge him. But the full story of Orestes' revenge is not shown during Odysseus' encounter. The movie's inclusion of Agamemnon, wondering whether Orestes avenged him, captures the uncertainty and tragedy surrounding his death. It highlights the idea that even great heroes like Agamemnon could not control what happened after they returned home. His story serves as a warning. To Odysseus, winning a war does not guarantee a safe return, and the greatest dangers may come from within one's own family. The movie shows Agamemnon advising Odysseus to return home in disguise, avoid rushing into action, and carefully analyze the situation before revealing himself. This is inspired by the themes of Homer's Odyssey, where disguise, patience, and careful planning are essential parts of Odysseus' return to Ithaca, although Agamemnon does not give this exact advice in the original poem. In Homer's Odyssey, Agamemnon does warn Odysseus about the dangers of returning home after a long absence. When Odysseus meets Agamemnon's spirit in the underworld, Agamemnon explains how he was betrayed and murdered by Clytemnestra and Aegisthus after returning from Troy. Because of his own tragic experience, Agamemnon tells Odysseus that he should not announce his arrival immediately or blindly trust everyone around him. The advice fits Odysseus' character perfectly because disguise and careful observation are major parts of his strategy in the original epic. When Odysseus finally reaches Ithaca, Athena helps him by disguising him as an old beggar. Instead of entering his palace openly as a returning king, Odysseus observes the situation from the inside, learns how the suitors have been abusing his household, and carefully plans his revenge. Odysseus' patience is one of the biggest differences between him and other Greek heroes. While warriors like Achilles are often associated with direct action and glory, Odysseus succeeds through intelligence, deception, and timing. His ability to hide his identity and gather information allows him to defeat enemies who greatly outnumber him. The movie's version combines Agamemnon's warning in the underworld with Odysseus' later actions in Ithaca. Although Agamemnon does not specifically tell Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey to disguise himself and analyze the situation, the advice reflects the larger themes of the poem. The tragedy of Agamemnon's return serves as a warning that victory in war does not guarantee safety at home, and Odysseus must rely on his greatest weapon, his intelligence. The movie shows Tiresias giving his prophecy only to Odysseus while the rest of the men return to the ship and wait for him. This is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie simplifies some of the details of the encounter. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus is the only person who speaks directly with Tiresias in the underworld. Circe had specifically instructed him to seek out the blind prophet because Tiresias possesses special knowledge of the future, even after death. Odysseus performs the ritual and allows Tiresias to drink the sacrificial blood first, so that the prophet can regain his ability to speak and reveal what awaits him. Tiresias then gives Odysseus important information about his journey home. He warns him that he will eventually return to Ithaca, but his path will remain difficult. Most importantly, Tiresias warns Odysseus and his men not to harm the sacred cattle of the sun god Helios. If they do, Tiresias predicts that Odysseus will lose all of his companions and return home alone. The fact that only Odysseus receives the prophecy is important because the knowledge is meant specifically for him as the leader of the expedition. His men do not hear Tiresias' warnings firsthand, which becomes significant later when they ignore instructions and kill Helios' cattle. Their decision ultimately leads to their destruction. The movie's portrayal of Odysseus receiving the prophecy alone captures this important part of the original story. Unlike some other underworld encounters that the film changes or removes, this moment preserves the idea that Odysseus must carry the burden of knowing what lies ahead. He leaves the land of the dead with information that could save his crew, but he also faces the challenge of convincing his men to follow the warnings he has been given. The movie shows Tiresias telling Odysseus about the danger of the Sirens and warning him that he must sail past them. Tiresias also tells Odysseus to listen to their song, and Odysseus later experiences the Sirens' voices during his journey. However, the movie changes some details from Homer's original Odyssey, especially regarding who gives Odysseus this information. In Homer's original Odyssey, it is Circe, not Tiresias, who warns Odysseus about the Sirens. After Odysseus returns from the underworld, Circe explains the dangers he will face on the rest of his voyage home. She tells him that the Sirens will attempt to lure him and his crew to their deaths with their beautiful singing. Circe explains that no man who hears their song can resist them, because they promise knowledge of the past and future. To survive the encounter, Circe tells Odysseus to have his crew fill their ears with beeswax so they cannot hear the siren song. She also tells Odysseus that if he wants to hear the song himself, he must have his men tie him tightly to the ship's mast and refuse to untie him no matter how much he begs. Odysseus follows this advice, allowing him to hear the sirens while still surviving the encounter. The movie also leaves out another important part of Odysseus's visit to the underworld, his meeting with his mother, Anticlea. In Homer's Odyssey, Anticlea's spirit is one of the most emotional encounters in the entire epic. Odysseus discovers that she died from grief while waiting for him to return from the Trojan War. Their conversation reveals the pain his long absence has caused and gives Odysseus important information about his family and Ithaca. By removing Anticlea from the underworld scene and having Tiresias provide information that originally came from Circe, the movie changes the purpose of the episode. In Homer's version, the underworld is both a place of prophecy and a place where Odysseus reconnects with the people he has lost. The movie focuses more on the practical information needed for the journey ahead, while leaving out some of the emotional moments that show the personal cost of Odysseus's long voyage home. The movie shows Tiresias warning Odysseus about the dangers of Scylla and Charybdis, two deadly threats he will encounter during his journey home. This is based on Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes who gives the warning and some of the details. In Homer's Odyssey, it is Circe, not Tiresias, who explains the dangers of Scylla and Charybdis to Odysseus. After Odysseus returns from the underworld, Circe gives him instructions about the challenges he will face on the rest of his journey. She warns him that he must pass through a dangerous narrow sea passage where he will have to choose between two terrifying threats. On one side is Scylla, a sea monster with multiple heads who lives above the water. Circe explains that Scylla will attack passing ships and grab sailors from the deck. Odysseus cannot defeat her, and Circe tells him that it is better to lose a small number of men rather than risk the entire crew by trying to fight her. In Homer's poem, Scylla takes 6 of Odysseus's men, 1 for each of her heads, as the ship passes beneath her. On the other side is Charybdis, a deadly whirlpool that swallows enormous amounts of water and releases it again. Circe warns Odysseus that Charybdis is impossible to fight and that anyone who gets too close will be destroyed. Odysseus must carefully steer between the two dangers and accept that some losses are unavoidable. The movie's portrayal of Scylla taking only 6 lives is accurate to Homer's original story. However, having Tiresias deliver this warning instead of Circe changes the source material. In the original Odyssey, Tiresias gives Odysseus a prophecy about his overall fate, including the warning about Helios's cattle, while Circe provides the specific instructions about how to survive encounters with monsters like Scylla and Charybdis. The movie combines different parts of Odysseus's journey by having Tiresias reveal information that originally comes from Circe, while the warning itself remains faithful to the original myth. the source of the information is changed. In Homer's version, Odysseus survives these challenges because he listens to Circe's advice and makes difficult choices, even when there is no way to save everyone. The movie shows Tiresias warning Odysseus that his men will eventually slaughter Apollo's cattle. This is based on an important event from Homer's Odyssey, but the movie changes the identity of the god whose cattle are harmed. In Homer's original Odyssey, the cattle belong to Helios, the sun god, not Apollo. Tiresias warns Odysseus that if he and his men harm the sacred cattle of Helios on the island of Thrinacia, they will face terrible consequences. Odysseus is told that his men must leave the cattle untouched because they are sacred and protected by the gods. When Odysseus and his crew reach Thrinacia, they initially plan to avoid harming the cattle. However, after being trapped on the island because of bad weather and running out of food, Odysseus's men become desperate. While Odysseus is away praying, his crew members, led by Eurylochus, decide to kill and eat some of Helios's cattle. They justify their actions by saying they would rather suffer the god's anger than die of hunger. This act seals their fate. Helios becomes furious and demands that Zeus punish Odysseus's crew. Zeus eventually sends a storm that destroys their ship after they leave the island, killing everyone except Odysseus. This fulfills Tiresias's warning that Odysseus will lose all of his companions if they harm the sacred cattle. The movie's mistake of calling them Apollo's cattle is a change from the original mythology. Helios and Apollo were sometimes associated with the sun in later Greek traditions, and their identities became increasingly connected over time. However, in Homer's Odyssey, the cattle belong specifically to Helios. Apollo does not play this role in the poem. This change may come from the fact that Apollo is one of the most famous Greek gods associated with the sun in later popular culture, while Helios is less familiar to many modern audiences. However, for Homer's original story, the distinction is important because Helios is the god who owns the cattle and demands justice after Odysseus's men violate his sacred animals. The movie shows the shades of the dead chasing Odysseus in the underworld, causing him to run away while his men escape. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a major change to the way the underworld is portrayed. In Homer's Odyssey, the spirits of the dead do not attack Odysseus or chase him through the underworld. Instead, they gather around the sacrificial trench after Odysseus performs the ritual with the blood offerings. The souls are drawn to the blood because it allows them to temporarily regain consciousness and speak with the living. Odysseus does not fight them or flee from them. He remains in control of the situation by holding his sword and preventing the spirits from drinking the blood until Tiresias has spoken. The purpose of the underworld scene in the original poem is not to create an action sequence, but to provide Odysseus with knowledge and emotional encounters. He speaks with Tiresias, who reveals the dangers ahead, and he meets the spirits of important figures such as his mother Anticlea, Agamemnon, Achilles, and Ajax. These conversations allow Odysseus to learn about the future and reflect on the losses caused by the Trojan War. The movie changes the underworld into a more dangerous and physical environment by having the shades pursue Odysseus. This creates a sense of urgency and horror, making the realm of the dead feel like a place where Odysseus must survive an attack. It also turns the scene into a more traditional fantasy depiction of the afterlife, where ghosts act as enemies rather than silent spirits seeking communication. The idea that Odysseus's men escape from the underworld is also not part of Homer's story. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus enters the underworld, alone while his crew remains with the ship. His men do not accompany him into Hades, so there is no escape scene involving them. The movie changes this by bringing the crew into the underworld and creating a group escape sequence that does not occur in the original epic. While the movie keeps the important idea that Odysseus visits the realm of the dead, it greatly changes the purpose and events of the scene. Homer's underworld is a place of prophecy, memory, and reflection, while the movie transforms it into a physical trial that Odysseus must overcome. The movie shows Odysseus wondering if Calypso did something to his men and questioning whether she may have harmed them or affected their memories. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new addition created for the film. In the movie, this moment adds uncertainty to Odysseus's return journey. After everything he has experienced, Odysseus begins to question whether his time away from his men was caused by something Calypso did. It creates a sense of mystery and suggests that Calypso may have had a greater influence over Odysseus and his crew than originally believed. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does not suspect Calypso of harming his men or changing their memories. Calypso is not responsible for the disappearance of Odysseus's crew. By the time Odysseus reaches Calypso's island, all of his companions have already died during earlier events of the journey. He spends 7 years alone with Calypso on the island of Ogygia before the gods decide that he must be allowed to leave. The original story is also different because Odysseus does not forget his past or lose his memories while staying with Calypso. He remembers his home, his wife Penelope, and his desire to return to Ithaca throughout his entire captivity. Although Calypso offers him immortality and a life with her, Odysseus continues to long for his mortal life and family. The movie's version changes Calypso's role by making her potentially connected to the fate of Odysseus's men and introducing the idea that Odysseus may have incomplete memories of what happened. This creates a mystery for the character to solve, but it is not part of Homer's original narrative. In the Odyssey, the tragedy of Odysseus's crew is already explained through their own actions and the dangers they encounter. Their deaths come from events such as the attack of the Laestrygonians, the consequences of Circe's island, and ultimately the slaughter of Helios's sacred cattle. Calypso's island is not where they disappear, and she does not play a role in their deaths. The movie shows Calypso giving Odysseus more lotus flowers to eat, and Odysseus willingly consumes them. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and combines elements from different parts of the epic. In Homer's Odyssey, Calypso does not give Odysseus lotus flowers or use them to keep him on her island. The lotus flower appears earlier in the poem during Odysseus's encounter with the Lotus Eaters. After a storm pushes Odysseus and his men off course, they arrive at the land of the Lotus Eaters, where some of his crew members eat the mysterious lotus plant. The effect of the lotus is that it causes them to lose their desire to return home and makes them want to remain on the island. Odysseus has to force his men back onto the ship and order them to leave because they have forgotten their mission. He ties the affected men down and brings them back to the ship so they cannot stay behind. This is the only point in Homer's Odyssey where the lotus plant appears. Calypso's role in the original poem is different. She does keep Odysseus on her island for 7 years, but she does so through her divine power and by offering him a comfortable life with immortality, not through a magical plant. Odysseus remains aware of who he is and where he wants to go. He spent his time longing for Ithaca, his wife Penelope, and his mortal life. The movie's decision to have Calypso give Odysseus lotus flowers changes the nature of his captivity. Instead of Odysseus staying with Calypso because he is trapped by a goddess and unable to leave, the lotus introduces the idea that his memories and desire to return home are being chemically or magically suppressed. It makes Calypso appear more directly responsible for Odysseus forgetting his past. This also changes the symbolism of the lotus. In Homer's story, the lotus represents temptation and the danger of abandoning one's purpose. By connecting the lotus to Calypso, the movie blends the Lotus Eaters episode with the story of Odysseus and Calypso, creating a new interpretation that does not appear in the original epic. The movie shows Antinous confronting Penelope and revealing that he knows she has been unraveling the burial shroud every night. This is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey and is one of the most famous examples of Penelope's cleverness. In Homer's Odyssey, Penelope is pressured by the suitors to choose a new husband because Odysseus has been missing for many years and is presumed dead. However, Penelope refuses to remarry and comes up with a plan to delay making a decision. She tells the suitors that she must first finish weaving a burial shroud for Laertes, Odysseus's elderly father, before she can choose a husband. During the day, Penelope weaves the shroud, but at night, she secretly undoes the work she completed. By constantly unraveling the cloth, she is able to prevent the shroud from ever being finished and delays the suitors for 3 years. This allows her to remain faithful to Odysseus while buying time in the hope that he may eventually return. However, the deception is eventually discovered when one of Penelope's servants reveals the secret to the suitors. Once Antinous and the other suitors learn what Penelope has been doing, they become angry and demand that she finally choose one of them. This increases the pressure on Penelope and shows how vulnerable her situation has become. The movie's portrayal of Antinous knowing about the shroud trick is therefore accurate to Homer's Odyssey. Antinous is one of the first suitors to react with anger because he is the most aggressive and arrogant of the group. He sees Penelope's deception as a direct challenge to his authority and becomes determined to force her into choosing a husband. This scene is important because it highlights the intelligence and resourcefulness of Penelope. While Odysseus is known for his cunning and clever strategies during his adventures, Penelope demonstrates similar qualities at home by using deception to protect herself and preserve her marriage. The shroud trick shows that Penelope is not simply waiting helplessly for Odysseus to return. She is actively fighting to maintain control over her own fate. The movie shows Melantho revealing Penelope's secret about unraveling the burial shroud to the suitors. This is based on Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes some details about her character and role. In Homer's Odyssey, the secret of Penelope's shroud trick is revealed by one of her servants. The poem does not name this servant as Melantho specifically when describing the discovery. Instead, Homer says that one of Penelope's maids eventually betrays her and tells the suitors what Penelope has been doing. Once the suitors learn the truth, Penelope loses the protection of the trick and is forced to continue delaying them through other means. Melantho does appear in Homer's Odyssey, but she is not a loyal servant. She is one of Penelope's maids who has sided with the suitors and disrespects both Penelope and the disguised Odysseus. Unlike faithful servants such as Euryclea and Eumaeus, Melantho has become aligned with the men who have taken over Odysseus's palace. In the original poem, Melantho is portrayed as rude and hostile toward Odysseus when he arrives disguised as a beggar. She insults him, refuses to show him proper hospitality, and supports the suitors who are consuming Odysseus's wealth. Her behavior makes her one of the servants who are punished after Odysseus reveals his identity and retakes control of his household. The movie's choice to make Melantho the person who exposes the shroud trick simplifies the story by giving the betrayal a clear name and character. It also emphasizes the contrast between Penelope's loyal servants and those who have abandoned her. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, the exact identity of the maid who reveals the secret is not clearly established, even though Melantho is certainly portrayed as a disloyal servant who supports the suitors. This addition fits the larger theme of the story. While Odysseus is away, Penelope must not only deal with the aggressive suitors, but also with people inside her own household who have turned against her. The betrayal of the shroud secret shows how difficult it was for Penelope to protect Odysseus's home while he was gone for 20 years. The movie shows Antinous wanting Penelope to choose him as her new husband. This is based on his role in Homer's Odyssey, although the original poem does not specifically state that Antinous is the one Penelope intends to marry. In Homer's Odyssey, Antinous is one of the leading suitors competing for Penelope's hand in marriage. After Odysseus has been gone for many years, the suitors assume that he will never return and pressure Penelope to choose a new husband. They take over Odysseus's palace, consume his food and wealth, and demand that she remarry. Antinous is portrayed as the most arrogant and aggressive of the suitors. Unlike some of the other men, he is not simply trying to marry Penelope for political reasons or wealth. He wants the power and status that would come with becoming the husband of the Queen of Ithaca. By marrying Penelope, Antinous would effectively take Odysseus's place as ruler of the kingdom. However, in the original Odyssey, Antinous is not presented as Penelope's preferred choice. Penelope does not want to marry any of the suitors and spends years trying to delay the decision. Her loyalty remains with Odysseus, and she continues hoping that he will return home. The poem never gives a clear indication that Penelope would have chosen Antinous if she were forced to marry. While Antinous is the most powerful and outspoken of the suitors, he is also the cruelest. He insults Odysseus while he is disguised as a beggar, and even attempts to kill Telemachus when he sees him as a threat to the suitor's control. The movie's portrayal of Antinous actively wanting Penelope emphasizes his ambition and makes him a more direct rival to Odysseus. It highlights the personal conflict between the two men. Antinous wants to replace Odysseus and claim his household, while Odysseus is fighting to reclaim his identity, family, and kingdom. While Antinous wanting Penelope is consistent with his role as a suitor in the original Odyssey, the personal focus on him as a specific romantic choice is more of an adaptation choice. In Homer's version, Antinous represents the larger threat of the suitors as a group, with his arrogance and violence making him their most dangerous leader. The movie shows Antinous claiming that Odysseus prevented him from going to Troy during the Trojan War. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey, and appears to be a new addition created for the movie. In the movie, this accusation gives Antinous a personal reason to resent Odysseus. By claiming that Odysseus kept him from fighting at Troy, Antinous presents himself as someone who was denied the chance to gain honor and glory alongside the other Greek warriors. This creates the impression that his hatred toward Odysseus is not only about Penelope and the throne of Ithaca, but also about a long-standing personal grudge. However, in Homer's Odyssey, there is no story of Antinous wanting to join the Trojan War or Odysseus stopping him from going. Antinous is not mentioned as a warrior who fought at Troy, and there is no conflict between him and Odysseus during the war. The two characters belong to very different parts of the epic. Odysseus is one of the Greek heroes of the Trojan War, while Antinous is introduced later as one of the suitors who takes over Odysseus's palace during his absence. In the original poem, Antinous' motivation comes from his desire for power and his arrogance rather than from revenge over the Trojan War. He wants Penelope to marry him because becoming her husband would give him control over Odysseus's household and kingdom. He also believes Odysseus is probably dead and does not expect him to return. The movie's edition changes Antinous from simply being a greedy and abusive suitor into a character with a personal history connected to Odysseus. It creates a rivalry between the two men that goes back to the war, making their eventual confrontation feel more like a personal revenge story. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Antinous and Odysseus do not have a history together before Odysseus returns to Ithaca. Their conflict begins only after Odysseus comes home and discovers what the suitors have done to his family and kingdom. Antinous' downfall comes from his arrogance, cruelty, and disrespect toward Odysseus' household, not from any past betrayal during the Trojan War. The movie shows Antinous discovering Penelope's deception with the burial shroud, but choosing not to tell the other suitors about it. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey, and is a change made for the movie. In the movie, Antinous keeping the secret creates a more complicated relationship between him and Penelope. Instead of immediately exposing her, he appears to use the information for his own advantage. By hiding the truth from the other suitors, Antinous gains leverage over Penelope and can pressure her privately while keeping control over the situation. This portrays him as more calculating and strategic rather than simply aggressive. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, the discovery of Penelope's shroud trick is handled differently. After Penelope spends years delaying the suitors by weaving the burial shroud for Laertes during the day and unraveling it at night, the secret is eventually revealed by one of her servants. Once the suitors learn what she has been doing, they become angry and demand that she stop delaying and choose a husband. Antinous is not portrayed as someone who protects Penelope's secret in the original poem. Instead, he is one of the strongest voices pressuring her to remarry. He represents the arrogance and entitlement of the suitors, believing that they have the right to take over Odysseus's household even. Though Odysseus's fate is unknown. The movie's version changes Antinous by making him more personally involved in Penelope's struggle. Rather than simply being one of many suitors who learns about the deception, he becomes someone who possesses important information and chooses how to use it. This adds more tension between Antinous and Penelope and makes their conflict more personal. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Penelope's shroud deception is exposed because the suitors collectively discover the truth, not because Antinous secretly keeps the information to himself. The original story focuses on Penelope's intelligence and determination to delay the suitors, while the movie shifts some of that tension into a private power struggle between Penelope and Antinous. The movie shows Antinous being romantically involved with Melantho. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Melantho is associated with another suitor, Eurymachus, rather than Antinous. In the movie, the relationship between Antinous and Melantho creates a closer connection between the two characters. It shows that Melantho is not simply a servant who betrays Penelope, but is personally aligned with the suitors, especially Antinous. This adds another layer to the corruption inside Odysseus's palace and reinforces the idea that some members of the household have turned against Penelope. In Homer's original Odyssey, Melantho is one of Penelope's female servants, but she is not Antinous' lover. Instead, Homer describes her as being involved with Eurymachus, another prominent suitor. Eurymachus is one of the leading suitors alongside Antinous and is known for his charm, deception, and ability to manipulate others. Melantho's relationship with Eurymachus shows her lack of loyalty to Penelope. Although she works in Penelope's household, she has become connected with the men who are abusing Odysseus's home. When Odysseus returns disguised as a beggar, Melantho insults him and treats him with disrespect. Unlike loyal servants, such as Euryclea and Eumaeus, who remain faithful to Odysseus, the movie's decision to pair Melantho with Antinous changes the relationships among the suitors. Since Antinous is the most aggressive and powerful of the suitors, connecting him with Melantho makes their alliance more direct and emphasizes his influence over the palace. It also combines two characters who are already associated with the corruption of Odysseus's household. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Melantho's connection is specifically with Eurymachus, not Antinous. While both Antinous and Eurymachus are major suitors, they represent slightly different types of threats. Antinous is openly violent and arrogant, while Eurymachus is more deceptive and tries to appear honorable. The movie changes this relationship to create a more focused rivalry between Antinous and Odysseus. The movie shows Antinous wanting Telemachus dead and even demanding that Telemachus's nose and ears be brought back as proof of his death. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey and makes Antinous much more openly violent than he is in the poem. In the movie, this scene emphasizes Antinous' cruelty and shows that he views Telemachus as a threat to his plans. As Odysseus' son and the rightful heir of Ithaca, Telemachus represents the possibility that Odysseus' household could be restored. By eliminating Telemachus, Antinous hopes to remove the last obstacle preventing him and the other suitors from taking complete control of the kingdom. In Homer's Odyssey, the suitors do plot to kill Telemachus, but the details are different. After Telemachus returns from his journey, searching for news about his father, the suitors learn that he has gained support from allies and may become a serious threat to them. Antinous and the other suitors decide to ambush and kill him when he returns to Ithaca. However, Homer does not include a scene where Antinous demands Telemachus' body parts as proof of the killing. The idea of taking a nose and ears as evidence of a kill is not part of the original epic. This is an adaptation choice that makes Antinous appear even more ruthless and barbaric. In the original Odyssey, Antinous is already portrayed as one of the most dangerous suitors. He is arrogant, violent, and willing to murder Telemachus to protect his own interests. He is also the first suitor to throw a stool at Odysseus, while Odysseus is disguised as a beggar, showing his lack of respect for the rules of hospitality that were sacred in Greek culture. The movie's version exaggerates Antinous' brutality by adding a more graphic threat against Telemachus. While Homer presents the suitors as corrupt men who abuse their power and plan Telemachus' assassination, the movie turns Antinous into a more direct villain whose actions are meant to show how far he is willing to go to claim Odysseus' throne and replace his family. The movie shows Telemachus hunting with Menelaus. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new addition created for the film. In the movie, the hunting scene helps establish a relationship between Telemachus and Menelaus, connecting the younger generation of Ithaca with one of the great heroes of the Trojan War. It also gives Telemachus a chance to interact with someone who knew his father as a warrior. Since Menelaus fought alongside Odysseus at Troy, his presence allows the movie to explore Telemachus' connection to his father's past. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Telemachus does not go hunting with Menelaus. When Telemachus leaves Ithaca searching for information about Odysseus, his journey takes him to the courts of Nestor and Pylus and Menelaus in Sparta. These visits are focused on gathering news about his father, not hunting or training. During his time with Menelaus and Helen in Sparta, Telemachus learns about Odysseus' actions during the Trojan War. Menelaus tells him stories about Odysseus' intelligence and bravery, including how Odysseus helped the Greeks through his clever strategies. Helen also recognizes Telemachus and speaks about his resemblance to his father. The original story presents Menelaus as a source of knowledge for Telemachus rather than as a hunting companion. Their meeting is important because Telemachus is trying to understand who his father was and whether he is still alive. Menelaus tells him that Odysseus is trapped on Calypso's island, information that helps move the story toward Odysseus' eventual return. The movie's addition of a hunting scene changes their relationship from one based on storytelling and discovery into one based on shared activity. While it fits the idea of Menelaus passing on warrior traditions to the son of his old comrade, it is not part of Homer's original epic. In the Odyssey, Telemachus' growth comes from traveling, speaking with veterans of the Trojan War, and learning to become a leader. Like his father, the movie shows Menelaus mentioning that Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, killed Clytemnestra and avenged his father's death. This is based on Greek mythology, although the timing and context are different from Homer's Odyssey. In Greek mythology, Orestes does eventually avenge Agamemnon by killing Aegisthus and Clytemnestra. After Agamemnon was murdered by his wife and her lover following the Trojan War, Orestes became responsible for restoring his family's honor. When he grew older, he returned to Mycenae and killed the people responsible for his father's death. This story is especially important in later Greek tragedies, such as Aeschylus's Orestia. In those works, Orestes struggles with the decision to kill his own mother because, while Clytemnestra committed a terrible crime by murdering Agamemnon, she was still his mother. His actions raise questions about revenge, justice, and the cycle of violence within families. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Menelaus does not tell Telemachus about Orestes killing Clytemnestra. During Telemachus' visit to Sparta, Menelaus does talk about Agamemnon's death and praises Orestes for avenging his father, but the details are different. Homer presents Orestes' revenge as an example of a son honoring his father and restoring his family's reputation. The story of Orestes is also used as a contrast to Telemachus. Both are sons of famous Greek heroes who disappeared after the Trojan War. Orestes successfully defended his father's legacy by taking action against Agamemnon's killers, while Telemachus is still trying to discover whether Odysseus is alive and how he can protect his own household from the suitors. The movie's inclusion of Orestes' revenge connects directly to the larger themes of the Odyssey: family loyalty, the importance of heirs, and the consequences of what happens when a warrior does not return home. It also serves as a warning and example for Telemachus, showing what a son might do to defend his father's honor. However, the movie combines information from different Greek traditions, since the full story of Orestes' revenge is developed more extensively in later myths rather than in Homer's Odyssey. The movie shows Menelaus advising Telemachus to remove the suitors from Odysseus' palace without violating Zeus's law. This is inspired by important themes from Homer's Odyssey, especially the Greek concept of hospitality, but this specific conversation does not happen in the original poem. In the movie, Menelaus's advice highlights the conflict between justice and proper conduct. Although the suitors have abused Odysseus's home for years, Telemachus cannot simply act violently or dishonorably. Menelaus reminds him that even when dealing with enemies, there are rules that must be respected, especially the laws of Zeus. In ancient Greek culture, hospitality, known as xenia, was considered a sacred obligation protected by Zeus. Hosts were expected to provide food, shelter, and protection to guests, while guests were expected to respect their hosts and not abuse their generosity. The suitors violate this tradition by taking over Odysseus's palace, consuming his wealth, and pressuring Penelope to marry one of them, while Odysseus is still possibly alive. In Homer's Odyssey, Telemachus does struggle with how to deal with the suitors, but Menelaus does not give him this exact advice. When Telemachus visits Sparta, Menelaus mainly tells him about Odysseus's fate and shares stories from the Trojan War. He does not instruct Telemachus on how to remove the suitors or warn him specifically about Zeus's laws. The theme of Zeus's law and hospitality is, however, central to the original Odyssey. The suitors are condemned not only because they want Penelope, but because they commit a serious violation of xenia. They eat Odysseus's food, slaughter his animals, insult guests, and disrespect the household they have entered. Their behavior makes them deserving of punishment in the eyes of the gods. When Odysseus finally returns to Ithaca, he does not simply remove the suitors peacefully. After disguising himself as a beggar and testing the loyalty of those in his household, he reveals himself and kills the suitors with Telemachus's help. The punishment is presented as restoring order after years of injustice. The movie's version gives Menelaus a role as a mentor figure who teaches Telemachus about justice and restraint. While this specific advice is not found in Homer's Odyssey, it reflects one of the poem's major ideas. True leadership requires balancing strength with wisdom and respecting the divine laws that govern human behavior. The movie shows Odysseus on Calypso's island gathering pieces of his old ship to build a raft so he can escape. This is based on an event from Homer's Odyssey, although the movie changes some of the details. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does build a raft on Calypso's island after the gods decide that he must finally be allowed to return home. Calypso receives instructions from Zeus through Hermes to release Odysseus, and she reluctantly agrees. She provides him with tools and supplies, and Odysseus cuts down trees and constructs a raft by himself. However, in the original poem, Odysseus is not rebuilding his old ship. His previous ship and crew were destroyed long before he reached Calypso's island. By the time he arrives at Ogygia, Odysseus is completely alone after losing all of his companions. The raft he builds is made from trees on Calypso's island, not from pieces of his former vessel. The movie's choice to have Odysseus gather parts of his old ship changes the symbolism of the scene. It connects his escape directly to his past journey and the men he lost, making the raft feel like a physical reminder of everything that happened before. It suggests that Odysseus is rebuilding what was destroyed and carrying the memory of his crew with him as he continues home. In Homer's Odyssey, the raft represents Odysseus's resourcefulness and determination. Even after losing his ship, his men, and nearly everything he had, he is still able to survive through his intelligence and practical skills. The construction of the raft shows that Odysseus is not saved by strength alone. He uses his abilities to create his own path home. The movie keeps the important idea that Odysseus must escape Calypso's island by building his own way out, but it changes the source of the materials. In the original story, he creates something new from the island itself, while the movie ties his escape to the remains of his past. The movie shows a flashback to Odysseus and his crew encountering the Sirens, with the men protecting themselves by plugging their ears with wax. This is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey and is one of the most famous episodes from Odysseus' journey. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus learns about the danger of the Sirens from Circe before reaching their island. Circe warns him that the Sirens use their beautiful voices to lure sailors to their deaths. Their song is so powerful that anyone who hears it becomes unable to resist, abandoning their ship and dying on the shore. To survive the encounter, Circe gives Odysseus specific instructions. He tells his men to block their ears with softened beeswax so they cannot hear the siren's song. Because they are unable to hear the voices, the crew can continue rowing the ship safely past the Sirens. Odysseus, however, wants to hear the Sirens' song himself because he is curious about their knowledge. Circe tells him that if he wishes to listen, he must have his men tie him tightly to the mast of the ship and refuse to release him no matter how much he begs or commands them. Odysseus follows this plan, allowing him to experience the Siren's song while still surviving. The movie's portrayal of the crew using wax in their ears is one of the more accurate parts of the adaptation. It captures the clever solution that allows Odysseus and his men to overcome a supernatural threat without fighting. The scene also highlights one of Odysseus's defining traits, his desire for knowledge and his willingness to take risks. However, depending on how the movie portrays the scene, it may leave out some important details from Homer. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus does not simply avoid the Sirens. He intentionally chooses to hear them while protecting himself through careful planning. The encounter demonstrates the balance between Odysseus's curiosity and his intelligence, showing why he is known as a hero who survives through strategy rather than just strength. The Sirens episode is also significant because it represents one of the many temptations Odysseus faces on his journey home. Unlike the Lotus Eaters, who tempt men to forget their purpose, the Sirens tempt sailors with the promise of unlimited knowledge. Odysseus survives because he recognizes the danger and prepares for it before he arrives. The movie shows Odysseus being tied to the mast of his ship so he can hear the Siren's song without being able to jump overboard. This is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey and is one of the most recognizable moments from the epic. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus is warned by Circe that the Sirens are dangerous creatures whose beautiful singing lures sailors to their deaths. Their song promises knowledge of the past and future, making it especially tempting for someone like Odysseus, who is known for his curiosity and desire to understand the world around him. Before reaching the Sirens, Odysseus follows Circe's instructions. He orders his men to melt beeswax and place it in their ears so they cannot hear the Sirens' voices. However, Odysseus wants to hear the song himself, so he comes up with a plan that allows him to experience it safely. He tells his crew to tie him tightly to the ship's mast and promises that no matter what he says afterward, they must not untie him. When the ship passes the Sirens, Odysseus hears their voices and becomes desperate to get closer to them. The song affects him so strongly that he begs and commands his men to release him. However, his crew follows his earlier orders and keeps him tied to the mast. Only after they are safely past the Sirens do they remove the restraints and continue their journey. The movie's portrayal of Odysseus being tied to the mast is therefore one of the most faithful parts of the adaptation. It captures the clever strategy that allows him to experience something no other mortal sailor survives, while still protecting his crew. The scene also reflects one of the central themes of Odysseus's character. Unlike many heroes who rely on physical strength, Odysseus survives through planning and self-control. He knows that his own curiosity could become a weakness, so he creates a situation where he can satisfy his desire for knowledge while preventing himself from making a fatal mistake. The Sirens episode shows both his intelligence and his awareness that even he can be vulnerable to temptation. The movie portrays the Sirens as human-looking women, but they are kept far away and partially obscured, making their appearance difficult to see clearly. Because the camera does not show them in detail, the movie avoids fully committing to a specific visual interpretation of the creatures. This allows the scene to focus more on their voices and the effect they have on Odysseus rather than their physical appearance. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Homer does not describe the Sirens' appearance in detail. The poem never explicitly says that they are half-bird, half-woman creatures. Instead, Homer focuses on what makes them dangerous: their irresistible song and their ability to lure sailors to their deaths. Their physical form is left mostly to the imagination. The traditional image of sirens as women with the bodies and wings of birds comes from later Greek mythology and ancient artwork. Greek vase paintings and sculptures commonly depict sirens with female heads and torsos combined with bird bodies, wings, and claws. This became the standard artistic representation of sirens in ancient Greek culture. Therefore, the movie's choice to portray them as women is not directly contradicted by Homer's text, because Homer never gives a clear description of their bodies. However, it differs from the more traditional Greek artistic depiction of sirens as bird-like creatures. A fully human appearance makes them closer to later interpretations of beautiful, seductive monsters rather than the hybrid creatures shown in ancient Greek art. The most important part of the Sirens episode in the original Odyssey is not what they look like, but what they represent. Their song offers Odysseus knowledge and promises to reveal secrets of the world, tempting him through his curiosity. The danger comes from the fact that their beauty and knowledge hide a deadly trap. The movie keeps this central idea, but changes their visual design by presenting them more like mysterious human figures rather than the bird women of traditional Greek mythology. The movie shows an Asian crew member removing the wax from his ears during the Sirens' encounter and jumping into the water, swimming toward the Sirens. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new addition created for the movie. In the movie, this moment changes the Sirens scene from a carefully controlled test of Odysseus' intelligence into a more chaotic and dangerous event. The crew member's decision to remove the wax shows the power of the Sirens' song and demonstrates that even Odysseus' precautions cannot completely protect everyone. His actions create a sense of horror as he willingly abandons the ship and moves toward the creatures despite the danger. In Homer's original Odyssey, none of Odysseus' men removes the wax from their ears or jumps into the sea. Odysseus' plan works exactly as intended. The crew members cannot hear the sirens because their ears are sealed with beeswax, and they continue rowing until the ship has safely passed the Sirens' Island. The only person who hears the sirens in the original story is Odysseus himself. He is tied to the mast because he wants to experience the song, but knows that he may lose control once he hears it. When the sirens call to him, he becomes desperate to be released and orders his men to untie him, but they follow his earlier instructions and tighten the ropes instead. This allows him to hear the song while preventing him from reaching the sirens. The movie's addition of a crew member being affected by the sirens changes the focus of the scene. In Homer's version, the danger comes from Odysseus' own curiosity and his struggle to control himself. The crew successfully follows his plan, showing their obedience and Odysseus' ability to prepare for supernatural threats. By adding a sailor who removes the wax and swims toward the sirens, the movie creates a more dramatic visual representation of the sirens' power. However, this event is not part of the original epic. In Homer's Odyssey, the crew survives the sirens' encounter because every sailor except Odysseus is protected from hearing their deadly song. The movie shows the Sirens' song as a collection of promises that Odysseus failed to keep. Instead of focusing on knowledge about the Trojan War and the future like in Homer's original Odyssey, the movie changes the song into a personal reminder of Odysseus' regrets, mistakes, and broken vows. In the movie, the Sirens use their song to target Odysseus emotionally. They remind him of the promises he made to his men, his family, and himself, turning the encounter into a reflection of his failures throughout his journey. Rather than simply tempting him with information, the song forces him to confront the consequences of his actions and the people who suffered because of them. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey. In the original poem, the Sirens do not sing about Odysseus' broken promises or personal regrets. Their song is a temptation based on knowledge. They claim to know everything that happened during the Trojan War and offer Odysseus the chance to hear their wisdom and learn things no other mortal knows. The original Sirens are dangerous because they appeal to Odysseus's curiosity. After spending years traveling the world and trying to survive countless challenges, Odysseus is naturally drawn to the idea of gaining more knowledge. Their song is not about guilt or memories. It is about the temptation to know everything. The movie changes this to better fit a modern character-driven interpretation of Odysseus. By making the song about promises he failed to keep, the scene becomes less about resisting curiosity and more about confronting guilt. It connects the Sirens to the larger themes of the movie, especially Odysseus' struggles with leadership, the deaths of his men, and the consequences of the choices he made during his journey. While Homer's Sirens challenge Odysseus' desire for knowledge, the movie's Sirens challenge his conscience. The adaptation keeps the idea that the Sirens can see into a person's deepest desires and weaknesses, but it changes what they use against him. In the original epic, they tempt Odysseus with answers. In the movie, they tempt him with the pain of his own past. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus encounters two Sirens. The movie does not clearly emphasize the number of Sirens, instead focusing on the mysterious figures singing in the distance. In the original Odyssey, Homer describes the Sirens as a pair of creatures who live near the sea and lure sailors with their beautiful voices. Although Homer does not provide a detailed physical description of them, the poem refers to them as a group of two Sirens who sit on their island waiting for passing ships. The two Sirens are not described as a large group or an entire race of creatures in Homer's poem. The danger comes specifically from these two beings and their song. Their voices are powerful enough to overcome a sailor's judgment, causing him to abandon his ship and approach them, where he will eventually die. Later Greek mythology and artwork expanded the idea of the Sirens beyond Homer's brief description. Ancient Greek artists often depicted multiple Sirens, sometimes showing them as a larger group of bird-bodied women. Some later traditions even gave individual Sirens names, such as Paisino, Aglape, and Thelzipia, although these names do not come from Homer's Odyssey. The movie's portrayal of the Sirens as mysterious women in the distance changes the visual presentation, but keeps the most important element from Homer, their deadly song. However, unlike the original epic, where Odysseus specifically encounters two Sirens, the movie does not clearly establish how many Sirens are present. This makes the scene more focused on the emotional and supernatural effect of the song, rather than the exact details of the creatures from Greek mythology. The movie then depicts Odysseus sailing into the dangerous waters of Charybdis and Scylla. Charybdis is portrayed as a monstrous whirlpool capable of swallowing entire ships, which is faithful to Homer's original Odyssey. In the original poem, Charybdis is not shown as a creature with a visible body, but as a terrifying sea monster that creates an enormous whirlpool. 3 times each day, Charybdis sucks huge amounts of seawater into its depths before violently spitting it back out. Any ship caught in the whirlpool would be pulled under and destroyed, leaving virtually no chance of survival. Circe warns Odysseus that trying to pass too close to Charybdis would almost certainly doom his entire crew. Instead, she advises him to steer closer to the opposite side of the narrow strait, even though that route brings him dangerously close to Scylla. Her reasoning is simple. It is better to lose a few men to Scylla than to lose everyone to Charybdis. The movie's portrayal of Charybdis as a gigantic, monstrous whirlpool captures the essential idea from Homer's Odyssey. Unlike many mythical monsters that attack directly, Charybdis itself is the threat. Its overwhelming force of nature makes it one of the most feared obstacles on Odysseus' journey, forcing him to make an impossible choice between two deadly dangers. The encounter also gave rise to the famous expression between Scylla and Charybdis, meaning being forced to choose between two equally dangerous or undesirable options. In Odysseus' case, avoiding one monster inevitably brings him closer to the other, making the passage one of the most memorable examples of an impossible dilemma in Greek mythology. The movie shows Odysseus wanting to avoid Scylla by sailing around Charybdis, while Eurylochus instead steers the ship into the narrow channel where Scylla waits. This is a significant departure from Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, the disagreement creates a conflict between Odysseus and Eurylochus over which route offers the best chance of survival. Odysseus believes it is worth trying to avoid both monsters by going around Charybdis, while Eurylochus makes the difficult decision to take the passage near Scylla instead. This gives Eurylochus a more active leadership role and creates tension within the crew during one of the journey's most dangerous moments. In Homer's Odyssey, there is no disagreement between Odysseus and Eurylochus about which path to take. Before reaching the strait, Circe clearly warns Odysseus that sailing too close to Charybdis is the worst possible choice because it could destroy the entire ship and kill everyone aboard. She advises him to steer closer to Scylla, even though 6 men will inevitably be lost. Odysseus follows Circe's advice. He deliberately sails near Scylla because he knows it is the only way to save most of his crew. Importantly, he does not tell his men about Circe's prophecy that 6 of them are destined to die. He fears that if they know the truth, panic will spread and they may lose control of the ship, leading everyone to perish in Charybdis instead. As the ship passes through the narrow channel, Scylla suddenly reaches down from her cave and snatches 6 of Odysseus's strongest companions from the deck. Odysseus watches helplessly as they are carried away, describing it as one of the most horrifying moments of his entire journey. The movie changes this episode by making the choice between Scylla and Charybdis a point of conflict between Odysseus and Eurylochus. In Homer's original story, the decision is Odysseus's alone. He knowingly sacrifices 6 men because it is the only way to prevent the complete destruction of the ship and the deaths of everyone on board. This painful decision highlights one of the central themes of the Odyssey. Leadership sometimes requires making impossible choices where no perfect outcome exists. The movie shows many of Odysseus's men being grabbed by Scylla, although only her long arms are visible, and the rest of her body remains hidden. This partially reflects Homer's original Odyssey, but also changes several important details. In the movie, keeping most of Scylla concealed makes the monster feel mysterious and terrifying. The audience only sees her massive arms reaching down from above to seize sailors from the ship, leaving the rest of her appearance to the imagination. This creates suspense and emphasizes the helplessness of Odysseus and his crew as they are attacked from an unseen predator. In Homer's Odyssey, Scylla is also largely hidden from view. Circe warns Odysseus that Scylla lives high in a cave overlooking the narrow strait, and that no mortal can look upon her without fear. During the attack, Odysseus does not get a clear look at the entire monster. Instead, he sees her reaching down to snatch his companions from the deck as the ship sails beneath her. However, Homer does describe Scylla's appearance in advance through Circe's warning. She is a terrifying sea monster with 12 feet, 6 extremely long necks, and 6 heads. Each head has 3 rows of sharp teeth, allowing her to seize 1 man with each mouth. As the ship passes by, Scylla grabs exactly 6 sailors, 1 for each of her heads. The movie changes this by showing many men being taken instead of only 6. In the original poem, the number is significant because Circe specifically tells Odysseus that Scylla will claim 6 lives and no more. Odysseus cannot prevent those deaths, but by accepting the loss of 6 men, he avoids the far greater disaster of Charybdis destroying the entire ship. By revealing only Scylla's arms, the movie preserves some of the mystery surrounding the monster while altering the scale of the attack. Homer's version presents Scylla as a precisely defined creature whose 6 heads claim 6 victims, whereas the movie makes the attack feel larger and more chaotic by having many sailors seized while keeping most of the monster hidden from view. The movie shows Eurylochus becoming furious with Odysseus after the attack by Scylla because Odysseus knew what awaited them and never warned the crew. Odysseus defends his decision, arguing that if he had told the men about Scylla beforehand, they never would have agreed to sail through the strait. This exchange is largely faithful to the reasoning found in Homer's original Odyssey. In the original poem, Circe warns Odysseus in advance that Scylla will inevitably take 6 of his men. She tells him there is no way to fight or avoid the monster and advises him to sail past as quickly as possible. Most importantly, she explains that trying to avoid Scylla by steering toward Charybdis would result in the destruction of the entire ship and everyone aboard. Odysseus makes the difficult decision to keep this information from his crew. Homer specifically says that he does not tell the men about Scylla because he fears they will panic. If they lose their courage or stop rowing in fear, the ship could drift toward Charybdis, where all of them would be killed. Odysseus chooses to sacrifice 6 men in order to save everyone else. After Scylla attacks, Homer does not include a confrontation in which Eurylochus angrily accuses Odysseus of withholding the truth. That conversation is an invention of the movie. However, Odysseus's explanation closely matches the reasoning behind his actions in the original epic. His silence was not meant to deceive his crew out of selfishness, but to prevent panic and maximize their chances of survival. The movie expands on this moral dilemma by giving Eurylochus a chance to challenge Odysseus's leadership directly. It asks whether a leader should always tell the truth, even when the truth could make the situation worse, or whether keeping painful information secret can sometimes save more lives. This conflict reinforces one of the Odyssey's central themes. Leadership often requires making impossible decisions. Odysseus is forced to choose between certain losses and total disaster. In Homer's version, he bears the burden of that choice alone. The movie externalizes that burden by having Eurylochus openly question whether Odysseus had the right to decide the fate of 6 men without their knowledge. The movie shows Eurylochus arguing that Odysseus had no right to decide the fate of 6 men without telling them the truth. Odysseus responds that he had every right because he was their king and commander, and it was his responsibility to make the difficult decision that would save the rest of the crew. While this specific exchange is invented for the movie, it reflects one of the central moral dilemmas in Homer's Odyssey. In the original poem, there is no confrontation where Eurylochus directly accuses Odysseus after the encounter with Scylla. However, Odysseus does admit that he deliberately kept Circe's warning a secret. He knew that 6 men were doomed to die if they sailed past Scylla, but he also knew that trying to avoid the monster would almost certainly send the ship into Charybdis, where everyone would perish. By having Odysseus defend his actions, the movie explores a question that Homer leaves largely unspoken. Does a leader have the right to sacrifice a few lives to save many others? Odysseus believes the answer is yes. As king of Ithaca and captain of the expedition, he sees it as his duty to make impossible decisions, even if they are unpopular or morally painful. Eurylochus represents the opposing view. From his perspective, the 6 men were denied the chance to choose their own fate. Had they known what awaited them, they might have refused to sail through the strait or search for another solution, even if the odds of survival were worse. His argument is that Odysseus had no authority to decide who would live and who would die without their knowledge. The movie turns this philosophical conflict into an emotional confrontation between the 2 leaders. In Homer's Odyssey, the burden of a decision remains mostly internal. Odysseus silently carries the guilt of losing 6 companions because he believes it was the only way to save everyone else. The film gives voice to that moral conflict by allowing Eurylochus to openly challenge Odysseus's authority and forcing Odysseus to defend the responsibilities that come with leadership. The movie shows Odysseus warning his men that they will all die if they slaughter the sacred cattle of the gods. This is based on an important event from Homer's Odyssey, although the circumstances and details are changed. In the movie, Odysseus tries to prevent his crew from making the same mistake that has doomed them throughout their journey, ignoring warnings from the gods and acting out of desperation. By telling the men that they will all die if they kill the cattle, Odysseus attempts to maintain control and protect them from the consequences of their actions. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does warn his men not to harm the cattle, but the warning happens before they arrive at the island of Thrinacia. After leaving Circe's island, Odysseus and his crew sail toward the island where the sacred cattle of Helios, the sun god, are kept. Circe had already warned Odysseus that the cattle must not be touched, and Tiresias also warned him during his visit to the underworld that his men would face disaster if they harmed them. When they arrive at Thrinacia, Odysseus repeats the warning to his crew. He tells them that they must not kill or eat any of the cattle, because doing so will bring the anger of the gods upon them. His men initially agree, but they become trapped on the island when unfavorable winds prevent them from leaving. After their food supplies run out, Eurylochus convinces the other men that they should kill some of the cattle. He argues that dying from hunger would be worse than facing the anger of the gods, and promises to build a temple to Helios if they survive. While Odysseus is away praying, the crew ignores his warning and sacrifices the cattle. The movie changes the timing by having Odysseus warn the men at the moment of the decision, making the conflict more immediate. In Homer's version, the tragedy comes from the crew knowingly breaking Odysseus's orders after being warned multiple times. Their choice is not because they did not understand the danger. They simply become desperate and believe they have no other option. This scene is important because it shows the limits of Odysseus's leadership. Throughout the Odyssey, he is able to save his men through intelligence and planning, but he cannot control every choice they make. The slaughter of Helios's cattle becomes the final mistake that destroys the remaining crew, proving that even Odysseus's warnings cannot overcome human weakness and disobedience. The movie shows Eurylochus dismissing Odysseus's warning and claiming that there is no real danger. He argues that the crew will not harm the sacred cattle and will only take fruit and water to survive. This is a change from Homer's original Odyssey, but it reflects the desperation and arguments made by the crew before they violate the gods' commands. In the movie, Eurylochus attempts to justify staying on the island by presenting their actions as harmless. Instead of openly challenging the gods, he argues that the men are only trying to survive and that taking simple resources like food and water is not the same as killing the cattle. This shows the crew's growing desperation and their belief that they can avoid the consequences as long as they do not cross a certain line. In Homer's original Odyssey, Eurylochus plays a similar role as the person who convinces the crew to break their promise, but the situation is more extreme. After arriving on the island of Thrinacia, Odysseus tells the men that they must not touch Helios's sacred cattle. The crew agrees, but they become trapped on the island because of storms and a lack of supplies. Eventually, after their food runs out, Eurylochus argues that they should kill some of the cattle. He tells the men that starving to death would be a worse fate and that they can later make sacrifices and offerings to the gods to make up for their actions. His reasoning shows how hunger and fear caused the crew to abandon the warning they had previously accepted. The difference is that in Homer's version, the crew does not simply plan to take fruit and water. Their mistake comes from eventually deciding to kill and eat the sacred cattle themselves. They convince themselves that survival is more important than obeying divine commands. But this decision brings immediate punishment. After the cattle are slaughtered, Helios becomes furious and demands justice from Zeus. The gods punish the crew by destroying their ship with a storm after they leave the island. All of Odysseus's remaining men are killed, leaving him as the only survivor. The movie's version changes the argument into a debate about whether taking small resources is acceptable, while Homer's original focuses on a more direct violation: humans choosing to kill what the gods have declared sacred. Both versions explore the same theme: desperation causing people to make choices they know are dangerous. But the movie adds more tension between Odysseus and Eurylochus over whether the crew can be trusted to survive. The movie shows that Odysseus's crew keeps their promise not to harm the sacred cattle for a long time, but they become trapped on the island because the wind prevents them from leaving. Eventually, their food supplies run out, and while Odysseus is asleep, the men decide to slaughter the cattle. This is largely accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's Odyssey, after arriving on the island of Thrinacia, Odysseus immediately warns his men not to touch the cattle of Helios, the sun god. He tells them that they must avoid harming the animals because Tiresias and Circe both warned that doing so would bring disaster. The crew agrees and initially follows his command. For a long time, the men keep their promise. However, they are unable to leave the island because the gods send unfavorable winds that prevent them from sailing away. Their supplies slowly disappear, and they are forced to survive on whatever limited resources remain. The situation becomes increasingly desperate as hunger begins to take control of the crew. Eventually, Odysseus goes away from the group to pray and ask the gods for help. While he is away, Eurylochus convinces the other men that they should kill some of Helios's cattle. They argue that dying from starvation would be worse than facing the anger of the gods, and they believe they can make sacrifices later to make amends. The crew chooses the best-looking cattle, sacrifices them, and eats the meat. In Homer's version, this act is especially significant because the men know exactly what they are doing. They are not unaware of the danger. They have already been warned by Odysseus. Their hunger and desperation cause them to ignore the consequences. When Odysseus wakes up and discovers what happened, he is horrified. He knows that they have crossed a line and that the gods will punish them. The cattle themselves are described as supernatural, with the hides moving and the meat making strange sounds while being prepared, showing that they belong to the divine realm. The movie's portrayal of the crew waiting until their provisions run out and slaughtering the cattle while Odysseus sleeps stays close to the original story. The biggest difference is that the movie may place more focus on the conflict between Odysseus and his men, especially Eurylochus' decisions, while Homer's version emphasizes the crew's tragic failure to obey a direct warning from both their leader and the gods. This moment is the final disaster for Odysseus' crew. After they leave Thrinacia, Zeus sends a storm that destroys their ship as punishment for killing Helios's sacred cattle. Every remaining member of the crew dies, leaving Odysseus completely alone on his journey home. The movie shows that after the winds finally become calm, Odysseus and his crew are able to leave the island. However, shortly after setting sail, another storm appears, and their ship is destroyed by a lightning strike. Everyone except Odysseus dies. This is based on Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes the identity of the god responsible for the storm. In Homer's Odyssey, after the crew slaughters Helios's sacred cattle, the gods immediately know what has happened. Helios, the sun god who owns the cattle, becomes furious and demands that Zeus punish Odysseus's men. He threatens to take the sun away from the gods and descend into the underworld unless justice is served. Zeus agrees to punish the crew. After the men leave the island of Thrinacia, Zeus sends a powerful storm against their ship. He strikes the vessel with a lightning bolt, destroying it completely. The entire crew is killed, while Odysseus survives by holding on to pieces of the broken ship and eventually washing ashore on Calypso's island. The movie's depiction of the ship being destroyed by lightning is therefore accurate. Lightning is also associated with Zeus in Greek mythology, as he is the god who wields the thunderbolt and controls storms. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Zeus is not acting randomly or simply punishing Odysseus' crew out of anger. He is carrying out justice after Helios demands punishment for the violation of his sacred cattle. The biggest difference is that the movie may not emphasize Helios' role in demanding revenge. In the original poem, the destruction of the ship is the direct consequence of the crew's decision to kill the cattle. Their deaths are not just the result of bad luck or a normal storm. They are divine punishment for breaking a sacred command. The survival of Odysseus is also important in both versions. After losing every single companion, Odysseus is left completely alone, marking the final stage of his journey before reaching Calypso's island. In Homer's story, this moment shows the devastating consequences of his crew's disobedience and fulfills the warnings that Odysseus received from both Tiresias and Circe. His men would die if they harmed the cattle of the gods. The movie shows Odysseus washing up on Calypso's shore completely alone, half dead and unconscious after the destruction of his ship. This is accurate to Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes some of the circumstances surrounding his arrival. In Homer's Odyssey, after Zeus destroys Odysseus' ship with a lightning bolt, Odysseus is the only survivor. He clings to pieces of the wreckage and is forced to survive alone in the open sea. For days, he drifts through the water until he eventually reaches the island of Ogygia, where the nymph Calypso lives. When Odysseus arrives on Calypso's island in the original poem, he is exhausted, injured, and nearly dead from his ordeal. He has lost his ship, his crew, and almost all hope of returning home. The goddess Calypso finds him and takes him in, saving his life. The movie's portrayal of Odysseus collapsing on the shore unconscious emphasizes how broken he has become after losing everything. By showing him physically weak and barely alive, the film highlights the contrast between the great warrior who fought at Troy and the defeated survivor who has been reduced to struggling for his own life. In the original Odyssey, Calypso's island becomes both a refuge and a prison for Odysseus. She cares for him and offers him comfort, food, and even immortality if he stays with her, but Odysseus does not want to remain there forever. Despite having safety and luxury, he continues to long for Ithaca, Penelope, and his mortal life. The movie accurately captures the loneliness of this moment. By the time Odysseus reaches Calypso, all of his companions are gone, and the journey that began with many ships and thousands of Greek warriors has been reduced to one man struggling to survive. However, in Homer's version, Odysseus does not arrive because Calypso causes a shipwreck or captures him. He arrives as the sole survivor of Zeus's punishment after his crew's mistake. This scene marks a major turning point in the Odyssey. Before this moment, Odysseus is still trying to save his crew and overcome obstacles together with his men. After reaching Calypso's island, he is completely isolated and must rely only on himself while waiting for the gods to allow him to continue his journey home. The movie shows Calypso feeding Odysseus lotus flowers after he arrives on her island. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a change made by the movie. In the movie, the lotus flowers appear to represent a way for Calypso to keep Odysseus attached to her and separate him from his memories of home. By giving him the lotus, Calypso may be trying to make him forget his past, his journey, and his desire to return to Ithaca. This connects Calypso's role with the earlier Lotus Eaters episode and makes his captivity feel more like an active form of manipulation. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Calypso does not give Odysseus lotus flowers. The lotus appears earlier in the story during Odysseus's encounter with the Lotus Eaters. After leaving Troy, Odysseus and his men arrive at the land of the Lotus Eaters, where some of the crew eat the mysterious plant. Those who consume the lotus lose their desire to return home and only want to remain on the island, eating more lotus. Odysseus is forced to drag his affected men back to the ship and order the crew to leave immediately. The lotus represents the danger of forgetting one's purpose and abandoning the journey home. It is a temptation to give up rather than continue through hardship. Calypso's role in the original story is different. She does keep Odysseus on her island for 7 years, but she does not use magic plants to control him. Instead, she offers him comfort, love, and immortality if he agrees to stay with her. Odysseus remains fully aware of his identity and his desire to return home. He spends his days longing for Ithaca and grieving for the life he has lost. The movie combines two separate parts of Homer's story by connecting the lotus flower with Calypso. This changes the meaning of Odysseus's captivity. In the original Odyssey, his struggle is about resisting temptation and choosing his mortal home over an easy life with a goddess. In the movie, the lotus makes Calypso more directly responsible for weakening Odysseus's connection to his past. While both versions explore the idea of forgetting and losing one's way, Homer's original places the lotus with the Lotus Eaters and Calypso's temptation in a separate episode. The movie merges these ideas together to create a different interpretation of Odysseus's time on Ogygia. The movie shows Calypso falling in love with Odysseus and revealing that he has been on her island for 7 years. The 7-year time frame and Calypso's love for Odysseus are accurate to Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes some aspects of their relationship. In Homer's Odyssey, Calypso is a powerful divine figure who lives on the island of Ogygia. After Odysseus washes ashore alone following the destruction of his ship, Calypso rescues him and keeps him on her island for 7 years. During this time, she falls in love with him and wants him to remain with her forever. Calypso offers Odysseus a life of comfort and luxury. She tells him that he could stay with her, become her husband, and even gain immortality, escaping the suffering and uncertainty of mortal life. However, Odysseus does not accept her offer. Although Calypso is beautiful and provides everything he needs, Odysseus continues to long for his home in Ithaca, his wife Penelope, and his mortal existence. The movie accurately includes the idea that Calypso loves Odysseus and that he has spent 7 years on her island. This is one of the most important details of the Calypso episode from the original epic. However, the movie may portray their relationship differently by focusing more on Calypso's emotions and their personal connection. In Homer's version, Calypso's love is complicated. She genuinely cares for Odysseus, but she also prevents him from leaving. Odysseus is not a willing permanent resident of the island. He is effectively trapped there. The gods eventually intervene because Odysseus's fate is to return home, and Zeus sends Hermes to order Calypso to release him. The original story also presents a contrast between Calypso and Penelope. Calypso represents an easy, immortal life without suffering, while Penelope represents Odysseus's true home, family, and human identity. Even though Calypso can offer him eternal life, Odysseus chooses the difficult path of returning to Ithaca because he values his life as a mortal man. The movie's portrayal keeps the major elements from Homer: the 7 years, Calypso's love, and Odysseus's captivity, but may make their relationship more emotionally complex. In the original Odyssey, the central conflict is not whether Odysseus cares for Calypso, but whether he will choose comfort and immortality or continue his dangerous journey home. The movie shows Odysseus holding onto Athena's pin while on Calypso's island, using it as a reminder of Penelope and his life back in Ithaca. This is a change from Homer's original Odyssey and appears to be a new addition created for the movie. In the movie, the pin becomes a symbol of Odysseus's connection to his past. While he is trapped on Calypso's island for 7 years, surrounded by comfort and offered a new life, the object reminds him of the person and home he truly wants to return to. It represents his loyalty to Penelope and his refusal to completely forget who he is, despite Calypso's attempts to make him stay. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Odysseus does not keep Athena's pin as a personal reminder of Penelope. There is no scene involving Odysseus carrying an object connected to Athena or using it to remember his wife. His longing for Penelope in Ithaca is shown through his emotions and actions rather than through a physical item. In the original poem, Odysseus spends his time on Calypso's island grieving and looking out toward the sea, hoping for a chance to return home. Although Calypso provides him with food, shelter, and companionship, Odysseus remains unhappy because he wants his mortal life back. Homer describes him sitting by the shore and crying because he misses his homeland and family. The movie's edition of Athena's pin gives a physical representation of Odysseus's memories and loyalty. Athena is also an important figure in the original Odyssey, as she is one of Odysseus's greatest divine allies. She helps guide and protect him throughout his journey and later assists him in reclaiming his home from the suitors. However, Homer does not connect Athena to a keepsake that Odysseus carries while imprisoned by Calypso. This change fits the movie's focus on Odysseus's emotional struggle. Instead of simply showing that he wants to go home, the pin allows the audience to see the object that keeps his hope alive. It reinforces the idea that even after 7 years away, Odysseus has not forgotten Penelope or abandoned his identity as king of Ithaca. In Homer's version, that same loyalty exists, but it is shown through Odysseus's memories, his tears, and his refusal to accept immortality with Calypso. The movie shows Calypso finally choosing to help Odysseus return home, with no intervention from Hermes or the other gods. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Calypso only releases Odysseus after receiving a direct order from Zeus through Hermes. In the movie, Calypso's decision appears to come from her own emotions and realization that Odysseus will never truly choose to stay with her. After keeping him on the island for 7 years, she accepts that his heart belongs to Penelope and Ithaca. Her decision to help him leave becomes an act of love and sacrifice rather than an order she is forced to obey. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Calypso does not voluntarily decide to release Odysseus at first. The gods on Mount Olympus discuss Odysseus's fate, and Zeus decides that it is time for him to return home. Athena, who has always supported Odysseus, argues for his release, and Zeus sends Hermes to deliver the command to Calypso. When Hermes arrives on Ogygia, he tells Calypso that Zeus has ordered her to let Odysseus go. Calypso is unhappy because she believes the gods are being unfair, especially since male gods are allowed to have relationships with mortal women while goddesses are criticized for doing the same. However, she accepts Zeus's command and agrees to help Odysseus build a raft. In the original poem, Calypso does assist Odysseus after receiving the order. She gives him tools, supplies, food, clothing, and advice for his journey. She does not simply abandon him. She helps prepare him for the dangerous voyage ahead. However, the key difference is that the decision to release him comes from the will of the gods, not from Calypso independently choosing to let him go. The movie removes Hermes and the role of divine intervention, making Calypso's relationship with Odysseus more central. Without the gods forcing the decision, her choice becomes more personal and emotional. It transforms Calypso from someone who must obey Zeus into someone who understands that love sometimes means letting someone leave. This change also fits the movie's broader portrayal of the gods and mythology. By removing Hermes and other divine instructions, the film makes Odysseus' journey feel more like a human struggle driven by personal choices rather than events controlled by the gods. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, the gods play a major role in determining Odysseus' fate, and Calypso releases him because Zeus has commanded that his journey home must continue. The movie shows Odysseus finally washing up on the shores of Ithaca after his long journey home. However, this version removes a major section from Homer's original Odyssey involving the Phaeacians, as well as the characters Nausicaa, King Alcinous, and Queen Arete. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does not return directly to Ithaca after leaving Calypso's island. After building a raft and sailing across the sea, he encounters another disaster when Poseidon creates a storm that destroys his raft. Odysseus nearly dies, but is eventually helped by the goddess Ino, who gives him a magical veil that allows him to survive. After drifting in the sea for days, Odysseus reaches the land of the Phaeacians, the island of Scheria. Exhausted and injured, he hides among the trees near the shore. This is where he meets Nausicaa, the daughter of King Alcinous and Queen Arete. Nausicaa finds Odysseus while she and her servants are washing clothes near the river. In the original poem, Odysseus is described as being completely naked when he encounters Nausicaa because his clothing was destroyed during a shipwreck. However, he is able to maintain his dignity by using clever words and asking for help rather than frightening her. Nausicaa gives him clothing, food, and instructions on how to approach her parents safely. Odysseus is then welcomed into the palace of King Alcinous and Queen Arete. The Phaeacians treat him as an honored guest, following the important Greek tradition of hospitality, or xenia. During a feast, the bard Demodocus sings about the Trojan War, causing Odysseus to cry because he is reminded of his past. Eventually, Odysseus reveals his identity and tells the Phaeacians the story of his journey since leaving Troy. The Phaeacians then help Odysseus complete his journey home. King Alcinous provides a ship and crew that secretly transport Odysseus back to Ithaca while he is asleep. They leave him on the shore along with the treasures they gave him. This assistance is what finally allows Odysseus to return home after 20 years away. The movie removes this entire episode by having Odysseus arrive directly on Ithaca. This means audiences do not see one of the most important parts of the original poem, Odysseus receiving help from strangers and proving himself through intelligence and storytelling rather than combat. The movie also changes his physical arrival. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus arrives after another shipwreck, naked and barely surviving, while the movie presents him arriving in a different state. By removing Nausicaa and the Phaeacians, the film streamlines the story and moves directly toward Odysseus's reunion with Ithaca, but it removes a major section of Homer's epic that shows themes of hospitality, identity, and the power of storytelling. The movie shows Helen speaking with Telemachus and expressing regret for the destruction of Troy and everything that happened because of the Trojan War. This is based on themes from Homer's Odyssey, although the specific conversation and emotional focus are changed for the film. In the movie, Helen's apology to Telemachus highlights the personal cost of the Trojan War. As the woman whose departure with Paris caused the conflict, Helen acknowledges the suffering that followed, the deaths of thousands of warriors, the destruction of Troy, and the pain experienced by families like Telemachus's. Her conversation with Odysseus' son allows the movie to explore the aftermath of the war from the perspective of the next generation. In Homer's original Odyssey, Telemachus does meet Helen when he visits Sparta with Pisistratus while searching for news about his father. Helen is living with Menelaus after they have returned from Troy, and she recognizes Telemachus as the son of Odysseus. However, Homer does not include a scene where Helen directly apologizes to Telemachus for the war or asks for forgiveness. Instead, Helen's role in the original episode is to help tell stories about Odysseus and the Trojan War. She remembers Odysseus's intelligence and bravery during the conflict. She tells Telemachus about how Odysseus once disguised himself as a beggar to enter Troy and gather information. Menelaus also shares stories about Odysseus, including how he helped the Greeks through his clever strategies. The original Odyssey presents Helen in a more complicated way. While she was traditionally blamed for causing the Trojan War, Homer portrays her as a woman who regrets the suffering caused by the conflict. She acknowledges the tragedy surrounding Troy and shows sympathy toward the Greek warriors and their families. However, the poem does not focus on her taking personal responsibility in a direct conversation with Telemachus. The movie's version gives Helen a more emotional role by having her confront the consequences of the war through Odysseus' son. Telemachus represents the people who inherited the pain left behind by the heroes of Troy. His father was gone for 20 years, his family suffered, and his childhood was shaped by a war he never fought in. This scene connects to one of the larger themes of the Odyssey, the aftermath of war. While the Iliad focuses on the events of the Trojan War itself, Homer's Odyssey explores what happens after the heroes return or fail to return home. The movie expands Helen's regret to emphasize that the consequences of Troy affected not only the warriors who fought, but also the families and children left behind. The movie shows Odysseus meeting Eumaeus after returning to Ithaca and revealing what happened during his long journey. This is based on an important moment from Homer's original Odyssey, where Eumaeus plays a major role as one of Odysseus's most loyal servants. In the movie, Eumaeus serves as one of the first people from Ithaca to learn the truth about Odysseus' survival. Their reunion allows Odysseus to explain the hardships he endured after leaving Troy, including the loss of his crew, his encounters with monsters and gods, and the many years he spent trying to return home. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does meet Eumaeus after arriving back on Ithaca, but the situation is different. Odysseus does not immediately reveal himself. Instead, Athena disguises him as an old beggar so that he can safely learn what has happened in his kingdom and test the loyalty of the people around him. Eumaeus is the swineherd who takes care of Odysseus's pigs and has remained faithful to him during his 20-year absence. When the disguised Odysseus arrives at Eumaeus' hut, Eumaeus welcomes him as a guest despite believing he is only a poor stranger. This demonstrates Eumaeus' kindness and respect for the laws of hospitality, especially compared to the suitors who have abused Odysseus' household. Eumaeus tells the disguised Odysseus about the situation in Ithaca, including how the suitors have taken over the palace and are pressuring Penelope to marry one of them. He also shares his sadness over Odysseus's disappearance and explains that he believes his former master may never return. Eventually, Odysseus reveals his true identity to Eumaeus. In the original poem, this moment is emotional because Eumaeus initially struggles to believe that the beggar could truly be his long-lost king. Odysseus then proves who he is, and Eumaeus embraces him, showing his loyalty after years of uncertainty. The movie's version changes the timing and circumstances of their reunion, but it keeps the important idea from Homer. Eumaeus represents the faithful members of Odysseus's household who never abandoned him. Unlike the suitors and disloyal servants, Eumaeus continues to honor Odysseus even when there is no proof that he will ever return. Eumaeus is one of the most important examples of loyalty in the Odyssey. His reunion with Odysseus is not just a meeting between an old servant and his master. It represents Odysseus finally reconnecting with the home and people he fought so hard to return to. The movie shows Eumaeus telling Odysseus what has happened in Ithaca during his absence. This is based on Homer's original Odyssey, where Eumaeus provides Odysseus with important information about the state of his kingdom, although the circumstances are different. In the movie, Eumaeus explains the problems that have developed while Odysseus was away, including the suitors taking over his palace and pressuring Penelope to choose a new husband. This conversation helps Odysseus understand the situation he is returning to and prepares him for the challenge of reclaiming his home. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does not immediately reveal himself when he meets Eumaeus. Athena disguises him as an old beggar so that he can safely learn what has happened in Ithaca before announcing his return. Eumaeus welcomes the stranger into his hut and treats him with kindness, even though he has no idea that the beggar is actually his long-lost king. While speaking with the disguised Odysseus, Eumaeus explains that the suitors have been occupying Odysseus's palace for years. They consume his food and wealth, slaughter his livestock, and refuse to leave until Penelope agrees to marry one of them. Eumaeus also tells him that Penelope has continued to resist them, and that Telemachus has grown into a young man trying to protect his family's home. Eumaeus also shares his belief that Odysseus may still be alive. Unlike many people in Ithaca who assume their king is dead, Eumaeus has not completely lost hope. His loyalty shows that he still honors Odysseus despite the long absence and uncertainty surrounding his fate. The conversation is important because it allows Odysseus to learn what has happened without revealing himself too soon. He discovers that his household has been corrupted, but he also learns that he still has allies who remain loyal to him. The movie's version may make the exchange more direct by having Eumaeus simply explain the situation to Odysseus after recognizing him. In Homer's Odyssey, however, the scene is more about trust and testing loyalty. Odysseus must carefully gather information before taking action because returning home is not enough. He must also figure out who can be trusted and how to defeat the suitors who have taken control of his palace. Eumaeus' role in this scene highlights one of the major themes of the Odyssey: loyalty. After 20 years away, Odysseus finds that many people have changed, but faithful servants like Eumaeus, the nurse Euryclea, and the herdsman Philoetius have continued to protect his household and preserve his memory. The movie shows Odysseus planning to reach Pylos before Telemachus in order to kill the bandits threatening him. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and appears to be a new addition created for the movie. In the movie, this storyline adds urgency to Odysseus' return by giving him another mission besides reclaiming his home from the suitors. It portrays Odysseus as trying to protect his son from danger and shows his desire to reunite with Telemachus not only as a father, but also as a warrior and protector. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Odysseus does not travel to Pylos after returning to Ithaca, nor does he plan to kill bandits there. Pylos is important earlier in the poem when Telemachus travels there searching for information about his missing father. During Telemachus' journey, he visits King Nestor of Pylos, one of the Greek heroes who fought at Troy. Nestor tells Telemachus about the events after the war and explains what happened to many of the Greek leaders. He does not know Odysseus' exact fate, but he encourages Telemachus to visit Menelaus in Sparta, who may have more information. By the time Odysseus returns to Ithaca in the original poem, his focus is on dealing with the suitors who have taken over his palace. With Athena's help, he disguises himself as a beggar, gathers information, reunites with loyal servants, and prepares a plan to defeat the suitors. The movie's addition of Odysseus going after bandits in Pylos changes the focus of his return. In Homer's story, the greatest threat is not outside enemies, but the corruption inside his own household. The suitors have violated the laws of hospitality, consumed his wealth, and attempted to replace him as king. This change also creates a different type of reunion between Odysseus and Telemachus. In the original Odyssey, their relationship is rebuilt through planning and teamwork as they prepare to take back Ithaca together. In the movie, Odysseus is portrayed more actively as a father trying to reach and protect his son before it is too late. While the idea of Odysseus wanting to defend Telemachus fits his character as a father and king, the specific plot involving Pylos and bandits is not part of Homer's original epic. It is a new storyline added to the film's adaptation. The movie shows Odysseus lying to Eumaeus by claiming that he served alongside Odysseus during the Trojan War. This is based on an important element from Homer's original Odyssey, where Odysseus disguises himself and tells a false story to Eumaeus, although the details of the lie are changed. In the movie, Odysseus uses a fictional identity to hide who he really is. By claiming to have fought alongside Odysseus at Troy, he creates a connection with Eumaeus and gains his trust while secretly learning what has happened in Ithaca. The lie allows Odysseus to hear about the state of his household without immediately revealing himself. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus also tells Eumaeus a false story while disguised as an old beggar. However, he does not claim that he served directly with Odysseus at Troy. Instead, he creates an elaborate fictional biography in which he claims to be a Cretan warrior named Ethon. In this false story, Odysseus says that he was once a wealthy man who fought alongside the Greeks at Troy. After the war, he claims that he went on many adventures, suffered hardships, and eventually ended up as a wandering beggar. The story includes many details that sound believable because they resemble Odysseus's own experiences, allowing him to test Eumaeus' loyalty. The disguised Odysseus also tells Eumaeus that he has heard rumors that Odysseus is still alive and may return home. This is partly a test to see how Eumaeus reacts. Instead of dismissing Odysseus or accepting that he is dead, Eumaeus responds with sadness and loyalty, showing that he still cares deeply for his missing king. The difference is that in Homer's version, Odysseus does not need to convince Eumaeus by claiming to be one of his old war companions. Instead, he tests Eumaeus' character through a carefully constructed false identity. The purpose of the disguise is not just to hide himself, but also to discover who has remained faithful during his 20-year absence. The movie's version makes the lie more direct by connecting the fake identity to the Trojan War. This gives Eumaeus an immediate reason to trust the stranger because anyone who fought with Odysseus would have shared memories of his bravery. However, in the original Odyssey, the deception is more complex and highlights one of Odysseus's defining traits, his ability to use storytelling and intelligence to achieve his goals. The movie shows Odysseus finally meeting Telemachus after returning to Ithaca, but the reunion is interrupted by the death of Mentor, who is poisoned. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a major change made for the movie. In the film, Mentor's poisoning adds an additional tragedy to Odysseus's return and creates a sense of urgency. Mentor's death may also serve as a way to show the danger surrounding Telemachus and the threats that have grown during Odysseus's absence. It gives Odysseus another personal loss to deal with as he reconnects with his son and begins confronting the enemies who have taken control of Ithaca. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Mentor is not poisoned and does not die. In fact, Mentor is still alive during the events of the poem and plays an important role in helping Telemachus and Odysseus. Mentor is a trusted friend of Odysseus and one of the people left in charge of his household while he is away. When Telemachus begins searching for information about his father, Athena often appears in the form of mentor to guide and encourage him. Because of this, the name mentor eventually became associated with the idea of a wise teacher or advisor. In the original story, Athena disguises herself as mentor several times to help Telemachus grow into a confident leader. She encourages him to stand up against the suitors, travel to find news about Odysseus, and take action rather than remain powerless. Later, during the battle against the suitors, Athena also appears in the form of mentor to support Odysseus and Telemachus. The reunion between Odysseus and Telemachus in Homer's Odyssey also happens differently. After Odysseus returns to Ithaca, Athena guides him to the hut of Eumaeus, where Telemachus arrives after returning from his journey. Athena removes Odysseus's disguise, allowing father and son to recognize each other. Their reunion is emotional, with both men crying because they finally see each other after 20 years apart. The movie's edition of Mentor's death changes the emotional focus of this moment. Instead of the reunion primarily being about a father and son reconnecting after years of separation, the film adds another layer of grief and revenge. It creates a more dramatic turning point, but removes one of the original poem's important figures. While Mentor is not a major warrior or hero in Homer's Odyssey, his role is symbolically important because he represents guidance, wisdom, and loyalty. Killing him in the movie changes a character who traditionally helps Odysseus's family into another victim of the chaos that occurred while Odysseus was away. The movie shows Odysseus fighting alongside Telemachus against a group of bandits and killing them together. This scene does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new addition created for the movie. In the movie, the battle gives Odysseus and Telemachus an opportunity to reunite as warriors. After 20 years apart, father and son fight side by side, showing that Telemachus has grown into someone capable of standing with his legendary father. The scene also allows Odysseus to immediately protect his son and demonstrate the skills that made him famous during the Trojan War. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Odysseus and Telemachus do not fight bandits together after Odysseus returns to Ithaca. Their main conflict is against the suitors who have taken over Odysseus's palace. The suitors are not an outside enemy. They are men from Ithaca and nearby islands who have invaded Odysseus's household while he was gone. After their reunion, Odysseus and Telemachus begin secretly preparing for the battle against the suitors. With the help of Athena, they create a plan to take back the palace. Odysseus remains disguised as an old beggar, so he can observe the situation and discover who has remained loyal. When the final confrontation begins, Telemachus fights alongside his father against the suitors. Odysseus reveals his true identity during the contest involving his bow, then attacks the suitors with Telemachus and the loyal servants Eumaeus and Philoetius. The battle is not against random bandits, but against the men who have abused Odysseus's home and dishonored his family. The movie's edition of the bandit fight changes the nature of Odysseus's return. In Homer's version, Odysseus must rely on patience, deception, and strategy before revealing himself. He cannot simply arrive as a hero and defeat his enemies immediately because he does not know who he can trust. The danger comes from political and personal betrayal rather than an army of attackers. However, the idea of Odysseus and Telemachus fighting together does come from the original poem. Their partnership during the battle against the suitors is one of the most important moments in the Odyssey. It represents the restoration of Odysseus's family and the passing of responsibility from father to son. By adding a battle against bandits, the movie creates an action-focused father and son moment earlier in the story. While Homer's original saves their true battle for the climax of the epic, the violent reclaiming of Ithaca from the suitors. The movie shows Telemachus wanting to honor Mentor after his death, while Odysseus tells him that he cannot stay and must continue with his mission. This moment does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey because Mentor does not die in the poem. In the movie, Telemachus's desire to honor Mentor adds an emotional conflict between duty and family. After losing someone who guided and protected him, Telemachus wants to take time to mourn and properly recognize Mentor's sacrifice. However, Odysseus believes they cannot delay because there are still dangers threatening Ithaca and his family. The scene highlights the difference between Telemachus, who has spent years without his father and values the people who supported him, and Odysseus, who has returned from war still thinking like a commander focused on survival and completing his objectives. In Homer's original Odyssey, this situation does not occur because Mentor is still alive. Instead, Mentor serves as an important figure connected to Odysseus' household and is closely associated with Athena's guidance. Athena frequently takes Mentor's form to advise Telemachus and help him become more confident during Odysseus' absence. The original poem does include the theme of honoring the dead and respecting obligations. Telemachus spends much of the story trying to restore his family's honor and protect his father's legacy. After years of uncertainty, he wants to prove that he is worthy of being Odysseus' son. However, his greatest concern is not mourning Mentor, but dealing with the suitors who have taken control of his home. The movie's addition of Mentor's death creates a new emotional obstacle for Telemachus. In Homer's story, Telemachus' growth comes from finding the courage to act without his father present. In the film, his growth is also shaped by losing another father figure and learning to move forward despite grief. Odysseus leaving despite Telemachus wanting to honor Mentor also reinforces a major theme of the movie, the cost of leadership. Odysseus has spent years making painful choices, and he continues to prioritize the larger mission even when it means disappointing the people closest to him. Since Mentor's death is not part of the original Odyssey, this entire conflict is an invention of the movie. However, it uses the same themes found throughout Homer's epic: loyalty, family, sacrifice, and the struggle between personal emotions and responsibility. The movie shows Odysseus and Telemachus setting fire to a temple in order to escape. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new event created for the film. In the movie, the fire creates a dramatic escape sequence and shows Odysseus using strategy and deception rather than simply fighting his way out. By creating chaos and confusion, Odysseus is able to gain an advantage over his enemies and get himself and Telemachus to safety. This fits Odysseus' reputation as a clever strategist, but the specific event is not part of the ancient epic. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus and Telemachus do not escape from enemies by burning down a temple. After they reunite on Ithaca, their main focus is secretly preparing for the confrontation with the suitors. They do not engage in a separate battle against bandits or need to flee from a burning temple. The original poem does contain moments where Odysseus uses deception and careful planning to survive. For example, when he returns to Ithaca, Athena disguises him as an old beggar so he can enter his own palace without being recognized. Instead of immediately attacking the suitors, he gathers information, tests the loyalty of his servants, and waits for the right moment to strike. The climax of Homer's Odyssey comes when Odysseus reveals himself during the contest of the bow. Penelope announces that whoever can string Odysseus' great bow and shoot an arrow through a series of axe heads will win her hand in marriage. The disguised Odysseus succeeds, reveals his identity, and begins the battle against the suitors. The movie's temple fire changes the type of conflict Odysseus faces. In Homer's story, the danger comes from returning home quietly and reclaiming his household from within. The challenge is not escaping an enemy force, but using intelligence, patience, and disguise to overcome the suitors who have taken over Ithaca. While the temple fire is not from the original Odyssey, it reflects a characteristic of Odysseus' mythological identity. He is a hero who often relies on clever plans and unconventional tactics. The film adds a new action sequence to portray those qualities in a more visual and cinematic way. The movie shows Odysseus returning to Ithaca and hiding his true identity by claiming that his name is Sinon. He says that he was sent ahead to assess the situation before the others arrived. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey and combines Odysseus's disguise with the character of Sinon from the Trojan War myths. In the movie, Odysseus, using the name Sinon, allows him to secretly investigate what has happened in Ithaca without immediately revealing that he has returned. By pretending to be an outsider, sent ahead as a scout, he can gather information, observe the people around him, and determine who is loyal before taking action. This fits Odysseus's reputation as a master of deception and strategy, but the specific identity he uses is not from Homer's Odyssey. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does disguise himself when he returns to Ithaca, but he does not call himself Sinon. After arriving home, Athena transforms him into the appearance of an old beggar so that he can safely enter his kingdom without being recognized. The disguise allows him to test the loyalty of his household and understand the situation before confronting the suitors. The character of Sinon comes from a different Greek tradition. In the story of the Trojan horse, especially in Virgil's Aeneid, Sinon is the Greek soldier who tricks the Trojans into bringing the wooden horse inside the city walls. He convinces them that the Greeks have abandoned the war and that the horse is a religious offering. His deception helps lead to Troy's destruction. Because of this, having Odysseus use the name Sinon creates an interesting connection between two different myths. Both Odysseus and Sinon are associated with deception and clever storytelling, but they are very different characters. In the original traditions, Sinon is not Odysseus, and he does not return with him to Ithaca. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus's deception is much more personal. He hides his identity not to trick enemies during a war, but to reclaim his own home. His disguise allows him to see how the suitors have behaved, discover which servants remained faithful, and prepare the final confrontation. The movie's version changes the purpose of the disguise. Instead of Odysseus simply hiding as a beggar, he creates a new identity connected to the Trojan War and uses it as a way to investigate Ithaca. While this is not from Homer's original poem, it keeps one of the most important traits of Odysseus intact: his ability to survive through intelligence, deception, and careful planning rather than relying only on physical strength. The movie shows Odysseus returning to Ithaca without receiving a magical disguise from Athena. Instead, he simply wears a ragged piece of clothing and relies on his false identity as Sinon to hide who he really is. This is different from Homer's original Odyssey, where Athena plays a major role by physically transforming Odysseus's appearance. In the movie, Odysseus's disguise is more realistic and based on deception through his words rather than a supernatural transformation. By dressing in simple, worn clothing and claiming to be someone else, he attempts to blend in and avoid immediate recognition. This version emphasizes Odysseus's own intelligence and ability to manipulate situations rather than relying on help from the gods. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Athena actively helps Odysseus by changing his appearance. When he returns to Ithaca, she disguises him as an old beggar so that he can enter his kingdom without being recognized. She makes his skin appear older, changes his clothing, and alters his overall appearance so that even people who know him would not immediately realize that the famous king of Ithaca has returned. Athena's disguise is important because Odysseus cannot simply walk into his palace and announce that he is back. The suitors have taken over his household, and revealing himself too early would put him in danger. By appearing as a helpless old beggar, he can observe their behavior, discover who remains loyal, and prepare his revenge carefully. The disguise also allows Odysseus to test the people around him. When he arrives at the home of Eumaeus, the loyal swineherd treats him kindly despite believing he is just a poor stranger. Later, when he enters his own palace, he witnesses the arrogance of the suitors and sees which servants have betrayed him. The movie's decision to remove Athena's transformation changes an important aspect of the original story. In Homer's Odyssey, the gods are deeply involved in Odysseus's journey, and Athena's support is one of the reasons he is able to succeed. She does not fight his battles for him, but she provides guidance and assistance at critical moments. By removing the magical disguise, the movie makes Odysseus's return feel more grounded and human. Instead of being protected by a goddess's power, he must rely entirely on his own ability to deceive, plan, and survive. However, this means the film removes one of the most memorable examples of Athena's role as Odysseus's divine protector and strategist in the original epic. The movie shows Telemachus returning to the palace and telling Penelope what happened during his journey. He then suggests that she should consider remarrying so that the suitors will finally leave their home. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey and changes Telemachus's relationship with his mother. In the movie, Telemachus's suggestion shows how much pressure the suitors have placed on the royal household. After years of waiting for Odysseus's return, Penelope has been trapped in a difficult situation, with the suitors consuming their resources and demanding that she choose a new husband. Telemachus appears to believe that allowing Penelope to remarry may be the only way to restore peace and remove the threat from their home. This creates a dramatic conflict because Penelope's entire identity in the original story is built around her loyalty to Odysseus. The idea that Telemachus would encourage her to marry another man represents a significant emotional change for his character. In Homer's original Odyssey, Telemachus does not tell Penelope to remarry so that the suitors will leave. Instead, he supports his mother and helps defend Odysseus's household. When he returns from his journey to Pylos and Sparta, he informs Penelope about what he learned regarding his father. He does not suggest giving up on Odysseus's return. In the original poem, Penelope has spent years delaying the suitors through her famous trick involving the burial shroud of Laertes, Odysseus's father. She tells the suitors that she must finish weaving a burial cloth before choosing a new husband. Every night, she secretly undoes the work she completed during the day, allowing her to delay remarriage for years until the deception is discovered. Telemachus understands the importance of preserving his father's household. His journey throughout the Odyssey is partly about becoming mature enough to defend his family's honor. Rather than encouraging Penelope to move on, he works alongside Odysseus to reclaim their home when his father finally returns. The movie's version changes Telemachus's role by making him more conflicted and desperate. Instead of being a son trying to preserve his father's legacy, he becomes someone considering a painful compromise to end the suffering caused by the suitors. This creates a more tragic interpretation of his situation. The original Odyssey presents Telemachus as a young man who grows into a worthy successor to Odysseus. His loyalty to his father and his willingness to fight for his family's home are central to his development. The movie's choice to have him suggest Penelope remarry changes this theme by showing how deeply the years of uncertainty and pressure have affected him. The movie shows Telemachus explaining that he cannot simply kill the suitors because their families would seek revenge, and he could be forced into exile. This idea reflects a real concern in ancient Greek society, but this specific conversation does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, Telemachus's concern shows that the problem with the suitors is not just defeating them physically. Even if he and Odysseus were able to kill the men occupying their palace, there would be political consequences. The suitors come from powerful families throughout Ithaca and the surrounding islands, and their relatives could demand revenge for their deaths. Telemachus fears that killing them could create a cycle of blood revenge and leave him unable to rule his own kingdom. This reflects an important aspect of ancient Greek culture, the concept of vengeance and family honor. In many Greek societies, the death of a family member could create an obligation for relatives to seek justice or revenge. Without a recognized authority to settle disputes, violence could continue between families for generations. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Telemachus does not express this exact fear or use it as a reason to avoid killing the suitors. Instead, the poem presents the suitors' punishment as a restoration of order after they have committed serious violations against Odysseus's household. The suitors have spent years abusing the laws of hospitality, or xenia. They have invaded Odysseus's home, consumed his wealth, slaughtered his animals, and pressured Penelope to marry one of them despite the possibility that Odysseus is still alive. From the perspective of the poem, Their actions justify severe punishment. However, the aftermath of killing the suitors is a real issue in the original Odyssey. After Odysseus and Telemachus kill the suitors, the families of the dead men do seek revenge. The relatives of the suitors gather and prepare to attack Odysseus in retaliation. This leads to another conflict on Ithaca. Athena eventually intervenes and stops the cycle of violence. She commands both sides to make peace, and Zeus supports her decision. This ending reflects the importance of moving from personal revenge toward a more organized system of justice and authority. The movie expands this concern earlier by having Telemachus worry about the consequences before any action is taken. This adds a political dimension to the decision. Reclaiming Ithaca is not only about defeating enemies, but also about maintaining the stability of the kingdom afterward. In the original Odyssey, Telemachus and Odysseus ultimately accept the risk because restoring their household is more important than avoiding conflict. The movie's version highlights the difficult choice between justice and the danger of creating even more violence after the suitors are gone. The movie shows Odysseus returning to his palace and seeing Argos, his old hunting dog. After recognizing his master, Argos dies. This is one of the most faithful moments from Homer's original Odyssey. In Homer's Odyssey, Argos is one of the first beings in Ithaca to recognize that Odysseus has finally returned home. However, unlike the movie, Odysseus does not return openly as himself. Athena has disguised him as an old beggar so that he can enter his palace without being discovered by the suitors. When Odysseus arrives at the palace, he sees Argos lying on a pile of manure outside the entrance. The dog is old, weak, and neglected after being without his master for 20 years. In his youth, Argos was a strong and skilled hunting dog, but after Odysseus left for the Trojan War and never returned, no one cared for him properly. Despite Odysseus's disguise, Argos immediately recognizes him. The dog lifts his head, moves his ears, and shows signs of excitement because he knows that his master has returned. However, Odysseus is unable to openly acknowledge Argos because he must keep his identity secret until the right moment. The scene is especially emotional because Argos is the only creature in Ithaca that recognizes Odysseus instantly. Many humans have forgotten him or assume he is dead, but his loyal dog still remembers him after 2 decades apart. After seeing Odysseus, Argos finally dies. Homer describes it as happening peacefully because the dog has lived long enough to see his master return. His final moment represents the completion of his loyalty and his ability to wait until Odysseus comes home. The movie's portrayal of Argos' death is accurate to the original poem because it preserves the emotional meaning of the scene. Argos represents unconditional loyalty and the passage of time. While Odysseus has spent 20 years fighting to return home, Argos has spent those same years waiting for him. The scene also contrasts with the people in Odysseus' household. Many servants and nobles have failed to remain loyal, but a dog that cannot speak or understand politics is the one who recognizes the true king of Ithaca. In Homer's Odyssey, Argos' death is a small but powerful moment that reminds the audience of everything Odysseus has lost and everything he has finally regained. The movie shows Telemachus finally realizing that the mysterious stranger is actually his father, Odysseus. In the original mythology, however, Odysseus does not allow Telemachus to discover his identity on his own. He reveals himself directly. In the movie, Telemachus recognizing Odysseus creates a more emotional reunion between father and son. Instead of Odysseus announcing who he is, the moment focuses on Telemachus putting together the clues and realizing that the man in front of him, the legendary warrior he has spent his entire life hearing about, is finally his father. This makes the reunion feel like a discovery and emphasizes Telemachus' connection to Odysseus. In Homer's original Odyssey, the reunion happens differently. After returning to Ithaca, Odysseus goes to the hut of Eumaeus while still disguised as an old beggar. Telemachus arrives there after returning from his journey to Pylos and Sparta. Athena then appears and removes Odysseus's disguise, restoring his true appearance. At first, Telemachus does not recognize him. He believes the transformed man may be a god rather than his father. Odysseus then tells him that he is truly Odysseus, son of Laertes and king of Ithaca. He explains that Athena has changed his appearance so he can move safely through his kingdom and prepare his revenge against the suitors. Their reunion is one of the most emotional scenes in the original poem. After 20 years apart, father and son finally embrace and weep together. Odysseus tells Telemachus that they must keep his return secret so the suitors do not discover that the king of Ithaca has come home. The difference between the movie and Homer's version changes the role of recognition. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus controls the moment because his intelligence and planning are essential to his survival. He chooses when to reveal himself because he must carefully prepare before confronting the suitors. The movie's version gives Telemachus more agency by allowing him to identify his own father. However, in the original epic, the importance is placed on Odysseus' strategy and Athena's divine assistance. The reunion is not about Telemachus uncovering a mystery, but about Odysseus finally deciding that his son is someone he can trust with the truth. Both versions preserve the most important emotional element. After 20 years of war, wandering, and uncertainty, Odysseus and Telemachus are finally reunited as father and son. The difference is that the movie turns the moment into a recognition scene, while Homer presents it as a carefully planned revelation by Odysseus himself. The movie shows Antinous wanting Polybus to provoke Telemachus. This is a change from Homer's original Odyssey, and appears to be a new addition created for the film. In the movie, Antinous uses Polybus as a way to test Telemachus' patience and push him into making a mistake. By provoking Telemachus, Antinous hopes to expose his weaknesses, damage his reputation, or create a situation where Telemachus can be removed as an obstacle. This shows Antinous as someone who does not rely only on force, but also uses manipulation and psychological pressure to maintain control over Ithaca. This fits Antinous' role as the most aggressive and arrogant of the suitors. In the movie, he is portrayed as a major threat to Telemachus and Penelope because he wants power over Odysseus' household. He sees Telemachus as the biggest barrier preventing him from becoming the new ruler of Ithaca. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, there is no character named Polybus who is used by Antinous to provoke Telemachus. The suitors do attempt to intimidate and harm Telemachus, but they do so directly. Antinous is one of the leading figures among the suitors and often speaks on their behalf. In the original poem, Antinous becomes especially dangerous after Telemachus returns from his journey searching for news about Odysseus. The suitors learn that Telemachus secretly sailed away to find information about his father, and Antinous is angry because he sees Telemachus becoming a greater threat to their plans. Antinous even plots to kill Telemachus. He organizes an ambush at sea, planning to murder him when he returns to Ithaca. His goal is to eliminate the last male heir of Odysseus' family, so that Penelope will have fewer reasons to resist remarriage and the suitors can continue competing for control of the kingdom. The movie's addition of Polybus changes this conflict by introducing another layer of manipulation. Instead of Antinous simply threatening Telemachus himself, he attempts to use another person to create a confrontation. This makes the struggle more about political schemes and psychological warfare. While Polybus provoking Telemachus does not happen in Homer's Odyssey, the underlying conflict is faithful to the original story. Antinous views Telemachus as a threat and wants him removed so the suitors can take control of Ithaca. The difference is that Homer portrays Antinous as openly hostile, while the movie expands his character by showing him using more indirect methods to challenge Odysseus' son. The movie shows Odysseus still hiding his true identity, begging Polybus for food. Instead of showing hospitality, Polybus humiliates him by spitting into his bowl. This scene does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey, but it reflects one of the poem's major themes, the abuse of hospitality by the suitors and their allies. In the movie, This moment demonstrates the cruelty and arrogance of the people who have taken over Odysseus's home. By treating a helpless old beggar with disrespect, Polybus reveals a lack of compassion and shows that he does not follow the Greek tradition of hospitality, known as xenia. The scene also creates dramatic irony because the audience knows that the beggar is actually Odysseus, the rightful king of Ithaca, while the people insulting him do not realize who they are disrespecting. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does return to his palace disguised as a beggar, and he does ask the suitors for food. However, Polybus does not appear in this scene, and no one spits into his bowl. Instead, the main example of cruelty comes from the suitor Antinous. When Odysseus, disguised as a beggar, approaches the suitors and asks for food, Antinous responds with hostility. Rather than showing generosity, Antinous insults him and throws a stool at him, striking him on the shoulder. This moment is important because it reveals Antinous' character. As a guest in his own home, Odysseus is protected by the laws of hospitality, yet Antinous abuses a defenseless stranger. The act shows the moral corruption of the suitors and helps justify the punishment that comes later. Odysseus does not immediately reveal himself or attack Antinous. Instead, he remains patient and continues gathering information. He understands that he is outnumbered and must wait until the right moment to reclaim his household. The movie's addition of Polybus spitting in Odysseus's bowl changes the specific event, but serves a similar purpose. Both versions show that the people occupying Odysseus's palace have lost respect for basic Greek values. Their treatment of a poor stranger reveals their arrogance and cruelty, unaware that the man they are humiliating is the very king whose home they have been abusing. The scene also reinforces one of the central ideas of the Odyssey. A person's true character is revealed by how they treat those who appear powerless. In Homer's story, the suitors fail this test by mistreating Odysseus while he is disguised, and their actions ultimately lead to their downfall. The movie shows Odysseus giving Antinous the lottery stick. This does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey and is a new event created for the film. In the movie, the lottery stick appears to be connected to the conflict between Odysseus, Antinous, and the fate of Ithaca. By giving Antinous the stick, Odysseus may be symbolically acknowledging him or testing his character. The moment adds tension between the two characters because the audience knows that Odysseus and Antinous are enemies, even though Antinous may not yet realize the true identity of the man standing before him. In Homer's original Odyssey, there is no lottery stick given by Odysseus to Antinous. The poem does not include a scene where Odysseus presents Antinous with an object or participates in a lottery involving the suitors. The closest connection to a contest involving the suitors comes later, when Penelope announces the challenge of Odysseus's bow. She tells the suitors that she will marry the man who can successfully string Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through a series of axe heads. The suitors all attempt the challenge, but fail. The disguised Odysseus, then asked to try the bow himself, succeeds and reveals his true identity. The movie's edition of the lottery stick changes the way the final conflict is presented. Instead of following Homer's focus on the bow contest as the moment that reveals Odysseus and begins the punishment of the suitors, the film introduces a different symbolic object connected to Antinous. However, the idea of fate and judgment is still connected to the original poem. Throughout the Odyssey, the gods and prophecy influence Odysseus's journey, and the suitors are unaware that their actions have already sealed their fate. Their disrespect toward Odysseus's household and their abuse of hospitality eventually lead to their destruction. By adding the lottery stick, the movie creates a new dramatic moment between Odysseus and Antinous, but it is not part of Homer's epic. In the original story, Odysseus does not confront Antinous through a symbolic gesture. He patiently waits, gathers information, and finally reveals himself through the challenge of his legendary bow. The movie shows Antinous throwing a stool at Odysseus while he is disguised as a beggar. Even some of the other suitors criticize Antinous for his cruelty. This scene is actually based on an event from Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, This moment reveals Antinous' arrogance and lack of respect for the rules of hospitality. Since Odysseus is disguised as a helpless old beggar, Antinous' violent reaction shows that he is willing to abuse someone who cannot defend himself. The irony of the scene is that Antinous does not realize he is attacking the very man whose home he has taken over. In Homer's original Odyssey, a similar event happens when Odysseus returns to his palace disguised as an old beggar. He approaches the suitors and asks them for food, following the tradition that strangers and guests should be treated with generosity. Instead of welcoming him, Antinous responds with anger and insults. When Odysseus asks the suitors for a small portion of food, Antinous becomes furious and accuses him of being greedy. He then picks up a stool and throws it at Odysseus, striking him on the shoulder. Despite the attack, Odysseus remains calm and does not reveal his identity or retaliate. What makes this scene important is that even the other suitors recognize that Antinous has gone too far. They criticize him for attacking a helpless stranger and warn him that disrespecting guests could anger the gods. In ancient Greek culture, hospitality, or xenia, was considered a sacred responsibility protected by Zeus himself. A host was expected to provide food and safety to travelers, not abuse them. However, Antinous ignores these expectations because of his arrogance and sense of entitlement. His actions demonstrate why he becomes the first and most important target of Odysseus' revenge. Among all the suitors, Antinous is portrayed as the most aggressive, disrespectful, and dangerous. The movie's portrayal stays close to Homer by keeping the key elements of the scene. Odysseus is disguised, he asks for food, Antinous responds violently, and the other suitors recognize that his behavior is wrong. This moment is one of the clearest examples in the Odyssey of the suitors' moral failure, and helps foreshadow their eventual punishment when Odysseus finally reveals himself. The movie shows Odysseus still hiding his true identity, claiming that he is a veteran of the Trojan War and that his name is Sinon. He then praises Sinon by saying that he was the bravest young man he had ever met. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey and combines two separate Trojan War figures into one storyline. In the movie, Odysseus, using the name Sinon, creates a connection between his false identity and the events of the Trojan War. By claiming to have known Sinon personally, Odysseus creates a believable story that allows him to move through Ithaca without revealing who he truly is. His description of Sinon as brave also gives the fake identity emotional weight, making it seem like Odysseus is honoring a fallen comrade. This change is interesting because Sinon is a real figure from Greek mythology, but his role is very different from how the movie portrays him. In the traditional stories, especially Virgil's Aeneid, Sinon is not a close companion or soldier admired by Odysseus. Instead, he is the Greek who deceives the Trojans by convincing them to bring the Trojan horse inside the city walls. According to the Aeneid, Sinon presents himself as a victim abandoned by the Greeks. He tells the Trojans that the Greeks left behind the wooden horse as an offering to Athena and claims that bringing it inside Troy will bring them good fortune. The Trojans believe his story, and the horse is brought into the city, allowing the Greek warriors hidden inside to attack Troy at night. In Homer's Odyssey, Sinon is only briefly mentioned and does not have a major role. The Odyssey does not tell the full story of the Trojan horse. Instead, it references the event through songs performed by bards. The character most closely associated with the horse in Homer's poem is not Sinon, but Odysseus himself, because he is credited with coming up with the strategy. The movie's version changes Sinon from a separate trickster figure into someone personally connected to Odysseus. By having Odysseus take his name and praise him as a brave young warrior, the film blends Sinon's reputation for deception with Odysseus's own reputation for intelligence and courage. This also creates an interesting contrast. Odysseus, the greatest strategist of the Greeks, adopts the identity of a man known for deception in order to deceive others. Both characters are connected by the power of storytelling and lies, but in different ways. Sinon deceived Troy to help destroy it, while Odysseus deceives Ithaca to safely reclaim his own kingdom. Because of this, the scene is not accurate to Homer's original Odyssey. In the epic poem, Odysseus does disguise himself when he returns home, but he does not pretend to be Sinon, and he never describes Sinon as the bravest young man he ever knew. The movie creates a new connection between the two characters to add another layer to Odysseus's disguise and his complicated relationship with the Trojan War. The movie shows Polybus claiming that Sinon is actually the shepherd's boy, while Antinous denies knowing who Sinon is. This is a change created for the film and does not happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, this moment creates tension around Odysseus's false identity. Polybus appears to recognize Sinon, or at least knows information that could expose Odysseus's disguise. By claiming that Sinon was only a shepherd's boy, Polybus challenges the heroic story Odysseus has created about Sinon being a brave Trojan War veteran. Antinous' reaction is also significant because he claims that he does not know Sinon. This creates uncertainty about whether Antinous is lying, hiding information, or genuinely unaware of who Sinon is. Since Odysseus is secretly using Sinon's name, the conversation puts his disguise at risk and forces him to continue manipulating the situation. This scene connects to the movie's larger change of merging Odysseus' story with Sinon's. In traditional Greek mythology, Sinon is not a former shepherd who fought alongside Odysseus. He is a separate figure associated with the Trojan horse and the deception that led to Troy's fall. In Homer's original Odyssey, there is no scene where Odysseus returns to Ithaca pretending to be Sinon, and no one challenges him by identifying Sinon as a shepherd's boy. Odysseus does use a false identity when he returns home, but his disguise is based on a fictional backstory created by himself rather than taking the name of another mythological character. The original poem focuses on Odysseus disguising himself as an old beggar with the help of Athena. While inside his own palace, he carefully observes the suitors and tests the loyalty of those around him. His challenge is not maintaining a fake identity as Sinon, but keeping anyone from realizing that the king of Ithaca has returned. The movie's addition of Polybus and Antinous questioning Sinon creates a new type of conflict. Instead of only hiding from the suitors, Odysseus must protect an entire fabricated identity. It also adds another layer to the theme of deception, which is central to Odysseus' character. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus is famous for his ability to create convincing lies and stories. However, those lies are usually invented for the specific situation he faces. The movie changes this by having him borrow the identity of Sinon, another famous deceiver from Trojan War mythology, creating a connection between two characters known for their cleverness and manipulation. The movie shows Antinous attacking Odysseus while he is still disguised, but Telemachus intervenes by declaring that the feast is over. This scene is a change from Homer's original Odyssey, although it reflects the growing tension between Telemachus and the suitors. In the movie, Antinous' attack shows his continued arrogance and cruelty toward Odysseus. Even though Odysseus appears to be a powerless stranger, Antinous treats him with violence and disrespect. Telemachus stepping in and ending the feast demonstrates that he is beginning to take authority over his father's household. It shows him challenging the suitors and asserting himself as the rightful heir of Ithaca. The moment also highlights the conflict between Telemachus and Antinous. Antinous sees Telemachus as an obstacle because he represents Odysseus' bloodline and the possibility that the king could return. By standing up to Antinous, Telemachus shows that he is no longer the inexperienced young man who is intimidated by the suitors. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, this exact scene does not happen. Antinous does attack Odysseus while he is disguised as a beggar, but Telemachus does not end the feast immediately afterward. In the original poem, the attack happens during a gathering of the suitors in Odysseus' palace. Odysseus approaches them as a beggar and asks for food. Antinous insults him and throws a stool at him, striking him on the shoulder. The other suitors criticize Antinous because attacking a guest violates the sacred laws of hospitality. Telemachus is present during these events, but he does not openly challenge the suitors yet. He must remain cautious because the suitors are powerful, numerous, and dangerous. Although Telemachus has grown more confident after his journey to Pylos and Sparta, he and Odysseus still need to keep their plan secret. The original Odyssey builds toward a much larger confrontation. Rather than ending the feast after Antinous' attack, Telemachus works with Odysseus to prepare for the final battle. They remove the weapons from the palace, gather loyal allies, and wait until the right moment to reveal Odysseus' identity. The movie's version changes the scene by giving Telemachus a more active role earlier. Instead of quietly observing and preparing, he openly asserts his authority over the suitors. This creates a stronger father-son conflict because Telemachus is already beginning to reclaim his place in Ithaca before Odysseus fully reveals himself. While the specific moment of Telemachus ending the feast is not from Homer, it reflects one of the original poem's major themes. Telemachus must grow from a powerless young man into someone capable of defending his family and restoring order to his father's kingdom. The movie shows Penelope speaking with Odysseus while he is still disguised, followed by Euryclea washing his feet and recognizing him from the scar on his leg. This is one of the most famous moments from Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes the circumstances surrounding it. In the movie, this scene creates tension because Odysseus is standing in front of the people closest to him while hiding his true identity. Penelope speaks with him without realizing that the stranger in front of her is actually her long-lost husband. Euryclea, however, is able to recognize him because of a physical mark that only someone who knew Odysseus from childhood would remember. In Homer's original Odyssey, Euryclea's recognition of Odysseus is nearly identical. When Odysseus returns to his palace disguised as an old beggar, Penelope orders her servants to treat him kindly. She asks Euryclea, her elderly nurse, to wash the stranger's feet as an act of hospitality. As Euryclea washes his feet, she notices a scar on Odysseus's leg and immediately recognizes him. The scar came from a hunting accident when Odysseus was a child. During a visit to his grandfather Autolycus, Odysseus went hunting for a boar, which attacked and wounded him. The injury left a permanent scar that Euryclea had known about for decades. The moment is emotional because Euryclea realizes that the beggar is not a stranger, but the king she helped raise. Homer describes how she becomes overwhelmed with emotion and almost reveals his identity to Penelope. However, Odysseus quickly stops her and reminds her that the time is not right. If the suitors discover that he has returned, their plan to defeat them could fail. The movie's version preserves this important recognition scene because it is one of the clearest examples of Odysseus's past catching up with him. His disguise can fool everyone else, but someone who knew him since childhood can see through it. The scene also highlights Euryclea's importance in the original Odyssey. She is not just a servant. She is a member of Odysseus's household who has a deep personal connection to him. She was present when he was born and raised him like a nurse or caretaker. Her recognition shows that the bond between Odysseus and his household has survived the 20 years he was away. However, the movie changes the larger context. In Homer's original poem, Athena's disguise allows Odysseus to safely enter the palace and test the loyalty of everyone around him. Penelope does not know his identity when she speaks with him, and Euryclea is one of the first people to discover the truth. The scar scene is one of the few moments where Odysseus's carefully planned deception nearly fails. It shows the tension between his desire to return home and the need to remain hidden until he is ready to strike against the suitors. The movie's inclusion of this moment preserves one of the most recognizable and emotionally powerful scenes from Homer's Odyssey. The movie shows Odysseus mentioning the Athena pin, connecting it to his memories of the past and his relationship with Penelope. This detail is a change from Homer's original Odyssey and appears to be an addition created for the film. In the movie, the Athena pin serves as a personal symbol connected to Odysseus' journey and the life he left behind in Ithaca. By bringing up the pin, Odysseus is reminded of Penelope and everything he has lost during his 20 years away from home. The object represents his connection to his family and his determination to return despite all the hardships he faced. The use of a personal object also fits the themes of the Odyssey. Throughout the story, objects often carry emotional meaning because they connect characters to their identities and memories. For Odysseus, reminders of Ithaca help him hold onto the hope of returning home after years of war, shipwrecks, and encounters with gods and monsters. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, there is no Athena pin that Odysseus mentions or uses as a symbol of his relationship with Penelope. The poem does not include a scene where Odysseus carries a specific pin connected to Athena or discusses it with others. Athena herself is extremely important in the original Odyssey. She is Odysseus's greatest divine supporter and repeatedly helps him throughout his journey. She assists him by guiding Telemachus, helping Odysseus return to Ithaca, disguising him as a beggar, and supporting him during the battle against the suitors. However, Athena's connection to Odysseus is based on wisdom, strategy, and protection rather than through a physical object. She represents the qualities Odysseus is famous for: intelligence, planning, and cleverness. Their relationship is one of mutual respect because Athena admires his ability to solve problems through his mind rather than just his strength. The movie's addition of the Athena pin changes this relationship by giving Odysseus a tangible reminder of Athena's influence. Instead of Athena only appearing as a divine helper, the pin allows the film to symbolize her presence even when she is not physically there. This also changes the emotional focus of Odysseus's return. In Homer's poem, Odysseus's strongest personal connection is to Penelope, Telemachus, and his homeland of Ithaca. The movie adds the pin as another representation of his past, blending his relationship with the gods into his memories of home. While the Athena pin is not from the original Odyssey, it reflects one of the epic's central ideas. Odysseus survives because he refuses to forget who he is and what he is fighting to return to. The film uses the object as a symbol of loyalty, memory, and a lasting impact of Athena's guidance on his journey. The movie shows Odysseus telling Euryclea to remain silent after she notices the scar on his leg and realizes who he really is. This moment is based on a scene from Homer's original Odyssey and is one of the most accurate parts of the film. In the movie, Euryclea recognizes Odysseus because of the scar, a mark from his childhood that only someone who had known him for many years would remember. When she realizes that the disguised stranger is actually her long-lost master, Odysseus immediately tells her not to reveal his identity. This is important because Odysseus's entire plan depends on secrecy. Although he has finally returned to Ithaca, he cannot simply announce that he is alive. The suitors are still occupying his palace, and if they discover that Odysseus has returned, they could attack him before he has the chance to prepare. In Homer's original Odyssey, this scene happens almost exactly the same way. When Odysseus returns to his palace disguised as an old beggar, Penelope orders Euryclea to wash the stranger's feet as an act of hospitality. While washing him, Euryclea feels the scar on his leg and immediately recognizes him. The scar comes from an event in Odysseus's youth. When he visited his grandfather Autolycus, he went hunting with his relatives and was attacked by a wild boar. The boar wounded him on the leg, leaving a permanent scar. Euryclea had known about the scar since he was young, which allowed her to identify him even after 20 years apart. When Euryclea realizes the truth, she becomes emotional and nearly calls out his name. However, Odysseus stops her. Homer describes him grabbing her by the throat and warning her not to speak. He tells her that if she reveals his identity too soon, she could ruin his plan and endanger everyone who is loyal to him. Odysseus also makes Euryclea promise that she will not tell Penelope or anyone else in the household that he has returned. He needs to continue appearing as a beggar until the right moment when he can confront the suitors. This moment shows one of Odysseus's defining traits: his patience and self-control. Even after finally being recognized by someone who loves him, he does not allow emotion to interfere with his strategy. He understands that revenge must be carefully planned. The scene also highlights Euryclea's loyalty. In the original poem, She obeys Odysseus and keeps his secret. Later, she helps him by identifying which servants have remained faithful and which ones have betrayed the household. The movie's portrayal of this moment preserves one of the most memorable scenes from Homer's Odyssey. It shows the tension between Odysseus' desire to reunite with his family and the need to remain hidden until he is ready to reclaim his home. The movie includes a flashback to the fall of Troy that shows Odysseus feeling deep guilt over what he did during the war. This is a major interpretation of Odysseus' character and goes beyond how he is portrayed in Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, the destruction of Troy is not presented simply as a great Greek victory. Instead, the flashback focuses on the human cost of the war and shows Odysseus questioning the consequences of his own actions. Although he helped the Greeks win through his intelligence and the strategy of the Trojan horse, he is forced to confront the suffering, deaths, and destruction caused by that victory. The film portrays Odysseus as someone who carries the burden of responsibility for Troy's downfall. The Trojan horse, which is traditionally remembered as his greatest act of cleverness, becomes something darker. Instead of only being a brilliant military strategy, it is shown as a decision that led to the deaths of countless people and the destruction of an entire city. This gives Odysseus a sense of regret and makes his journey home partly about dealing with the consequences of what he did. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Odysseus does not express this same level of guilt over the sack of Troy. The poem acknowledges that the war was painful and that many people suffered, but Odysseus is generally portrayed as a hero whose intelligence helped the Greeks achieve victory. The Trojan horse is treated as a clever and successful strategy rather than a source of personal shame. That being said, Homer does show that Odysseus is deeply affected by the memories of the war. When the bard Demodocus sings about the Trojan horse and the fall of Troy in the palace of the Phaeacians, Odysseus secretly weeps. The song brings back memories of the battles, the deaths of his companions, and the suffering he witnessed. This suggests that the war still emotionally affects him, even if Homer does not frame it as guilt over responsibility. The movie takes this idea further by making Odysseus question whether the victory at Troy was worth the cost. It transforms him from a traditional heroic warrior into a more conflicted character who wonders if his greatest achievement was also his greatest mistake. This interpretation is closer to modern portrayals of war heroes, where victory is often shown alongside trauma and moral consequences. The film presents Odysseus as a man who won the war but lost parts of himself in the process. By adding this guilt, the movie changes the meaning of Odysseus' journey home. In Homer's Odyssey, the journey is mainly about returning to his family and reclaiming his identity as king of Ithaca. In the movie, it also becomes a journey of redemption, where Odysseus must come to terms with what he did at Troy and decide what kind of man he wants to become after the war. The movie reveals a major plot twist. Athena's appearance is based on a woman who was murdered during the sack of Troy, meaning that she is not actually the goddess Athena, but a manifestation of Odysseus' guilt over what happened during the war. This is a major departure from Greek mythology and changes the meaning of Odysseus' relationship with Athena. In the movie, Athena becomes less of a divine protector and more of a psychological representation of Odysseus' trauma. Throughout his journey, he sees and interacts with her as if she is real, but the revelation suggests that she is actually his subconscious confronting him with the consequences of his actions at Troy. By giving Athena the appearance of a woman who died during the destruction of Troy, the movie connects Odysseus' greatest victory with his deepest regret. The Trojan horse, which was traditionally celebrated as his greatest act of intelligence, becomes something he cannot escape from. Every time he sees Athena, he is reminded of the innocent lives lost because of the war and his role in bringing about Troy's destruction. This interpretation turns Athena into a symbol of guilt rather than a symbol of wisdom and guidance. In the movie, Odysseus is not being guided by a goddess. He is being confronted by his own memories and the moral consequences of his decisions. She represents the part of himself that questions whether winning the war was worth the suffering it caused. This is very different from Homer's original Odyssey. In Greek mythology, Athena is absolutely real and is one of Odysseus's greatest allies. She is the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and warfare, and she supports Odysseus because she admires his intelligence and cleverness. In the original poem, Athena helps Odysseus throughout his journey. She assists Telemachus when he searches for news of his father, helps Odysseus return safely to Ithaca, disguises him as a beggar, and guides him during the battle against the suitors. She is not a symbol of guilt or regret. She is a divine force actively helping him reclaim his home. The change also alters Odysseus's character. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus is a hero who has suffered greatly but is still viewed as favored by the gods. His main struggle is returning home and restoring order to Ithaca. The movie presents him as a more tragic figure, a warrior haunted by what he did and unable to escape the consequences of his past. This version of Athena also changes the meaning of her famous connection with Odysseus. In the original mythology, Athena and Odysseus are alike because they both value intelligence, strategy, and careful planning. They represent the power of wisdom over brute strength. In the movie, their connection becomes internal. Athena represents the part of Odysseus that questions whether his cleverness and victories came at too high a cost. The twist also adds a psychological interpretation to Odysseus's journey. Instead of only being a physical journey across the seas, his return to Ithaca becomes an emotional journey where he must confront his trauma, guilt, and identity after war. However, this idea is not found in Homer's Odyssey. The original epic never suggests that Athena is imaginary, a hallucination, or connected to a victim of Troy. The goddess is a real character who actively influences events. The movie's version is a modern reinterpretation that uses Athena as a symbol of Odysseus's guilt rather than the divine protector she is in Greek mythology. The movie suggests that Odysseus broke Zeus's law by invading Troy and killing innocent people. This interpretation presents the Trojan War not as a heroic victory, but as a moral failure that leaves Odysseus responsible for the suffering caused by the Greeks. This is a major reinterpretation of Odysseus's actions compared to Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, the destruction of Troy is framed as a violation of the sacred rules that Zeus represents, especially the protection of innocent people and the importance of justice. Although Odysseus and the Greeks claimed they were fighting to recover Helen, the film emphasizes that the war resulted in the deaths of countless civilians and the destruction of an entire city. By making Odysseus responsible for the Trojan horse and the fall of Troy, the movie portrays him as someone who must answer for the consequences of his actions. This connects to the movie's larger theme of guilt. Odysseus is not only haunted by the deaths of his own men, but also by the suffering inflicted on Troy. The victory that made him famous becomes a source of shame. Instead of seeing himself only as the clever hero who won the war, he begins to see himself as someone who helped cause a tragedy. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus is not portrayed as someone who violated Zeus's laws by fighting at Troy. The Greek heroes generally viewed the Trojan War as a justified conflict, especially because Paris of Troy violated the laws of hospitality by taking Helen, the wife of Menelaus. In Greek mythology, the protection of xenia, or guest friendship, was extremely important and was believed to be overseen by Zeus Xenios, the protector of guests and travelers. From a Greek perspective, the Trojan War was partly a response to a violation of hospitality. Paris had been welcomed into Menelaus' home as a guest, but betrayed that trust by taking Helen. Because of this, the Greeks believed they had a legitimate reason to attack Troy. That does not mean Homer ignores the suffering caused by war. The Odyssey repeatedly shows the devastating consequences of the Trojan War. Odysseus loses many of his companions during his journey home, and he encounters the spirits of fallen warriors in the underworld. The poem also shows that even the victorious Greeks suffer after Troy's fall. For example, Agamemnon returns home only to be murdered by Clytemnestra and Aegisthus. Ajax dies after being denied Achilles' armor. Achilles himself, the greatest Greek warrior, is dead before the events of the Odyssey begin. The aftermath of the war is filled with tragedy, showing that victory does not guarantee happiness. However, Homer does not specifically portray Odysseus as guilty for the destruction of Troy. His role in the war, especially creating the Trojan horse strategy, is treated as an example of his intelligence and cunning. The poem focuses more on his desire to return home and the suffering he endured afterward rather than questioning whether the war itself was morally justified. The movie's interpretation creates a more modern version of Odysseus. Not just a hero who used his intelligence to win, but a soldier forced to confront the human cost of his choices. By connecting Troy's destruction to Zeus's law, the film transforms Odysseus's journey from simply a quest for home into a search for forgiveness and redemption. So while the original Odyssey does show the horrors and consequences of war, the idea that Odysseus personally violated Zeus's law by destroying Troy is a new interpretation created by the movie rather than something found in Homer's epic. The movie shows Odysseus saying that he is the people from the sea. This line appears to connect Odysseus's identity to the destruction of Troy and the consequences of the Greek invasion. It presents him as someone who represents the forces that came from across the ocean and changed the lives of everyone they encountered. In the movie, this statement reflects Odysseus's growing awareness of how he is viewed by others. To the Greeks, he was a hero and a brilliant strategist who helped win the Trojan War. But to the Trojans, he represents the invading force that arrived by ship, destroyed their city, and took away their future. By describing himself as the people from the sea, Odysseus acknowledges that he is not only an individual man, but also part of the larger violence and destruction caused by the Greek armies. This connects to the movie's portrayal of Odysseus as a man struggling with guilt. He is no longer able to see the Trojan War only as a glorious victory. Instead, he recognizes that the people who arrived from the sea brought death and suffering with them. The phrase emphasizes the contrast between how heroes remember war and how the victims of war experience it. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Odysseus does not describe himself as the people from the sea. This phrase is not found in the epic poem and appears to be a new interpretation created for the film. In the original story, Odysseus's connection to the sea is extremely important because the ocean represents both his suffering and his journey home. After leaving Troy, he spends 10 years wandering across the seas, facing storms, monsters, and divine obstacles before reaching Ithaca. The sea is where he loses his crew and experiences many of his greatest hardships. The original Odyssey does include the idea of outsiders arriving from the sea. The Greeks are a seafaring people who travel by ship to Troy and return across the Mediterranean. However, Homer does not frame them as a destructive force from the perspective of their enemies. Instead, the poem focuses on Odysseus's personal struggle to survive and return home. The movie's wording also creates a contrast with Odysseus's famous identity as the man of many ways or the man of twists and turns in Homer's poem. In the original epic, Odysseus is defined by his intelligence, adaptability, and ability to survive difficult situations. The movie adds another layer by making him confront the consequences of being a warrior and conqueror. This change fits with the film's darker interpretation of the Trojan War. Rather than presenting Odysseus only as a clever hero, it portrays him as someone forced to ask whether the victories that made him famous were worth the suffering they caused. The phrase, "the people from the sea," turns the Greek invasion into something almost mythic and haunting, a reminder that every conquest looks different, depending on which side of the story is being told. The movie shows Penelope creating a challenge for the suitors. Whoever can complete the task will win her hand in marriage. The challenge is held without weapons, and Odysseus secretly plans to use the opportunity to kill the suitors himself. The weapons are locked away in the storage room. 12 axe heads are set up for the trial, and the doors are sealed until the contest is finished. Penelope then explains that the winner will be the man who can string Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through the axe heads. This scene is one of the most famous moments from Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes some of the details. The bow contest is not just a test of strength. It is the moment when Odysseus finally reveals himself and begins reclaiming his home. In the movie, the decision to remove weapons from the room adds suspense, because Odysseus and Telemachus are preparing for a battle while surrounded by enemies. By locking away the weapons, they prevent the suitors from easily defending themselves once Odysseus reveals his identity. The closed doors also trap the suitors inside, turning the palace into a controlled battlefield. In Homer's original Odyssey, a similar plan takes place. After returning to Ithaca disguised as a beggar, Odysseus works with Telemachus and his loyal servants to prepare for the final confrontation. They secretly remove the weapons hanging in the palace hall so that the suitors cannot arm themselves when the fighting begins. The original poem also includes Penelope's famous bow challenge. After years of resisting the suitors, Penelope decides to hold a contest using Odysseus's great bow. She announces that she will marry the man who can string the bow and shoot an arrow through a series of axe heads. The challenge is nearly impossible for the suitors because Odysseus's bow is extremely difficult to bend. One by one, the suitors attempt to string it but fail. Some try heating and bending the bow, but they cannot accomplish the task. Their failures demonstrate that none of them possess the strength, skill, or worthiness of Odysseus. The exact arrangement of 12 axe heads comes from the original story. Penelope's challenge requires the successful contestant to shoot an arrow through holes in a row of axe heads. The feat requires not only strength, but also incredible precision, showing that the true owner of the bow is the only person capable of completing it. During the contest, Odysseus remains disguised until the right moment. After all the suitors fail, he asks to try the bow himself. The suitors mock him because they believe he is only a poor old beggar. However, Odysseus easily strings the bow and fires the arrow through the axe heads. This is the turning point of the story. After proving his identity through the bow, Odysseus reveals himself and begins his revenge against the suitors. With Telemachus and his loyal allies supporting him, he kills the men who have taken over his palace. The movie's version stays close to the original because it understands the symbolic importance of the bow. It is not just a weapon. It represents Odysseus's identity, authority, and rightful place as king of Ithaca. The man who can wield the bow is the true husband of Penelope and the true ruler of the kingdom. However, the movie's emphasis on locking the doors and creating a trap makes the scene feel more like a planned military operation. In Homer's Odyssey, the focus is more on recognition, fate, and proving that Odysseus has returned. The contest is the moment when the disguised beggar is revealed to be the legendary warrior who has finally come home. The movie shows Antinous' turn arriving during Penelope's bow challenge. But instead of attempting the challenge, he refuses and says there is no need because none of the suitors could ever replace Odysseus. This is a change from Homer's original Odyssey and gives Antinous a more complicated reaction to Odysseus' legacy. In the movie, Antinous' refusal suggests that he understands the significance of Odysseus' absence and recognizes that the suitors are not truly capable of taking his place. While Antinous has spent years trying to gain control over Penelope and Ithaca, this moment shows him acknowledging that Odysseus was a unique figure, a legendary warrior, king, and hero who cannot simply be replaced by another man. The scene also creates an interesting contrast in Antinous' character. Throughout the movie, he has been portrayed as arrogant and ambitious, wanting Penelope to choose him and wanting power over Ithaca. However, by admitting that none of them can replace Odysseus, he recognizes the strength of the man whose home he has been occupying. It creates a moment where even Odysseus' enemy understands the scale of what has been lost. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Antinous does not refuse the challenge or say that no one can replace Odysseus. The suitors fully participate in the contest because they believe they have a chance to win Penelope and become the new ruler of Ithaca. In the original poem, Antinous is actually the first suitor who is targeted after Odysseus reveals himself. He is one of the most arrogant and disrespectful of the suitors, and he believes he is the strongest candidate to marry Penelope. He does not show humility or admit that Odysseus cannot be replaced. During the bow contest in Homer's Odyssey, Antinous does not even get the chance to attempt the bow before he is killed. After Odysseus successfully strings the bow and shoots the arrow through the axe heads, he reveals himself. He then immediately turns the bow toward Antinous and shoots him in the throat while Antinous is drinking wine. Antinous' death is symbolic because he represents the worst qualities of the suitors. He abused hospitality, disrespected Odysseus' household, attacked Odysseus while he was disguised as a beggar, and plotted to kill Telemachus. His downfall marks the beginning of the punishment of the suitors. The movie's version changes Antinous from a purely arrogant villain into someone who has a moment of recognition. By having him refuse the challenge, the film emphasizes the idea that Odysseus' position cannot be taken by force or marriage. He is still the rightful king and Penelope's true husband. This fits with the movie's larger themes of legacy and guilt. Even after 20 years away, Odysseus' presence still dominates Ithaca. The suitors may have occupied his palace, but they cannot truly become him. In Homer's original Odyssey, this idea is shown through the impossible bow challenge itself. Only Odysseus can wield his own weapon, proving that his identity and authority cannot be replaced. The movie shows Odysseus, still disguised, asking to attempt Penelope's bow challenge. The suitors laugh at him because they believe he is only an old beggar with no chance of succeeding. However, Odysseus calmly takes the bow, strings it with ease, and proves that he is the only person capable of completing the challenge. He then shoots an arrow through all 12 axe heads, revealing his true ability. When Antinous realizes what is happening, he runs away. This scene closely follows one of the most important moments in Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie adds some changes to the aftermath. In the movie, the laughter of the suitors emphasizes their arrogance. They have spent years living in Odysseus' palace, consuming his wealth, disrespecting his family, and assuming that he will never return. Because they see Odysseus only as a weak, old stranger, they cannot imagine that he could accomplish what none of them were able to do. The moment becomes especially powerful because the audience knows the truth. The beggar they are mocking is actually the legendary warrior king of Ithaca. The suitors are unknowingly humiliating the very man whose home they have taken over. In Homer's original Odyssey, this scene happens almost exactly the same way. After the suitors failed to string Odysseus' bow, the disguised Odysseus asks for a chance to try. The suitors mock him and refuse at first because they believe a poor beggar has no right to participate in a contest meant for kings and nobles. Some of the suitors worry that allowing him to handle the bow could bring shame or bad luck, but Penelope and Telemachus allow Odysseus to attempt the challenge. When he takes the bow, he examines it carefully, as if he is greeting an old friend after many years apart. Odysseus easily strings the bow, shocking everyone in the hall. Homer compares the sound of the bowstring to the sound of a musician tuning a lyre, showing how natural and effortless the action is for him. The weapon that none of the suitors could even bend is handled by its rightful owner without difficulty. He then takes an arrow and shoots it through the openings of the 12 axe heads. This feat proves that he is not an ordinary beggar, but the true Odysseus of Ithaca. After completing the challenge, Odysseus reveals himself and begins the attack against the suitors. In the original poem, he does not immediately run after Antinous because Antinous is killed first. Odysseus turns his bow toward Antinous and shoots him while he is drinking, declaring that no one else in the hall will escape punishment. The movie changes this by having Antinous realize the danger and run away. This creates a different type of dramatic moment, because Antinous becomes aware that Odysseus has returned and attempts to survive rather than being caught off guard. In Homer's Odyssey, Antinous' death represents justice arriving suddenly. He believes he is safe inside Odysseus' palace until the truth is revealed, and he has no time to react. The movie's version makes the confrontation more of a direct struggle between Odysseus and Antinous, allowing Antinous to recognize that the man he has feared has finally returned. Despite this difference, the meaning of the bow challenge remains the same in both versions. The bow is not just a weapon. It is a symbol of Odysseus's identity and authority. Only the true king of Ithaca can use it, proving that no suitor can replace him and that Odysseus has finally returned home. The movie shows Polybus finally realizing that the disguised beggar is actually Odysseus. But before he can react, Odysseus shoots him in the throat with an arrow. This changes the identity of Odysseus's first victim compared to Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, Polybus' realization creates a dramatic moment because he understands the truth too late. After mocking and humiliating Odysseus, while believing him to be a powerless stranger, Polybus discovers that he has been disrespecting the very king whose home the suitors have taken over. His death shows the consequences of failing to recognize Odysseus and violating the rules of hospitality. The arrow to the throat also carries symbolic meaning. Throughout the movie, Odysseus has been forced to remain silent and hide his identity while the suitors insult him. By striking Polybus in the throat, the film creates an image of punishment for someone who spoke against him and failed to see the truth. It turns the moment into a personal act of revenge rather than simply the beginning of a larger battle. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, Polybus does not exist as a suitor who is killed by Odysseus. The first suitor to die is Antinous. After Odysseus successfully completes the bow challenge by shooting an arrow through the 12 axe heads, he immediately turns his attention to the suitors. While Antinous is sitting among the others, drinking wine and believing himself to be safe, Odysseus takes aim and shoots him with an arrow. The arrow strikes Antinous in the throat, killing him instantly. This detail is one of the most famous moments in the epic because Antinous is the leader of the suitors and the person most responsible for their crimes. He abused Odysseus's household, attacked Odysseus while he was disguised as a beggar, plotted to murder Telemachus, and refused to respect the laws of hospitality. Odysseus's choice to kill Antinous first is symbolic. Antinous represents the corruption of the suitors, so his death signals that judgment has arrived. The man who thought he could take over Odysseus's home is the first to fall at the hands of the king himself. After killing Antinous, Odysseus reveals his identity to the remaining suitors. They initially think he must have accidentally killed Antinous, but Odysseus tells them that he has returned to punish them for their actions. The battle in the palace then begins. The movie's decision to have Polybus die instead changes the focus of the revenge scene. Instead of immediately punishing Antinous, who is the main villain among the suitors in Homer's story, the film gives another character a moment of recognition and fear before death. This also changes Antinous' role. In the original Odyssey, Antinous is the first and most important target of Odysseus' revenge. In the movie, he survives longer and becomes more directly involved in the final conflict, allowing the film to build a larger personal rivalry between him and Odysseus. While the movie keeps the iconic image of Odysseus killing a man with an arrow through the throat, the identity of that victim is different. In mythology, it is Antinous, the arrogant leader of the suitors, who receives the first punishment when Odysseus finally reveals himself. The movie shows Odysseus killing many of the suitors after revealing his identity. During the battle, Melanthius attempts to help the suitors by retrieving weapons, but Eumaeus stops him by locking him out. This scene is based on events from Homer's original Odyssey, although the movie changes some details. In the movie, Odysseus' revenge begins after years of suffering caused by the suitors. They have taken over his palace, consumed his wealth, pressured Penelope to remarry, and threatened Telemachus. Once Odysseus reveals himself, the balance of power changes completely. The man they believe was a helpless beggar is actually the legendary warrior king of Ithaca. The battle also shows the importance of Odysseus' planning. He does not fight alone. Before revealing himself, he secretly works with Telemachus and his loyal servants to remove the palace weapons and prepare for the attack. This prevents the suitors from easily defending themselves. In Homer's original Odyssey, the battle against the suitors happens in a similar way. After Odysseus completes the bow challenge and kills Antinous, he reveals his identity and begins attacking the suitors. At first, the suitors are shocked and do not believe they are facing the real Odysseus. Once they understand the danger, they attempt to fight back. Telemachus retrieves the hidden weapons for Odysseus, but there's a moment where the suitors almost gain an advantage. Melanthius, a disloyal goatherd who supports the suitors, sneaks away to retrieve weapons and armor from the storeroom. In the original poem, Melanthius is able to bring weapons to the suitors multiple times before he is discovered. Eumaeus and another loyal servant, the swineherd Philoetius, eventually catch him. They find him climbing into the storeroom and prevent him from continuing to supply the enemy. The movie changes this by having Eumaeus lock Melanthius out, stopping him from getting the weapons. This makes the moment more straightforward and gives Eumaeus a more active role in protecting Odysseus during the battle. Melanthius' betrayal is important because it contrasts with the loyalty of servants like Eumaeus and Euryclea. While some members of Odysseus' household remained faithful for 20 years, others took advantage of his absence. Melanthius sided with the suitors because they had power and wealth, showing his lack of loyalty to his rightful king. In Homer's Odyssey, the punishment of Melanthius comes later and is especially brutal because of his betrayal. After the suitors are defeated, Melanthius is captured by Eumaeus and Philoetius. His fate reflects the seriousness of betraying one's master and supporting those who have violated the household. The battle itself is one of the most violent sections of the original epic. Odysseus, Telemachus, and their allies fight against the much larger group of suitors, but Athena eventually helps them, ensuring that Odysseus' side wins. The movie's version keeps the major idea from Homer. The return of Odysseus is not peaceful. After 20 years away, he must fight to reclaim his home. The defeat of the suitors represents the restoration of order in Ithaca and the punishment of those who abused Odysseus' absence. The movie shows the remaining suitors surrounding Odysseus and attacking him together, forcing him to fight against overwhelming numbers. Despite being outnumbered, Odysseus uses the environment around him, including the axes from the bow challenge, as weapons to defeat them. This scene highlights his skill as a warrior and his ability to adapt under pressure. In the movie, the suitors' decision to gang up on Odysseus shows their desperation. Once they realize that the beggar they mocked is actually the legendary king of Ithaca, they understand that they are facing someone far more dangerous than they expected. Their only chance is to overwhelm him with numbers before he could defeat them one by one. Odysseus, using the axes, creates a symbolic connection to the earlier bow challenge. The same objects that represented the suitors' failure now become tools of their destruction. The challenge that was meant to decide Penelope's future becomes the battlefield, where Odysseus reclaims his identity and punishes those who tried to replace him. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, Odysseus does not use the axes from the contest as weapons to kill the suitors. The final battle is fought mainly with bows, spears, swords, and other weapons that Odysseus and his allies had prepared beforehand. After killing Antinous, Odysseus fights the remaining suitors with the help of Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius. Although the suitors greatly outnumber them, Odysseus' preparation gives him the advantage. The suitors are trapped inside the hall without easy access to weapons, while Odysseus has his own bow and a supply of weapons. At one point, the suitors attempt to arm themselves, but their efforts fail because the weapons have been removed from the hall. Athena also assists Odysseus by influencing the battle and ensuring that he and his allies survive. The original battle is not simply about physical strength. It demonstrates the qualities that define Odysseus throughout the epic: intelligence, patience, and strategy. He does not defeat the suitors because he is stronger than all of them combined. He wins because he plans carefully and chooses the right moment to strike. The movie's version makes the fight more focused on Odysseus as an unstoppable warrior. By having him use the axes and defeat groups of enemies alone, The film emphasizes his legendary reputation and creates a more action-oriented climax. However, in Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus is not portrayed as winning by brute force alone. His greatest weapon is his mind. The same cleverness that allowed him to defeat Troy with the Trojan horse allows him to defeat the suitors by creating the perfect conditions for their downfall. Both versions show the same central idea. The suitors believed Odysseus was gone forever, but they underestimated the man who was famous for surviving impossible situations. Whether through strategy or combat skill, Odysseus proves that he is the rightful king of Ithaca. The movie shows Telemachus confronting Melanthius during the battle in the palace. Melanthius attempts to help the suitors by sneaking upstairs, breaking a hole in the floor, and dropping weapons down to them so they can fight back against Odysseus. Odysseus is eventually stabbed and injured during the battle, but survives, and Telemachus kills Melanthius for his betrayal. This scene expands Melanthius' role as one of the people in Odysseus' household who betrayed him during his absence. In the movie, Melanthius is not just a servant who supports the suitors. He actively works against Odysseus by helping arm the enemy. His actions put Odysseus and Telemachus in greater danger because the suitors, who were originally trapped without weapons, now have a chance to fight back. Telemachus, confronting Melanthius, also gives him a more active role in restoring order to Ithaca. Instead of only fighting alongside his father, Telemachus personally deals with someone who represents the corruption that took over their household while Odysseus was gone. Killing Melanthius becomes a symbolic moment where Telemachus proves that he is no longer the inexperienced young man from the beginning of the story. In Homer's original Odyssey, a similar event happens, but the details are different. Melanthius, the goatherd who supports the suitors, does help them obtain weapons during the battle. After Odysseus and his allies begin killing the suitors, Melanthius sneaks away to the storeroom where the palace weapons are kept. Eumaeus and Philoetius, two loyal servants of Odysseus, discover what Melanthius is doing. They catch him while he is trying to bring weapons to the suitors. They capture him and prevent him from continuing to help the enemy. Melanthius does not break a hole in the floor in Homer's original poem. The movie changes this detail to make the action more dramatic and to create a direct confrontation between Telemachus and the traitorous servant. The movie also shows Odysseus being stabbed and injured during the battle. This emphasizes that even though Odysseus is a legendary warrior, he is not invincible. After 20 years away from war, he is still vulnerable and must fight desperately to survive. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus does face danger during the battle, but the poem focuses more on his tactical advantage than on him suffering a major injury. He is protected by his preparation, his allies, and Athena's assistance. The gods play a much larger role in ensuring his victory than in the movie. The movie's decision to have Odysseus wounded creates a more human portrayal of him. Instead of defeating the suitors effortlessly, he must endure pain and struggle to reclaim his home. His survival becomes another test of his determination and resilience. The killing of Melanthius by Telemachus is also a change from Homer's version. In the original Odyssey, Melanthius is punished after the battle by Eumaeus and Philoetius for his betrayal. His fate is much harsher and serves as a warning about disloyalty toward one's rightful king. By having Telemachus kill Melanthius, the movie gives the son a stronger role in the revenge. It shows Telemachus completing his transformation from a young man who could not control his own household into someone capable of defending his father's legacy. Overall, the scene keeps the main idea from Homer. Melanthius represents the servants who betrayed Odysseus, and his actions show how far the palace has fallen during Odysseus' absence. However, the movie changes the details to make the final battle more personal, with Telemachus taking direct responsibility for restoring justice in Ithaca. The movie shows Odysseus becoming surrounded and heavily outnumbered by the remaining suitors. Despite being at a disadvantage, he manages to defeat Antinous. Before killing him, Odysseus orders Antinous to tell his men that he is heading west and to send word to Sinon. This creates a new conflict involving deception, revenge, and the consequences of the Trojan War. In the movie, Odysseus killing Antinous is a major turning point because Antinous has represented the greatest threat to his family and his claim to Ithaca. Throughout the story, Antinous has attempted to replace Odysseus by forcing Penelope to choose him, manipulating the situation in the palace, and viewing Telemachus as an obstacle. By defeating him, Odysseus removes the person most responsible for taking control of his home. However, the movie changes Antinous' death compared to Homer's original Odyssey. In the original poem, Antinous is actually the first suitor killed by Odysseus after the bow challenge. Once Odysseus successfully strings his bow and shoots an arrow through the 12 axe heads, he immediately turns the weapon toward Antinous and kills him with an arrow to the throat while Antinous is drinking wine. Antinous' death in Homer's poem is sudden and symbolic. He believes he is safe inside Odysseus' palace, surrounded by other suitors, and does not realize the beggar he has been abusing is actually the king himself. His death represents the beginning of divine and moral punishment for the suitor's crimes. The movie's version instead allows Antinous to survive longer and become part of a larger confrontation with Odysseus. This gives their rivalry more personal weight. Rather than simply being the first target of Odysseus' revenge, Antinous becomes someone who directly witnesses Odysseus' return and understands the danger he represents. Odysseus telling Antinous to tell his men that he is heading west and to tell Sinon is also not part of Homer's original Odyssey. This appears to be connected to the movie's larger storyline involving Sinon and Odysseus' false identity. In the original mythology, Odysseus does not use the name Sinon when returning to Ithaca. He creates a completely fictional identity as a wandering beggar with a false backstory. Sinon is a separate figure from the Trojan War, famous for deceiving the Trojans into accepting the Trojan horse. The movie combines these two characters, making Sinon part of Odysseus' own story. The command to tell his men that he is heading west also reflects Odysseus' famous use of deception. Throughout Greek mythology, Odysseus is known as a master strategist who wins through intelligence rather than strength alone. The same qualities that allowed him to defeat Troy are used again in his attempt to regain control of Ithaca. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus' greatest advantage is not that he can overpower all the suitors physically. It is that he keeps his identity hidden, gathers information, and chooses the perfect moment to strike. The movie expands this idea by making his deception extend even into the final battle. The scene also connects to the movie's darker interpretation of Odysseus. Rather than simply being a hero returning home, he is portrayed as a man still shaped by war. Even while seeking revenge against Antinous and the suitors, he continues using the same manipulation and deception that defined his role in the Trojan War. So while Antinous' death and the use of deception are inspired by themes from Homer's Odyssey, the specific details, Odysseus being outnumbered, ordering Antinous to spread a false message, and involving Sinon, are changes created by the movie to emphasize its version of Odysseus as both a warrior and a master of strategy. The movie shows the remaining suitors surrendering and kneeling before Odysseus after realizing they cannot defeat him. Instead of continuing the fight, they acknowledge his return and submit to the rightful king of Ithaca. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey, where the suitors do not surrender and are completely destroyed. In the movie, the surrender gives the ending a more merciful tone. By kneeling before Odysseus, the remaining suitors appear to recognize that they have lost and that Odysseus has reclaimed his home. It also presents Odysseus with a choice, whether he will continue seeking revenge or show mercy to those who have been defeated. This moment changes how Odysseus' character is portrayed. Rather than ending the conflict with total destruction, the movie suggests that Odysseus has learned from the violence of the Trojan War and may be trying to break away from the cycle of killing. After witnessing the suffering caused by war, he has to decide what kind of king he wants to become. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, the suitors do not surrender. Odysseus does not spare them after they lose the battle. Instead, he and his allies kill all of the suitors who have taken over his palace. In the original poem, the suitors are punished because of their repeated violations of hospitality and their disrespect toward Odysseus's household. For years, they have consumed his food and wealth, pressured Penelope to marry one of them, threatened Telemachus, and ignored the sacred rules of Xenia, the Greek tradition of treating guests and strangers with respect. After Odysseus reveals himself, the suitors attempt to fight back, but they are trapped inside the palace without enough weapons. One by one, they are defeated by Odysseus, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius. Athena also assists Odysseus during the battle, ensuring that he and his allies survive. The complete destruction of the suitors is an important part of the original story because it represents the restoration of order in Ithaca. The suitors have not simply been defeated in a competition. They have corrupted Odysseus's home and attempted to replace him while he was away. Their deaths serve as punishment for their actions. However, Homer's poem also shows that not everyone in the palace is punished. Odysseus does spare certain people who remained loyal or were not responsible for the wrongdoing. For example, the bard Phemius and the herald Medon are spared because they did not willingly participate in the suitors' crimes. The movie's decision to have some suitors surrender changes the moral message of the ending. In Homer's version, justice is absolute. The men who abused Odysseus's household face death. In the movie, surrender creates the possibility of forgiveness and suggests that recognizing Odysseus's authority may be enough to survive. This difference reflects the movie's broader portrayal of Odysseus as a more conflicted and morally uncertain character. Instead of being only the hero who destroys his enemies, he is shown as someone who must decide whether revenge is the answer after years of violence. In the original Odyssey, however, Odysseus's return ends with a complete victory over the suitors. None of them kneel or surrender. Their punishment is total, marking the final restoration of Odysseus as the rightful king of Ithaca. The movie shows Odysseus finally reuniting with Penelope after reclaiming his palace and defeating the suitors. During their reunion, he gives Penelope the Athena pin, a symbol that represents his journey, his memories, and the connection between them. This is a new addition created for the movie and is not part of Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, the Athena pin carries emotional significance because it has been connected throughout the story to Odysseus's experiences and his relationship with the goddess Athena. By giving it to Penelope, Odysseus appears to be passing on a piece of the journey he endured during the 20 years they were separated. The object becomes a symbol of everything he lost, everything he survived, and the person he returned home to. The gesture also represents Odysseus choosing his life with Penelope over his life as a warrior. After years of fighting at Troy, suffering at sea, and carrying the guilt of his actions, he is finally able to return to the person and place he fought so hard to reach. Giving Penelope the pin suggests that his greatest achievement was not conquering Troy or surviving his adventures. It was finding his way back home. This moment also connects to the movie's interpretation of Athena. Since the film portrays Athena as a manifestation connected to Odysseus's guilt rather than an actual goddess, the pin takes on a different meaning. Instead of being a gift from a divine protector, it becomes a reminder of Odysseus's past and the emotional burden he carried. By giving it to Penelope, he may be symbolically letting go of his guilt and choosing to move forward. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, there is no Athena pin and no scene where Odysseus gives Penelope a physical object as a symbol of their reunion. The reunion between Odysseus and Penelope does happen in the original poem, but it is much more focused on recognition and trust. After Odysseus defeats the suitors, Euryclea tells Penelope that her husband has returned. At first, Penelope is cautious and does not immediately believe that the stranger is truly Odysseus. This hesitation is important because Penelope is known for her intelligence and patience, just like Odysseus. She has spent 20 years surrounded by men trying to deceive her, so she wants proof before accepting that her husband has really returned. Odysseus and Penelope finally recognize each other after Penelope tests him by ordering their marriage bed to be moved. Odysseus immediately objects because he knows the bed cannot be moved. It was built from the trunk of a living olive tree and is permanently attached to their bedroom. His knowledge of this secret proves that he is truly Odysseus. This moment is one of the most important scenes in the Odyssey because the bed represents the strength and permanence of their marriage. Just as the bed cannot be easily moved, their relationship has survived years of separation, war, and uncertainty. The original poem does not use a gift like the Athena pin to symbolize their reunion. Instead, Homer uses their shared memories and knowledge of the bed as the proof that they still belong together. The movie's version changes the reunion by adding a physical symbol of Odysseus's journey. While the Athena pin is not from Greek mythology, it serves a similar purpose. It represents the bond between Odysseus and Penelope after years of separation. Both versions emphasize the same central idea of the Odyssey. After 20 years of war and wandering, Odysseus's greatest victory is not defeating his enemies, is finally returning home to Penelope and restoring his family. The movie shows Odysseus and Penelope finally reuniting after the defeat of the suitors, but Penelope does not test him by asking about their marriage bed. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey, where the bed test is the final proof that confirms Odysseus's identity. In the movie, Penelope accepts that Odysseus has returned without using the famous test from the original poem. Their reunion focuses more on their emotional connection and the years they spent apart rather than on proving whether he is truly her husband. After everything Odysseus has endured, the scene emphasizes the relief of finally being together again. This changes Penelope's role slightly. In Homer's Odyssey, Penelope is extremely cautious and intelligent. She has spent 20 years surrounded by uncertainty, rumors, and men trying to deceive her. Even after hearing that Odysseus has returned, she refuses to immediately believe it because she wants to make sure she is not being tricked. In the original poem, when Euryclea tells Penelope that Odysseus has returned, Penelope remains skeptical. She does not rush into his arms because she fears that someone may be trying to deceive her. Her caution reflects her similarity to Odysseus, who is also known for being clever and suspicious. The final test comes when Penelope tells their servant to move Odysseus's bed out of their bedroom so it can be prepared for him. Odysseus immediately reacts because he knows the bed cannot be moved. He explains that he built it himself around the trunk of an olive tree that was rooted into the ground, making it a permanent part of their home. This secret proves that the man standing before her is truly Odysseus. No stranger or imposter would know the details of their private marriage bed. The test confirms that Penelope and Odysseus share a bond built on memories that only the two of them could know. The bed is also a powerful symbol in Homer's Odyssey. It represents the stability of their marriage and their connection to Ithaca. Even though Odysseus spent 20 years away fighting in Troy and wandering the seas, the foundation of their relationship remained unchanged. The movie removing the bed test changes the meaning of the reunion. Instead of Penelope needing proof through a clever trick, the film presents their reunion as a moment of emotional recognition. It suggests that after all they have endured, their bond is strong enough that no test is necessary. However, this removes one of Penelope's most important displays of intelligence from the original story. In Homer's version, Penelope is not simply waiting for Odysseus to return. She is actively protecting herself and her household through clever strategies, just as Odysseus does throughout his journey. The bed test also mirrors Odysseus's own use of deception. Both characters rely on intelligence rather than strength. Odysseus disguises himself as a beggar to test the loyalty of those around him, while Penelope creates a test to confirm that the man claiming to be her husband is truly Odysseus. By removing this scene, the movie creates a simpler and more emotional reunion, but it loses one of the most famous examples of Penelope's wisdom and one of the clearest parallels between her and Odysseus in Homer's original Odyssey. The movie shows Odysseus being exiled after the events in Ithaca, with Telemachus becoming the new king. This is a major departure from Homer's original Odyssey, which does not end with Odysseus being removed from his throne. In the movie, Odysseus's exile suggests that despite reclaiming his home, he must still face consequences for his actions. His victory over the suitors does not restore everything to the way it was before the Trojan War. Instead, the violence and choices he made throughout his journey continue to affect his future. This ending connects to the movie's darker interpretation of Odysseus. Rather than returning home as a celebrated hero who is rewarded for his suffering, he is portrayed as a man carrying the weight of his past. The destruction of Troy, the deaths of the suitors, and the suffering caused by his decisions have consequences that prevent him from simply resuming his role as king. By making Telemachus king, the movie also changes the traditional father-son relationship. Telemachus begins the story as a young man struggling, under the pressure of the suitors and the absence of his father. By the end, he has grown into someone capable of ruling Ithaca on his own. His becoming king represents the next generation taking responsibility and moving beyond the conflicts created by the Trojan War. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus is not exiled and Telemachus does not become king. Odysseus remains the rightful ruler of Ithaca after defeating the suitors and reuniting with Penelope. The original poem continues after the slaughter of the suitors. When the families of the dead men learn what happened, they seek revenge against Odysseus. This creates another conflict because the deaths of the suitors threaten to start a civil war in Ithaca. Athena eventually intervenes and helps bring peace between Odysseus and the families of the suitors. Zeus also sends a sign of approval, and the conflict is ended before more bloodshed occurs. Odysseus is allowed to keep his throne and continue ruling Ithaca. The original ending focuses on restoration rather than replacement. The goal of Odysseus's journey is to return home and reclaim the life he lost. Becoming king again is part of that restoration, along with reuniting with Penelope, Telemachus, and his loyal servants. Telemachus does have an important role in the original Odyssey, but he does not replace his father. His journey is about growing into adulthood and becoming worthy of his family's legacy. By helping Odysseus defeat the suitors, he proves that he is his father's son, but he remains the prince of Ithaca rather than its king. The movie's choice to exile Odysseus creates a much more tragic ending. Instead of the hero finally receiving the reward he fought for, he must sacrifice his position so that Ithaca can move forward. It suggests that Odysseus's experiences have changed him so much that he can no longer simply return to being the same king he was before the war. This is very different from Homer's version, where Odysseus's return completes the hero's journey. In the original Odyssey, he loses many things along the way, including his crew and years of his life, but he ultimately regains his home, his family, and his place as king of Ithaca. The movie ends with Odysseus choosing to sail west with Penelope to honor the men who died during his journey. This is a major change from Homer's original Odyssey and creates a new ending for Odysseus's story. In the movie, Odysseus's decision to leave Ithaca again suggests that he still feels responsible for the lives lost because of his actions. Rather than simply enjoying his return home, he chooses to remember the men who followed him and never made it back. Sailing west becomes an act of remembrance and possibly a way for Odysseus to seek peace after years of war, loss, and guilt. This ending connects to the movie's portrayal of Odysseus as a tragic figure. Throughout the film, he is haunted by the consequences of the Trojan War, the destruction of Troy, and the deaths of his crew. Even after defeating the suitors and returning home, he cannot fully escape the weight of what happened. By leaving with Penelope, he appears to choose a final journey not for conquest or glory, but for honoring those who sacrificed themselves. Having Penelope accompany him is also a major change. In the original Odyssey, Penelope's role is centered around waiting for Odysseus's return and restoring their life together in Ithaca. The idea of the two of them leaving home together after his return is not part of Homer's story. The movie instead presents them as partners moving forward after sharing the trauma of the past. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus does not sail west with Penelope after returning home. His goal throughout the entire poem is to return to Ithaca and remain there with his wife, son, and kingdom. After 20 years away, his greatest desire is not another adventure, is finally having peace at home. The original epic actually ends with Odysseus staying in Ithaca. After the suitors are killed, he reunites with Penelope, restores order to his household, and resolves the conflict with the families of the dead suitors. Athena intervenes to prevent further bloodshed, allowing Odysseus to continue ruling as king. There is, however, another prophecy about Odysseus's future found in later Greek tradition. In some versions of the myth, especially in the lost epic known as the Telegony, Odysseus does eventually leave Ithaca again. According to this later tradition, the prophet Tiresias tells Odysseus in the underworld that he will have to make another journey after returning home. He must travel inland, carrying until he reaches people who do not know the sea, where he will make peace with Poseidon. This prophecy is very different from the movie's ending. It is not about sailing west to honor fallen soldiers, and Penelope does not accompany him. The original Odyssey itself ends before this later journey happens. The movie's ending transforms Odysseus' return into something more bittersweet. In Homer's version, the journey ends when Odysseus comes home. In the movie, coming home is only part of his journey. He must still confront his guilt and find a way to honor those who died because of the wars and choices that shaped his life. By having Odysseus sail west with Penelope, the film changes the meaning of the Odyssey from a story about returning home into a story about finding redemption after returning home. It presents Odysseus not only as a survivor who made it back to Ithaca, but as a man still searching for peace after everything he has lost. As you can see, the Odyssey is in a completely different league from Sword Art Online. It outclasses it in writing, characters, world building, themes, emotional weight, and storytelling. The Odyssey isn't just another adventure. It is the blueprint for the epic journey. Nearly 3,000 years later, people are still reading it, studying it, adapting it, and celebrating it because it tells a timeless story about courage, loss, temptation, sacrifice, and the struggle to find one's way home. Sword Art Online doesn't come close. It starts with one of the most exciting premises in anime history and somehow manages to waste it with shallow writing, forgettable characters, and a protagonist who often feels more like a wish fulfillment fantasy than a believable human being. Instead of becoming a modern classic, it became a series remembered as much for its missed potential as its successes. The Odyssey created a hero whose name is still recognized across the world after nearly 3 millennia. Sword Art Online created a hero whose greatest superpower seems to be having the plot constantly bend in his favor. One story laid the foundation for countless epics that followed. The other struggles to live up to the incredible idea it started with. This isn't even a contest. One is a timeless masterpiece that has shaped literature for thousands of years. The other is a flashy power fantasy that will never have anywhere near the same legacy. The Odyssey is an epic. Sword Art Online is just another anime trying and failing to stand beside one of the greatest stories ever told. Sword Art Online wishes it were half as good as the Odyssey, but it doesn't even come close. It's trying to stand in the shadow of one of the greatest stories ever told, and the gap between them is enormous. The Odyssey has endured for nearly 3,000 years because it's built on timeless storytelling, unforgettable characters, and themes that still resonate today. Every challenge Odysseus faces reveals something about his character, and every victory comes at a cost. Sword Art Online, meanwhile, had all the ingredients to become a modern classic and still fumbled them. It started with one of the most compelling premises in anime, a death game where every decision matters, but squandered that potential with inconsistent writing, underdeveloped characters, and a protagonist who rarely feels like he's in genuine danger. Instead of earning its emotional moments, it often expects the audience to care simply because the script says they should. Comparing Sword Art Online to the Odyssey is like comparing a paper airplane to a battleship. One is a foundational work that shaped thousands of years of literature and storytelling. The other is a series that couldn't even fully capitalize on its own brilliant premise. The Odyssey doesn't just beat Sword Art Online, it completely outclasses it. They aren't even playing the same game. Sword Art Online is disappointing because it constantly hints at something greater without ever fully delivering on its potential. It begins with one of the most exciting concepts in modern anime. Thousands of players trapped inside a virtual world where death in the game means death in real life. The premise promises suspense, psychological drama, meaningful character growth, and difficult moral choices. But instead of fully exploring those ideas, the story repeatedly takes shortcuts, rushes through major developments, and leaves many of its most interesting concepts underdeveloped. It feels like a series that keeps promising greatness, but never quite gets there. The Odyssey is the complete opposite. It fulfills every promise it makes. When it introduces danger, the consequences feel real. When it presents a monster or a challenge, it serves a purpose beyond simply creating an action scene. Every encounter pushes Odysseus to grow, tests his intelligence, exposes his flaws, or teaches him a painful lesson. The story never loses sight of its central goal, a hero's desperate journey home after years of war and suffering. That's why the Odyssey has remained relevant for nearly 3,000 years. It doesn't rely on spectacle alone. It earns its emotional moments through strong writing, memorable characters, and universal themes that still resonate today. Sword Art Online had the ingredients to become something legendary, but it settles for far less. The Odyssey, on the other hand, delivers on its premise from beginning to end, proving why it remains one of the greatest epics ever written. We need more stories like the Odyssey and fewer stories like Sword Art Online. We need more adventures that trust their audience, more heroes who earn their victories through intelligence, perseverance, and sacrifice instead of simply overpowering every obstacle in their path. We need stories where actions have consequences, where failures matter, and where every challenge changes the person who faces it. The Odyssey proves that a great adventure isn't just about fighting monsters or winning battles. It's about the journey, the people you lose along the way, the mistakes you make, the temptations you overcome, and the determination to keep moving forward even when everything seems hopeless. That's why it has remained relevant for nearly 3,000 years. It tells a story that is fundamentally human. Too many modern stories settle for flashy action, overpowered protagonists, and spectacle without substance. They may be entertaining for a while, but they rarely leave a lasting impression because they don't have the emotional or thematic depth to support them. Once the excitement fades, there's often very little left to remember. The Odyssey reminds us what an epic is supposed to be. It's a story with heart, consequence, and meaning. It challenges its hero, rewards intelligence over brute force, and leaves audiences with ideas worth thinking about long after the journey is over. That's the kind of storytelling we need more of. Hopefully, we'll see more mythology. Movies in the future thanks to the massive success of the Odyssey. For years, Hollywood has focused heavily on superhero stories, sequels, and existing franchises, but the success of a major mythological epic proves that audiences are still hungry for larger-than-life stories rooted in ancient legends. Mythology offers filmmakers something that few other genres can match. These stories have already survived for thousands of years because they explore timeless ideas. The struggle between humans and gods, the consequences of pride, the search for identity, the power of fate, and the sacrifices people make for love and family. Unlike many modern stories that are quickly forgotten, myths continue to be retold because their themes are universal. A successful adaptation of the Odyssey could open the door for more films based on the incredible stories found in Greek mythology and other ancient traditions. There are countless epics waiting to be brought to life, from the adventures of Perseus and Theseus to the wars of the Titans, the journeys of heroes like Bellerophon and Jason, and even myths from cultures around the world that have rarely received major cinematic adaptations. For a long time, mythology has been treated as something from the distant past, but these stories have never truly disappeared. They have influenced countless books, movies, games, and television shows for generations. If the Odyssey proves that audiences will show up for a well-made mythological epic, hopefully studios will take the opportunity to explore more of these legendary worlds. The future of epic storytelling doesn't have to be built only on new ideas. Sometimes the greatest stories are the ones humanity has been telling for thousands of years. Christopher Nolan was the perfect filmmaker for a story like the Odyssey, because his style naturally fits the themes and scale of Homer's epic. Throughout his career, Nolan has been drawn to stories about extraordinary individuals facing impossible challenges, exploring ideas like time, memory, identity, sacrifice, and the consequences of human choices. Those same themes are at the heart of the Odyssey. Odysseus is not a typical hero who simply defeats every enemy through strength. His greatest weapon is his mind. He survives because he is intelligent, strategic, and able to adapt when faced with situations beyond his control. This makes him a character that fits perfectly within Nolan's style of storytelling, where characters are often tested mentally and emotionally as much as they are physically. Nolan also has experience creating massive-scale films that balance spectacle with deeper human stories. The Odyssey is not just about monsters, battles, and mythical creatures. At its core, it is about a man separated from his family, struggling to return home after years of war, while facing temptation, loss, and forces far greater than himself. Nolan's ability to combine large cinematic moments with personal emotional stakes makes him a natural choice to bring this ancient epic to a modern audience. After films like Inception, Interstellar, Dunkirk, and Oppenheimer, Nolan has proven that he can take complex ideas and turn them into powerful cinematic experiences. The Odyssey requires a filmmaker who can handle both the enormous mythological scale and the intimate human drama at its center, and Nolan's filmmaking style makes him one of the few directors capable of doing both. Sword Art Online won't last nearly as long as the Odyssey because it doesn't have the same timeless foundation that allows stories to survive across generations. The Odyssey has been passed down for almost 3,000 years because its themes are universal. It isn't remembered because of a specific trend, technology, or era. It's remembered because it explores ideas that will always matter. The struggle to return home, the bonds between family, the consequences of pride, the power of cleverness, and a human desire to overcome impossible obstacles. Sword Art Online, on the other hand, is heavily tied to the era it was created in. Its story revolves around concepts like virtual reality, online gaming culture, and modern anime storytelling trends. Those ideas may be exciting today, but they don't carry the same universal weight that allows a story to remain meaningful centuries later. Many popular franchises dominate their time period only to fade as newer generations move on. The true test of a great story isn't how popular it is when it first releases. The real test is whether people are still discovering it hundreds or thousands of years later. The Odyssey has already passed that test. Generations of readers, writers, artists, and filmmakers have continued returning to it because there is something deeply human at its core. Sword Art Online may have fans today, but very few modern stories achieve the kind of cultural immortality that the Odyssey has earned. In another 100 years, people will still be studying and discussing Homer's epic. Whether Sword Art Online will even remain widely remembered is a question only time can answer. The Odyssey became legend. Sword Art Online is simply another story hoping to be remembered. I'll take the Odyssey over Sword Art Online any day. The difference between the two is the difference between a story that has stood the test of time and one that is still trying to prove its lasting impact. The Odyssey has everything that makes an adventure unforgettable. A compelling hero, meaningful challenges, memorable characters, powerful themes, and a journey that actually changes the person at the center of it. Odysseus isn't interesting because he's perfect. He's interesting because he's human. He's clever but arrogant, brave but flawed, and every mistake he makes has consequences. His journey is filled with hardship, sacrifice, and moments where he has to rely on his intelligence rather than simply overpowering his enemies. That's what makes his return home feel earned. Sword Art Online, by comparison, feels like a missed opportunity. It had the potential to be an incredible story about survival, morality, and the psychological effects of being trapped in a virtual world, but often falls back on predictable storytelling and a protagonist who rarely faces meaningful consequences. Instead of watching a flawed hero overcome impossible odds, viewers are often watching the world adjust itself around the main character. The Odyssey is the kind of story people return to centuries later because it has something meaningful to say about the human experience. It's not just an adventure. It's a story about what it means to endure, to struggle, and to never give up on finding your way home. So if I had to choose between the two, it's not even a difficult decision. I'll take the epic journey of Odysseus, the hero whose story has survived nearly 3,000 years, over sword art online any day. Additionally, let's take a look at some other movies and shows based on mythology. While the Odyssey is one of the most famous mythological stories ever told, it's far from the only one that has inspired filmmakers and storytellers. For generations, myths from ancient Greece and other cultures have been adapted into movies, television series, and games, bringing legendary heroes, gods, monsters, and epic battles to new audiences. Mythology has always been a powerful source of inspiration because these stories contain some of the greatest elements of storytelling. Heroic quests, impossible challenges, conflicts between mortals and gods, and characters who must overcome both external enemies and their own personal flaws. However, not every adaptation approaches these myths in the same way. Some stay close to the original stories, while others take creative liberties by changing characters, events, or themes to fit a modern audience. In this section, we'll explore how different movies and shows have interpreted mythological stories, what they got right, what they changed, and how they compare to the ancient traditions that inspired them. From faithful adaptations that embrace the original myths to modern reimaginings that completely transform them, each version offers a different perspective on these legendary tales. Eternals is packed with characters straight out of ancient legends. These heroes aren't just Marvel originals. They're based on mythological figures with epic stories of their own. How do their powers, personalities, and adventures compare to the myths that inspired them? Let's dive into the surprising connections between the Eternals movie and some of the most legendary figures in mythology. Circe is based on Circe in Greek mythology, and the connection is pretty cool. Circe is a powerful sorceress known for her ability to transform people into animals, most famously when she turned Odysseus's men into swine in the Odyssey. She lived on a mysterious island where she brewed magical potions and used her powers to manipulate and control those who crossed her path. Similarly, Circe in Eternals has the power to alter and reshape matter just by touching it. This power mirrors Circe's ability to change things, but in a more direct, physical way. The connection between the two lies not only in their magical abilities, but also in their control over transformation and their deep connection to the world around them. Icaris is inspired by Icarus from Greek mythology, and the connection is all about flying too close to the sun, literally and figuratively. In the myth, Icarus was given wings made of feathers and wax by his father, Daedalus, to escape a prison. But instead of following the safe path, he got overconfident, flew too high, and the sun melted his wings, sending him crashing into the sea, where he drowned. In Eternals, Icaris dies in a way that directly ties back to the myth of Icarus. After realizing he failed his mission and betrayed the people he cared about, guilt overwhelms him. He soars into space and flies straight into the sun. Athena is based on Athena from Greek mythology, and the connection is pretty cool. Athena is the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and strategy, known for her bravery in battle and her calm, tactical mind. She's one of the most powerful and respected gods in Greek mythology. Like Athena, Athena is a fierce warrior who can hold her own in any fight, but she's also a protector, focused on doing what's best for others. Both characters share that balance of power and wisdom, but where Athena's strength comes from her mind and strategy, Athena's comes from her sheer combat skill and unbreakable will. The idea of protecting the innocent and fighting for a greater cause links them both, making Athena a perfect modern-day version of the legendary Greek goddess. Ajax is based on Ajax from Greek mythology, a hero who fought in the Trojan War. Ajax was known for his immense strength and bravery, often seen as one of the greatest warriors alongside Achilles. In the comics, Ajax is originally a man, but in the movie, the character is reimagined as a woman. Despite the gender change, Ajax still carries the same traits from the myth: wisdom, leadership, and a strong sense of duty. Just like Ajax is a leader who looks out for the group, making sure they stay true to their mission. This twist on the character brings a fresh take while still honoring the heroic qualities of the original mythological figure. Phastos is based on Hephaestus from Greek mythology, and the connection is all about creation and innovation. Hephaestus is the god of fire, metalworking, and craftsmanship, known for forging powerful weapons and tools for the gods. Similarly, Phastos is a master inventor, creating advanced technology and powerful gadgets. Both characters have a talent for building and making things, and are both deeply connected to their craft. While Hephaestus is often seen as a bit of a loner in the myths, Phastos shares his skills with others, using his inventions to protect and help humanity. It's the same mix of genius and creation that links them, with Phastos modernizing Hephaestus for the Eternals universe. Gilgamesh is based on the hero of the same name from ancient Mesopotamian mythology. He's the protagonist of the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest and most famous works of literature. In the myth, Gilgamesh is a mighty king, known for his strength, wisdom, and quest for immortality. Though he starts as a somewhat arrogant ruler, his journey leads him to deeper wisdom and self-understanding. Like his mythological counterpart, the character has incredible strength and a strong sense of duty, but also carries a sense of vulnerability and a search for meaning. His journey is about learning the value of friendship, leadership, and accepting the limits of human life. Kingo is based on Kingu, a god from Babylonian mythology. In the myth, Kingu was a powerful deity who played a key role in the creation of the world. He was one of the gods who fought in the epic battle between the forces of order and chaos. Though Kingu is often remembered for his role in these legendary battles, he was also closely associated with the creation of humanity. Like his mythological counterpart, Kingo has a strong presence and a connection to higher powers, but in Eternals, his character is reimagined as a film star, blending ancient mythology with modern-day celebrity. The mix of royalty and fame ties both versions of Kinga together in interesting ways. Macari is based on Mercury from Roman mythology. Mercury is the god of speed, communication, and travelers, known for his quickness and cleverness. He was often depicted with winged sandals, allowing him to move faster than anyone. Similarly, Macari has super speed, allowing her to zip around at incredible speeds. Like Mercury, Macari has a sense of freedom and agility, often rushing to help others or explore new places. While Mercury was also a messenger god, Macari's connection to speed and her quick thinking ties her directly to this Roman mythological figure, giving her a modern twist on ancient traits. Sprite is inspired by sprites from European mythology, which are supernatural beings often portrayed as fairy-like or ethereal creatures. In the myths, sprites are known for their mischievous nature, magic, and ability to move quickly and invisibly. They're often linked to nature, living in forests, streams, or other magical places. Just like the mythological sprites, the character has a playful, youthful energy and can create illusions, making her seem like someone from a world full of magic. The connection to these fairy-like creatures gives her a sense of both power and mystery, blending ancient folklore with her modern role in the Eternal story. Druid is based on the Druids from ancient Celtic mythology. Druids were powerful spiritual leaders, known for their connection to nature, wisdom, and their ability to perform magical rituals. They were often seen as healers, philosophers, and keepers of knowledge in their societies. Similar to the Druids, Druid in Eternals has the ability to manipulate minds, showing a deep understanding of others and a strong connection to the world around him. While druids were deeply tied to nature and the earth, Druid uses his powers in a more complex, sometimes morally gray way, but the core of their mystical influence remains a key part of his character. Eros, also known as Star Fox, is based on Eros from Greek mythology. In the myths, Eros is the god of love and desire, often depicted as a playful, mischievous figure who causes both romantic and chaotic moments by making people fall in love with one another. He's also known for using his golden arrows to stir up feelings of love and passion. Like his mythological counterpart, Star Fox in Eternals carries that playful charm, but he's also more complex, with a sense of humor and a unique perspective on relationships. The connection to the god of love gives him a distinct personality, mixing both charm and a bit of unpredictability. Crow is based on Kronos from Greek mythology. Kronos is the leader of the Titans, known for his strength and power. In the myths, he famously overthrew his own father, Uranus, and later was overthrown by his own son, Zeus, in a battle for control of the universe. Like Kronos, Crow in Eternals is a powerful figure with immense strength, but his character is more complex, dealing with themes of power, leadership, and the burden of his actions. The connection to Kronos ties Crow to the idea of great power and the consequences of that power, much like the ancient myth of the Titan god. Black Knight isn't directly based on anyone from traditional mythology, but there are some connections to legends, especially medieval ones. In the comics, the original Black Knight is Sir Percy of Scandia, who's inspired by Arthurian legends. In the movie, the character Dane Whitman becomes the Black Knight and takes on the legacy of this role. He inherits the Ebony Blade, which is a magical sword tied to dark forces and has its own ancient, mythical backstory. The Eternals are from a planet called Olympia. In Greek mythology, Olympia is a historic region in Greece, most famous for being the site of the ancient Olympic Games and the sanctuary of Zeus. The games were held every 4 years in honor of Zeus, and the area was considered sacred. Olympia was home to the great statue of Zeus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. And those are the mythological origins behind the characters in Eternals. What do you think? Did any of the connections surprise you? Share your thoughts in the comments section. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe for more mythology content. Thanks for watching. We're exploring the world of Arthurian mythology to see how King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, compares to the classic tales. The movie begins in Camelot. In the legends, Camelot is the castle and court associated with King Arthur and his knights. It's often depicted as a symbol of Arthur's reign and the idealized center of his kingdom, where he and his knights convene and where many key events in the legends occur. Uther Pendragon and Vortigern are shown. They're brothers in the movie, but not in Arthurian mythology. Uther is a king of Britain and the father of King Arthur. Vortigern is a rival king who's often described as an antagonist in the Arthurian legends. Sir Bedivere is there. In Arthurian mythology, he's one of the Knights of the Round Table and is known for his loyalty and bravery. Uther kills the evil mage, sorcerer Mordred with his sword Excalibur. Mordred is a significant figure in Arthurian mythology. However, he's not typically portrayed as an evil sorcerer. He's the nephew, or, in some versions, the illegitimate son of King Arthur. Furthermore, Excalibur generally doesn't have the same supernatural abilities shown in the movie either. Moreover, in Arthurian legend, Excalibur doesn't originally belong to Uther. Instead, the sword is famously associated with King Arthur. Uther acquires a different sword known as Caliban through magical means. It's mentioned that Merlin was the one who forged Excalibur. In Arthurian mythology, Merlin isn't the forger of Excalibur. The sword's origins vary across different versions of the legend. Additionally, in Arthurian mythology, Uther doesn't kill Mordred. The conflicts involving Mordred occur after Uther's reign. It's stated that Vortigern studied with Mordred. In Arthurian mythology, there's no well-established account of them studying together. Their stories are usually portrayed separately with distinct roles in the Arthurian legends. Vortigern sacrifices his wife Elsa to Sirens. Elsa isn't typically portrayed as the wife of Vortigern in Arthurian mythology. Sirens aren't part of Arthurian mythology either. They originate from Greek mythology, where they're mythical creatures known for their enchanting voices that lure sailors to their doom. Vortigern transforms into a demon knight. He kills Uther's wife, Igraine, and defeats Uther. Igraine is the wife of Uther in Arthurian mythology. However, demon knights aren't a part of Arthurian mythology. Vortigern also doesn't kill Igraine or Uther. Arthur escapes by boat and arrives in Londinium. In the Arthurian legends, Londinium is mentioned occasionally as a location, but it's not a primary focus. Arthur is raised in a brothel and Vortigern becomes the new king. King Arthur isn't raised in a brothel in Arthurian mythology. The common version of Arthur's upbringing involves him being raised by Sir Ector and his wife, unaware of his true lineage. Arthur grows up in their household and is eventually revealed to be the rightful king when he pulls the sword from the stone, proving his claim to the throne. Vortigern does become king in some versions of Arthurian mythology, but his reign is often portrayed as illegitimate or troubled. The water around the castle recedes, revealing Excalibur in the stone. In Arthurian legend, the sword in the stone is typically located in a churchyard or a public place in London. Arthur manages to pull the sword out of the stone. In Arthurian mythology, during a visit to the location of the sword with his foster brother, Sir Kay, Arthur finds himself in a situation where he needs a sword. He approaches the stone, pulls the sword out effortlessly, and reveals it to those present. Arthur's ability to pull the sword from the stone astonishes those around him and confirms his claim to the throne. The act is seen as a divine confirmation of his legitimacy as king, and he's subsequently recognized as the rightful ruler of Britain. There's a female mage who goes by the name Mage. In Arthurian mythology, female mages play significant roles, contributing to the mystical and magical aspects of the legends. For example, Morgan Le Fay, often portrayed as King Arthur's half-sister or half-sister-in-law. Morgan Le Fay is a powerful sorceress with a complex and sometimes antagonistic role in the legends. She's known for her magical abilities and her conflicts with Arthur and his knights. Mage was originally supposed to be Guinevere, but this was dropped during production. Guinevere is a prominent character in Arthurian mythology. She's best known as the wife of King Arthur and is a central figure in many of the stories and legends surrounding Arthur and his knights. Mage brings Arthur to the Darklands. There's no realm called the Darklands in Arthurian mythology. Arthur sees a vision of how Uther transformed his body into stone and entombed Excalibur in it. The sword in the stone isn't depicted as coming from Uther's body in Arthurian mythology. The specific material of the stone isn't always detailed in the traditional sources. It's revealed that Vortigern made a deal with Mordred to attack Camelot. In Arthurian mythology, Vortigern and Mordred don't typically work together. Their stories are generally separate, and they're not showcased as collaborating in the classic Arthurian legends. Merlin stole Mordred's staff and forged it into Excalibur. Excalibur isn't made from Mordred's staff in Arthurian mythology. The exact material composition of Excalibur isn't always specified in detail. Excalibur was given to the Lady of the Lake, who then bound it to the Pendragon bloodline. The Lady of the Lake is a prominent figure in Arthurian mythology. She appears in several versions of the legends and plays a significant role in the narrative. The Lady of the Lake is also known by some other names such as Nimue, Vivian, Elaine, and Nimue. However, in Arthurian mythology, she doesn't explicitly bind Excalibur to the Pendragon bloodline in a direct manner. Arthur throws Excalibur into a lake, but the Lady of the Lake returns it to him. This scenario doesn't occur in Arthurian mythology. Instead, the usual account is that at the end of his reign, Arthur instructs Sir Bedivere to return Excalibur to the Lady of the Lake. Sir Bedivere initially hesitates, but eventually throws the sword into the lake as directed. After Excalibur is thrown, the Lady of the Lake's arm emerges from the water to catch the sword. This act signifies the return of the sword to its mystical origin. Mage injects Arthur with snake venom to protect him. In Arthurian mythology, there's no account of a mage injecting King Arthur with snake venom to protect him. Snakes and serpents do appear in various medieval myths and literature, but not in a central or symbolic way within the Arthurian context. Vortigern sacrifices his daughter to the Sirens to become the demon knight again. This doesn't happen in Arthurian mythology. Vortigern does have a daughter in some legends, but he never sacrificed her. Arthur fights Vortigern in his demon knight form. In Arthurian mythology, there's no specific mention of King Arthur fighting a demon knight. Arthur manages to kill Vortigern. In Arthurian mythology, King Arthur doesn't kill Vortigern. His demise is attributed to other circumstances and characters within the legends. Arthur begins construction on the Round Table. This is an important part of Arthurian mythology. It's one of the most iconic symbols associated with King Arthur and his knights. The Round Table represents equality and unity among Arthur's knights. Unlike a traditional rectangular table with a head, the round design ensures that no one knight holds a position of higher status than another, embodying the ideals of chivalry and camaraderie. The knights who sit the Round Table are known as the Knights of the Round Table. They're renowned for their bravery, chivalry, and dedication to the ideals of King Arthur. But King Arthur didn't build the Round Table himself. According to the legends, the Round Table was either a gift from Merlin or was created by the craftsmen of Camelot. Arthur's friends are knighted. There's Sir George, Sir Tristan, and Sir Percival. In Arthurian mythology, Sir Tristan and Sir Percival are well-known figures. Sir Tristan is famed for his tragic love story with Isolde, the wife of his uncle, King Mark of Cornwall. Sir Percival is another prominent knight of the Round Table. He's most renowned for his quest for the Holy Grail. However, Sir George isn't a character in Arthurian mythology. The legends are centered around characters from Europe, not China. Several other knights of the Round Table associated with King Arthur don't appear in the movie, such as Lancelot, Gawain, Galahad, and Kay. Arthur is crowned as the new king. In most versions of the Arthurian legend, Arthur becomes king almost immediately after pulling the sword from the stone. So there you have it. We've looked at how King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, stacks up against the classic Arthurian legends. If you enjoyed this deep dive, hit that like button and comment below with your thoughts. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss future videos. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Platinum got a lot of mixed reviews. Some criticism points to the pacing, others to the characters or the ending. But even with all the negativity, there's a lot this anime does really well. The story, the themes, and the crazy twists make it way more interesting than it gets credit for. This video breaks down why Platinum End is actually awesome and why it deserves a second look. Let's get into it. Platinum End comes from the same creator as Death Note, and it definitely shows. Just like Death Note, Platinum End dives into deep moral questions, the nature of justice, and the consequences of absolute power. But instead of a battle between two masterminds, this time it's a high-stakes survival game where candidates fight to become the next god. The mix of strategic mind games and life-or-death stakes feels like a blend of Death Note and Mirai Nikki, with each character using their powers in clever and unpredictable ways. The story constantly challenges ideas of good and evil, making every decision feel meaningful and intense. Platinum End stands out from other death game stories because it goes beyond just survival. The competition isn't only about staying alive, but about what kind of person deserves ultimate power. Unlike typical battle royales where players are pitted against each other in a kill or be killed scenario, the candidates in Platinum End have the freedom to choose how they approach the game. Some try to manipulate others, some use violence, and others don't even want to participate. This creates a deeper conflict, one that's not only physical but philosophical, as the characters wrestle with big questions about morality, fate, and what it means to have control over others' lives. The characters themselves are complex, with rich backstories and motivations that make them feel real. No one is purely good or evil. Their actions are often driven by personal experiences, fears, and desires, which makes their choices unpredictable in their dilemmas. Engaging. The show doesn't give easy answers, and that's what makes it stand out. Viewers are forced to think critically about the decisions each character makes. What really sets Platinum End apart is the emotional intensity of the story. Every decision the characters make carries weight because they're fighting not just for their own survival, but for the future of humanity. The characters, many of whom are deeply flawed or struggling with their own personal demons, are constantly faced with morally difficult choices. These choices often lead to heartbreaking outcomes, forcing viewers to empathize with characters they might not agree with. The emotional conflict isn't just between the candidates, but within them, as they wrestle with their desire for power, their sense of justice, and their own humanity. The stakes are personal as well as cosmic, and that gives the story a level of depth that makes it far more than just another battle for dominance. Platinum End keeps viewers on the edge of their seats with unexpected twists that completely change the direction of the story. Just when you think you've figured out where things are heading, the plot flips, making it impossible to predict who will win or what will happen next. The characters, often driven by their own hidden motives, continually surprise viewers, keeping the tension high. The twists aren't just for shock value. They also challenge the themes of justice, power, and morality, making them feel meaningful and impactful to the overall narrative. The final outcome of Platinum End is one of the most unexpected twists in anime. Throughout the series, viewers are led down one path, thinking they can predict how things will unfold, but the ending completely defies all expectations. It's unpredictable and leaves you questioning everything that came before it. The choices made in the final moments are so wild that no one could have seen them coming, and the way it all ties together is a shocking, yet satisfying conclusion. The ending itself is totally bonkers, but that's what makes it so memorable. It takes risks in ways that few anime do, and while it might not be the traditional happy ending some might expect, it's a conclusion that's so daring and unique that you can't help but admire it. It's a perfect example of Platinum End's bold storytelling approach, where everything is on the line, and the final payoff is as wild and unpredictable as the series itself. One of the most interesting aspects of Platinum End is the main character, Mirai, and his refusal to kill anyone, even though he's thrust into a brutal battle royale to become the next god. In most death game stories, the protagonists are forced to make harsh decisions, often sacrificing others to survive. But Mirai takes a completely different approach. He refuses to take any lives, even when his survival is on the line. This creates a fascinating moral dilemma, not just for Mirai, but for the audience as well. It challenges the traditional kill or be killed mentality of most battle royale narratives and asks whether it's possible to win when holding on to your humanity. His decision makes every encounter more tense and meaningful, as he faces constant pressure to compromise his morals in order to stay alive. For mythology fans, Platinum End is a treat. The series takes inspiration from various mythological and religious sources, especially with its portrayal of angels. Each angel in the show isn't just a generic divine being. They're unique characters with distinct personalities and abilities that reflect their ranks and roles in the celestial hierarchy. Some angels are more powerful and aggressive, while others are calmer and more focused on guiding their chosen humans. The hierarchy of angels, along with their varying powers, adds depth to the world building and makes them feel like actual characters with their own goals and conflicts, rather than just tools in a divine game. The way they interact with their human partners also ties into real-world angel mythology, but with a fresh, creative twist that sets Platinum End apart from typical angel portrayals. Platinum End masterfully balances its darker, more intense moments with occasional bursts of beauty and hope, which creates a rich, dynamic atmosphere throughout the series. The contrast between the heavy, morally complex themes and the moments of light and tenderness keeps the tone unpredictable and engaging. Even in the midst of high-stakes situations and deep philosophical dilemmas, the show manages to offer glimpses of positivity and human connection. This balance gives the series emotional depth, as the moments of beauty and hope are powerful in their own right and provide a necessary counterpoint to the darkness. It's this tonal versatility that keeps the audience emotionally invested, making the highs feel more uplifting and the lows more impactful. The animation in Platinum End is one of the standout features, especially when it comes to the fight scenes. The animation team does an incredible job making each battle fast-paced, intense, and visually stunning. Whether it's the high-speed chases, the use of angel powers, or the dramatic showdowns between candidates, the fluidity and energy of the animation make each fight feel like it's on the edge of your seat. The bold colors and dynamic camera angles really highlight the tension in these moments, making every punch, blast, and strategy feel impactful. It's not just about flashy action. It's about building suspense and making you feel the weight of every battle, which is what makes the animation so effective. The voice acting in Platinum End is a key element that really enhances the series. Every actor perfectly captures the essence of their character, adding a level of authenticity that brings them to life. Mirai's voice expresses his vulnerability and inner conflict, while more intense characters have voices that reflect their power and determination. The voice performances are sharp and dynamic, perfectly matching the tone of each scene, whether it's a high-stakes moment or an emotional confrontation. The actors don't just deliver their lines. They embody their characters, making each moment feel rich and impactful. The way the voices enhance the mood and depth of the show is something truly remarkable. Overall, Platinum End feels like a fitting successor to Death Note. While it's not without its flaws, it still offers the same gripping sense of moral ambiguity, psychological tension, and high-stakes drama that made Death Note so captivating. Both series delve into themes of power, justice, and human nature, raising difficult questions about good and evil and the consequences of having absolute control. The dynamic between characters is intense, and the strategic battles of wits bring a similar thrill to what fans loved about Death Note. Though Platinum End isn't perfect, it still provides an engaging, suspense-filled experience for viewers who enjoy Death Note. It maintains that same edge-of-your-seat energy and delivers shocking twists that keep you invested throughout. For anyone seeking a similar experience with fresh ideas and a unique spin on the battle for power, Platinum End is definitely worth a watch. As you can see, Platinum End is actually awesome. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey has been called one of the greatest mythological films ever made, but it's not the first or only adaptation of Homer's epic. Nearly 30 years earlier, the 1997 Odyssey miniseries brought the legendary journey of Odysseus to the screen with its own take on the gods, monsters, and heroes. So which adaptation captures Homer's story more faithfully? Which tells the better story? And after nearly 3 decades of advances in filmmaking, did the newer version truly surpass the old one? In this video, we're comparing the 1997 and 2026 adaptations to find out which Odyssey deserves the crown. Let's start with the most important question. Which adaptation is more faithful to Homer's original Odyssey? Neither version is a page-for-page recreation of the epic, and that's completely understandable. Homer's poem is incredibly dense, filled with dozens of characters, extended speeches, divine interventions, and adventures that would be difficult to fit into a single film or even a miniseries without making significant cuts. Every adaptation has to simplify the story, rearrange events, or leave certain episodes out altogether. That said, the 1997 version is clearly the more faithful adaptation overall. While it condenses parts of the poem and omits some areas, it stays much closer to Homer's vision of the world and the events of the epic. Most importantly, it embraces the mythology instead of trying to explain it away. The gods are real. They actively intervene in the lives of mortals, and the supernatural elements are presented as literal parts of the story, just as they are in the original poem. Christopher Nolan's version takes a very different approach. Rather than fully embracing the mythological world, it often downplays or reinterprets many of the fantasy elements in favor of a more grounded and realistic interpretation. Several scenes that originally involved direct divine intervention are made more ambiguous, and many of the larger-than-life Aspects of Greek mythology are either reduced or removed altogether. This creates a version of the Odyssey that feels less like an ancient myth and more like a gritty historical epic with occasional supernatural or fantasy overtones. Whether that approach works is ultimately a matter of personal taste. But if the question is simply which adaptation stays closer to Homer's original story, the answer is the 1997 version. It captures the spirit of the poem more faithfully by embracing the gods, monsters, prophecies, and mythological worldview that define the Odyssey. After all, Homer's epic isn't just the story of a man trying to get home, it's the story of a world where gods and mortals constantly shape one another's destinies. Next, let's talk about the cast. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey sparked a great deal of discussion over its casting choices. Some viewers praised the diverse ensemble, while others criticized the film for telling a story rooted in Greek mythology and set in ancient Greece without casting any actors of Greek heritage in major roles. The debate became one of the most talked about aspects of the film long before its release. The 1997 adaptation takes a somewhat different approach. While it isn't made up entirely of Greek actors either, it does feature several performers of Greek heritage, along with many actors from other Mediterranean countries, such as Italy. As a result, its cast arguably feels somewhat closer to the cultural and geographic setting of the original story. Of course, casting alone doesn't determine the quality of a performance. Great actors can convincingly portray characters from cultures different from their own, and both adaptations feature talented casts. However, for viewers who value cultural authenticity in stories based on ancient Greece, the 1997 version may feel more grounded in the world that inspired Homer's epic. Ultimately, this comes down to what you value in an adaptation. If your priority is staying as close as possible to the historical and cultural backdrop of Greek mythology, the 1997 version has an advantage. If your priority is assembling the strongest ensemble regardless of nationality, then Nolan's casting philosophy may be more appealing. A giant one-eyed monster, a trapped crew, a desperate escape. The story of Odysseus and Polyphemus has survived for nearly 3,000 years, becoming one of the most famous tales from Greek mythology. But Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey puts its own spin on this legendary encounter. In this video, we're comparing the movie's Cyclops scene to Homer's original poem and the mythology behind it to uncover every major difference. Odysseus and his crew landing on the island of the Cyclops is accurate to Homer's Odyssey, but the movie changes the order of events by skipping the earlier encounter with the Lotus Eaters. In the poem, after leaving the Cyclades, Odysseus first arrives at the Lotus Eaters' island, where some of his men eat the lotus plant and lose their desire to return home. After rescuing them and escaping, Odysseus and his crew continue their journey and eventually reach the island of the Cyclopes. In the movie, Odysseus and his men follow a sheep to the Cyclops' cave. However, this isn't what happens in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus and his crew find Polyphemus' cave while exploring the island. They enter because they're curious about the Cyclops who lives there and hope he will follow the rules of hospitality by welcoming them and offering food. The sheep are already inside the cave because they belong to Polyphemus. The characters finding cheese inside the cave is a detail that comes directly from Homer's Odyssey. When Odysseus and his men enter Polyphemus' cave, they discover it's a functioning shepherd's home filled with supplies, including large amounts of cheese, milk, and other provisions. This detail shows that Polyphemus isn't simply a monster living in a cave, but a shepherd who cares for his flocks and lives a solitary pastoral life. One detail the movie changes is what Odysseus and his men bring with them when they encounter the Cyclops. In Homer's Odyssey, they don't enter the cave empty-handed. Instead, Odysseus carries a large wineskin filled with strong wine, intending to use it as a gift or trade item. The wine later becomes the key to his plan to escape from Polyphemus. The movie accurately shows the Cyclops sealing the cave entrance with a massive rock, just as he does in Homer's Odyssey. When Polyphemus returns, he blocks the entrance with a stone so large that none of Odysseus' men can move it, trapping them inside. This turns the encounter into a life-or-death situation, forcing Odysseus to rely on his intelligence rather than strength to escape. The movie speeds up the Cyclops encounter by having Polyphemus immediately attack and eat Odysseus's men. In Homer's Odyssey, the scene unfolds more gradually. After sealing the cave, Polyphemus discovers the Greeks and questions them before Odysseus appeals to the sacred custom of hospitality. Polyphemus rejects the idea, declaring that the Cyclopes don't obey Zeus or the laws of civilized society. Only then does he begin killing and eating the men. By accelerating the violence, the movie creates a more immediate threat, while Homer's version emphasizes the contrast between Odysseus's respect for Greek customs and Polyphemus's complete disregard for them. The movie also changes how the Cyclops is introduced. In the film, Polyphemus remains silent at first, making him feel more like a wild creature. In Homer's Odyssey, he speaks shortly after discovering Odysseus and his men. This conversation reveals that Polyphemus understands the rules of hospitality, but chooses to reject them. By removing this exchange, the movie shifts the encounter from a conflict between opposing values into a more straightforward battle between humans and a monster. The movie's design of the Cyclops follows some traditional elements while also making its own artistic choices. In Homer's Odyssey, Polyphemus is described only as a giant with a single eye in the middle of his forehead. Homer doesn't provide details about his exact appearance, leaving many features open to interpretation. The movie portrays the Cyclops as bald and clean-shaven, which differs from many ancient depictions. Greek and Roman artwork often showed Cyclopes with wild hair and thick beards, emphasizing their savage nature and a separation from civilized society. The film also portrays the Cyclops as completely naked, another detail not found in Homer's poem. As a shepherd living a pastoral life, Polyphemus would likely have worn simple clothing, such as a cloak or animal hide. By removing clothing, the movie emphasizes his animalistic nature and presents him as a creature existing outside human society. The movie changes how the Cyclops falls asleep. In the film, Polyphemus simply goes to sleep on his own, but in Homer's Odyssey, his sleep is caused by the powerful wine Odysseus gives him. After drinking it, Polyphemus becomes drunk and falls into a deep sleep, allowing Odysseus and his men to outsmart him. By removing the wine, the movie changes an important part of how Odysseus defeats the Cyclops. The movie leaves out one of the most famous moments from Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus tricking Polyphemus by telling him his name is Nobody. After giving the Cyclops the powerful wine he brought with him, Polyphemus becomes drunk and asks for his name. Instead of answering honestly, Odysseus says he is called Nobody. When the other Cyclopes hear Polyphemus crying for help, he tells them that Nobody is attacking him, causing them to ignore his cries. By removing the Nobody trick, the movie shifts the encounter away from a battle of wits and makes it more focused on physical survival. The movie shows Odysseus's men wanting to kill the Cyclops, but Odysseus stops them because he realizes they would remain trapped inside the cave. This detail is accurate to Homer's Odyssey. After Polyphemus blocks the entrance with a massive stone, the Greeks consider attacking him while he sleeps. However, Odysseus realizes that killing the Cyclops wouldn't help them escape because only Polyphemus has the strength to move the boulder. Instead, Odysseus understands that they must outsmart Polyphemus and keep him alive long enough to remove the stone. This moment highlights Odysseus's greatest strength, his intelligence and ability to think ahead. While his men want to act immediately, Odysseus recognizes that survival requires patience and careful planning. The movie changes what happens when Polyphemus opens the cave to release his sheep. In the film, some men escape while others remain trapped, and Odysseus returns inside to rescue them before the entrance closes again. This creates a more heroic, action-focused version of the scene by showing Odysseus risking himself for his crew. However, this doesn't happen in Homer's Odyssey. In the poem, once the escape plan begins, Odysseus doesn't return to the cave after reaching safety. The success of the plan depends entirely on secrecy and careful timing. The movie's depiction of Odysseus and his men blinding the Cyclops with a sharpened wooden log is a detail that comes directly from Homer's Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus knows he cannot defeat Polyphemus through strength alone, so he creates a plan using the resources inside the cave. His men sharpen a wooden stake, harden it in the fire, and drive it into the Cyclops' single while he sleeps. However, the movie leaves out the events surrounding this moment, including Odysseus' nobody trick and the other Cyclopes who respond to Polyphemus' cries for help. In Homer's version, Polyphemus tells the other Cyclopes that nobody is attacking him, causing them to misunderstand and leave him alone. Their appearance also shows that Polyphemus is part of an entire race of Cyclopes rather than a single monster. By removing these elements, the movie simplifies the encounter and focuses more on the physical conflict between Odysseus and Polyphemus. The movie shows Odysseus' men disguising themselves with straw to escape the Cyclops, but this differs from Homer's Odyssey. In the poem, the Greeks don't use straw. Instead, Odysseus creates a plan involving Polyphemus' sheep. After blinding the Cyclops, Odysseus knows they cannot simply flee because Polyphemus is still guarding the entrance. Although the Cyclops cannot see, he can still feel the sheep leaving and tries to prevent their escape. To escape, Odysseus ties his men underneath the sheep, 3 at a time, allowing them to pass unnoticed. He ties himself beneath the largest ram, and the plan succeeds because Polyphemus feels the animals' backs but doesn't realize the Greeks are hiding underneath. After being blinded, the Cyclops expresses his desire for revenge against Odysseus. However, Homer's original Odyssey gives this moment much greater significance because Polyphemus isn't just a monster, he's the son of the god Poseidon. After Odysseus and his men escape, Polyphemus calls upon his father and asks him to punish Odysseus, cursing his journey home and praying that he will either never reach Ithaca or return only after years of suffering and loss. Poseidon hears his son's plea and becomes Odysseus' greatest divine enemy, repeatedly sending storms and obstacles that delay his return. One of Odysseus' crew members in the movie is played by Korean-American actor Will Yun-lee. However, this is a modern casting choice and isn't based on anything from Homer's original Odyssey or ancient Greek mythology. There were no Korean people known to have been part of the ancient Greek world. In Homer's poem, Odysseus' crew is made up of Greek warriors. The movie shows Odysseus' men trying to reason with the Cyclops, but by this point the situation has already escalated. Polyphemus has attacked them, killed their companions, and rejected the traditions of hospitality that would normally protect guests. In Homer's Odyssey, however, the Greeks attempt diplomacy before the violence begins. This shows that Odysseus and his men didn't seek a fight. They first tried to appeal to the customs of hospitality before being forced to find another way to survive. After escaping from a cave, the movie shows Odysseus shooting an arrow at the Cyclops as an act of revenge, but this doesn't happen in Homer's original Odyssey. In the poem, Odysseus and his men immediately return to their ships and flee, focused only on surviving. The movie also changes the aftermath by showing Polyphemus chasing them into the water and killing more of the crew. In Homer's version, the greatest consequence comes later, when Odysseus reveals his true identity from a distance. This moment exposes both his intelligence and his flaw. He's clever enough to defeat Polyphemus, but his pride causes him to give the Cyclops the information needed to call upon Poseidon for revenge. The movie shows Polyphemus throwing a massive boulder at Odysseus' ship after their escape. In the poem, the Cyclops throws 2 enormous boulders at the fleeing Greeks. If you enjoyed this comparison and want to see more breakdowns of the differences between the movie and Greek mythology, make sure to like the video, leave a comment sharing your thoughts, and subscribe. The Odyssey is one of the greatest adventure stories ever told, but after thousands of years, Homer's epic is being brought to the big screen in a completely new way. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey introduces audiences to a world of monsters, gods, warriors, and legendary heroes. But how much of it actually comes from the original poem? In this video, we'll compare Nolan's adaptation with the original Odyssey and explore the biggest differences between the film and the ancient epic that inspired it. One of the major differences between the movie and Homer's original Odyssey is the complete absence of the gods. In the movie, there are no divine beings actively influencing Odysseus' journey, not even Athena. The film reveals at the end that Athena was not a real goddess, but instead a manifestation of Odysseus' imagination and guilt over the destruction of Troy. This changes the entire meaning of Odysseus' journey. In the movie, every hardship he faces comes from human choices, consequences, and his own internal struggles. The storms, losses, and suffering are not the result of angry gods or divine punishment. Instead, Odysseus is forced to confront his own actions and the psychological burden of war. Athena's absence is especially significant because she plays one of the most important roles in Homer's original Odyssey. In Greek mythology, Athena is not imaginary. She is a real goddess who actively helps Odysseus throughout his journey. She represents wisdom, strategy, and cleverness, which are the same qualities that define Odysseus himself. In the original poem, Athena is one of Odysseus' greatest supporters. She helps Telemachus gain confidence and search for information about his missing father. She also speaks to Zeus and the other gods about Odysseus' fate, helping convince them that he should be allowed to return home. When Odysseus finally reaches Ithaca, Athena disguises him as an old beggar so that he can secretly observe what has happened in his palace. She helps him create a plan to defeat the suitors and later assists him during the battle by protecting him and ensuring that his side wins. The original Odyssey is filled with divine intervention. Poseidon, the god of the sea, actively opposes Odysseus because the hero blinded his son Polyphemus, the Cyclops. Poseidon causes storms and delays that prevent Odysseus from returning home for many years. On the other hand, Athena works to overcome Poseidon's influence and guide Odysseus back to Ithaca. Other gods also appear throughout the epic. Hermes helps Odysseus by giving him a magical herb that protects him from Circe's spell. Zeus controls the fate of the Greek heroes and ultimately allows Odysseus' return. Calypso, a divine nymph, holds Odysseus on her island for years before the gods order her to release him. Because the gods are removed from the movie, the story becomes much more like a realistic human drama. In Homer's version, Odysseus' journey is a struggle between human effort and divine forces. He is intelligent and determined, but he also survives because gods like Athena support him. The movie instead makes Odysseus entirely responsible for his own fate. Without Athena as a real guide, his victories come from his own intelligence, and his suffering comes from his own choices. The reveal that Athena is only a projection of his guilt turns her from a protector into a reminder of the damage caused by war. This is one of the biggest thematic changes between the two versions. In Homer's Odyssey, the message is that even the greatest heroes need the favor of the gods. Odysseus is successful because his intelligence is combined with Athena's divine assistance. In the movie, the message becomes that Odysseus must confront himself, his regrets, his mistakes, and the consequences of his actions. By removing the gods, the film transforms the Odyssey from a mythological adventure into a psychological journey. The original story asks whether Odysseus can overcome the obstacles placed before him by gods and fate. The movie asks whether Odysseus can forgive himself for what he has done. Another major difference is that the movie does not include the famous nobody scene with Polyphemus the Cyclops. This is one of the most iconic episodes from Homer's original Odyssey, and one of the most important examples of Odysseus using his intelligence rather than his strength. In Homer's original Odyssey, Odysseus and his men arrive at the cave of Polyphemus, a giant cyclops and son of the sea god Poseidon. They enter his cave looking for supplies, but Polyphemus returns and traps them inside by rolling a massive stone in front of the entrance. The Cyclops then begins eating Odysseus's men one by one. Realizing that brute force will not work, Odysseus creates a clever plan. He tells Polyphemus that his name is Nobody. The The Cyclops eventually becomes drunk after drinking the wine Odysseus brought with him. When Polyphemus falls asleep, Odysseus and his men sharpen a wooden stake, heat it in the fire, and stab the Cyclops in his single eye. When Polyphemus screams for help, the other Cyclopes come to his cave and ask what happened. Because Odysseus told him his name was Nobody, Polyphemus cries out that nobody is hurting him. The other Cyclopes misunderstand and believe that nothing is wrong, so they leave him alone. This allows Odysseus and his men to escape. The scene is one of the clearest examples of Odysseus's defining trait, his intelligence. Unlike warriors such as Achilles, who are famous for physical strength, Odysseus wins through strategy, deception, and clever thinking. The nobody trick becomes a symbol of why he is known as one of the greatest heroes in Greek mythology. However, the scene also creates one of Odysseus's biggest problems. After escaping, he cannot resist revealing his true identity to Polyphemus. He proudly tells the Cyclops that it was Odysseus of Ithaca who defeated him. Polyphemus then prays to his father, Poseidon, and asks him to punish Odysseus. This is the reason Poseidon becomes Odysseus's enemy in the original Odyssey. The god of the sea prevents Odysseus from returning home for years, causing many of the storms, delays, and hardships he experiences during his journey. The movie removing the nobody scene changes a major part of Odysseus's character arc. Without Polyphemus and Poseidon, Odysseus loses one of the most important examples of how his cleverness can both save him and create new problems. In the original Odyssey, Odysseus is not simply a great warrior. He is a man whose greatest strength is also his greatest weakness. His intelligence allows him to escape impossible situations, but his pride and desire for recognition often bring consequences. The absence of the Cyclops also affects the role of the gods in the story. In Homer's version, Polyphemus's encounter explains why Poseidon opposes Odysseus and why his journey home becomes so difficult. Since the movie removes the gods entirely, it also removes the divine conflict that drives much of the original epic. By leaving out the nobody scene, the movie removes one of the most famous examples of Odysseus's legendary cunning and changes his journey from a battle against monsters and gods into a more personal struggle against his own guilt and memories of war. Another major difference is that the movie does not include the famous olive tree bed scene at the end. Instead, the film replaces this important symbol of Odysseus and Penelope's marriage with the Athena pin. This changes one of the most meaningful moments of recognition in Homer's original Odyssey. In the movie, Odysseus and Penelope reunite after the battle with the suitors, and their connection is represented through the Athena pin. The pin becomes a symbol of everything Odysseus has experienced: the war, his suffering, his guilt, and his journey home. By giving it to Penelope, Odysseus shares a piece of the life he lived while they were separated. The Athena pin also connects to the movie's interpretation of Athena herself. Since the film reveals that Athena is not actually a goddess, but a manifestation of Odysseus's guilt and memories, the pin represents something very different from the original mythology. It becomes a reminder of Odysseus's past and the emotional burden he carries rather than a symbol of divine protection. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, the reunion between Odysseus and Penelope is centered around the olive tree bed. This is one of the most famous scenes in the entire epic and serves as the final proof that Odysseus has truly returned. After Odysseus defeats the suitors, Penelope is told that her husband has come home. However, she does not immediately accept him because she wants to make sure that he is truly Odysseus and not an imposter. Like her husband, Penelope is intelligent and cautious, so she creates a test. She tells a servant to move their marriage bed out of their bedroom and prepare it for Odysseus. When Odysseus hears this, he becomes upset because he knows the bed cannot be moved. He explains that he built the bed himself around the trunk of a living olive tree, meaning it is permanently rooted in place. This detail proves to Penelope that the man before her is truly her husband. Only Odysseus would know the secret of their bed because he personally built it and shared that memory with her. No stranger could have known this private detail. The olive tree bed is a powerful symbol in the original Odyssey. The bed represents the stability and strength of Odysseus and Penelope's marriage. Just as the tree is deeply rooted in the earth, their relationship has remained strong despite 20 years of separation, war, and uncertainty. The scene also highlights how similar Odysseus and Penelope are. Throughout the poem, both characters rely on intelligence and deception to survive. Odysseus hides his identity to defeat the suitors, while Penelope uses clever tricks, such as the weaving deception with Laertes' shroud to delay remarriage. By removing the olive tree bed scene, the movie removes one of Penelope's greatest displays of intelligence and one of the strongest emotional moments in the original poem. Instead of Penelope proving Odysseus' identity through a clever test, the movie focuses on their emotional reunion and the shared meaning of the Athena pin. The change also shifts the theme of their relationship. In Homer's Odyssey, the bed represents a love that survived time and distance because it is built on shared memories and trust. In the movie, the Athena pin represents Odysseus' personal journey and the trauma he carries home from war. Both objects serve as symbols of their relationship, but they represent different ideas. The olive tree bed represents the permanence of home and marriage, while the Athena pin represents Odysseus' struggle to return and come to terms with his past. By replacing the bed with the pin, the movie changes the ending from a story about reunion and recognition into a story about healing and redemption. The movie portrays the Laestrygonians wearing full metal armor and fighting with swords, making them look like organized warriors rather than the monstrous giants described in Homer's original Odyssey. This is another major change in how the creatures are represented. In the movie, the Laestrygonians appear as heavily armed fighters equipped with metal armor and conventional weapons. Their appearance makes them feel like a powerful human army rather than a race of savage giants. The use of armor and swords also gives the scene a more historical battle aesthetic, similar to the human conflicts shown throughout the film. However, in Homer's original Odyssey, the Laestrygonians are not portrayed as armored soldiers. They are described as a race of enormous, violent giants who live in the land of the Laestrygonians. Their strength comes from their size and brutality rather than military equipment or advanced weapons. When Odysseus and his men arrive at their harbor, they are initially welcomed by the inhabitants, but the situation quickly turns deadly. The Laestrygonians attack the Greeks and begin throwing huge rocks at their ships. Their enormous strength allows them to destroy Odysseus' fleet almost instantly. Unlike a normal battle between armies, the encounter is more like a disaster caused by a force of nature. The Laestrygonians stand on the cliffs above the harbor and crush the ships with massive stones while spearing and killing the trapped sailors. Their attack destroys nearly the entire fleet. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus loses all of his ships except his own during this encounter. The Laestrygonians kill many of his men, leaving him with only one ship and a fraction of his original crew. This event is one of the biggest losses Odysseus suffers during his journey home. The movie's decision to make them armored warriors changes the meaning of the encounter. In Homer's version, the Laestrygonians represent the unknown dangers of the mythical world. They are not simply enemies that can be defeated in combat. They're creatures so powerful that normal human strength and weapons are almost useless against them. By giving them armor and swords, the movie makes them seem more like a human civilization capable of warfare. This fits the film's more grounded approach, where many mythological elements are transformed into realistic or historical versions. Instead of showing supernatural giants, the movie presents them as a dangerous group of warriors. The change also removes some of the fantasy elements that make Odysseus' journey unique. In the original Odyssey, his voyage is filled with impossible creatures and divine forces, including Cyclopes, Sirens, Scylla, Charybdis, and the Laestrygonians. These encounters test not only his fighting ability, but also his intelligence and ability to survive against forces beyond human control. So while the movie keeps the idea that the Lestrygonians are a deadly threat that destroys Odysseus's forces, it changes their identity. In Homer's epic, they are gigantic monsters who overwhelm the Greeks with their unnatural strength. In the movie, they are armored warriors who represent another human enemy Odysseus must face. The story is supposed to take place during the Bronze Age, so the Lestrygonians wearing full metal armor and fighting with swords is historically questionable. While bronze weapons and armor did exist during the period of the Trojan War, the style of equipment shown in the movie does not match what would have been used by warriors of that era. The events of Homer's Odyssey are traditionally set shortly after the Trojan War, which is usually associated with the late Bronze Age, around the 12th century BCE. The Greek warriors of this period, known as the Mycenaeans, used bronze weapons, shields, spears, and limited forms of body armor. Their warfare was very different from the later Greek armies often shown in movies. In the movie, the Lestrygonians appear to wear large amounts of full-body metal armor and use swords like heavily equipped ancient soldiers. This style is closer to later periods of Greek warfare, especially the archaic or classical periods, rather than the Bronze Age setting of the Odyssey. During the Bronze Age, warriors generally did not wear the kind of full plate-style metal armor commonly associated with later fantasy or medieval imagery. Metal was expensive, difficult to produce, and usually reserved for important warriors or elite soldiers. Most fighters relied on shields, helmets, leather protection, and bronze weapons rather than being covered head to toe in metal. A famous example of Bronze Age Greek armor is the Dendra panoply, a large bronze armor set from the Mycenaean period. However, even this was extremely heavy and likely used by elite warriors rather than ordinary soldiers. It also looked very different from the streamlined metal armor seen in many modern depictions. The weapons also create a historical issue. Bronze Age Greek warriors primarily used spears as their main battlefield weapon. Swords existed, but they were generally shorter and used as secondary weapons. The long swords and fighting styles, often associated with later Greek warriors, became more common in later periods after the Bronze Age. In Homer's original Odyssey, however, the Lestrygonians are not meant to represent a realistic Bronze Age army at all. They are mythical giants who exist outside normal human warfare. Their danger comes from their enormous size and unnatural strength, not their armor or weapons. By giving the Lestrygonians realistic armor and swords, the movie changes them from supernatural creatures into something closer to a human military force. This fits with the film's overall approach of making the Odyssey more grounded and historical, but it also creates a conflict with both the original mythology and the Bronze Age setting. The movie is essentially blending different historical periods together. The world of the Trojan War belongs to the Bronze Age, but some of the armor and weapons shown are inspired by later Greek eras. Similar issues appear throughout many adaptations of Greek mythology, where filmmakers combine visual elements from different centuries to create a recognizable ancient Greek look. So while the Lestrygonians are already fictional creatures in Homer's story, their movie portrayal raises a separate historical issue. If the film is trying to depict the world of the Trojan War, their equipment should reflect Bronze Age warfare rather than the later armored warrior designs shown on screen. The movie portrays Helen and Clytemnestra as twin sisters, but this is a change from Greek mythology. While the two women are related in the original myths, they're not twins in the traditional stories. In the movie, making Helen and Clytemnestra twins creates a stronger personal connection between the two characters. It turns the conflict surrounding the Trojan War into a family tragedy, because the actions of Helen and the men fighting over her directly affect her own sister. Clytemnestra's anger and suffering become more personal because the woman connected to the destruction of her family is her own twin. This change also creates a stronger contrast between the sisters. Helen is portrayed as the woman whose beauty and relationship with Paris becomes the cause of the Trojan War, while Clytemnestra becomes associated with revenge, grief, and the consequences of that war. By making them twins, the movie emphasizes the idea that two people from the same family can take completely different paths. However, In Greek mythology, Helen and Clytemnestra are sisters but not twins. They are both daughters of Zeus and Leda, the queen of Sparta. According to many versions of the myth, Zeus disguised himself as a swan and fathered Helen with Leda, while Clytemnestra was usually considered the daughter of Leda and her mortal husband Tyndareus. Because of their unusual parentage, the children of Leda became known as the Dioscuri and the Tyndarids. Helen and Clytemnestra had brothers as well, Castor and Pollux, Polydeuces. In some traditions, all four are connected to the famous children of Leda, though their exact parentage differs depending on the source. Helen became famous as the most beautiful woman in the world. Her marriage to Menelaus, king of Sparta, was disrupted when Paris of Troy took her to Troy, leading to the Trojan War. Because Helen's departure triggered the Greek invasion, she became one of the most controversial figures in Greek mythology. Clytemnestra, meanwhile, had a very different story. She married Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek forces during the Trojan War. Before sailing to Troy, Agamemnon sacrificed their daughter Iphigenia to gain favorable winds for the Greek fleet. This act created deep resentment in Clytemnestra when Agamemnon finally returned. From Troy after 10 years, Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus murdered him. Her revenge became one of the most famous tragedies in Greek mythology, especially in works like Aeschylus's Orestia. Later, their son Orestes killed Clytemnestra to avenge his father's death. The original myths therefore connect Helen and Clytemnestra through their family, but their stories are separate. Helen is linked to desire, beauty, and the Trojan War, while Clytemnestra is linked to betrayal, revenge, and the consequences of Agamemnon's actions. The movie's decision to make them twins combines these separate stories and increases the emotional stakes. Instead of being two sisters who experience different tragedies, they become two sides of the same family tragedy caused by the Trojan War. So while Helen and Clytemnestra are sisters in Greek mythology, the idea that they are twin sisters is a creative change made by the movie rather than something found in the original myths. Mythology should be the easiest thing in the world to adapt into a movie. These are stories that have survived for thousands of years. Gods, monsters, prophecies, apocalypses, tragic heroes. Mythology already has everything modern blockbusters want. Huge stakes, iconic characters, built-in audiences, entire worlds filled with conflict and symbolism. And yet, most mythology movies kind of suck. For every movie people genuinely love, there are 10 others that are either completely forgettable, visually generic, or so obsessed with spectacle that they lose what made the original myths interesting in the first place. Hollywood keeps returning to mythology over and over again, but somehow the results almost never stick. And that's weird, because these stories have already proven they work. They've survived centuries of retellings across entire civilizations. So why is it so difficult to turn them into good movies? Why do so many adaptations feel hollow? Why do they struggle to balance modern storytelling with ancient myth? To answer that, we need to look at what mythology actually is and why adapting it is much harder than it seems. The first problem is that mythology movies almost never stay faithful to the actual myths. Studios constantly change characters, rewrite stories, remove important details, and simplify entire mythologies until they barely resemble the original source material. And sometimes that makes sense. Ancient myths are messy, contradictory, violent, and often structurally weird by modern storytelling standards. But a lot of adaptations don't just modernize the myths. They flatten them. Take Greek mythology. In the original myths, the gods are unpredictable, petty, cruel, emotional, and deeply human in the worst possible ways. Zeus isn't a wise fantasy king. He's paranoid and manipulative. Heroes aren't always noble either. Many of them are arrogant, selfish, or doomed by their own flaws. But movies often sand all of that down because modern blockbusters usually want clearer heroes and villains. So instead of mythology feeling ancient and morally complex, it starts feeling like generic fantasy wearing mythological costumes. And the more these movies try to fix mythology for modern audiences, the more they lose the thing that made the myth survive in the first place. A lot of myths weren't designed like modern screenplays. They weren't built around clean three-act structures or emotionally satisfying character arcs. They were cautionary tales, religious stories, political metaphors, oral traditions passed down across generations. They were supposed to feel larger than life, strange, symbolic, even uncomfortable. But Hollywood tends to treat mythology like raw material for action franchises. So you end up with movies that keep the names, Thor, Medusa, Hercules, Anubis, but remove the actual mythological identity behind them. And once you do that, the story stops feeling mythical. It just becomes fantasy with recognizable branding. The second problem is budget. Mythology is expensive. If you're adapting stories about gods, monsters, giant wars, magical cities, floods, underworlds, dragons, titans, or world-ending prophecies, you need massive visual scale to make any of it believable. And that usually means huge CGI budgets. The problem is that mythology movies exist in an awkward middle ground financially. Studios want them to feel as massive as superhero movies, but most mythology films don't have the same guaranteed audience. So filmmakers are expected to create gigantic fantasy worlds without the level of budget, time, or long-term planning that franchises like the MCU get. And you can feel that when you watch a lot of these movies. The worlds often look unfinished. The monsters don't feel real. Entire environments are covered in flat, gray CGI. Instead of feeling ancient or mythic, everything starts looking weightless and artificial, which is a huge problem because mythology depends on scale and atmosphere. These stories are supposed to feel overwhelming. The gods should feel godlike. The monsters should feel legendary. The world should feel ancient and sacred. But if the visual effects look rushed, the entire illusion collapses. And mythology is harder to fake than regular fantasy. With fantasy, audiences accept that they're entering a completely fictional world. But mythology carries cultural memory with it. People already have mental images of places like Olympus, Valhalla, or the underworld before they even enter the theater. So if the movie can't visually sell those places, it immediately feels disappointing. That's why so many mythology movies end up looking strangely generic despite having enormous concepts behind them. The stories demand impossible visuals, but most studios either can't or won't spend enough money to fully realize them. So the result is this weird contradiction where mythology should create the most visually awe-inspiring movies imaginable. But instead, a lot of them end up looking cheaper than the myths themselves feel in our imagination. Another problem mythology movies constantly run into is casting controversy. A lot of these films are based on stories tied to very specific cultures, regions, and ethnic groups, but the casts often barely reflect that. And this has been happening for decades. You see Greek mythology movies with no Greek actors, Egyptian mythology movies with no Egyptian actors. Stories rooted in ancient cultures get turned into Hollywood productions filled almost entirely with British and American celebrities. Even recent projects still get criticized for this. Christopher Nolan's adaptation of the Odyssey immediately sparked conversations online because people noticed there weren't any major Greek actors attached to a story that's literally one of the foundational texts of Greek culture. And probably the most infamous example is Gods of Egypt, a movie based entirely around Egyptian mythology, somehow cast mostly white actors as Egyptian gods and rulers. The backlash was so massive that the studio actually had to release a public apology before the movie even came out. The issue isn't just accuracy, it affects immersion. Mythology is deeply connected to cultural identity. These stories aren't just fantasy settings people invented for entertainment. For many cultures, mythology is part of their historical memory, religious tradition, and artistic heritage. So when Hollywood strips away the people connected to those myths, it can make the entire adaptation feel disconnected from its own source material. And ironically, mythology movies are supposed to feel authentic and ancient. But when every civilization starts looking like the same group of Hollywood actors with different costumes, the world stops feeling culturally distinct. Part of the problem is commercial. Studios want recognizable stars because mythology movies are expensive and famous actors make marketing easier. A producer would rather cast a globally recognizable celebrity than take a risk on lesser-known actors from the actual culture the story comes from. But that creates this recurring cycle where mythology gets treated less like cultural storytelling and more like aesthetic branding. The myths become visual decoration instead of living traditions connected to real people and histories. Another major problem is that audiences already think they know mythology. Characters like Zeus, Thor, Loki, Medusa, Anubis, Hades, or Odin have existed in popular culture for so long that people walk into these movies with pre-existing expectations before the story even starts. Everyone already has their own mental image of what these figures are supposed to look like, act like, and represent. And those expectations usually conflict with each other. Some people know the original myths. Some know the Marvel versions. Some know simplified schoolbook versions. Others know them through video games, anime, novels, or internet culture. By this point, mythology has been reinterpreted so many times that there's no universally accepted version anymore. That creates a huge problem for filmmakers, because no matter what they do, part of the audience is going to think it's wrong. If a movie changes too much, people complain that it's disrespectful or inaccurate. But if it stays closer to the actual myths, the story can become difficult for mainstream audiences to connect with. And that's because real mythology is often deeply strange. The original myths usually don't behave like modern stories at all. Characters can disappear for long stretches. Gods constantly change motivations. Heroes do horrible things without being treated like villains. Entire plot lines are symbolic instead of emotionally realistic. Events happen because of fate, prophecy, or divine logic rather than character psychology. A modern audience expects coherent character arcs and understandable emotional motivations. Mythology often doesn't care about that. So filmmakers end up trapped between two impossible choices. Either modernize the myths so heavily that mythology fans reject them, or stay more faithful and risk alienating audiences who aren't used to ancient storytelling styles. And this gets even harder because modern audiences don't just want accuracy, they want familiarity. People say they want mythologically accurate movies, but many viewers are actually attached to modern reinterpretations more than the original myths themselves. For example, Marvel's version of Loki is now probably more recognizable to mainstream audiences than the Loki from Norse mythology. The same thing happened with Thor, Hades, and countless other figures. So mythology movies aren't just competing with ancient stories anymore. They're competing with every previous adaptation people already grew up with. And that makes creating a definitive version almost impossible. Another reason mythology movies struggle is that the scale eventually becomes repetitive. Most mythologies deal with cosmic-level events. Gods overthrowing each other. Titans destroying civilizations. Monsters threatening humanity. Prophecies predicting the end of the world. Entire kingdoms collapsing because of curses, divine punishment, or war between supernatural forces. And on paper, that sounds perfect for blockbuster filmmaking. But when every mythology movie tries to be massive all the time, they start blending together. You begin seeing the same patterns over and over again. Giant CGI armies charging at each other, glowing skies, collapsing cities, portals opening in the clouds, chosen heroes trying to stop an ancient evil before the apocalypse begins. After a while, the scale stops feeling impressive because there's no contrast anymore. Mythology is supposed to inspire awe, but awe only works when something feels rare, mysterious, or overwhelming. If every movie immediately escalates to the fate of the world, audiences become numb to it. And this problem gets worse because mythology naturally encourages escalation. In superhero movies, you can still tell grounded stories. But myths are already operating at maximum intensity from the beginning. The characters are gods, demigods, legendary kings, world serpents, primordial monsters. The stories already involve fate, destiny, heaven, hell, and cosmic war. So filmmakers often think they need to make everything even bigger to match the source material. Bigger battles, bigger monsters, bigger destruction, more CGI, but scale without emotional weight becomes noise. A giant monster only feels legendary if the movie treats it like something ancient and terrifying. But many mythology films move too fast for that. Creatures appear for spectacle, fight for 10 minutes, then disappear forever so the movie can move on to the next visual effects sequence. Eventually, the audience stops experiencing wonder and starts seeing mythology as just another effects-heavy action genre. And visually, many of these movies begin to look identical. Dark clouds, gold armor, dust-filled battlefields, giant statues, gray-blue color palettes, slow-motion armies, explosions in ancient cities. Even though the mythologies themselves are wildly different culturally, the movies often flatten them into the same blockbuster aesthetic, which is ironic because mythology should feel limitless. These stories come from completely different civilizations with different fears, values, symbols, and worldviews. Egyptian mythology should not feel the same as Norse mythology. Greek mythology should not look identical to Mesopotamian mythology. But once every adaptation becomes centered around large-scale CGI apocalypse, the uniqueness starts disappearing. And when that happens, mythology loses the thing that made it powerful in the first place. The feeling that you were witnessing something sacred, mysterious, and culturally distinct. Another thing that makes mythology incredibly difficult to adapt is the fact that mythology doesn't have a single canon. Unlike modern franchises, there usually isn't one official version of the story. There's no definitive correct version of Greek mythology. No universally agreed-on version of Norse myth. These stories evolved over centuries through oral tradition, regional storytelling, religious changes, translations, political influence, and reinterpretation. Even ancient people disagreed with each other about the myths. One version of a character could portray them as heroic, while another version makes them cruel or tragic. Entire events change depending on who's telling the story. So when filmmakers adapt mythology, they immediately run into a problem that doesn't exist with most modern adaptations. Which version are they supposed to adapt? Take Medea, for example. In some interpretations, she's a monstrous murderer driven by revenge. In others, she's a tragic figure betrayed and abandoned by Jason. Both versions exist simultaneously inside the mythological tradition. Or look at Odin. Depending on the source, he can appear wise, manipulative, poetic, terrifying, scholarly, warlike, mysterious, or outright cruel. There isn't one consistent personality because Norse mythology was never written as a single unified narrative universe. Different texts completely change relationships, timelines, character motivations, and even major events. In one version, a knight might be noble and heroic. In another, the same character becomes arrogant or morally corrupt. Some stories focus on Christian symbolism, others on Celtic mythology, others on romance or political tragedy. There's no canon timeline the way modern audiences expect from franchises today. And modern viewers are not used to that. Today, audiences expect consistency. We're used to cinematic universes with official timelines, lore databases, continuity charts, and definitive versions of characters. But mythology doesn't work that way. Mythology is fluid. The stories changed every time they were retold. And ironically, that flexibility is part of why mythology survived for so long. Different cultures and generations kept reshaping the myths to reflect their own fears, values, and beliefs. But in modern filmmaking, that flexibility becomes a trap. Because the moment a director chooses one interpretation, audiences attached to other versions feel like the adaptation is inaccurate. Some viewers want mythology to feel historically authentic. Others want modern reinterpretation. Others want a version they grew up with from books, comics, or previous movies. And because there's no single authoritative source, every adaptation ends up feeling wrong to someone. So mythology movies aren't just trying to adapt ancient stories. They're trying to adapt hundreds of years of conflicting stories all at once. Another reason mythology movies struggle is that mythology usually works better in long-form storytelling than in a 2-hour film. Myths are dense. They aren't just single plots about heroes fighting monsters. They're entire worlds filled with generations of characters, interconnected stories, divine politics, symbolic themes, prophecies, wars, curses, bloodlines, and constantly shifting relationships between gods and humans. And trying to compress all of that into one movie is incredibly difficult. A mythology film usually has to do everything at once. Introduce the world. Explain the rules of the mythology. Establish gods, monsters, kingdoms, and lore. Develop the main characters emotionally. Set up the central conflict. And still deliver large-scale action scenes before the runtime runs out. That's a massive amount of narrative pressure for a single movie. And because of that, mythology films often end up rushing through the parts that actually make myths interesting. The world building becomes exposition dumps. The gods get reduced to cameos. Important symbolic moments lose their weight because the story has no time to slow down and explore them. A character might encounter a legendary creature that should feel terrifying and mythic, but the movie only has 5 minutes for the scene before it needs to move on to the next plot point. And mythology especially suffers from this because myths were never meant to move at blockbuster speed. These stories originally evolved through oral traditions, poems, sagas, and long-form epics. They were built to unfold gradually. Characters wander for years. Entire chapters focus on conversations, prophecies, betrayals, or symbolic trials. The stories take time to build mystery and atmosphere. That structure naturally fits television better than film. Shows have room to explore mythology piece by piece. They can dedicate entire episodes to specific gods, monsters, kingdoms, or legends. They can slowly develop political tensions between divine factions. They can let symbolic moments breathe instead of racing toward the next action sequence. And that's usually when mythology starts feeling immersive instead of superficial. Because myths are not just about events, they're about accumulation. The feeling that this world existed long before the story began. The sense that every character carries history, prophecy, and cultural memory behind them. Longer formats are simply better at creating that feeling. A 2-hour movie can show mythology, but a long-form story can make mythology feel lived in. Another reason mythology movies often fail is because mythology works better as symbolism than as literal plot. A lot of myths survive not because the events themselves are realistic or logically structured, but because of what they represent. Myths are symbolic stories. They're attempts to explain death, suffering, pride, war, nature, fate, love, betrayal, sacrifice, and humanity's relationship with the unknown. The characters and events often function more like symbols or warnings than psychologically realistic people. And that creates a huge challenge when adapting them into modern movies. Because modern blockbusters usually approach mythology very literally. They take symbolic stories and turn them into straightforward fantasy adventures. A giant monster becomes a boss fight. A god becomes a CGI supervillain. A symbolic journey through the underworld becomes an action sequence. And once mythology gets reduced to plot mechanics, a lot of its meaning disappears. Take the story of Icarus. The myth survives because it symbolizes human arrogance, ambition, and the danger of ignoring limits. The image of flying too close to the sun became culturally immortal because of what it represents emotionally and philosophically. But if you adapted Icarus too literally as just a guy flying during an escape mission, the story suddenly becomes much less powerful. The symbolism is the point. The same thing happens constantly in mythology films. Medusa isn't memorable just because she's a monster with snake hair. She represents punishment, fear, transformation, monstrosity, and in many modern interpretations, victimhood, and trauma. The Minotaur isn't just a creature in a maze. The labyrinth itself symbolizes fear, confusion, entrapment, and confronting the unknown. Myths endure because they communicate ideas larger than the surface-level events. But movies often strip away that symbolic layer because blockbuster storytelling prioritizes momentum, action, and clarity. Studios worry that audiences will get bored if stories become too abstract, philosophical, or strange. So, symbolism gets simplified into spectacle. And ironically, that can make mythology feel less meaningful than completely original fantasy stories. Because once you remove the symbolic depth, many myths are actually structurally very simple. A hero kills a monster. A god gets angry. A kingdom is cursed. A prophecy comes true. The emotional and cultural weight comes from interpretation. It comes from what the stories are saying about humanity. And mythology was never originally meant to be consumed the way modern audiences consume blockbuster entertainment. Ancient people didn't necessarily experience myths as content. These stories were tied to religion, ritual, morality, identity, and collective fears about the world. They carried spiritual and cultural meaning beyond the literal events of the plot. But modern adaptations often flatten all of that into generic fantasy conflict. And that's why so many mythology movies feel strangely empty despite being based on stories that survive for thousands of years. They preserve the events, but lose the meaning behind them. Another major reason mythology movies struggle today is that superhero films have effectively replaced them as modern mythology. You can argue that we don't really need mythology movies in the same way anymore, because we already have a contemporary myth system. It just wears capes instead of armor. Characters like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, Thor, and the rest of the superhero pantheon now function in culture the same way ancient mythological figures once did. They have origin stories, moral codes, symbolic meanings, recurring reinterpretations, and long-running myth cycles that get retold across decades. They're modern gods and demigods in all but name. Superman is essentially a solar myth, an almost divine protector figure who represents hope, morality, and idealized strength. Batman is a shadow myth, a figure built around trauma, fear, and justice outside the law. Spider-Man is a tragedy and responsibility myth, power tied to loss, guilt, and moral obligation. And unlike traditional mythology films, these characters are constantly being refreshed and reinterpreted across multiple successful films, series, and universes. That creates a major problem for mythology movies. Because when audiences already have a strong, emotionally invested myth system in the form of superhero cinema, traditional mythology starts to feel less necessary unless it can compete on the same level. And most mythology films don't. They either feel like older versions of ideas superhero movies are already doing more effectively, or they struggle to differentiate themselves beyond ancient version of a superhero story. This is especially obvious when mythology films default to the same structure: a chosen hero, a world-ending threat, a superpowered antagonist, and a final battle between forces of good and evil. At that point, the mythology becomes indistinguishable from a superhero plot, just with different names. So instead of feeling fresh or culturally specific, the adaptation feels redundant. And that raises a deeper issue. Superhero stories are extremely flexible. They can be grounded crime stories, cosmic operas, political dramas, or personal tragedies. They can change tone, scale, and genre while keeping the same core characters. Mythology films, by contrast, are often constrained by the expectation that they must look ancient and grand all the time. So even when mythology has stronger source material, superhero narratives often win in execution because they are structurally designed for modern cinematic storytelling. As a result, mythology movies have to justify their existence more than ever. They can't just rely on famous names like Zeus or Medusa anymore. They have to offer something that superhero media doesn't already do better, whether that's visual identity, cultural specificity, or a more faithful embrace of symbolic storytelling. Otherwise, they end up feeling like an older prototype of something audiences already get elsewhere. There are also a lot of mythology movies that remove the mythological elements completely, which honestly feels really strange. At a certain point, you have to ask what the purpose of adapting mythology, even as if you strip away the gods, monsters, prophecies, and supernatural aspects that made those stories famous in the first place. It's kind of like making a superhero movie where nobody has superpowers. Imagine adapting Spider-Man, but removing the web-slinging, the wall climbing, and the radioactive spider bite, so that Peter Parker is just a normal guy dealing with crime in New York. Technically, you could still tell a story, but you would also be removing the core thing that makes the character unique and memorable. Some mythology movies run into that exact problem. In an attempt to make the stories feel more grounded or historically realistic, filmmakers sometimes drain the magic and mystery out of the source material entirely. Troy is probably the most famous example. The movie removes almost all direct involvement from the Greek gods, even though divine intervention is one of the most important parts of the original myths and Homer's The Iliad. Characters like Athena, Apollo, and Poseidon heavily shape events in the original story, but in the movie they're either minimized or erased completely. And while some people appreciated the grounded approach, others felt like something important was missing. Greek mythology is supposed to feel larger than life. The gods represent fate, pride, chaos, temptation, and human weakness. The monsters and supernatural events are not just random fantasy elements. They're part of the symbolism and emotional weight of the story itself. That's why a lot of mythology adaptations end up feeling oddly empty when they remove the mythology. The stories stop feeling mythical and start feeling like generic historical war movies with famous names attached to them. And if audiences wanted pure historical realism, there are already plenty of historical epics that are not based on mythology at all. The best mythology adaptations usually find a balance. They ground the characters emotionally so audiences can relate to them, but they still fully embrace the gods, monsters, prophecies, and supernatural atmosphere that make these stories feel timeless and legendary in the first place.